Chapter 1. The throne is in my hands? In the year 2672 of the Great Qin dynasty, Emperor Li Yuqian, plagued by a grave illness, urgently summoned his second son, Li Taicang, to the palace. In an instant, the city of Chang'an was abuzz with undercurrents of intrigue. His Majesty has summoned the second prince to the palace. Does he intend to bequeath the throne to him? Though the second prince is the legitimate son of the late empress, his mother, Empress Zhao De, passed away early, and her clan has dwindled. His own talents are mediocre. How could he possibly govern such a vast empire? While the 9 princes born of Empress Yi are still young, they enjoy the support of the Yi family, and many ministers have secretly allied with them. How could such a powerful faction willingly concede the throne to the second prince? Not only the Yi empress, but the other princes and princesses are also prodigies in their own right, each backed by prominent families. His Majesty's decision may well incite a storm of bloodshed. The emperor is utterly misguided. The realm of Great Qin is on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, within the imperial chambers, before the dragon bed, Li Yuqian entrusted the imperial seal to Li Taicang. Great Qin is now yours. Li Taicang's gaze fell, the seal casting a shadow upon his pallid countenance. Father, you know that I have no desire for the throne. Why do you insist? Huh? Li Yuqian suddenly let out a hoarse, sinister laugh, his murky eyes fixed intently upon Li Taicang. Within that gaze surged a torrent of emotions: fatherly affection, the emperor's reluctance, and a startling fury. Do not blame your father. Only by your ascension can the Li royal lineage endure. Now go, I am weary. With those final words, the sovereign who had ruled Great Qin for 2 decades closed his eyes. Upon leaving the palace and returning to his residence, Li Taicang remained in a daze, caressing the imperial seal in his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, he was renowned throughout Great Qin as the virtuous prince, bearing the title of the late empress's legitimate son, yet remaining distant from the center of power, living a secluded life in his estate. He commanded no soldiers, forged no alliances with court officials, and partook in no factional disputes. It was well known among the courtiers that Li Taicang was indifferent to power, preferring a life of leisure and wealth. Yet now, his father, the sagacious monarch who had governed Great Qin for 20 years, had, in his final moments, passed the throne to him. Moreover, without allowing anyone a moment to react, he was promptly urged to move into the palace with great fanfare. After a long while, Li Taicang finally comprehended the gravity of his situation and slammed the imperial seal down onto his desk. Why didn't you announce your intention to pass the throne to me earlier? Now that I have it, what distinguishes me from a mere puppet, save for the hollow title of emperor? The Imperial Guard's command tokens are withheld. The secret intelligence operatives are not handed over. Half the court has already pledged allegiance to others. Am I to merely clutch the seal and await my demise? Now, he bore the title of emperor, yet devoid of any real power. The throne of Great Qin was never merely a title, and Li Taicang had fallen far behind. In this grand dynasty, the myriad noble families had long ceased to regard the court's authority, establishing themselves as a nation within a nation. Beyond the frontier, the iron cavalry of the Tianlang dynasty trains day and night, their eyes keenly fixed on the south, poised to march at any moment. Within the imperial court, his royal brothers and siblings, unbeknownst to him, are backed by countless factions, unwilling to bow in submission. Yet his father, the emperor, has bestowed upon him but a hollow title. The commander of the Imperial Guard has not yet transferred authority. The royal secret guards have not made their introductions, and not even a single clear edict has been left behind. He was merely summoned to the palace, given a vague discourse, and then handed the Imperial Jade Seal. Li Taicang could already envision the countless eyes, both within and outside his residence, fixated upon him. His royal siblings and the Empress Yi are amassing power, determined not to relent easily. Moreover, even if Li Taicang were to relinquish the title of emperor, his fate would scarcely improve. For now that he bears the title of emperor, numerous ambitious individuals will act in his name to sow chaos. The most favorable outcome would merely be to be confined to death by the new sovereign. Contemplating this, Li Taicang let out a bitter smile and raised his hand to his forehead. Having traversed this realm for over 20 years, he initially harbored aspirations of seizing the throne. However, since the passing of his biological mother, not only has Empress Yi oppressed him at every turn, But even his father, Li Yutian, has sought to diminish his status as the legitimate heir. Recognizing the futility of his claim to the throne, he chose instead to immerse himself in cultivation, distancing himself from worldly matters, in hopes of one day escaping the royal family and roaming freely across the land. Yet, 2 decades of training have proven to be insufficient, and his innate talent does not set him apart from the masses. Thus, he now stands merely at the 7th level of the condensing origin realm. It is essential to understand that the cultivation tiers of this world are classified into mortal, rhythm spirit, condensing origin, profound sea, master, grandmaster, and celestial being, with each tier further divided into 9 levels. At the 7th level of condensing origin, he may fare well in the martial world, but in the face of a power struggle, he is but a small ant. Those great figures could crush him with a mere finger. Perhaps faking my own death to escape? Li Taicang suddenly recalled a certain emperor of the Zhu clan from his previous life. Once this thought emerged, it burgeoned in his mind like wild grass. After all, they are indifferent to my life or death, as long as he quickly pondered the feasibility of his plan in his mind. All that is needed is an unforeseen fire, a body beyond recognition, and he could slip away like a golden cicada, shedding its shell. At that point, with his 7th level of condensing origin and the royal family's martial arts and techniques, he could certainly restart in a place far from Chang'an. Once he departs from Chang'an, it would be akin to a bird soaring into the sky or a fish plunging into the sea. The vast expanse of the Qin Empire offers ample hiding places in the deep mountains and forests after a few decades. Who would still care about a burned emperor? Imagining the freedom of the future, a glimmer of longing unconsciously sparkled in Li Taicang's eyes. It is feasible. However, just as he immersed himself in the beautiful fantasies of the future, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous roar erupted in his mind. The sorrow and fury encapsulated in that voice nearly caused his heart to halt. The suffering of the masses, the blood of myriad souls cries out, "Will you save them or not?" With a resounding boom, a violent wave of dizziness enveloped him, and darkness clouded his vision as he nearly collapsed to the ground. As his consciousness wavered, a chilling mechanical voice roused him from his stupor. Ding! Host detected as Emperor. The Multiverse Conquest system is officially activated. System's ultimate objective: to forge an unparalleled celestial dynasty spanning the myriad realms. Within that frigid voice, a hint of deadly intent suddenly emerged. Ding! Host exhibits a tendency to evade the path of the sovereign, to advance or perish. Please immediately curb your idle thoughts, seize control of the universe, and conquer the starry seas. A system? Li Taicang's pupils constricted sharply, his form momentarily frozen. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. Damn it! Are you lost? I've been playing the fool for 20 years. Following this brief outburst, Li Taicang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze was one of clarity. His earlier display of emotion was merely a response to the overwhelming joy of a long-awaited opportunity. Now, it was time to contemplate how to harness the system to resolve his predicament. System, spare me the pleasantries, succinctly outline your functions. And do not be stingy with the beginner's gift. The system has 2 primary functions. First, the sign-in function, allowing the host to sign in once daily, with rewards that are random, including exceptional talents, enchanting beauties, enlightenment and cultivation, magical artifacts, elixirs, and more. Second, the task function, wherein the system will intermittently issue tasks completion yields rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. The potency of these functions correlates directly with the dominion and civilization level of the host's empire. Ding! System issues task: ascend to the throne. Task objective: eliminate all obstacles hindering the host's rise to sovereignty. Task rewards: talent, innate pathway, 10,000 calamities, a century of cultivation, 3 summoning opportunities. Ding! The system has dispatched the beginner's gift. Would you like to accept? Accept. Li Taicang's breath quickened. The system's functions were strikingly straightforward. Simplicity has its merits. In his previous life, he had found the systems that ensnared hosts with complications exceedingly vexing. Ding! The beginner's gift has been opened. You have obtained the technique Imperial Sovereign's Command, one summoning opportunity, exceptional talent, and the Tai sword. Imperial Sovereign's Command. In the primordial age, humanity was frail and oppressed by myriad races. The first human sovereign, gazing upon the mountains and rivers, comprehended the will of all beings, using unparalleled fortune as a foundation, integrating the path of emperors, the aspirations of all, and the laws of heaven and earth to create this supreme scripture. When perfected, a single word can determine the universe. A single thought can subdue all races. This is the essence of humanity's dominion. Tai sword. In ancient times, when chaos reigned and humanity was weak, the master swordsmith Oyezi forged this sword from the copper of Mount Kai, gathering the essence of the 9 provinces, utilizing the dragon veins of mountains and rivers as the furnace, tempered with the blood of emperors, and enduring 81 tribulations. Thus it was completed. On the day of its completion, all swords bowed in submission, and celestial phenomena occurred. It is a sacred artifact of humanity, only wieldable by the true sovereign. Taicang's breath became even more rapid. The name Imperial Sovereign's Command exuded grandeur and supremacy, while the Tai sword was indeed a national treasure. Chapter 1. The throne has come to me? In the year 2672 of the Great Qin Dynasty, Emperor Liuqian found himself gravely ill and urgently summoned his second son, Taicang, to the palace. A tempest brewed within the city of Chang'an. His Majesty has summoned the second prince to the palace. Does he intend to bestow the throne upon him? Though the second prince is the legitimate son of the late empress, his mother, Empress Zhao, passed away early, and her clan has withered. He himself possesses only mediocre talents. How could he possibly govern such a vast empire? Although the 9th prince, born of Empress Yi, is still young, he has the backing of the Yi family, and many officials in the court secretly align with him. How could this faction willingly concede the throne to the second prince? Moreover, besides Empress Yi, the other princes and princesses are all prodigies supported by noble families. His Majesty's actions may incite a bloody upheaval. The emperor is truly misguided. The realm of Great Qin is on the brink of chaos. Meanwhile, within the emperor's chamber, before the dragon bed, Liuqian placed the Imperial Jade Seal into Taicang's hands. The Great Qin is now yours. Taicang's gaze fell, the Jade Seal casting a shadow upon his pale visage. Father, you know I have no desire for the throne. Why must you? Huh? Liuqian suddenly emitted a hoarse, derisive laugh, his murky eyes fixed intently on Taicang. Within his gaze surged a tumult of emotions. A father's affection, a sovereign's reluctance, and a terrifying rage. Do not blame your father. Only you can ascend to that position the Li clan must endure. Li, now I am weary. As Liuqian uttered his final words, this sovereign who had ruled the Great Qin for 2 decades closed his eyes. From the palace to his own residence, Taicang remained in a daze, caressing the Imperial Jade Seal, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Just yesterday, he had been known as the virtuous prince of Great Qin, bearing the title of the late empress's legitimate son, yet distanced from the center of power, leading a reclusive life within his estate. His household boasted no soldiers, nor did he socialize with courtiers or engage in any factional disputes. All within the court knew that this second prince, Taicang, had no ambition for power, wishing only to live a life of leisure and wealth. Yet now, his father, that wise and illustrious monarch who had governed the Great Qin for 2 decades, had, in his final moments, entrusted the throne to him. Moreover, without affording anyone else a moment's reaction, he was immediately commanded to move into the palace with great fanfare. After a long while, having fully grasped the situation, Taicang slammed the Imperial Jade Seal onto his desk. You could have at least informed me of your intentions to pass on the throne. Now that it has been given, what difference is there between me and a mere puppet, possessing only the hollow title of emperor? The Imperial Guard's command insignia is withheld. The secret agents and spies are not delivered. Half of the court officials have aligned with others. Do you expect me to merely hold the Jade Seal and await my demise? Now, he bore the title of emperor, yet possessed no real power. The throne of the Great Qin has always been more than just a name. And he, Taicang, had fallen far behind. This vast dynasty, with its myriad noble families and sects, had long ceased to regard the court's laws with any measure of respect, establishing themselves as a nation within a nation. Beyond the borders, the iron cavalry of the Celestial Wolf dynasty trains relentlessly day and night, ever watchful, poised to march southward at any moment. Within the court, his royal brothers, unbeknownst to him, are backed by countless factions, unwilling to bow in submission. Yet, his father, the Emperor, has bestowed upon him nothing but an empty title. The commander of the Imperial Guard has not been formally handed over. The royal covert guards remain unintroduced, and not a single explicit edict has been left behind. He was merely summoned to the palace, where vague words were uttered before the Imperial Seal was thrust into his hands. Taicang can already envision the multitude of eyes, both within and outside his residence, fixed upon him. His royal brothers and the empress, Yi, are amassing power, determined not to relent easily. Moreover, even if Taicang were to relinquish the title of emperor, his fate would not be much better. For with the title comes a host of ambitious individuals who would wreak havoc in his name. The most favorable outcome would merely be to be confined to a palace until death. Upon contemplating this, Taicang let out a bitter smile and raised his hand to his forehead. Having traversed this realm for over 2 decades, he had initially harbored aspirations of seizing the throne. However, since the passing of his beloved mother, he has faced constant suppression from Empress Yi, and even his father, Liu Tian, has deliberately sought to diminish his status as the legitimate heir. Realizing that the throne was beyond his grasp, he had immersed himself in cultivation, distancing himself from worldly affairs, hoping to one day escape the royal confines and roam freely. Yet, 2 decades of training have proven insufficient, and his innate talent is not remarkable. Thus, he currently stands at the 7th level of the condensation realm. In this world, the cultivation levels are categorized into mortal, rhythm spirit, condensation, profound sea, master, grandmaster, and celestial being, each divided into 9 levels. As a 7th level practitioner in condensation, he may hold some standing in the martial world, but in the face of royal power struggles, he is no more than an insignificant ant. Those eminent figures could crush him with the slightest gesture. Perhaps a feigned death could be my escape. Taicang suddenly recalls a certain emperor of the Zhu surname from his past life. Once this thought materializes, it burgeons in his mind like wild grass. After all, they are indifferent to my life or death as long as. He swiftly contemplates the feasibility of his plan. All that is needed is an unforeseen inferno, a body rendered unrecognizable, and he could slip away like a cicada shedding its skin. With his 7th level cultivation and the martial arts of the royal family, he would have enough to start anew far from Chang'an. Once he departs from Chang'an, he would be as free as a bird soaring into the vast sky or a fish diving into the great ocean. The expanse of the Qin Empire is immense. If he were to conceal himself in the depths of the mountains and forests for a few decades, who would still care about a burned emperor? Envisioning a future of freedom, a glimmer of longing sparkles in Taicang's eyes, is feasible. However, just as he immerses himself in this delightful fantasy of the future, a sudden upheaval occurs. A deafening roar reverberates through his mind. The anguish and fury embedded in that voice nearly causes his heart to cease. The suffering of the world, the blood of myriad spirits cries out, will you save them or not? Boom! A violent wave of dizziness crashes over him, and darkness engulfs his vision as he nearly collapses to the ground. As his consciousness wavered, a chilling mechanical voice roused him from his stupor. Ding! The host has been detected as the Emperor, the Celestial Conquest System, is officially activated. The ultimate goal of the system, to forge an unparalleled celestial dynasty that spans myriad realms. A subtle aura of ruthlessness suddenly permeated the cold mechanical voice. Ding! Detection of the host's inclination to evade responsibility. The path of the sovereign, to advance or face annihilation. Please immediately rein in your frivolous thoughts, seize control of the cosmos, and conquer the starry seas. System? Taicang's pupils contracted sharply, his form momentarily stilled. However, after a brief shock, the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. You insolent thing, have you lost your way? For 20 years, you've made a fool of me. After a brief outburst, Li Taicang closed his eyes to take a deep breath. Upon reopening them, clarity flooded his gaze. His earlier outburst was merely a result of a long-awaited joy. Now, it was time to contemplate how to leverage the system to navigate his predicaments. System, dispense with the pleasantries and succinctly outline your functions. And do not be stingy with the novice gift package. The system comprises two primary functions. The first function is the sign-in feature, allowing the host to sign in once daily for random rewards, which may include extraordinary talents, enchanting beauties, cultivation insights, and magical artifacts. The second function involves task assignments. The system will periodically issue tasks, with rewards for completion and no penalties for failure. The potency of both features correlates directly with the host's dominion and the civilization's level under their reign. Ding! The system has issued a task. Ascend to the throne. Task objective: eliminate all obstacles preventing the host from claiming the imperial seat. Task rewards: talent, innate path, celestial eye of eternal tribulations, a century of cultivation, 3 summoning opportunities. Ding! The system has dispatched the novice gift package. Will you accept? Accept. Li Taicang felt his breath quicken. The system's functions were refreshingly straightforward. Simplicity and directness were indeed preferable. In his previous life, he found it irksome when systems devised obstacles for the host. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened, yielding the technique, Imperial Sovereign's Command, 1 summoning opportunity, extraordinary talent, and the Taicang sword. Imperial Sovereign's Command. In the primordial era, humanity was frail, oppressed by myriad races. The first emperor of humanity surveyed the land, grasped the will of the people, and with supreme fortune as the foundation, integrated the royal path, the collective will, and the laws of heaven and earth to create this unparalleled sacred text. When mastered, a single word could determine the cosmos. A single thought can quell all races. It is the very foundation of humanity's dominion. Taicang sword. In ancient times, when chaos reigned and humanity was weak, the master swordsmith, Oyezi, forged this blade from the copper of Mount Kai, harnessed the essence of the 9 provinces, and utilized the dragon veins of the land as a crucible, tempered with the blood of emperors, enduring 81 heavenly tribulations to ultimately create this sword. Upon its completion, all swords bowed in submission, and a celestial phenomenon occurred. It is a sacred artifact of humanity, only to be wielded by the true sovereign. Li Taicang's breath grew increasingly rapid. The Imperial Sovereign's Command was grand and majestic, while the Taicang sword was a national treasure. Chapter 2. Summoning the malevolent master Yuan Tiangang. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Changing his cultivation method required him to disperse his current energy and start anew. Yet, what he lacked the most at this moment was time. His royal residence was surrounded by layers upon layers of enemies, and at any moment, they could break through the door. If he were to disperse his energy and begin again now, it was likely that before he could even fully comprehend the new method, his head would be taken as a trophy. With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't even lift the Taicang sword, let alone wield its power. Possessing a supreme technique but being unable to utilize it felt akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, able to see and touch, yet utterly unable to consummate the experience. At this moment, the system chimed in with its insidious notifications. Detected the host's current state. Willing but powerless, damn it. Li Taicang snapped the pen he held in his hand. This wretched system seems intent on undermining my morale. Beep. Daily sign-in count has reset. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in quickly. Though gritting his teeth in frustration, a glimmer of hope surfaced in Li Taicang's heart. He hoped that this time, the item provided by the system would help him navigate through this crisis. Even if it only bought him some time, that would suffice. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a century of cultivation. Shall we proceed with the enlightenment now? Li Taicang paused for 3 seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. System. I admit my previous exclamation may have been a bit loud. Then, Li Taicang turned his gaze towards his dantian. There gathered was the culmination of his 20 years of arduous training. The true essence flowed within, a testament to his relentless efforts over 2 decades. 20 years of cultivation? Huh. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Li Taicang's lips. In the next instant, he clawed at his dantian with his fingers. A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from his 7 orifices, shattering the floor tiles of the entire room. Simultaneously, his cultivation plummeted like a deflated balloon, rapidly returning to the first realm of mortal existence. With the human emperor's suppression technique as the foundation, let the enlightenment commence. Taicang exhaled deeply and declared. It was merely 20 years of arduous training. To him, the original royal technique was far too weak. Even without this impending crisis, he would have unhesitatingly dispersed his energy to start anew. Beep. Enlightenment commencing. In an instant, a supreme power imbued with the laws of time and space enveloped Taicang. At the same time, he felt the human emperor's suppression technique begin to operate autonomously. Taicang seemed to see the first human emperor seated at the end of the river of time, casting him a meaningful glance. His mind swam, and he felt as though he had sat in that room for year upon year. Everything around him had come to a standstill, with only the human emperor's suppression technique in motion. Although the spiritual energy around him was being absorbed, it felt as if it could be drawn from infinitely, showing no signs of diminishing. Simultaneously, his cultivation continued to ascend. First realm of mortality, ninth realm of mortality, first realm of rhyme spirit, ninth realm of rhyme spirit, pinnacle of mastery. In the next moment, the supreme power of the law of time dissipated, and Taicang sprang to his feet. His eyes sparkled, his hair shimmered, and an overwhelming vitality surged around him. Even with the slightest movement, the air around him trembled in response. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, capable of crushing his former self with a mere finger. At the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the Grand Master level, he stood as the mightiest in a world devoid of celestial beings. In this era, the Grand Masters, being the revered ancestors of various sects, refrained from intervening unless the survival of their sects was at stake. Thus, the pinnacle of the Grand Master level became the most formidable force visible in the Great Qin Empire, with most clan leaders and sect masters residing within this realm. However, Taicang's status as a Grand Master was far from ordinary. Grounded in the Emperor's sovereignty technique, he felt capable of easily besting even the Grand Masters. Even if a celestial being were to descend, he believed he could hold his ground in battle. To transcend two major realms in combat is a hallmark of unparalleled martial arts. Does the Emperor's sovereignty technique not deserve its illustrious name? Moreover, his rapid ascent in cultivation bore no semblance of superficiality. Instead, his foundation was solid and unshakable. The system's enlightenment did not merely inject spiritual power into him, but rather encouraged him to cultivate independently. Taicang clenched his fists. The dynamic of offense and defense had shifted. The system once again displayed a prompt. Ding. The host is reminded that there is one opportunity left to summon a peerless talent. Would you like to proceed with the summoning now? Note: anyone summoned by the system will exhibit absolute loyalty. Summon them. Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling the surging power within him, and calmly commanded. After encountering the treasures the system had provided on 2 occasions, he was now convinced that the system's offerings were indeed of the highest quality. His safety was assured, and no one could usurp the throne from him. Thus, what he lacked most now were loyal subordinates. The vast territories of the Great Qin dynasty, with its capital Chang'an, were rife with currents of intrigue. Although he possessed immense power, he could not stretch himself too thin. Furthermore, as the sovereign of the dynasty, it was impossible for him to manage every affair personally. He required trusted aides and representatives. For instance, he would never resort to harming his own kin. As for gradually winning over local talents, he could not afford to wait for that. Moreover, human loyalty is notoriously fickle. Some may start as loyal and valiant, but later waver for personal gain, while others who initially appear treacherous may ultimately become steadfast loyalists. As he pondered, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host, for summoning the infamous hero, Yuan Tiangang. The infamous hero Yuan Tiangang. Taicang's spirit surged. This was not the Taoist from history, but rather the extraordinary rogue from the painting Xiang Yu series, who had played a game of fate over 3 centuries, contending against destiny itself. The pinnacle of the painting Xiang Yu series, unique. With 300 years of cultivation to suppress the present age, wielding the celestial sword to sever the threads of fate, he could transcend the heavens and foresee the rise and fall of a 1,000-year dynasty. To save the Li Tang dynasty, he contended against destiny, offering a flicker of hope to a dynasty on the brink of demise. Regrettably, apart from the illustrious Emperor Taizong, He had never encountered a worthy sovereign again, ultimately meeting a successor even less competent than a Dou. However, in this life, the infamous hero would not suffer such indignities. In his mind, Yuan Tiangang's profile gradually unfolded. Character: Yuan Tiangang. Cultivation level: peak of Grandmaster 9th stage. Technique: Tiangang Ju, the peak of the Grandmaster 9th stage. Li Taicang was taken aback. In the absence of transcendent beings, the Grandmaster stands as the mightiest. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Such a prodigy is indeed at my service. Li Taicang could hardly contain his excitement. System: when will the unruly general make his appearance? Ding. The host need only call his name. Where is the unruly general? As the words fell, a formidable force of time and space emerged. Bang. After a sound akin to a heartbeat, the space before Li Taicang suddenly distorted. A figure clad in black robes unfurled like ink in the void, and beneath the dark iron mask, blood-red cold light gleamed from his eyes. The figure knelt on both knees, reverently bowing to Li Taicang. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the iron mask. I, Yuan Tiangang, pay my respects to your highness. There is no need for such formalities. Li Taicang rose and assisted the unruly general to his feet. With the support of Yuan, how could my great ambitions falter? Observing the respectful demeanor of the unruly general, Li Taicang nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, a shadow flickered outside the door. Yuan Tiangang vanished into the darkness. Chapter 3. Dealing with the commander of the Imperial Guard, Your Highness. The commander of the Imperial Guard seeks an audience. The young eunuch Fuan bowed and reported, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. As Li Taicang's personal attendant, Fuan understood well the delicacy of his master's situation at this moment. The commander of the Imperial Guard? What business does he have here at such a time? Li Taicang narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them. Zhao Yi, a master of the 6th stage. He is an absolute confidant of my father, Emperor Liu Tian, loyal to a fault. The 30,000 Imperial Guards are entirely under his control. However, this man is only loyal to his emperor, and with his demise, Zhao Yi may now find himself uncertain of whom to serve. I have had no dealings with this man. Rather, the Yi family has often sought to win him over. His visit does not bode well. Li Taicang cast a glance at the Imperial seal resting on the table. Let him in. Li Taicang waved his hand. Ordinarily, he would keep a distance from such sensitive figures. After all, as a scion of the late empress, forming a connection with the commander of the Imperial Guards is akin to courting death. Moreover, given Zhao Yi's mastery at the 6th stage, he would hardly regard a prince of mediocre talents. Although he would still perform the customary greetings, Li Taicang could see the arrogance lurking in Zhao Yi's eyes. No one could tame this fierce tiger except for his emperor. But the situation had changed. Li Taicang now possessed the cultivation of the peak Grandmaster 9th stage. Figures like Zhao Yi could be effortlessly subdued. Furthermore, he had the support of Yuan Tiangang, a Grandmaster at the pinnacle. Should this fierce tiger dare to expose its fangs, it would face utter annihilation. Bang! However, just as Li Taicang pondered, the door to his study was forcefully pushed open. General, this is the study of the royal residence. Such rudeness is unacceptable. Fuan persistently urged the impatient Zhao Yi. Get out of my way. I have urgent matters to discuss with the second prince. Who are you? A mere eunuch, to interfere? What is there to announce when we have already arrived at the door? Zhao Yi approached with heavy steps, the muted clang of his dark golden armor echoing with each movement. He forcefully brushed aside the persistent Fuan and strode into the study like a mountain, his right hand resting ominously on the hilt of his sword. A flicker of cold light flashed in Li Taicang's eyes, and a sinister aura emerged from the shadows behind him. He scrutinized the somewhat disrespectful Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's formidable prowess was forged on the battlefield, exuding a palpable scent of blood, a testament to the countless lives that had contributed to his formidable presence. Indeed, he was a rare and valiant warrior, yet regrettably, he could not be utilized for my purposes. I have met His Highness, Zhao Yi stated. I beg your pardon for my armor, which prevents me from bowing fully. As Zhao Yi reached the center of the study, he casually cupped his hands in greeting. There was no trace of respect in his demeanor. Even this gesture seemed to stem from the bloodline of Liu Tian rather than genuine reverence. In armor? Then remove it. Li Taicang suddenly chuckled lightly. Zhao Yi, momentarily taken aback, responded, Your Highness jests. I am tasked with guarding the imperial city, and my armor must remain. I could have you kneel to speak. Li Taicang's tone was calm, yet his words were astonishing. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at Li Taicang. What did you say? This useless prince dares to demand my kneeling? What merit does he possess? If not for being the offspring of the emperor, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. Beside them, Fuan was already rendered speechless, his face trembling as he looked at Li Taicang behind the desk. He could not fathom how the usually gentle second prince would dare utter such words. You, Zhao Yi bellowed, his breath heavy with indignation. Just as he was about to erupt, Li Taicang raised his voice, his gaze sharp and piercing. I am the legitimate son of the late emperor, born of Empress Xiaoda. Given this identity, should you not kneel? You, Commander Zhao, are you not still a subject of the late emperor? You may either kneel and speak with me, or leave this royal residence. The study fell into an immediate silence. Zhao Yi's eyes widened with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet, the name of the late emperor still held him back from unleashing his wrath. Moreover, he had not forgotten the task at hand. With a resounding thud, Zhao Yi ground his teeth, sinking to his knees. The tiles cracked beneath him. I pay my respects to your highness. Li Taicang returned to a state of calm, his tone once more level. Commander Zhao, what brings you here at this late hour? Zhao Yi took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on the Imperial Jade Seal for a moment before he solemnly replied. The last emperor's edict designates the 9th prince as the heir to the throne. I have come to retrieve the Jade Seal. The 9th prince, the biological son of the empress, also holds the status of a legitimate heir, albeit far too young, at merely 4 years of age. He paused before continuing, furthermore, by the esteemed decree of the Empress Dowager, I request your highness to immediately proceed to Xinang Palace. Throughout his speech, his right hand remained firmly on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. As his words settled, the temperature in the study seemed to plummet, and an undercurrent of tension swirled in the shadows. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the source of this chill. Li Taicang observed the shift in Zhao Yi's terminology. Moments ago, he referred to it as the late emperor's edict, and now he had transformed it into the Empress Dowager's decree. Li Taicang did not exhibit anger, instead offering a soft chuckle. General Zhao, you are well aware that my father entrusted the throne to me. Why then do you feign compliance? What benefits has Lady Yi bestowed upon you, compelling a loyal general to harm the rightful heir? As the tension escalated, Zhao Yi shed his pretense, his countenance darkening. Your Highness, the situation is already set. The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and half of the Imperial Guards obey the Empress Dowager. His voice was heavy with resignation. Li Taicang rose slowly, grasping the Imperial Jade Seal. I never would have expected you, General Zhao, to follow the late emperor for so long, only to become a pawn of the Yi family. Zhao Yi's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He understood that his actions betrayed Li Yutian and acknowledged the treachery of his deeds. Yet, he felt he had no alternative. The second prince lacked any foundation and was incapable of wielding power. The lives of thousands of soldiers were at stake. The Yi family was formidable. Disobedience would lead only to doom. He was aware of the young 9th prince's vulnerability, knowing that the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly manipulate affairs from behind the curtain, allowing her relatives to dominate the court. However, history had shown that such occurrences were not unprecedented in the grand tapestry of the Qin dynasty. Ultimately, even if he chose not to comply, the second prince stood no chance of a comeback. His loyalty to the Empress Dowager would not significantly alter the circumstances. It would merely serve to stoke the flames further. Zhao Yi gripped his sword, his teeth clenched. Your Highness, please understand, I am merely following orders. Should you comply and go to Xinang Palace, you may yet preserve your life. Do you truly believe that? Li Taicang replied with mockery. Zhao Yi fell silent in response. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he was acutely aware of the Yi family's ruthless tactics. Those courtiers who opposed the Empress Dowager either met untimely deaths or vanished without a trace. If the second prince indeed went to Xinang Palace, the best outcome would be to leave behind a complete corpse. It seems your highness has no desire for dignity, Zhao Yi sighed, slowly drawing his blade. Prior to this encounter, he had received orders that if the second prince did not wish for dignity, then he would assist the second prince in maintaining it. However, just as his blade emerged 3 inches from its sheath, a tempest suddenly surged through the study. Preposterous, a cold voice thundered. And before Zhao Yi could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram. His heavy form was embedded into the stone wall. The iron armor shattered into fragments, scattering like paper across the ground. As the dust settled, Zhao Yi struggled to open his eyes, only to be horrified to discover a shadow had appeared beside Li Taicang. The figure was garbed in simple black attire, their face obscured by a bronze mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. A grandmaster? Zhao Yi coughed up blood, his voice rasping beyond recognition. After 2 decades on the battlefield, he had never encountered such a terrifying skill. In a single move, this individual rendered him, a 6th-level master, utterly defenseless. Moreover, his heart had already faltered, leaving him powerless to recover. This was merely the result of Yuan Tiangang not exerting full force. Otherwise, a mere flick of his hand could have reduced him to a mist of blood. Yuan Tiangang stood with his arms crossed, gazing down coldly upon the barely breathing commander of the Imperial Guards. How dare you draw your sword before the throne? The Imperial Guards outside the courtyard, alerted by the commotion, were about to rush in, only to witness Yuan Tiangang wave his sleeve, unleashing dozens of bursts of energy that pierced through the air. Those elite soldiers barely had time to utter a cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Yi gasped for breath, disbelief flooding his eyes. He finally comprehended why the second prince exuded such confidence. With a grandmaster at his command, who in the entire imperial city could challenge him? Could it be a hidden ace left by the late emperor for the second prince? Impossible. If the late emperor truly had control over a grandmaster, the noble families would not have allowed him to be in such a precarious position. Li Taicang approached Zhao Yi, stooping to pick up the fallen dagger. He gently caressed the blade and said indifferently, "I recall this dagger was bestowed upon you by our father, was it not? I offered you a chance. Yet you could not even fulfill the most basic loyalty to your sovereign." Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, a look of anguish crossing his face. He had devoted his life to the late emperor, only to develop treasonous thoughts in his final moments. He gazed at Li Taicang, a bitter smile forming within. No wonder the late emperor chose to pass the throne to the second prince. The ability to command a grandmaster was enough to reveal the terrifying depth and cunning hidden beneath the seemingly gentle demeanor of the second prince. "Your Highness, I have erred. I beseech you for another opportunity for myself and the Imperial Guards." Zhao Yi struggled to plead for mercy, yet he was met with Li Taicang's cold, scrutinizing gaze. "There is only one chance. The moment you chose to pledge allegiance to the Yi family, you should have anticipated this outcome." Before his words had fully dissipated, the dagger in Li Taicang's hand had already plunged into Zhao Yi's throat. Blood gushed forth. A disloyal general is of no use. Li Taicang withdrew the dagger, observing as Zhao Yi's eyes gradually dulled. "Fear not. Your journey to the Yellow Springs shall not be solitary. The entire Yi family will accompany you." Yuan Tiangang stepped forward at the opportune moment, whispering, "Your Highness, there are still 30 Imperial Guards outside. Eliminate them," Li Taicang commanded, casting the bloody dagger to the ground. "Send Zhao Yi's head to the Xinang Palace, as I will personally pay my respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow." "As you command." Yuan Tiangang bowed and turned to exit. Chapter 4. Summoning Gao Lishur. The Wang residence soon returned to silence, save for the rustling of the night breeze through the courtyard. Li Taicang surveyed his surroundings, observing the emptiness of the Wang residence, feeling a twinge of helplessness. For many years, he had deliberately maintained a low profile to conceal his brilliance, resulting in a lack of even a few capable guards within the estate. Now, as he sought to undertake significant matters, he found himself devoid of anyone to command. Turning to the side, he glanced at Fuan, the young eunuch, who was already pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Li Taicang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Apart from Yuan Tiangang, there is not a single capable person." Just then, the system presented a timely notification. Ding. The hour has passed. Sign-in attempts have been refreshed. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 1 summoning attempt. Would you like to summon immediately? You truly are like a worm in my belly. After enduring so much, Li Taicang had nearly deciphered the system's rules. The sign-in was not for random items. It was clearly tailored to provide him with whatever he desired. Summon immediately. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the renowned eunuch, Gao Lishur. Character, Gao Lishur. Cultivation, Pinnacle of the 9th Realm. Technique, Wuxiang Yin Fuging. The summoning of a eunuch. Observing Gao Lishur's attribute panel, he nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware of Gao Lishur's reputation as a trusted eunuch beside Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Historically, Gao Lishur was not only exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but also remarkably adept in handling affairs. Despite wielding immense power, he was neither tyrannical nor overbearing. Rather, he often counseled Emperor Xuanzong to govern diligently and care for the people. His capacity to endure the arrogance of Li Bai without harboring resentment was noteworthy. In the court, he worked harmoniously alongside renowned officials such as Yao Chong and Song Jing. In the imperial harem, he skillfully managed the relationship between Yang Guifei and Mei Fei. He consistently considered matters from Emperor Xuanzong's perspective. The trust that Emperor Xuanzong placed in him during his later years speaks volumes of Gao Lishi's excellence. Where is Gao Lishi? Amidst the flickering candlelight, a figure clad in a crimson robe appeared silently. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, with a fair complexion and a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. "This servant, Gao Lishi, greets your highness," he said, his voice steady and imbued with a unique softness. Li Taicang nodded in satisfaction. "Rise. From this day forth, you shall serve as my chief steward." As Gao Lishi stood, he glanced at Zhao Yi's lifeless body and the bloodstains on the ground. "Your highness need not worry. I shall handle these trivial matters appropriately." Fuan stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing enigmatic eunuch, witnessing as the latter waved his sleeve lightly, causing Zhao Yi's corpse and the bloodstains to vanish slowly. The adeptness displayed in this display of spiritual power confirmed him as a formidable master. At that moment, a sense of crisis arose within Fuan. The chief steward beside His Highness had supplanted his position. Moreover, for reasons unknown, His Highness displayed such trust in this sudden powerhouse. Having accompanied His Highness since childhood, he was oblivious to when His Highness had formed connections with such formidable figures. His Highness had concealed this from him entirely. Just as he pondered, Li Taicang called out to him, "Fuan." Fuan regained his senses, stammering, "Your Highness, forgive me." Gao Gongong's extraordinary abilities left this servant momentarily astonished. Li Taicang regarded him meaningfully. "Fuan, how long have you been with me?" Fuan respectfully knelt, reflecting for a moment, then replied with a smile. "This servant has attended to your highness since the age of 4, and it has now been 20 years. 20 years, Li Taicang softly echoed, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Fuan felt a surge of pride, regardless of whether his highness harbored suspicions of him. These 20 years of experience could not be erased. He had stood by his highness's side during countless humiliations inflicted by the Yi family. This newly arrived Gao Gongong could never replace his position. However, the next word spoken by Li Taicang sent a chill through him. "Have I not treated you well? Why would you betray me?" Fuan trembled, confusion and incredulity etched on his face. "Your Highness, what do you mean? This servant has devoted himself to serving you since entering the palace at 4, with unwavering loyalty for 20 years. Is that so?" Li Taicang replied coldly. Fuan's voice was hoarse, his tone fragmented. The servant understood that His Highness had been suppressed by the Yi family for many years, leaving him with unresolved frustrations. If taking the servant's life could provide some relief, then let it be so. His words were sincere, without any flaws to be found. Li Taicang let out a light laugh, sending a shiver down Fuan's spine. He could not comprehend why the second prince had changed so drastically after a single visit to the palace. In his memory, the second prince had always been gentle and elegant. Yet now, a mere sentence from him made Fuan tremble in fear. Li Taicang rose, looking down upon the kneeling Fuan with a cold voice. "To retreat is to advance, Fuan. You are not entirely useless. Even if you refuse to admit it, it matters not. The life of a mere servant requires no evidence for me to take. Mere suspicion suffices." Seemingly aware of his impending fate, Fuan slowly straightened up, the panic and grievance in his eyes gradually replaced by an indescribable complexity. He let out a deep sigh. "When did His Highness start doubting me?" Li Taicang's gaze was profound, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I have doubted since the beginning. My identity is sensitive, as the son of the late emperor. I am surrounded by layers of watchful eyes. Even the meals I consume must be tested for poison thrice, let alone the eunuchs who attend to me. How could they ever be trusted as allies? If you were associated with the late emperor, it would be somewhat better. Although he did not favor me, he would not seek my life. However, your background is too pristine, which inevitably places you outside his circle." Fuan fell silent for a moment, finally managing a bitter smile. "So His Highness has always been aware." Li Taicang approached slowly, gazing down at him. Fuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a sense of calmness had settled in his gaze. "Since your Highness has seen through me, why have you allowed me to remain until now?" Li Taicang chuckled softly. Because sometimes, a known spy is more valuable than an unknown enemy. If I were to eliminate you, their oppression over me would undoubtedly intensify, and at that point, I might lose even the most basic of freedoms, becoming no different from a confined beast. Fuan froze, then understood, his complexion paling slightly. Your Highness, you have always concealed your true capabilities for the sake of this moment? Li Taicang did not respond, merely turning towards the window, gazing into the dark night. For the sake of our master-servant bond, I shall grant you a swift end. Gao Lisher, see him off. Gao Lisher respectfully complied, placing his right hand gently upon Fuan's head. Before Fuan could even let out a cry, he collapsed to the ground like a broken doll, outwardly intact but internally shattered. Clean this up. Li Taicang adjusted his attire. It is time to enter the palace and prepare for the ascension. Chapter 5. Why Li Qin often had wise rulers meanwhile. The Xinang palace was ablaze with light. The empress Yi had changed into simple garments, her hair adorned with a white jade phoenix hairpin. Though she wore no makeup, her stunning beauty remained breathtaking in the candlelight. At that moment, she was gently cradling the ninth prince. The young prince, merely 4 years of age, was currently enveloped in a deep and sweet slumber, his delicate visage adorned with a faint smile. Your Highness, the night has grown deep, softly urged the maidservant. The empress, Yi, shook her head gently, her fingertips lightly caressing the prince's forehead. There is no rush. We have yet to receive word from Zhao Yi. I cannot sleep until the Imperial Seal is in my possession. She then lowered her gaze, admiring the serene expression on the prince's face, a rare tenderness glimmering in her eyes. Should this sight be witnessed by others, it would surely astonish them. The resolute Yi, known for her decisiveness, was displaying the countenance of a nurturing mother. There is no need for concern, Your Highness, the maid reassured. Commander Zhao has always been reliable, and you know well that the second prince shuns that position like a venomous viper. Before she could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A panicked eunuch knelt at the entrance. I report to your majesty, there has been an incident at the Wang residence. Ye's expression shifted dramatically, yet her hand continued its soothing motion undisturbed. After entrusting the sleeping child to a maid, she inquired in a cold tone, explain clearly, what has transpired? In that moment, her authority was palpable. The softness that once graced her features vanished, replaced by an intimidating sternness. The head of Commander Zhao was delivered to the palace gates, accompanied by a letter stating that the second prince intends to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow. Yi abruptly stood, her hands trembling slightly within her sleeves. However, she quickly regained her composure. Summon Minister Yi. He must enter the palace to discuss matters at once. Pausing, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Also, bring forth the family of Fuan. Once the others had retreated, Yi whispered, Li Taicang, do you believe that with a grandmaster backing you, you can overturn fate? The power of the Yi family is beyond your imagination. This realm shall belong solely to my Yuaner. No one can take it from us. Minister Yi, also known as Yi Qingzhou, the current head of the Yi family and Ye's elder brother, strode boldly through the palace gates, his crimson official robes strikingly visible in the night. According to the laws of the Great Qin, an outsider intruding upon the inner palace, even to visit a sister, was an act of treason. The consequences could range from banishment to the execution of the entire family. Yet, he entered without fear. The guards and palace attendants, upon seeing the figure in red, dared not impede him. Instead, they averted their gazes, bowing their heads as they passed by. Inside the Xinang palace, Yi had already dismissed her attendants. Upon seeing Yi Qingzhou enter, she quickly approached, her expression grave. Brother, Zhao Yi has been killed. Yi Qingzhou nodded, signaling her to remain calm. I am already aware of the situation. The silent assassination of Zhao Yi at the Wang residence could not have been accomplished by a single individual. Do not panic. The likelihood of a grandmaster's involvement is exceedingly low. Our intelligence network has yet to report any grandmaster departing from their stronghold. Moreover, given Li Taicang's current predicament, what promises could he offer a grandmaster? Zhao Yi, a formidable 6th-level master, was renowned for his prowess on the battlefield. Typical masters would find it impossible to contend with him, even those of a higher level. Yet, Zhao Yi had perished within a short span at the Wang residence. Curiously, throughout the entire ordeal, not a single sound of combat was heard. It is well known that when masters engage in battle, the residual shockwaves alone could devastate half of the royal estate. I surmise that at least 3 peak masters conspired to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, These three masters hail from different factions. The ability to mobilize several masters to protect Li Taicang cannot belong to a single force. Masters are the backbone of any faction. And peak masters, in particular, are typically the foremost leaders of their respective clans. It is impossible for them to abandon their posts. Thus, it stands to reason that several sects and families have allied to support Li Taicang. The motives are crystal clear. Should Li Taicang ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly suppress the Yi family. The Yi family's current standing has drawn the attention of many. If the ninth prince were to take the throne, the Yi family would gain even more prominence, a scenario that many would prefer to avoid, especially those factions that are merely a notch weaker than the Yi family. Brother, what shall we do? The tone of Yi Ho was tinged with unease, her fingers unconsciously digging into her palm. A few masters in themselves may not pose a significant threat, but the forces they represent warrant caution. All are intent on stepping atop the Yi family to seize power. Yi Qingzhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze steely. Isn't Li Taicang coming to the palace to pay his respects? Then let us set a trap for him. He immediately dispatched the Imperial Guards to encircle the palace. And I will arrange for 4 elders and 2 guardians of the Yi family to enter. After a brief pause, he added, to be prudent upon my return, I shall awaken the Grandmaster Ancestor. Tomorrow, at the spirit altar of Li Yutian, shall be his final resting place. After leaving the imperial harem, Yi Qingzhou did not return to the prime minister's residence, but instead made his way directly to the forbidden grounds of the Yi family's rear mountains. At this moment, outside a secret chamber, Yi Qingzhou humbly knelt on the ground. Unfilial descendant Yi Qingzhou seeks an audience with the ancestor. After a lengthy wait, the heavy door of the chamber opened silently. Yi Qingzhou crawled inside, and in the dim candlelight, he beheld an elderly man with hair as white as snow seated on a mat. The old man's figure was frail, yet he exuded an unfathomable aura. Have you disturbed my seclusion? Has the Yi family fallen into calamity? Yi Qingzhou dared not lift his gaze and spoke in a low voice. I report to you, esteemed ancestor, that Li Taicang appears to have the support of a grandmaster, openly slaying our trusted Zhao Yi. I, your grandson, audaciously beseech the ancestor to emerge and take command. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, though the candlelight was dim. Yi Qingzhou could still feel the piercing gaze of the Yi family's ancestor. This is a grandmaster, the pinnacle of martial prowess in the land of Deqin. This is also the foundation upon which the Yi family stands resilient. Are you not aware of the rule that forbids grandmasters from intervening in the succession struggle? Do you think that because the Li royal family is weak, the Yi family can act with impunity? Yi Qingzhou kept his head bowed in silence, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, tacitly acknowledging the truth of the statement. He indeed held such thoughts. Over the years, the Yi family's influence had expanded significantly. As the esteemed prime minister, he oversaw the affairs of the court. His sister was the empress, and the majority of officials in the court were under the banner of the Yi family. Even Zhao Yi, the commander of the imperial guards at the 6th level of mastery, belonged to the Yi family. At one moment, he even entertained the thought of usurpation. However, the immediate priority was to ensure his nephew ascended the throne. Noticing his silence, the elder let out a cold snort. Do you believe that after so many years of turmoil, the Li Qin dynasty remains unshaken by mere chance? Yi Qingzhou felt a jolt within, pondering this question himself. He had thought it was merely due to the dynasty's enduring fate, believing that a wise ruler would inevitably emerge every few generations to prolong its legacy. The aged figures in the ancestral shrine, though indifferent to worldly affairs, would not tolerate any attempts to undermine the foundation of the Li Qin. Before he could finish his thought, the elder suddenly erupted into a violent cough. To Yi Qingzhou's astonishment, he noticed a trace of blood at the corner of the elder's mouth. Elder, what is happening? It is of no concern. Many years ago, when I was still the head of the Yi family, I sustained these old wounds during a confrontation with those in the ancestral shrine. Yi Qingzhou felt as though he had been struck by lightning. It dawned on him that the elder had long tested the limits of the royal family's authority. Only the Li Qin royal family is fit to occupy the throne. Fortunately, the Yi family had the 9th prince as their heir. The elder slowly opened his murky eyes. Do you think the royal family is truly oblivious to your machinations within the court? Yi Qingzhou felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that his actions over the years, forming factions and eliminating rivals, were likely conducted under the royal family's tacit approval or even encouragement. If the royal family possesses such profound depth, why would they tolerate a foolish ruler leading the nation astray? Why would they sit idly by while power-hungry ministers seized control? The elder of the Yi family chuckled softly. This is the imperial strategy of the Li Qin dynasty. They regard external relatives, powerful ministers, and eunuchs as a crucible for tempering their monarchs. Yi Qingzhou's pupils constricted as he recalled the accounts of illustrious rulers from the Li Qin in historical texts. Each had thrived in an environment surrounded by powerful ministers. This was also one of the reasons they forbade grandmasters from interfering in the succession struggle. Grandmasters possess extraordinary strength, which serves not as a whetstone, but as a guillotine. Take, for instance, my 4-year-old heir from the Yi family. If he grows up to counter the Yi family, he will undoubtedly become a formidable monarch. If he cannot, it matters little. The next generation will suffice. Otherwise, do you think the Li Qin dynasty can produce wise rulers every few generations by mere coincidence? Return now. This matter is beyond my intervention. Remember, the Yi family may hold considerable power, but we must never covet that position. Observing the still unsettled Yi Qingzhou, the elder of the Yi family spoke meaningfully. Rest assured, as long as the Yi family does not aspire to that position, even if you were to create a storm, those old fellows would not intervene. Moreover, this time, they will stand by the Yi family. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Qingzhou felt a sudden rush, as if an invisible force had propelled him out of the secret chamber. He meticulously pondered the elder's final statement. Would the royal family's profound legacy truly stand alongside the Yi family? Why? Could it be? Yi Qingzhou's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. A terrifying conjecture emerged in his mind. If the elder's words held any truth, there could only be one possibility. The Li Taicang indeed had the support of a grandmaster, which had already breached the royal family's ironclad rule against interference in the succession struggle. Zhao Yi was not struck down by a surprise attack from a grandmaster. Rather, he had met his end by a single blow from a grandmaster. Chapter 6. The princes are not simple. Several hours ago, as Yuan Tiangang struck down Zhao Yi, deep within the grand ancestral temple, beneath the golden statue of the great Emperor Gao of the Qin dynasty, 5 frail and aged figures gradually materialized. The oppressive aura they exuded caused the candle flames to flicker gently. The sudden surge of power from the royal residence gathered these venerable ancestors of the imperial lineage together. The elder on the far left gazed towards the direction of the royal estate. The grandmaster has taken action. When did the second prince attract such figures? The elder on the right spoke coldly. The ancestral decree explicitly states that the struggle for succession must not rely on foreign forces, nor should anyone above the Grand Master intervene. How audacious of Li Taicang! The elder in the center slowly rose, his ancient voice laced with an uncontainable chill. The regulations set by the founding emperor were intended to prevent descendants from inviting wolves into the fold. It appears this prince finds our Li family's reign too secure. Let us go and see which family's master has come forth. As if our Li Qin royal house is devoid of capable individuals. The 5 figures simultaneously stepped forward, vanishing into the depths of the temple. Outside, the guards stationed at the temple suddenly knelt, feeling an overwhelming chill sweep through their bodies. Struggling to lift their heads, they beheld several elderly figures, typically seen tidying the temple, now seemingly walking on air, surrounded by ethereal dragon-like apparitions. Sweat poured down their faces in torrents. Masters of the Grand Master level. Unbeknownst to them, 5 formidable Grand Masters resided within the temple, and they were all of the Li Qin royal lineage. The elder on the right furrowed his brow slightly, waving his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of more than a dozen guards exploded simultaneously. The elder wiped his hands in disgust. I have long found them displeasing. Even the sacred grounds of the temple have become a sieve. The younger generation truly seems to regress with each passing day. This night is destined to be sleepless. In the residence of the first prince, for young men were engaged in serious discussion within a secret chamber. The eldest, first Prince Li Taiqian, wore a grave expression and spoke in a low voice. According to confidential reports from the palace, our father has entrusted the Imperial Seal to the second prince, observing that their forthcoming words may be considered treasonous. Fifth Prince Li Taiyan remained silent for a long time before suddenly rising, his demeanor serious. Brothers, you know my nature. Over the years, I have refrained from participating in court intrigues. I must beg your pardon as I cannot accompany you today. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Fourth Prince Li Taiheng shot him a sidelong glance, rebuking sharply. Stop. Fifth brother, do you think you can remain uninvolved now? Fifth prince halted, his back turned to the others, his shoulders trembling slightly. Fourth prince Li Taiheng rose and stepped closer to fifth prince. Fifth brother, you are too naive. The Yi family has long sought to support the ninth prince's ascent, aiming to seize complete control of the court. In that scenario, we, the adult princes, would surely be seen as thorns in their side, to be swiftly removed. The first prince slammed his hand down on the table, speaking coldly. Fifth brother, do you remember how concubine Shun and eighth brother met their demise a year ago? Just because eighth brother inadvertently upset ninth brother while playing. The Yi matriarch found an excuse to have them both executed. In the eyes of the Yi family, we are no better than pigs and dogs. Third prince Li Taiming echoed in agreement. Fifth brother, even if you truly harbor no desire for power, the fate of our second brother serves as a cautionary tale. The Yi family will not spare any adult prince. The fifth prince, Li Taiyan, turned away, his countenance ashen. Indeed, his second brother, Li Taicang, remained withdrawn, shunning factions and self-interest. Yet what has become of him? He has merely become a victim of power. Now he endures the tempest unleashed by the Yi family. Should the ninth prince, born of the Yi empress, ascend the throne, the Yi family will undoubtedly eliminate all adult princes who pose a threat to the ninth prince's position. The fifth prince, Li Taiyan, lamented. But what can we do? The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and a significant portion of the imperial guards are in their hands. Thus, we must unite. The eldest prince lowered his voice. Since our father could bestow the imperial seal upon the second brother, he must have left him with a hidden card. Tomorrow, the second brother enters the palace. Rather than await our demise, we should. He did not finish. Yet all present comprehended his intent. Suddenly, the third prince produced a confidential letter from his sleeve. I have already contacted my master. The Xiantian sect is willing to dispatch 2 elders of the 6th realm to assist us. The Xiantian sect ranks among the foremost sects of the Great Qin, with its master possessing peak mastery, and it harbors numerous grandmasters among its ancestors. The fourth prince interjected. My maternal clan holds some influence in Jiangnan, when necessary. I can mobilize 8,000 private soldiers. The fourth prince's maternal family, the Zhao clan, possesses wealth rivaling nations, though it has waned under the Yi family's oppression over the years. Nevertheless, it still possesses formidable underpinnings. The fifth prince sighed, gritting his teeth. I am weak. Yet the guardians my maternal family has left me include a master of the 5th realm. The eldest prince nodded in agreement. I have secretly contacted the commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army. He has explicitly expressed his opposition to the Yi Empress's interference in governance. The commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army is a master of the 8th realm, commanding 200,000 valiant soldiers. Though they have clashed with the Yi family multiple times, their responsibilities at the frontier prevent them from acting recklessly. The 4 princes exchanged glances, each perceiving the resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Tomorrow's morning court shall be the moment of reckoning. If the Yi Empress dares to openly defy our father's will, she must not blame us for disregarding royal decorum. Observing their expressions, the third prince chuckled lightly. Let us not be overly pessimistic. Even a hardliner like Zhao Yi could be removed. So the leverage in our second brother's hands must hold significant weight. Upon these words, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the eyes of the other 3 princes. The atmosphere in the secret chamber grew palpably tense. The facade of brotherly camaraderie that had prevailed moments ago shattered in an instant. Beneath the dim flicker of candlelight, the shadows of the 4 princes resembled 4 coiled dragons, biding their time for transformation. Although they tacitly refrained from mentioning the succession to the throne, each understood that once the Yi Empress was toppled, the true contest would commence. After all, who does not covet that exalted position? Despite the decline of his maternal clan, the eldest prince had served in the military at the frontier in his youth, forging bonds with the commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army. He held the trump card of the Northern Army, and the might of 200,000 soldiers would suffice to intimidate both court and commoners alike. The third prince is bolstered by the support of the Xiantian sect, a formidable force in the contemporary realm, boasting several masters and wielding significant influence in the martial world. Not only is the third prince a beloved disciple of the sect's grand elder, but he has also forged a close bond with the sect leader's daughter, further solidifying their relationship. In contrast, the fourth prince's maternal clan has long established its presence in Jiangnan. Despite facing severe oppression from the Yi family, they still managed to maintain a private army of 8,000 soldiers. These are not mere mortal troops. They are elite warriors imbued with formidable powers. Moreover, this private army does not represent the entirety of the Zhao family's strength. Even the seemingly most vulnerable fifth prince, Li Tian, is guarded by a master of the fifth level. Such a master is a distinguished guest wherever they go, and the willingness to protect Li Tian speaks volumes about the formidable forces lurking behind him. Of course, within the minds of these princes, the seemingly unassuming Li Taicang is equally enigmatic. To endure in the shadow of the Yi family for so many years and then suddenly reveal his claws must indicate he possesses some formidable backing. With the imperial seal of the nation in hand and the late emperor's decree, he holds a distinct legal advantage. What is even more disconcerting is the ability to quietly eliminate a master like Zhao Yi. The hidden forces behind such actions are likely far more powerful than anyone can imagine. This is precisely the terrifying aspect of the Liqin royal family, which seems to produce a rejuvenating leader every few generations. The princes must navigate this whirlpool of power to survive, either growing through conflict or becoming stepping stones for others to ascend. Those who are incompetent often meet their demise before they can even claim the throne. Ultimately, those who ascend to power are invariably the dragons among men, having weathered trials and tribulations. As for the sons of Liu Tian, while they may appear to lament the Yi family's rise to power, their fates are not as sealed as one might think. Even in failure, they possess the means to retreat to their strongholds and then reclaim the central plains. Without the anomaly that is Li Taicang, even the Empress Yi and her ninth son, Li Taiyuan, may struggle to maintain their positions. None of Liu Tian's sons are to be underestimated. Chapter 7. The contrasting choices of two princesses in the Liqin royal family. Ambition is not confined to men alone. Within the residence of the sixth princess, she declared, "I can no longer remain in Chang'an. Immediately escort me out of the city. Once the situation here is clearer, I shall return with an army." Clad in agile attire, Li Yegong issued her orders gravely to the cloaked figures before her. She had just received the news of Zhao Yi's demise at the second prince's residence. All parties had been closely monitoring someone of Zhao Yi's caliber, especially given his visit to the second prince's abode that night. It was evident to discerning eyes that he had gone to deal with the second prince. Yet, he had departed with a contingent of imperial guards, and upon his return, only a single attendant hurried towards the Xinang palace, the scent of blood unmistakable. Zhao Yi's head had been sent out from the second prince's residence. The ability to slay a master of the sixth level with such ease reveals the depth of my second brother's concealment. Li Yegong felt a shiver. She had never anticipated that the most overlooked second prince harbored such immense power. In her memory, her second brother was merely a weak and mediocre young man, one who bore an apologetic smile even when bullied. Once, she derided the notion that such a person could possess royal blood and occupy the status of a legitimate heir. Yet now, her perspective has transformed. Conceal the dragon and guard the blade. In her heart, Li Taicang now looms more fearsome than anyone else. The empress and her several imperial brothers are not to be underestimated. Remaining in Chang'an to navigate their schemes would yield little hope of success. The eldest prince, well connected with the commander of the Northern Army, would undoubtedly leverage this relationship. When the court descends into chaos, it will present the opportune moment for this palace to march into the capital under the pretense of purging the usurpers and seizing the throne. Li Yegao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her mother was a princess of the Tianlang dynasty, and the grasslands were her maternal homeland. This lineage rendered Li Yegao's status among the numerous princes and princesses uniquely significant. Even though the courtiers feigned utmost respect, their disdain and contempt for her were palpable in their gazes. Even her biological father, Liu Tian, never spared her a glance. In the eyes of many, a daughter of a foreign tribe, with the blood of the former emperor coursing through her veins, was no different from a tainted royal lineage. Yet, Li Yegao harbored no feelings of inferiority. She believed her bloodline to be the most illustrious. What could those narrow-minded individuals comprehend? Within her veins flowed the blood of two great royal houses, the essence of true nobility. Li Yegao retrieved a bronze wolf talisman from her bosom and handed it to the cloaked figure. "Time is of the essence. Dispatch someone at once to the Tianlang dynasty, instructing my uncle to mobilize 30,000 iron cavalry to stand by at the border. Ensure they are the elite Songlong guards." After a brief pause, she added, "Additionally, inform my uncle that I am vying for that position." As she spoke, she gestured toward the palace. Li Yegao was acutely aware of her advantages. with the Zhang guards as her formidable cavalry and the influence she had secretly cultivated over the years. She had a chance to prevail in this struggle for succession. Now, let us exit through the secret passage. Before departing, she stood in the courtyard, taking one last look at the princess's residence where she had spent over 20 years. Under the moonlight, her gaze reflected a fervent madness. When I return to Chang'an, I shall undoubtedly become the third empress of the Great Qin. Ambition ignited within her heart. She could almost envision herself adorned in the dragon and phoenix imperial robes. In the royal lineage of Great Qin, the throne was coveted not only by princes, but also by princesses. History had shown that it was not solely the princes who could ascend to that exalted position. The illustrious Empress Xiaoming from 13 centuries ago and Empress Jinghe 6 centuries past were both formidable sovereigns. If they could achieve such greatness, why could not Li Yegao? In the misty reign of Jiangnan, within an elegant courtyard built by the water, the seventh princess, Li Fuyao, lay languidly in a rocking chair, gnawing on a chicken leg. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, the chicken leg pausing in midair. Had her biological father passed away? Li Fuyao was the seventh princess of Great Qin. Her mother a legitimate daughter of the esteemed Su family from Jiangnan. During Li Yutian's southern expedition, he had fallen in love at first sight with the talented and beautiful Su lady, leading to her birth. As a fusion of royal and Jiangnan lineage, Li Fuyao possessed bright eyes and a fair complexion, exuding an ethereal grace, and was cherished deeply by Li Yutian. In stark contrast to the indifferent Li Yega, Li Fuyao was indeed adored to the utmost degree. Even the Su family had risen to parity with the Zhao family in Jiangnan. As for Li Fuyao herself, she epitomized the very essence of languid elegance. She would lie down if possible, sit if she must, and eschewed standing at all costs, spending her days indulging in the exploration of culinary delights from various locales. Her recent departure from Chang'an to Jinling was purely motivated by a weariness of northern cuisine, yearning instead to savor the flavors of Jiangnan. However, she bore another identity, that of the empress of the great Xian Phoenix dynasty, her realm transcending the heavens in ways unfathomable. To her, dynasties like the Qin were but a mere drop in the ocean. In days of yore, to fend off formidable foes, she had willingly sacrificed herself for her nation, leaving behind only a wisp of her soul to reincarnate. The sovereign guards the borders. The ruler sacrifices for the state. She had always believed this to be a matter of course. Yet, she pondered how the great Xian Phoenix dynasty fared now. It was only 3 days prior that she began to awaken fragments of her memory, unveiling her true lineage. Alas, with Li Yutian's prodigious talent, it was a pity to be ensnared within such a diminutive realm as the Great Qin. Was power truly more alluring than martial prowess? As she gnawed on a chicken leg, a sigh escaped her lips. The stark contrast between her weathered gaze and the grease at the corner of her mouth was striking. Despite her extraordinary insights, she never underestimated the people of this world. In her eyes, the limitations of the world could not obscure the brilliance of these gifted individuals. Were they placed in the upper realms, those standing atop this world would still command respect. Take Li Yutian, for instance. A figure of such grandeur would undoubtedly be a revered leader in their realm. Just moments ago, the bloodline of this body stirred, revealing to her that the biological father of this form had passed away. She lamented the plight of such a prodigy, trapped in a world where even transcending the heavens was a formidable challenge. The Lady Yu was likely to ascend, but the brothers of this body were no trifling characters, each one steeped in darkness, a testament to the universality of intrigue across realms. Truly, nothing in this world is new. As an empress, she was far too familiar with such individuals. In the relentless pursuit of power and profit, even kin could be exploited and betrayed. Images of several princes flickered in her mind. Though they concealed their intentions well, she could discern their profound cunning and ruthless strategies. Among them, however, her second brother stood out as a rare beacon of integrity. Regrettably, his sensitive position would not spare him from the Lady Ye's machinations. In her memories, Li Taicang was always humble and courteous, devoted to cultivation, never entangled in the strife for power. He treated his siblings with a measure of kindness, albeit not devoid of ulterior motives. It is worth noting that even the father who cherished him harbored intentions to court the Su family. A good person born into royalty is destined for tragedy. Yet, the restoration of her cultivation would require time. A virtuous soul should not meet such an end. She discarded the chicken bone, stretched languidly, and her figure gradually faded, leaving only the rocking chair swaying gently. Consider it a consequence of this body. Li's nature had always been carefree and untroubled, indifferent to the constraints of worldly laws. Had it not been for her transcendent disposition, she would not have chosen, in times of peril, to sacrifice herself for the preservation of an entire dynasty. Though her cultivation has yet to be fully restored, with her current strength, safeguarding an ordinary person in secrecy is merely a trifling task. Chapter 8. To perish beneath this sword is your honor. Accompanied by various reactions, within a mere night, the city of Chang'an was enveloped in an ominous atmosphere. As dawn broke, the highly scrutinized estate of the second prince slowly opened its crimson gates. Taicang stepped forth with measured grace, followed closely by a eunuch clad in crimson and a figure draped in a black cloak. His stride was steady and composed, a far cry from the caution he once exhibited. In one hand, he held the Imperial Seal, its lustrous white surface boldly displayed for all to see. With the appearance of the trio, the hidden spies in various corners held their breath. Some hastily turned to relay the news, while others remained concealed, observing intently. Although Taicang and his companions paid them no mind, an inexplicable sensation gripped the spies, as if their very lives hung precariously on the whims of the trio. The desolate street was eerily silent, with only the footsteps of the three echoing clearly. Taicang maintained his unwavering gaze, proceeding directly towards the palace. His expression was as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of tension or fear. Yet, all were acutely aware that the legitimate son of the late emperor and empress Zhao Di was poised to unleash a cataclysmic tempest. As they approached the thoroughfare leading to the palace, a contingent of imperial guards obstructed their path. The leading officer was a trusted confidant of Zhao Yi, cognizant of his superior's misfortune. However, he could not defy the orders from above, and thus, with trepidation, he stepped forward to block Taicang. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has commanded." Before he could finish, the cloaked figure raised his gaze slightly, and a cold glint flashed from beneath the mask. Instantly, the officer felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, swallowing the remainder of his words and bowing his head to clear the way. Taicang continued his steady advance, unfazed by the interruption. Not far away, on the uppermost floor of a tea-house, four princes stood leaning against the railing. They observed Taicang and his companions with expressions laden with significance. The eunuch exuded an aura of a high-ranking master, while the cloaked figure was inscrutable even to me. It is highly likely he is a peak master. A powerful master beside the princes spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to the cloaked figure. It remains uncertain which sect he hails from. Peak masters are generally the heads of various esteemed families and sections. They are but a hair's breadth from becoming grand masters, retreating into seclusion after their breakthrough, thus solidifying their family's foundation. Such individuals seldom intervene lightly. The reason for this black-cloaked figure's concealment is likely to obscure his sect's identity. The third prince remarked with a knowing tone. "It appears that my second brother has not truly shunned worldly affairs these past years." The fifth prince, Liang, furrowed his brow and replied, "The price my second brother has paid to enlist a peak master's aid must be considerable." The fourth prince snorted softly, his voice tinged with evident discontent. It could also be a trump card left to him by father. Indeed, father shows favoritism, bestowing such a formidable ally upon him. The first prince narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly, "Esteemed elders, I implore you to ensure the safety of my second brother." The esteemed masters did not respond immediately. Instead, they simultaneously cast their gazes towards the princes they were accompanying. The three princes nodded in silent agreement. Upon receiving the signal, figures swiftly emerged from the tea-house's windows. Their movements were astonishingly swift, so much so that even the formidable masters of the Xianhai realm could scarcely discern their forms, merely catching fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures. In an instant, these masters had appeared behind Taicang and his entourage. The leading elder in gray robes stepped forward and clasped his fists in greeting. "Your Highness, your brothers have sent us to assist you." Taicang seemed to have anticipated this, casting a subtle glance in the direction of the tea-house. The perceptive fifth prince, Liang, furrowed his brow. "Did our second brother just glance at us?" "Nay, fifth brother, you must be mistaken. This place is enveloped by a concealment array. Relax. We are merely here to observe. Regardless of the outcome between our second brother and the empress, it shall benefit us." In truth, the four princes had reached a consensus. They would not venture into the palace themselves. The palace, managed meticulously by the Yi family, was fortified beyond measure, and they would not risk their safety. Sending a few masters to assist Li Taicang was the extent of their capabilities. Moreover, in a clandestine agreement prior to their departure, the four princes had issued identical secret orders to the masters they dispatched, instructing them to strike as soon as Li Taicang and the empress were mutually weakened, eliminating both sides. At that point, they would each contend for the throne based on their own merits. The first prince, Li Taiqian, narrowed his eyes. Gentlemen, the show is about to commence. A brief silence enveloped the tea house. Each of the four princes harbored their own thoughts. Yet they tacitly refrained from revealing the unspoken plan. As the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Regardless of what transpires within the palace today, they were fully prepared. However, an unexpected turn of events was imminent. Li Taicang regarded the masters with indifference. What promises have my brothers made to your family? His tone was brusque, causing the masters to frown in response. The elder in gray furrowed his brow. Your Highness, it would be prudent to focus on your own affairs. We are here under orders to assist you in dealing with the empress. Yuan Qing, eliminate them. As you command. Before the words had fully escaped, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The overwhelming force of the Tian gang descended like a torrential rain, and the masters could not react in time before their heads were severed. These renowned high-ranking masters of the great Qin dynasty met their demise in an instant. Crash! The four princes in the tea house sprang to their feet, shattering their teacups in the process. The first prince, Li Taiqian, turned pale. A grandmaster. How could our second brother have summoned a grandmaster to act? The ability to instantly annihilate so many masters could only be attributed to a grandmaster. The third prince, Li Taiming, trembled, exclaiming, "This is impossible." It is important to note that the forces backing them also had grandmasters in their ranks, yet no matter how they pleaded, they were met with the resolute response that grandmasters would not interfere in the struggle for the throne. They remain oblivious to the profound sacrifices that Li Taicang must have made to sway the Grand Master. Just as their astonishment peaked, the crimson-robed eunuch beside Li Taicang vanished without a trace. Alarmed, the fifth prince, Li Tian, was the first to react, but it was already too late. Your Highnesses, follow me, he commanded. In the next instant, a tempestuous wind enveloped them, whisking them away from the tea house. It was only then that they realized the eunuch who had been shadowing Li Taicang was a master at the pinnacle of his craft. Their own realms barely grazed the Xianhai level. Though they were indeed prodigies, they were still a considerable distance from true mastery, especially in the presence of one capable of leading a sect. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves standing before Li Taicang. Their faces turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It dawned on them that they had committed a grave error by dispatching their guardian masters, only to have them slain by that ominous figure clad in black, leaving them utterly unprotected. This oversight had permitted the red-robed eunuch to capture them so effortlessly. The first prince, Li Taiqian, was the first to regain his composure, suppressing his inner dread, and in a somber tone, he queried, "Second brother, what is the meaning of this? We benevolently dispatched masters to assist you, yet you incite the Grand Master to unleash his wrath? Are you aware of the powerful figures backing those masters?" The third prince, Li Taiming, inhaled deeply, his expression as dark as stormy waters. 5 esteemed masters have perished here. Is this a grave mistake of your own making, second brother? The forces behind them will not let this go unpunished. Confronted by his brother's inquiries, Li Taicang maintained his calm demeanor. He spoke slowly, his voice as cold as ice. The Marshal of the North, the Xiantian sect, the Zhao clan, the hidden sections. With each name he uttered, the expressions of the 4 princes darkened further. What promises did you extend to them? Ceding territory? Trafficking in human lives? Or perhaps surrendering the very lifeblood of the court? The 4 princes' faces paled. Even though they had established cordial relations with these powerful factions, it was far from sufficient to command such esteemed masters to act on their behalf. They had made numerous promises as well. The first prince had assured the Marshal of the North command over the northern territories as autonomous regions. The third prince had granted the Xiantian sect access to the royal family's secret cultivation texts. The fourth prince had pledged the entirety of the Jiangnan shipping taxes to the Zhao clan. The fifth prince had even promised the hidden sects the liberty to select royal offspring as their disciples. However, they were confident that once they ascended to the throne, they could compel these factions to relinquish their claims. Suddenly, the fourth prince, Li Taiheng, let out a chilling laugh, forcing himself to remain composed. Why must you feign righteousness here, second brother? If you could summon the Grand Master to act, surely you have paid a price. Let me guess. Is it for co-ruling the world? Upon hearing this, Li Taicang's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. This smile sent a shiver down the spines of the four princes, prompting them to instinctively retreat a step. I owe no promises to anyone. As for your collusion with the sects and betrayal of the nation, your crimes are unforgivable. In that moment, an ancient long sword materialized in Li Taicang's hand, exuding an aura of regal antiquity and nobility. To perish beneath this sword is indeed your honor. The eyes of the four princes widened in shock. Li Taicang, have you lost your mind? To slay a royal heir in public, especially your own kin. How will you justify this to the people? How will you secure your throne? The Empress Yi is watching us brothers turn against each other from within the palace. Are you truly willing to hand over the Li dynasty to the Yi family? Chapter 9. The death of the first prince. The scene abruptly shifted, leaving Li Taicang's vision filled solely with the bloodied, headless corpse. Yuan Tiangang stood like an iron tower before Li Taicang, his long blade dripping with blood. Gao Lisher squinted, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Your Highness, the Grand Masters have just intervened, and not just one. Yuan Tiangang spoke in a low voice. Just as Li Taicang's sword was about to pierce the prince's necks, several attacks had come forth. Yuan Tiangang shielded Li Taicang, which allowed them to rescue a few of the princes. However, not all were saved. The first prince, Li Taiqian, was left behind. As the commander of the Northern Army, he lacked the Grand Master's protection. In the chaos, the other three princes were rescued by their respective Grand Masters, leaving him to become a soulless victim of Li Taicang's blade. In truth, Yuan Tiangang possessed the capability to pursue those Grand Masters. To avoid falling into their diversionary tactics, he chose to remain by Li Taicang's side. Nevertheless, he had just gravely injured one of the Grand Masters, as evidenced by the blood that dripped from his blade. Had he not been concerned for Li Taicang's safety, Yuan Tiangang would have been confident in capturing several of them. In fact, Li Taicang had not required Yuan Tiangang's protection. Although the gap between masters and Grand Masters was vast, armed with the Emperor's decree, even a Grand Master would find it difficult to gain the upper hand. But now that those Grand Masters had fled far away, pursuing them would lead to their territory. They may escape for the moment, but they cannot elude forever. Li Taicang gazed upon the headless body of the first prince and declared, they cannot escape from the Great Qin. Once they ascend the throne, I shall deal with them. The Zhao family, the Xintian sect, and the hidden sects shall not be spared. With that, the three turned to depart. The corpse of the first prince, Li Taiqian, lay exposed in the marketplace. The body of a noble from the royal family now lay unclaimed, as no one dared approach to collect it. Countless spies hidden in the shadows were already left speechless in shock. Madness, sheer madness. The second prince truly dared to kill his brother in public, not fearing the stain this would leave upon himself. This was merely a small matter. What astonishes me even more is the appearance of Grand Masters, and not just one. These are legendary figures, who have not shown themselves in decades. The third, fourth, and fifth princes have been rescued by Grand Masters, allowing them to return to their strongholds. Chaos is surely to ensue. As the heroes contend for dominance, the heavens of Great Qin are set to change. Li Taicang, cradling the Imperial Seal, made his way unimpeded to the palace. It was evident to all that this second prince had but one message: I am the rightful heir. Today, there can only be one prince to ascend the throne, and that is I, Li Taicang. Whoever dares to oppose shall be deemed a traitor and a usurper. At this moment, the grand entrance of the palace had been taken over by Master Yi Qingshan of the Yi family. He did not impede entry but rather opened the gates, allowing passage. However, once Li Taicang stepped into the palace, the heavy gates thunderously slammed shut behind him, producing a resounding echo. The palace had become a fortress. Master Yi Qingshan clasped his hands together and said, Your Highness, please follow me. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and the Chancellor await you in the Taiji Hall. The Taiji Hall was, in fact, the site of Li Yutian's memorial. Not situated in the Xinang Palace, but in the Taiji Hall, the Yi family had deliberately chosen this location for their meeting. And their intentions were glaringly evident. They intended to forcibly seize the Imperial Seal before the spirit of the late emperor and complete the so-called enthronement ceremony. As Li Taicang entered the inner palace, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The corridors were lined with guards and palace maids, all eyes fixed intently upon him. Their gazes were cold and vigilant, entirely unlike those of ordinary palace attendants. Clearly, the entire palace had been thoroughly purged by the Yi family, and those stationed here were all meticulously trained assassins. Nevertheless, Li Taicang regarded these individuals with disdain. No matter how numerous the ants, they remained mere ants. Thus, he proceeded unimpeded to the Taiji Hall. Inside, white cloths hung high, and the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. Li Yutian's coffin was positioned at the center of the hall, surrounded by 100 monks reciting prayers in hushed tones. 5 frail and elderly figures stood not far away, eyes closed in meditation. Though they appeared as ordinary old men, they emanated a suffocating aura of power. Behind them, the Empress Dowager knelt in mourning attire before the spirit. The 4-year-old ninth prince, Li Taiyuan, sat innocently in the position of the heir apparent, clutching his sleeve with little understanding that he was being manipulated as a pawn. The Empress Dowager's exquisite visage was now as pale as parchment, her phoenix eyes reddened, with traces of unshed tears upon her porcelain cheeks. Little did anyone suspect that within those tear-filled eyes lay a cold and calculating scheme. Nearby, Chancellor Yi stood with a sorrowful expression, seemingly grieving for the late emperor. Yet his gaze continually flitted between Li Taicang and the 5 frail figures. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness," among those 5. One is a grandmaster of the 9th rank, 2 are grandmasters of the 8th rank, and 2 are grandmasters of the 7th rank. Li Taicang nodded calmly. Yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He recognized these 5 individuals. He had seen them during the ancestral rites at the Taimao when they accompanied Li Yutian. These men were aged members of the royal clan, their age is a mystery even to Li Yutian. It was known that they had guarded the Taimao for many years, never interfering in worldly affairs. Who would have thought that the elderly guardians of the Taimao were, in fact, 5 grandmasters? And all of them belonged to the Li Qin royal lineage. At this moment, the 5 elders disregarded everyone else, their gazes fixated sharply on Yuan Tiangang. Those present could feel an almost palpable murderous intent permeating the air. Yuan Tiangang stood with hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the 5 grandmasters, exuding an aura of cold, ruthless menace. Across the realm, only one person could compel Yuan Tiangang to bow in submission. These 5, however, were not worthy of such distinction. The sheer intensity of murderous intent sent cold sweat cascading down the brows of the chanting monks, causing the candle flames to flicker violently. Amidst the intertwining shadows and light, a pervasive atmosphere of deadly seriousness enveloped the great hall. How could this assembly of elders, rather than supporting the Yi family regent, conspire against me? Li Taicang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As a venerable member of the royal family, he found it bewildering that they would aid those who oppressed the younger generation. He regarded these elderly men as having lost their discernment. It was Lady Yi who first shattered the heavy atmosphere within the hall. With tear-filled, misty phoenix eyes, she called out with a quavering voice, "Sang'er, have you come to see your father?" She extended her trembling hand. "Come here. Your father has always cherished you." Suddenly, Li Taicang bellowed, "Come forth." His voice boomed like thunder, momentarily halting the recitation of scriptures. He pointed at a maid kneeling beside Lady Yi. "Did you not notice the discomfort of the Empress Dowager? If anything were to happen, I shall hold you accountable." Before his words had fully settled, several palace attendants hurriedly arrived, cradling a warming stove. Li Taicang then turned to the young 9th prince, his tone softening. "Little brother, you are still quite young and frail. How can you endure the cold here? Quickly, take him away and care for him properly." Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Li Taicang strode directly toward the most esteemed seat before the altar. With measured steps, he approached the 9th prince and gently said, "Brother, rise for a moment. You are occupying your second brother's place." Startled by Li Taicang's sudden outburst, the young 9th prince, still just a child, quickly leaped into Lady Ye's embrace. Li Taicang firmly knelt in the position that rightfully belonged to the heir apparent, placing the Imperial Jade Seal upon the offering table. "Father has entrusted this Jade Seal to his son, bestowing upon me the monumental task of reviving the Great Qin. Before the spirit, I vow to diligently govern and restore order, to eradicate all corruption and rejuvenate the Great Qin. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me, and may I meet a wretched end." Turning to face the assembly, Li Taicang found the Tai sword had somehow found its way into his grasp. "From this day forth, I shall be the new sovereign of the Great Qin." Lady Yi, cradling the ninth prince, wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sea. Is the second prince plotting rebellion? Li Taicang's audacious declaration caught them entirely off guard. They had never anticipated that he would proclaim his ascension directly before the spirit of Li Yutian. However, upon reflection, it was evident that his actions were not without justification. He possessed the status of the eldest legitimate son and the Imperial Jade Seal entrusted by Li Yutian. Thus, ascending to the throne before the spirit was devoid of any legal impropriety. In her eyes, that position rightfully belonged to her son, and the Jade Seal should have been securely in the hands of the ninth prince. Li Taicang's actions were akin to snatching away everything she had so painstakingly cultivated. How dare that wretched child? Lady Ye's voice, though soft, carried a bone-chilling intensity. Is the second prince indeed conspiring against us? The late emperors will clearly designated the ninth prince as the heir. Before she could finish, Li Taicang interjected, Empress Dowager, tread carefully. The emperor was my father, and my mother is Empress Zhao. Whether favoring the legitimate son or the eldest, I hold priority above all. Can I truly rebel against my own family? Seeing Li Taicang already referring to himself as I, Lady Yi felt her heart and lungs near bursting with fury. Yi Guzhou narrowed his eyes, glimmering with a dangerous cold light as he cast a wary glance at the hooded Yuan Tiangang. The Grand Master was beyond their means of opposition. However, upon observing the 5 solemn royal ancestors, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, bound by the edicts of the late Emperor Gao, these 5 royal ancestors would counterbalance the cloaked figure. With this thought, a trace of disdain arose within him. How lamentably obstinate. These old stalwarts possessed the mightiest forces of the Qin, yet merely stood by as the royal family descended into chaos. What good was it to nurture a formidable successor when faced with a shattered realm? Even the mightiest ruler would be powerless against such ruin. Yi Guzhou stepped forward, his voice icy and piercing. Second prince, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that the imperial seal was bequeathed to you by the late emperor? I harbor grave suspicions that it was you who harmed the late emperor and absconded with the imperial seal from the palace last night. His gaze bore down sharply on Li Taicang. Otherwise, how do you explain that immediately after your departure from the late emperor's chambers, he passed away? Moreover, the late emperor had foreseen your treacherous ambitions and entrusted me with the succession edict for safekeeping. With that, he produced a piece of bright yellow silk from his robe. This is the true edict of the late emperor. I implore you all to examine it. Li, one of the 5 royal ancestors, raised his hand, and the silk flew into his grasp. The hall fell into a profound silence, the members of the Yi family holding their breath as they awaited the judgment of the Grand Master. Li Taicang remained noncommittal, his deep gaze sweeping across the assembly. This was indeed an opportune moment to test the loyalty of the 5 royal ancestors. Simultaneously, he was curious to see what further cards the Yi family might play. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Ho stepped forward, her voice choked with emotion. Esteemed ancestors, the late emperor expressly told me before his passing that he wished to pass the throne to Yuan. This ungrateful wretch, with his treacherous ambitions, not only plotted against the late emperor, but now seeks to usurp his younger brother's throne. Li's murky eyes scanned the edict before he lifted his gaze to Yi Guzhou, his expression inscrutable, tinged with both mockery and intrigue. Yi Guzhou felt a chill from that gaze, yet the ensuing words made his taut nerves relax. A smile of triumph involuntarily crept across his lips. This edict is indeed penned in the late emperor's own hand, and the imperial seal affixed is indisputably authentic. The members of the Yi family collectively exhaled in relief, aware that the approval of the 5 royal ancestors marked a significant milestone in their struggle for power. More importantly, it affirmed that the cloaked Grand Master, as the Yi family ancestor had indicated, would refrain from meddling in succession disputes and would instead restrain Li Taicang's forces. The pressure from the Grand Master had been immense. Without his intervention, and with only a single master eunuch to assist, the Yi family regarded Li Taicang with disdain. Li, however, smirked inwardly. He was well aware that this edict was a forgery by Yi Guzhou. Even in his weakened state, the imperial seal remained firmly at Li Yutian's side. The Yi family could never hope to lay claim to the true imperial seal. There exists but one possibility. The Yi family has audaciously forged a replica of the imperial seal, one so lifelike that it could incite chaos. Truly scandalous. Moreover, it serves as an exceptional whetstone. Li Yi has no intention of personally dealing with this treacherous rebel. Instead, He eagerly anticipates how Li Taicang will navigate this predicament. This prince, who has long concealed his prowess, now bereft of the advantage of the Grand Master, what stratagems might he employ to counter the Yi family? Nevertheless, even if Li Taicang were to falter, it would not matter. Beyond Chang'an, there are the third, fourth, and fifth princes, who will consolidate their forces to vie for dominance in the Central Plains. As for the ninth prince, born of the Yi matriarch, though he presently appears meek, Li Yi is aware that this child, bearing the bloodline of the Li family, will inevitably reveal his innate political acumen. The Li family is, after all, a naturally ruthless political machine. Throughout the annals of the Great Qin, numerous instances exist where a youthful sovereign has countered the power of the royal relatives and reclaimed authority. Li Yi harbors a subtle anticipation. Whosoever among this generation of princes achieves supremacy shall undoubtedly become a formidable ruler. Li Taicang's eyes glimmered with cold light. These 5 elder royals have truly lost all sense of propriety, watching as treacherous ministers distort the truth and harm the royal heirs. Seizing the moment, the Yi matriarch sternly proclaimed, Li Taicang, you usurper who has slain your father. The late emperor was your own flesh and blood. Must you inflict harm upon him simply because he did not pass the throne to you? Yi Guizhou coldly echoed, wretched traitors. How dare you stand before the spirit of the late emperor? Surrender the Imperial Seal, and the Yi family shall grant you the dignity befitting a prince. With a disdainful snort, Yi Guizhou unleashed the full power of his peak grandmaster prowess. As the head of his family, it is hardly surprising that he possesses such formidable skills, having once led Li Yutian on a campaign across the steppes. The Yi matriarch, along with the ninth prince, retreated to the rear of the grand hall. Yi Guizhou's eruption served as a signal. In an instant, the chanting monks surged forth, surrounding Li Taicang and Gao Lishi. In that moment, the monks exuded not tranquility but an overwhelming intent to kill. Surprisingly, each of these monks was at the Xianhai realm, their energies coalescing into a singular force that even high-ranking grandmasters would not dare to underestimate. The 5 hidden grandmasters of the Yi family emerged, drawing their blades in opposition. Each of these masters was above the 7th layer. Yuan Tiangang's gaze turned icy, intent on intervening. Yet he found himself encircled by the 5 royal elders in a pentagonal formation. Chapter 11. Do you not hold the emperor in esteem? As the Yi family tore off the mask of civility, Li Taicang directed his gaze toward the 5 royal elders surrounding Yuan Tiangang. Are the elders unconcerned as the Yi family plots regicide? Among the 5, only the youngest, Li Wushi, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the Yi family's actions. However, when he raised his hand to assist, the other 4 elders' gazes restrained him. Gritting his teeth, Li Wushi reluctantly lowered his hand. Observing this, Yi Guizhou exhaled in relief. If these elders were to aid Li Taicang, the Yi family would indeed find themselves with no refuge. Not even the Grandmaster of the Rear Mountain might be able to save them. The members of the Yi family drew forth their long blades, their murderous intent palpable. Li Taicang, today marks your demise. Go and seek forgiveness from the late emperor. Upon seeing these individuals draw their swords, Yuan Tiangang's fury ignited like a blazing crown. As a loyal subject, how could one bear to witness their sovereign being humiliated? Outrageous! With a thunderous roar, Yuan Tiangang unleashed a torrent of murderous intent. The imposing aura of these masters was instantly shattered by his ferocity. The Yi clan possessed numerous masters, formidable in their own right, yet he was a grand master. However, just as he was about to strike, the 5 royal elders surged forth. The deluge of killing intent was obstructed, and in the blink of an eye, Yuan Tiangang's momentum was subdued. The elder at the forefront, Li Yi, demanded, "Which sect do you belong to? Why do you conceal your face from us? Are you unaware of the convention that forbids grand masters from intervening in matters of succession? Has your sect grown weary of existence?" Yuan Tiangang replied solemnly, "I am a servant of His Majesty. I implore you, esteemed elders, to stand aside." Upon hearing this, the leading elder's forehead bulged with veins, his raspy voice resonating with thunderous authority. "Even now, you persist in this charade? Do you think we are oblivious to your true intentions? I shall ask you once more. To whom do you owe your allegiance? Do you intend to usurp the Li Qin royal family and reign supreme?" The combined might of the 5 grand masters erupted simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of spiritual pressure within the hall. Banners tore asunder, candelabras toppled, and even the coffin of Li Yutian emitted a disconcerting grinding sound. The palace attendants staggered. Yet only Li Taicang remained composed in his seat, his robes billowing, his gaze growing ever colder. Li Si also turned his attention toward Li Taicang. And you, incompetent junior, how dare you collude with a Grand Master? Do you think you can wield their power? Do you wish for the Li Qin dynasty to come to an end? Li Yutian had also lost his mind, entrusting the Imperial Seal to this fool. Yi Guzhou's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his meticulously prepared edict would fail to deceive these 5 royal ancestors. However, it was evident that while these elders could tolerate the Yi family's forgery, they would not permit a Grand Master to meddle in royal affairs. Witnessing their sovereign being insulted, Gao Lishur could no longer contain himself and prepared to advance. Yet in the next moment, he was immobilized by the oppressive aura of the Grand Masters. Gao Lishur was indeed a prodigy, yet his peak mastery paled in comparison to the Grand Masters. The Yi matriarch reveled in the scene, for it was an unyielding decree of the Great Qin that Grand Masters must not interfere in royal matters. As long as the 5 Grand Masters remained, no one could overthrow the Li Qin dynasty. As for which of the Li family would ascend the throne, they cared little. Seizing the moment, the Yi matriarch drew the 9th prince closer, a mocking smile curling her lips. Yuan, you shall become the emperor in the future. Be sure to treat your mother and uncle well. Do you understand? Li Taiyuan nodded innocently. Yet the Yi matriarch failed to notice the cold, fierce glimmer lurking within his clear, bright eyes. Li Taicang now understood why these royal ancestors tolerated the dominance of the maternal clan while offering no support to the royal descendants. The power of the Grand Masters was transcendent, far beyond what mere masters could hope to overcome. Their very purpose was to instill fear throughout the realm as Grand Masters. In essence, the Great Master serves as the nuclear weapon of the past life on Earth, its deterrent effect surpassing its lethal capabilities. Li Taicang showed no respect to the 5 elders. His tone was as frigid as ice. He spoke solemnly, esteemed ancestors, do you presume to defy my imperial decree, believing yourselves to be above the emperor? Li emitted a cold snort. What are you to dare address me as I? Until this great master is dealt with, we shall not return. As for you, may you seek your own fortune. As he spoke, the 5 royal elders exuded an intensified aura, causing the Taiji Hall to creak under the strain. The hall dedicated to Li Yutian was in utter chaos. Yet, a sardonic smile crept upon Yi Ho's lips. Yi Guzhou trembled with excitement, unable to conceal his fervor. Just as they envisioned the future under Li Taiyuan's reign, an overwhelming celestial might erupted within the hall, reminiscent of a furious dragon roaring against the heavens. Impudence! With a ringing sound, Li Taicang's his sword was drawn. In an instant, a blinding golden radiance erupted from the sword's edge, brilliant as the sun at dawn. Wherever the sword light traversed, the air seemed to crackle and burn. The combined pressure of the 5 royal elders, initially sweeping through the hall like a tempest, was violently torn apart in the moment the sword light descended. A peculiar silence enveloped the hall. What? Impossible. A peak master at 20 years old. It must be an illusion. Yi Guzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand trembling around the sword. Yi Ho's pupils constricted, her voice escaping in shock. Both siblings, being high-tier masters themselves, could keenly perceive Li Taicang's current realm, the pinnacle of mastery, the zenith of the master realm, just a step away from transcending into a great master. How could he, at merely 20 years, progress so swiftly? In the annals of the Qin dynasty, the last peak master at such an age could be traced back to the founding years. Such prodigies inevitably break through the celestial barrier, ascending to the heavens. Is this truly the same second Prince Li Taicang? It is known that although Li Taicang devoted himself to cultivation, the resources allocated by the royal family were scant. Moreover, with Fuan acting as a covert agent and the Yi family consistently monitoring Li Taicang's progress, it could be understood how he might connect with that masked great master. After all, countless ambitious individuals coveted the identity of Li Taicang as the direct heir. Yet, he had quietly reached the pinnacle of mastery at the age of 20. This defied all common sense of martial arts. Most significantly, this prince, at the extreme of the master realm, had directly shattered the tempest conjured by 5 great masters united. The chasm between a master and a great master is akin to an insurmountable divide. This is precisely why great masters are so rare in the current world. While masters can be ground down by the cultivators of the Xianhai, even numerous master-level warriors cannot hope to contend against a great master. But what had Li Taicang accomplished? He had dared to confront a great master with the strength of a mere master. It is worth noting that he faced not one, but 5. The 5 royal elders furrowed their brows, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the figure radiating supreme authority, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. On one hand, it was astonishing to witness Li Taicang's extraordinary cultivation level. On the other, one was taken aback by the audacity with which he confronted a grand master despite being merely at the 9th level of mastery. As Li Taicang stepped forward, the blue bricks beneath his feet crumbled to dust. In that moment, he resembled an ancient emperor descending to the mortal realm, his imposing aura akin to a fathomless ocean, leaving those present gasping for breath. This hall, where the late emperor lies in repose, is not a place for your reckless antics. Do you 5 elders hold the emperor in such low regard? Li Taicang enunciated the title of emperor with great emphasis. The emperor, the supreme ruler of the great Qin, whose words were law, commanded the reverence of all beings, and none dared to overstep their bounds. The audacity of these 5 ancestral figures to act within the emperor's hall was a profound disrespect. His admonition resonated like thunder from the heavens, causing the 5 figures to collectively retreat a step. The expressions of the 5 royal ancestors darkened. They felt an unexpected threat emanating from Li Taicang. It was astonishing to hear that 5 pinnacle grand masters felt apprehensive of a mere peak master. Yet, Li Taicang was not surprised. He possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Although he was merely at the pinnacle of mastery, the technique he practiced was the supreme human emperor's commanding technique. To claim to possess a supreme technique without being able to defeat foes across multiple realms was a misnomer. Furthermore, Li Taicang's vitality surged like a torrent, while the 5 elders' energies had long since waned, making their trepidation entirely reasonable. Chapter 12. The Empress Dowager may test her fortitude observing the tense atmosphere. Ye Guizhou felt an unsettling sensation stir within him. He discreetly monitored the situation, and his unease intensified. Li Taicang's performance exceeded all expectations. This prince, who should have been under their control, now resembled a drawn sword, radiating brilliance. Ye Guizhou's gaze subtly swept across those in the hall, ultimately resting upon the Empress Dowager. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, she imperceptibly nodded. The bond shared between the siblings allowed them to understand each other without the need for excessive words. They needed to ensure the safety of the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan. The Empress Dowager pulled the 9th prince behind her and whispered her instructions. Yuan, you should return home with the old nurse. The home she referred to was not Xinang Palace, but the Yi family estate. She entrusted Li Taiyuan to the elderly nurse, who immediately grasped the situation and took the young prince's hand. Once they exited the palace and returned to the Yi family, regardless of the outcome of this conflict, the Yi family would still have a seat at the table. The worst-case scenario would merely involve Li Taicang ascending to power while the Yi family was forced to leave Chang'an. However, with the Yi family's extensive network, they possessed the capability to rally their forces swiftly. The private soldiers in Jiangnan, the trade routes in the northern borders, the hidden assets in the western regions, these pieces, carefully positioned over the years, would play crucial roles at pivotal moments. The 9th prince was their most important bargaining chip. As long as they preserved this single sprout, he could contend with the other princes for supremacy in the realm. The Yi family would still hold a claim to the throne. In due time, Li Taicang, seated upon the imperial throne, would undoubtedly become the target of all the princes. The question of the throne's rightful owner remained shrouded in uncertainty. The elderly nurse, guiding the 9th prince, began to retreat slowly towards the palace doors. Ye Guizhou's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Li Taicang and Yuan Tiangang, ensuring their attention was entirely ensnared by the 5 royal ancestors. The 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, bore a taut expression that briefly flickered with relief. Despite his remarkable intellect, the brutal atmosphere of the ongoing power struggle rendered him breathless. Escaping this infernal scene was undoubtedly a form of liberation for him. However, just as the old matron and Li Taiyuan were mere steps away from the grand entrance of the Taiji Hall, a eunuch obstructed their path. His fiery red garb cast a shadow over the sunlight, enveloping the old matron and the 9th prince in darkness. It was none other than Gao Lishur. A formulaic smile adorned his face, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. He slowly closed the grand doors, his voice soft yet imperious. His Majesty has not granted you permission to leave. The old matron's countenance shifted dramatically, her numerous wrinkles contorting like the bark of an ancient tree. Her murky eyes ignited with a fearsome ferocity, transforming her into a figure of imminent danger. She growled, "Impudent! Open your eyes and behold. This is His Highness the Ninth Prince. How dare you, a mere eunuch, obstruct him?" Her voice bore a sharp edge of murderous intent, and a tumultuous spiritual pressure surged forth, revealing her as a hidden master of profound strength. The Yi family's foundation was deep, and this old matron, being the wet nurse of the Yi Empress, now served as the protector of the Ninth Prince. Gao Lisher remained composed, his narrow eyes scrutinizing the old matron. As he activated the Wuxiang Yinfu Sutra, countless dark shadows began to swirl beneath his feet. An incomprehensible array of eerie, cold runes spread forth, swiftly adhering to the grand doors of the Taiji Hall, forming a black barrier. "I am but a servant of His Majesty, not a member of your Yi family. Remain here obediently and await His Majesty's decree." The old matron's visage darkened, caught between indecision. At that moment, she recognized the formidable prowess of the red-clad eunuch. He was at the pinnacle of masterhood, on par with the family head. She, having yet to reach even the 8th realm of mastery, stood no chance against him. Yet, observing this young man, one wondered why he would forsake his noble lineage to serve as a eunuch beside the second prince. The ninth prince, Li Taiyuan, was equally taken aback by this unforeseen development, his face draining of color as he cowered behind the old matron, gripping her garment tightly. Simultaneously, at the tender age of 4, a flicker of resentment ignited within him. "I am a prince. How dare this household servant disrespect me? Once I ascend to the throne, I shall purge all eunuchs from the palace." Yi Guzhou's expression darkened instantaneously. In that moment, he realized the grave error he had committed. His full attention had been directed towards Li Taicang, neglecting the presence of the red-clad eunuch. The chilling talismans released by the eunuch stirred an inexplicable sense of dread even within him, a master at the pinnacle of his craft. As the head of the Yi family, he had diligently practiced the finest techniques since childhood, his foundation forged by countless rare materials, rendering him an unparalleled prodigy among his peers. Yet, at this instant, he found himself sensing danger emanating from a mere eunuch. The Empress Dowager, observing her son's trepidation, stepped forward and drew the ninth prince into her embrace. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, and a barely contained fury emanated from her brow. "Audacious," she admonished sternly. "You, a despicable eunuch, dare to show disrespect to a prince? I shall leave the palace today. Do you intend to lay hands upon me?" At this moment, the Empress Dowager exuded an air of regal grandeur, her presence reflecting that of a nation's matriarch. Gao Lisher, standing tall like a pine, regarded her with a calm expression. "Your Majesty, you exaggerate," he replied with measured respect. "How could a servant dare to disrespect the royal family? Then step aside. His Majesty has not issued an edict. He is not yet emperor." She commanded. "I order you to move aside." Gao Lisher narrowed his eyes, glinting with coldness, and shifted to the side. However, the chilling talismans affixed to the Tai Chi Hall grew ever more intricate, creating a barrier within 3 paces that was nearly impossible to breach. The Empress Dowager glared at Gao Lisher, who maintained a placid, formulaic smile, his hands elegantly folded before him in a standard attentive posture. Yet, it was evident to all that this red-clad eunuch harbored a concealed menace beneath his tranquility. He was practically conveying to the Empress Dowager that should she dare approach the grand entrance, he would not hesitate to act against her. He meticulously regulated the release of his power, exerting pressure upon the Empress Dowager and her companions without driving them to desperation. Within this grand hall, aside from a few grand masters he could not contend with, he dismissed the rest with ease. Gao Lisher understood his duty well. He need not engage directly, merely ensuring that no one could leave the Tai Chi Hall without authorization. The subsequent handling of matters would naturally await his master's decree. However, should the Empress Dowager choose to act, he would not shy away from addressing family affairs on behalf of his sovereign. In the Qin dynasty, he served solely under his emperor's command. It is best for both His Highness and the Empress Dowager to remain within the hall. His Majesty is quite concerned for your safety. The Empress Dowager may attempt to leave, but the outside world is rife with danger, and I cannot guarantee the safety of either you or the ninth prince." Gao Lisher abandoned even the pretense of subtlety, nearly issuing a blatant threat to the Empress and her son. The Empress Dowager suppressed her seething rage, her spiritual energy swirling within her, yet she dared not strike. She could not gamble on the consequences of her actions. Together with the old matron, They could not overpower this red-robed eunuch. Her brother, Ye Guizhou, was also preoccupied and unable to assist her. Li Taicang, observing the unfolding situation, nodded to himself in approval. Gao Lishi's performance had greatly satisfied him. Truly, he was an ancient sage among eunuchs, astutely aware of the dynamics at play. While he faced off against the royal ancestors and the masters of the Yi family, he skillfully maintained control over the situation, denying the ninth prince any opportunity to flee back to the Yi household. Should Prince Li Taiyuan escape to the Yi family, it would not destabilize the overall situation but would undoubtedly create numerous complications. The Yi family had operated for years, their influence deeply rooted. Allowing them to depart Chang'an with the prince would provide them the chance to incite trouble. Although Li Taicang did not fear them, it would still require considerable effort to manage. In the struggle for power, potential threats must be quashed at their inception. The dynamics within the hall had become abundantly clear. Gao Lishi firmly held the reins of power, leaving Yi Ho's faction with no avenue of escape. It was time to address the troublesome royal ancestors and the Yi family's masters. Chapter 13. Self-Destruction of the Great Wall? Do I resemble Zhao Go? The five royal ancestors regarded Li Taicang with a mixture of complexity and astonishment. The profound depth of this young successor, his masterful means, and extraordinary talent truly left them in awe. For 2 decades, he had concealed his brilliance and bided his time, successfully deceiving even the most formidable masters among them. He even had a peak master serving him in the guise of a eunuch. Now, leveraging the funeral of Li Yutian, he had ensnared Yi Ho and her son, along with Ye Guizhou, in one fell swoop. Such temperament, lineage, and strategy made them feel that Li Taicang was akin to a reincarnation of Emperor Taizong. The five royal ancestors exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. A sovereign of such caliber must be preserved. Li reigned in his imposing presence and spoke slowly. Since Li Yutian has bequeathed the Imperial Jade Seal to you, you are now the new emperor of the Great Qin. As for that edict, let it be forgotten. Li Yi's words struck like thunder, leaving the Yi family members pale and speechless. The five royal ancestors did not restrain the masked, robed master. What could the Yi family possibly contest against Li Taicang? If a master were to strike, they might not even withstand a single blow. Yi Ho's complexion turned ashen as she clutched Li Taiyuan tightly. Ye Guizhou, mustering his courage, spoke up, esteemed elders. The High Emperor's ancestral teachings clearly state that masters must not interfere in the succession. Before he could finish, Li Wu harshly interrupted, "Be silent. Do we require your reminders of the High Emperor's teachings? Does your Yi family's ancestral instruction merely teach you descendants to disrupt the court and harm the heirs?" Ye Guizhou immediately broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly expressing his fear. Li Yi disregarded Ye Guizhou and continued addressing Li Taicang. "We believe you can revitalize the Great Qin, but the High Emperor's teachings must not be violated." Li Yi pointed at Yuan Tiangang, declaring, "Hand him over to us, and we five will promptly return to the ancestral temple, ceasing our involvement in your matters." Li Xin spoke earnestly, "Child, masters are not so easily managed. The High Emperor established his teachings for profound reasons. Everything we, the old bones, do is for the eternal stability of the Great Qin." The royal heritage held by individuals like Li Yi had been meticulously prepared since the time of Emperor Gao. They were the prodigies of the Li Qin royal family, chosen from a young age by the previous generation of masters to be nurtured in the ancestral temple. Their names were erased, and upon breaking through to the master level, they were known only by numbers, passed down through generations. Just as Li Yi would be succeeded by Li Er after his death, and Li San would become Li Er, and so forth. They had no freedom from childhood, destined to be the guardians of the Li Qin royal family. Having rarely left the ancestral temple, they naturally held the High Emperor's teachings in greater regard than life itself. For them, allowing Li Taicang to scheme with the masters for succession was already a significant concession. However, the masked and robed master who violated the ancestral teachings and interfered in the succession must face consequences. After listening to the words of the royal ancestor, Ye Guizhou felt a significant lift in his spirits. As long as there were no Grand Masters, the Yi family still held a glimmer of hope. It is essential to recognize that the influence of the Yi family is deeply entwined. In the realm of political intrigue, Li Taicang would be no match for them. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that the Yi family possesses the foundation of a Grand Master. As long as their Grand Master remains uninvolved with the royal family, The royal Grand Masters will not turn against the Yi family. Should Li Taicang wish to eradicate the Yi family, he must also weigh the might of their Grand Master. This is one of the reasons why many formidable rulers in the history of Liqin were unable to completely eliminate the noble houses and sections. The balance of power between imperial authority and noble families has long been ingrained in the very marrow of the Great Qin. If the royal Grand Masters do not intervene to restrain the Grand Masters of the noble families, even emperors who wish to eliminate them will find themselves powerless. Should an emperor insist on taking action, these royal Grand Masters might even hinder the emperor's efforts, just as they have done today. Li Taicang's expression turned as cold as frost, his gaze piercing like a sword as it swept over the 5 royal ancestors. In a deep voice, he queried, "What will you do if I refuse to hand over Yuan Qing?" Li Yi let out a cold snort, his eyes sharp. And a sudden surge of imposing presence enveloped the entire hall like a tidal wave of Grand Master pressure. Then we shall see if this new ruler can withstand the wrath of 5 Grand Masters. Observing the situation, Li San's tone softened as he counseled, "Child, with your abilities, even without a Grand Master, you can quell the unrest of the Yi family. Why jeopardize your future for the sake of an outsider and defy the ancestral teachings of the High Emperor? We all act in your best interests." Yuan Tiangang sheathed his blade, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Li Taicang. Summoned by the system, he was programmed with absolute loyalty to Li Taicang. Yet he lacked a true understanding of the character of this Li Taicang. In Yuan Tiangang's view, if Li Taicang were to surrender him, it might quell the fury of the 5 royal ancestors. However, if he did not comply, although he was confident in his ability to withstand the 5 Grand Masters, the ever-watchful Yi family posed an imminent threat. This added a layer of risk for Li Taicang. There's no fault in being selfish. After all, emperors are inherently self-serving. As long as Li Taicang acquiesces to the 5 royal ancestors, Yuan Tiangang would promptly take his own life. The former unyielding general, Yuan Tiangang, was a loyal subject devoted to his country, especially with the system's loyalty enhancement. Regardless of Li Taicang's choice, Yuan Tiangang would execute it unconditionally. Faced with the aggressive demeanor of the 5 royal ancestors and the resolute gaze of Yuan Tiangang, Li Taicang found himself unexpectedly amused. "What do you take me for? A fool who would destroy his own fortress? You 5, bound together, can hardly compare to my Yuan Qing. I am not Zhao Go, willing to sacrifice Yu Pengju for the sake of compromise. Would you trade the friendship of 5 royal ancestors for my unyielding general? Do I resemble Zhao Go? What level of foolishness would lead one to commit such an act? Do you genuinely believe that I would sever my own limbs for the sake of so-called ancestral teachings? If I were to hand over a loyal minister today, who would dare serve me with their life tomorrow? How could I still claim to be an emperor?" Li Yi's expression darkened, ready to speak, but was silenced by a raised hand from Li Taicang. "Enough. Today, I shall make my stance unequivocally clear. Yuan Tiangang is my right-hand man. Whoever dares to harm him shall find themselves in opposition to me." A profound silence enveloped the hall. The 5 esteemed royal ancestors wore expressions as grim as a stormy sea, evidently taken aback by the audacity of this young sovereign to confront them. Chapter 14. The High Emperor is the Emperor. Does that mean I am not an emperor? Yuan Tiangang gazed at Li Taicang with a sense of gratitude. No subject could resist admiring such a sovereign, one willing to brave peril rather than forsake his loyal ministers. In the original tale, Yuan Tiangang had served under 21 emperors, encountering only one who matched the grandeur of the dragon and phoenix, the illustrious Tianshan Khan. Subsequent rulers, no matter how formidable, could not be compared to that illustrious figure. Regrettably, this incarnation of Yuan Tiangang bore no memories of his past life. Yet, subconsciously, he felt exhilarated at the prospect of assisting such a monarch. What loyal minister would not be willing to die in service of such a saintly ruler? On the other hand, the Yi family was in a state of ecstatic anticipation. The Empress Yi embraced Li Taiyuan with uncontainable joy illuminating her face. This audacious young man, no matter how prodigious, could not possibly vanquish a Grand Master. "It seems today my son is destined to ascend to the throne." Her nails dug deeply into her palm, oblivious to the pain, her eyes shimmering with a frenzied light. Yi Guizhou trembled with excitement, his heart fervently urging, "Let the battle commence. Ideally, let them both suffer grievous harm. In that case, my Yi family need not cling to supporting Taiyuan. We shall establish ourselves as sovereigns." With fervor, Yi Guizhou's eyes blazed crimson. his mind conjuring visions of himself seated upon the exalted throne. As words became law and proclamations turned into edicts, the 5 royal ancestors seethed with rage. Li Yi bellowed. Li Taicang, are you truly intent on obstinately defying the sacred edicts of our forefather? Li Si glared at Li Taicang, his teeth clenched, filled with a wrath that threatened to consume him. Do you believe that at the pinnacle of your 20s, as a Grand Master, you are invincible? Li Wu's aura surged violently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Who do you think you are to question the sacred teachings of our forefather? Do you consider yourself greater than the High Emperor? An overwhelming force surged forth, scattering Li Taicang's hair crown. His dark locks billowed wildly amidst the turbulent energy. With sharp brows and radiant eyes, he declared, "The High Emperor is the Emperor. Does that mean I am not an emperor? I perceive that the ancestral teachings of the High Emperor ought to be revised. Those who disregard the Emperor's edicts, are they not akin to rebels?" Upon hearing Li Taicang's pointed remarks, the 5 ancestors momentarily lost their composure. You, Li Taicang, have truly rebelled. A traitor to the nation. A mere child. Can you insult the teachings of the High Emperor? Presumptuous youth, forgetful of your lineage. Li Taicang's gaze sparked with icy fury, his presence radiating with the grandeur of divine authority. The laws of our ancestors govern their lands. Yet, how much land has been lost? Once decrees leave Chang'an, how many heed them? The powerful clans of today run rampant. I assert that it is precisely due to the antiquated regulations of the High Emperor. You 5 must either pledge fealty to the new sovereign today or descend to meet your High Emperor. Li Er bellowed with fury, his entire body surging with spiritual energy, his white hair standing on end. What a disloyal and unfilial wretch. Today, I shall act as Heaven's avenger. Li Taicang's sword-like brows stood upright as he spoke indifferently. Yuan Qing, take action. Boom. Yuan Tiangang soared into action, the Tiangang technique reaching its zenith. The entire Taiji Hall was enveloped in a dense aura of Tiangang energy. He had long endured the insolence of the 5 royal ancestors. These 5 old fools dared to insult his majesty so brazenly. A ruler's humiliation demands the death of his subjects. Smack. A crisp sound of a slap resonated throughout the hall. Yuan Tiangang swung his right palm vigorously, delivering a solid blow to Li Er's face. The ferocious energy tore the carpet behind Li Er into shreds, the residual force carving a deep gash into the hall's floor. Li Er's body was sent flying like a cannonball, tracing an arc in the air. As the compressed air erupted with a thunderous roar, Li Yi, swift and agile, stepped forward to catch Li Er, retreating several paces to dissipate the overwhelming force. Should you dare to insult his majesty again, I shall rip your mouth apart. At this moment, Li Er felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and several teeth had vanished. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the humiliation he felt threatened to engulf him. Having lived for centuries, how had Li Er ever suffered such disgrace? And it was at the hands of a junior, no less. Truly a death wish. To insult the protector of our great Qin temple, you, who hide in the shadows, have shown utter disregard for the Li Qin royal family. Your sect seeks oblivion. From this day forth, I shall annihilate your sect and eradicate your lineage. The 5 royal ancestors bellowed with fury. The terrifying might caused the entire hall to tremble. You are truly foolish. I am the supreme ruler of Li Qin. What are the 5 of you? Li Taicang spoke coldly, disdain evident in his starry eyes. He gestured towards Yi Guzhou and Yi Ho's direction. You neglect the rebellious traitors and instead seek to harm my loyal ministers. You antiquated and conservative fools, there is no ship left for you in the new dynasty. Considering your years of guarding the temple, Yuan Qing, grant them some dignity. As you command. As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang drew forth his long blade, imbued with Tiangang energy, radiating a sharpness capable of severing all. The overwhelming intent to kill engulfed everything around him. In that moment, Yuan Tiangang appeared as fearsome as Ashura. The blade's light swept across, striking towards the 5 royal ancestors. Overreaching, Li Yi shouted in anger, summoning his own artifact. This artifact, nurtured through countless generations of Grand Masters, was extraordinarily formidable. Instantly, the artifact transformed into an ancient bell. Majestic and immovable, it suppressed all. Yuan Tiangang's long blade struck the ancient bell, producing a deafening explosion. However, the ancient bell remained unscathed, absorbing the blade's light. The other four ancestors simultaneously unleashed their spiritual attacks upon the ancient bell. The absorbed blade light became even more fearsome, returning to Yuan Tiangang. With a grave expression, Yuan Tiangang blocked with his long blade. Boom! A violent sound erupted. Yuan Tiangang was forced back several dozen steps, his blade shattering in his grip. Li Yi wore a triumphant expression. Humph! Can your strength contend with the profound heritage of my great Qin, which spans 2,600 years? This mystical artifact has been nurtured since the era of the first guardian of the ancestral temple. It is certainly not a mere weapon that can be easily contended with. Yuan Tiangang discarded his broken blade, and the essence of Tiangang transformed into a longsword, preparing to strike at the ancient bell once more. However, Li Taicang suddenly interjected, asserting, "I shall see whether your tortoise shell is harder or my sword." With that, Li Taicang exerted his full strength to activate the emperor's command, causing the Tai, a sword, to tremble violently, emanating an overwhelmingly domineering aura of imperial authority. Chapter 15. Slaying the royal ancestors. The five royal ancestors sensed the extraordinary nature of Li Taicang. The aged longsword instilled in them a profound sense of peril. The instinct of a grand master is never unfounded. The five did not dare to underestimate the situation. They simultaneously formed seals, channeling their potent spiritual energy into the ancient bell once more. This artifact, with a heritage spanning over 2 millennia, instantly radiated brilliant golden light, continuing to swell and envelop the grand hall. Waves of golden ripples cascaded from the bell, standing resolutely like a divine mountain. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the ancient bell descended upon Li Taicang with a cataclysmic force. The bell's resonant charm caused the pillars of the Taiji Hall to tremble, and the ceiling began to fracture. Tiles cascading down. Umph! History shall record you as the most foolish emperor of the Qin. It is reckless to alter ancestral traditions without weighing one's own worth. Your Majesty. For the first time, urgency flickered in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. He could sense the terrifying might of this blow. Even a typical grandmaster at the 9th level would meet their demise beneath this ancient bell. Even he must evade its lethal brilliance. Moreover, His Majesty is but at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. No matter how prodigious he may be, even as a reincarnation of the Emperor, he could not withstand such a force. Yet, Li Taicang shouted fiercely, "Stand aside." Yuan Tiangang halted in his tracks. Li Taicang's long hair billowed, his sword-like brows sharply raised, and his starry eyes sparkled with brilliance. His golden robe rustled fiercely, harmonizing with his imposing aura, reminiscent of a youthful ancient emperor re-emerging in this realm. Let your lives serve as a testament to the world. There can only be one voice in the Great Qin. The overwhelming sword intent radiating from the Tai, a sword shimmered dazzlingly, seemingly awakening the sword spirit within, capable of commanding the submission of 1,000 blades. As the emperor's command surged with fervor, Li Taicang's body radiated a resplendent light, akin to a mighty river bursting forth in brilliance. Die, accompanied by Li Taicang's thunderous roar. The sword light cleaved through the air. Its brilliance was unstoppable, akin to a thunderclap in a clear sky. The deafening sound of the sword echoed through the heavens. The divine sword rent the sky. With a thunderous clash, it met the golden ancient bell. Boom! To their astonishment, the golden bell instantly became marred with a web of cracks. What? This is impossible. Is he truly human? The 5 royal ancestors widened their eyes in disbelief. That was an artifact forged by countless grand masters, the very foundation upon which they, as guardians of the ancestral temple, held their pride over all other grand masters. But what has transpired? A mere pinnacle grand master has nearly shattered the artifact? Li Taicang snorted coldly. The ancient bell you possess is an artifact forged by countless grand masters, while its accompanying Tai sword is a national treasure nurtured by generations of sovereigns. Li Taicang even questioned whether he had unleashed even a millionth of this sword's potential, had it not been for the emperor's decree and the harmonization of the system. Li Taicang would have felt unworthy to wield the Tai sword at all. The ancestral rules, much like your broken bell, should be shattered and rebuilt anew. With a cold laugh, Li Taicang sensed an intensified resonance from the Tai sword, seemingly dissatisfied with not having shattered the ancient bell with a single strike. Boom! In the next moment, the protector's artifact, which had been passed down for countless generations, crumbled into a cascade of golden light. The 5 royal ancestors were struck by a backlash, spewing blood as their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with dread and disbelief. Meanwhile, the Yi family appeared utterly stricken. Particularly, the over 100 monks from the Xianhai realm had suffered devastating losses in the aftermath, with many dead or injured. Those who survived were cursing under their breath. How could such a prodigy exist before their eyes? The pinnacle of a Grand Master nearly dispatched 5 Grand Masters with a single strike. They had only encountered such tales in mythological scriptures, which were mere fabrications. Yet here stood a true aberration. Yi Guzhou's expression fluctuated, his teeth grinding in anxiety. He glanced around, wishing to flee first. However, Gao Lishir's calm and profound gaze remained fixed upon him and Ye's mother and child. When one of the Yi family's retainers attempted to flee, Gao Lishir paid no mind, fixating only on the trio. Ye's mother held the trembling Li Taiyuan tightly, her exquisite makeup long since ruined by cold sweat. Within mere minutes, she plunged from the euphoria of assured victory into the abyss of despair, the stark contrast nearly suffocating her. Li Taiyuan, sensing his mother's terror, quivered in her embrace. Li Taicang's eyes dimmed, the sword's aura concealed, the celestial might receding. He paid no attention to the 5 royal ancestors, instead gazing in astonishment at the Tai sword in his hand. It had transformed into an ordinary sword, its brilliance dulled, resembling a mere ceremonial weapon, devoid of the earlier, heart-stopping might. Li Taicang no longer felt the sense of supremacy that came from wielding the sword, a feeling which had emboldened him to confront the 5 Grand Masters. With a delicate flick of his slender fingers, he tapped the sword's blade, producing a clear, resonant chime. Had they provoked you? The divine sword possesses a spirit, especially one as regal as the Tai sword. The insults from the royal ancestors and the attempts to suppress it with the golden bell clearly angered this proud sword of kings. How dare a mere subject's artifact seek to subdue a true sovereign? It would be shattered without hesitation, now that the formidable foe had been vanquished. The sword returned to its former modesty, as if the earth-shattering strike had never occurred. Cough. Yi coughed blood, having been rendered powerless to continue the fight after the artifact's backlash. As they gazed at Li Taicang, their expressions were a tapestry of emotions, gratitude, admiration, yet also helplessness and resentment. Truly, he was a prodigious talent, far surpassing both Emperor Gaozu and Emperor Taizong. Under his reign, the glory of the Qin might once again flourish, attracting vassals from all corners. However, the eldest among them, Li Yi, felt compelled to caution Li Taicang. Your Majesty, this masked Grand Master who shuns the light surely harbors ulterior motives. Be wary not to be deceived. If it is within your power, eliminate him. His sect undoubtedly harbors ambitions to usurp our Li Qin. Should the Qin perish under your watch, how could you face our forebears in the afterlife? Li Taicang sighed, truly exasperated by these obstinate old men. Yet, he understood their unwavering loyalty, having been raised in reverence of the ancestral teachings from a young age, viewing them as sacred. Even in death, they would adhere to their path. He harbored no doubt regarding the fidelity of these 5 individuals. If the Li Qin dynasty faced annihilation, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. However, retaining them would only sow the seeds of disaster, as they schemed against his trusted ministers. Even if Li Taicang assured them of their absolute loyalty, it would bear no weight. People only believe what they wish to believe. Moreover, they regarded themselves as superior to the emperor, disregarding his decrees. Such individuals, if left unchecked, would only bring chaos. Yuan Qing, grant them a dignified end. As you command. Yuan Tiangang, casting a glance at the hostile ancestral elders, unleashed 5 strikes, shattering their heart veins. Soon, the 5 royal ancestors breathed their last. The members of the Yi family watched in silence, holding their breath. Yi Guzhou, drenched in sweat, opened his mouth to speak, but noticed Li Taicang stroking the blade of the Tai's sword, his brow furrowed in contemplation of something significant. In the next moment, Li Taicang vanished and swung his long sword. A dull thud echoed as one of the Yi family's masters had his head explode like a ripe watermelon. Blood sprayed forth, creating a veritable rain of crimson. The scene sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, save for Li Taicang and his 2 companions. For Li Taicang had not employed spiritual power, but sheer brute force to obliterate the head of a master. Amidst the blood rain, Li Taicang gently caressed the blade of the Tai's sword, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding chaos, muttering to himself, though the sword's rhythm has been subdued, its hardness remains intact. Quite commendable. Yi Guizhou managed to utter a single word, yet dared not continue. Chapter 16. Sacrificing pawns to save the chariot. Truly the head of a millennia-old clan, Yi Guizhou's countenance fluctuated between dark and light, his heart tumultuous with indescribable shock. He could hardly fathom that Li Taicang was even more terrifying and perilous than the masked black-robed grandmaster. Even more alarming was the fact that he was merely 20 years old, rising like the scorching sun, coupled with the support of peak masters and grandmasters. Could the princes truly contend with Li Taicang? The so-called struggle among heroes was but a farce before him. Were they truly qualified? In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, absolute strength is sufficient to crush all schemes and stratagems. Yi Guizhou gazed at Li Taicang, who was gently caressing his long sword, and felt a wave of bitter humiliation wash over him. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to even draw his sword. However, it was a relief that the Yi family still had a grandmaster to guard them. Although the family had sustained grievous injuries from this battle, their legacy could endure. Yet, it would be difficult to reclaim such a position of power and influence. Suddenly, a thought struck Yi Guizhou as he looked at Li Taicang and his two companions. Li Taicang, who usually kept to himself and had no interest in power, was flanked only by these two, without even a single servant in attendance. With this realization, a glimmer of hope reignited in Yi Guizhou's eyes. With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn from its sheath. Yi Guizhou unleashed his most formidable strike. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, his peak grandmaster attack was not directed at Li Taicang. Blood burst forth as three figures fell, severed in half by his blow. "Master, why this?" they cried. "We would gladly die for the family." The grandmasters, resilient in life, would not perish immediately even when bisected. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Yi Guizhou. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to slay 3 men in a single strike. However, their attention was entirely focused on Li Taicang. How could they have anticipated their own leader's sudden uprising? Yi watched her brother in horror, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before her. Had her brother lost his mind? He was already at a disadvantage against Li Taicang, and yet he had turned on his own subordinates? Had the relentless pressures finally driven him to madness? Li Taicang raised an eyebrow, observing Yi Guizhou with a profound expression. The latter's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, his entire body trembling violently. But soon, he took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, and his face regained its composure. He knelt heavily on both knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, performing the most respectful bow. "I, the guilty servant Yi Guizhou, have failed in my duties, allowing my kin to dare draw swords against your majesty. Such a crime is worthy of death. I have personally cleansed my household and implore your majesty to show mercy and spare the Yi family from execution. From this day forth, the entire Yi clan is willing to serve your majesty as loyal subjects to atone for their sins." Yi Guizhou's intentions were clear. He had discerned Li Taicang's Achilles heel. Despite his unmatched personal strength, his foundation was still fragile, with few capable individuals under his command. Even if he ascended to the throne, it would be difficult for him to control the court in the short term. The cunning ministers were all shrewd and duplicitous, while local powers were deeply entrenched, their networks of influence exceedingly complex. Li Taicang's edicts would struggle to take root, even in Chang'an. He ruled like a half-hearted governor rather than a true emperor. Li Taicang could certainly choose to kill, but could he truly manage it? In the time of the High Emperor, harsh laws were enacted to punish corrupt officials. Punishments included dismemberment and even the execution of entire families. Officials would often leave behind farewell letters before attending court, sharing tearful farewells with their families. Yet even so, corrupt officials continue to sprout like wild grass, reviving with the gentlest breath of spring. No matter how many Li Taicang eliminates, others will inevitably emerge, attempting to deceive him anew. Such is the nature of humanity, immutable and unchangeable. The Yi family, deeply entrenched in the court, can swiftly align with Li Taicang, enabling him to seize control of the political landscape with remarkable speed. They can also swiftly gather an army to eradicate the various princes and their families within the realm. It is crucial to note that although Li Taicang and his two companions possess immense strength, the vast expanse of the Qin territory allows the princes and their supporting factions to lie in wait, like venomous snakes poised to strike. To thoroughly eliminate these latent threats, relying solely on the strength of Li Taicang and his companions is a formidable challenge. This is precisely where the value of the Yi family lies. To cleanse these malignant elements, their assistance is indispensable. Yi Guizhou harbors no grandiose aspirations. He merely seeks to secure his own survival. As long as he lives, hope remains. Yi Guizhou's act of slaying 3 masters of the Yi family with a single sword serves as his token of allegiance to Li Taicang. As for whether Li Taicang will accept this proposal, Yi Guizhou feels it is beyond doubt. Should Li Taicang be merely a foolish tyrant, he would hesitate to make such a claim. However, his 20 years of restraint followed by a remarkable emergence clearly indicates that Li Taicang is a ruler of grand vision and wisdom. His perspective undoubtedly encompasses such considerations. As a sovereign, he desires a complete and stable realm to realize his ambitions, rather than a fractured one. In comparison to this grand vision, what is the Yi family but a mere footnote? Li Taicang's insight will surely recognize this. Rather than squandering energy entangled with the Yi family, it is far more prudent to convert foes into allies and swiftly stabilize the court with their assistance. Regarding the animosity between the Yi family and Li Taicang, Yi Guizhou dismisses it entirely. In the struggle for power, there are no everlasting friends, nor eternal enemies. Even the closest kin can turn against one another, while sworn adversaries may engage in discussions over heroes over wine. When faced with monumental benefits capable of altering the landscape of the realm, personal grievances pale into insignificance. Truly, as the head of a millennia-old family, he has managed to find a glimmer of hope even in such dire circumstances. A smile graced Li Taicang's lips, his tone revealing unreserved admiration. Upon hearing this, Yi Guizhou was suddenly engulfed in overwhelming joy. Indeed, Li Taicang perceives the dynamics of the world. In stark contrast, Yi Ho, his sister, appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the recent shift in circumstances. How could the man, who moments ago was embroiled in conflict, now extol the virtues of her elder brother? Observing her perplexity, Yi Guizhou could not help but sigh heavily within. This sister, raised in luxury since childhood, may excel in the palace's intrigues and competitions, yet when it comes to courtly strategies and the grand affairs of the world, she remains woefully naive. Were she to oversee the grand plans of the Yi family, it is likely that the family would have perished long ago during Li Yutian's reign. Fortunately, the Yi family still rests in his capable hands, and he is confident that under Li Taicang's rule, he can navigate the waters with ease. Just as he prepared to rise, however, Li Taicang placed a firm hand upon Yi Guizhou's shoulder. That hand, seemingly casual, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering Yi Guizhou motionless. His heart trembled as he slowly raised his gaze, meeting the eyes of Li Taicang, which sparkled with a hint of laughter. Yet deep within them flickered a chilling coldness. "Master Yi, what do you believe should be their fate?" he inquired, glancing behind Yi Guizhou. A wave of dread washed over Yi Guizhou. Directly behind him stood the Yi matriarch and her children. Cold sweat instantly drenched his spine. The Yi matriarch was somewhat fortunate, for as the empress of Li Yutian, she might possess a glimmer of hope. However, the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, was a living threat. Legally, he was also the legitimate son of Li Yutian. As long as he lived, he would eternally pose a danger to Li Taicang's throne. Yi Guizhou's throat constricted painfully. He understood that to preserve the Yi family, he must sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. Li Taicang was compelling him to submit a blood oath, one that was irrevocable and drenched in blood. Yi Guizhou helplessly turned to glance back. It was a heart-wrenching expression of complex emotions. The moment the Yi matriarch beheld that gaze, she felt as if struck by lightning. Though her political acumen was rather dull, she could decipher her brother's expression. Whenever he contemplated sacrificing something, that gaze would emerge. And now, that look was directed at her child, Yuan, cradled in her arms. "No, you cannot do this." The Yi matriarch suddenly released a heart-wrenching scream, her voice laced with unprecedented terror and despair. Yuan was only 4 years old. He understood nothing. The Yi matriarch cried out hysterically, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. She buried her child's face deep against her chest, resembling a lioness fiercely guarding her cub. Li Taiyuan was terrified by his mother's actions, squirming restlessly in her embrace, emitting faint whimpers. Chapter 17. The Yi matriarch's descent into madness. Li Taicang approached the Yi matriarch with deliberate steps. In the hushed hall, the sound of his footsteps resonated ominously, amplifying the fear of the mother and child. An elderly matron, a master of her craft, stood before them, her wrinkled face etched with a determination to die. She was just about to utter something when bang. With a casual flick, Li Taicang unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy into the old matron. In an instant, she exploded like a balloon. Blood and flesh splattered across the faces of the Yi matriarch and her child. Stunned, the Yi matriarch wiped her face, her breathing quickening, her pupils constricting violently. Although she had often executed palace maids and concubines for minor offenses, she had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. A familiar figure had been obliterated before her eyes. Even someone of her formidable prowess was shaken, let alone the mere 4-year-old Li Taiyuan. Li Taiyuan was now utterly frightened. His eyes wide open, mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Yet, he emitted no sound, even forgetting to cry. His complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite his innate brilliance, he was still only 4. In his once bright, innocent eyes, only the most primal fear remained. The Yi matriarch's heart ached unbearably at the sight of her son in such a state. She yearned to wipe the blood from Li Taiyuan's face. Yet she had forgotten that her own hands were already stained crimson. Only streaks of blood were left upon Li Taiyuan's pale visage. Li Taicang reached out, seizing Li Taiyuan from the embrace of his mother. Mother! Snatched from his mother's arms, Li Taiyuan finally found his voice, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. He struggled with all his might, attempting to break free from Li Taicang's formidable grip. Yet, to Li Taicang, Li Taiyuan was but a mere insect. How could an insect possibly escape the grasp of a dragon? You want to know? The empress lunged forward in a frenzy, desperate to reclaim her child. She summoned all her spiritual energy, yet her feeble cultivation was as ineffective before Li Taicang as an ant trying to shake a tree. She could only watch helplessly as her beloved son fell into the clutches of Li Taicang. Like a hawk capturing a young rabbit, the mother rabbit may struggle fiercely. But what use is it? Li Taicang brought Li Taiyuan before him, issuing a reprimand. Stop crying. Though his voice was soft, it resonated like thunder in Li Taiyuan's ears. The boy's cries ceased abruptly, his small frame frozen in midair, even his breathing becoming cautious. Suddenly, Li Taicang's expression softened, a familiar fondness glimmering in his eyes. Ninth brother. Are you so afraid of your second brother? Li Taiyuan summoned his courage to gaze up at Li Taicang. Typically, his second brother greeted him with such gentle affection. However, at this moment, seeing Li Taicang's familiar face filled him with an unprecedented dread. He could not comprehend why the second brother, who always inquired after his well-being, had transformed into such a terrifying figure, akin to a monster from a storybook. Li Taicang gently stroked Li Taiyuan's head, speaking in a soothing tone. Ninth brother. If your second brother were to release you, what would you do in the future? Speak honestly to your brother. I shall not blame you. The hand that tenderly caressed Li Taiyuan's head was the very one that had just struck down the old maid. It was still stained with her vivid blood. The crimson liquid trickled down Li Taiyuan's forehead, a thick droplet clinging to his eyelashes, blurring his vision. The familiar scent of blood invaded his nostrils. It was the essence of the old maid. An intense wave of anger surged within Li Taiyuan. The old maid had treated him exceptionally well, often sneaking him treats and telling him stories to lull him to sleep. She even concealed his truancy from the empress. And now, she lay slain at the hands of this ostensibly gentle second brother. Li Taiyuan's voice trembled, yet each word was clear. In his youthful eyes, a determination unfitting for his age sparkled. I am not yet strong, but strength will come with change. Good. You possess spirit. Truly, you are a prince of the Li family. You have not disgraced our father. Li Taicang burst into laughter. The sound echoed hauntingly through the silent hall. The empress sat on the ground, ashen-faced. Yi Guizhou lowered his head, closing his eyes, unwilling to meet the gaze. Ninth brother, do you remember your eighth brother? Li Taicang suddenly mentioned the deceased eighth prince. Li Taiyuan's expression turned bewildered, clearly having a faint recollection of this early departed sibling. However, upon hearing this, both Empress Yi and Yi Guizhou were visibly shaken, their faces paling in horror. The eighth prince, who had met an inexplicable demise 2 years prior. Even her own mother had succumbed unexpectedly following the eighth prince's death. Although publicly proclaimed as an accident, those privy to the palace's secrets understood that both the eighth prince and his mother had fallen victim to foul play. It was merely an ordinary afternoon when Li Taiyuan insisted on seeking out the eighth prince for play. The 5-year-old eighth prince, holding the hand of the 2-year-old Li Taiyuan, frolicked in the imperial garden. Amidst their innocent play, Li Taiyuan stumbled, and began to wail. It was entirely normal for two young children, one aged 5 and the other 2, to fall. Yet, the following dawn, the palace attendants discovered the lifeless body of the 8th prince outside his chamber. The cause of death was absurd, having allegedly fallen from the roof of the chamber. A child of 5, unless endowed with wings, how could he have reached the rooftop? Moreover, the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise were equally ludicrous. A humble concubine struck dead by a falling candlestick from within the hall. Such accidents were not only poorly orchestrated, but laughable. Everyone was acutely aware that the true mastermind was the formidable Empress Yi of the time. Yet, no one dared to question the matter. Even Li Yutian merely sighed and, with a token gesture, ordered an increase in palace guards before letting the matter drop. This was simply because the 8th prince's mother had originated from humble beginnings as an ordinary palace maid, devoid of any martial prowess or influential background. Thus, their lives within this grand palace were as inconsequential as weeds. A mother and child, utterly ordinary, yet there existed someone with a heart of a serpent, intent on ruthlessly ending the life of a 5-year-old child, intent on brutally killing an unassuming mother. In the city of Chang'an, the 8th prince and his mother were the only two willing to engage with Li Taicang. They were among the few individuals in Chang and with whom Li Taicang held any affection. Their humble origins blinded them to the sensitivity surrounding Li Taicang's identity as the son of a former empress. Yet it was precisely this ignorance that drew the ire of Empress Yi. Perhaps the mother of the 8th prince still naively believed they were all part of one family. But in the imperial family, where is the concept of a true family? At this moment, Empress Ye's face turned ashen. She never anticipated that Li Taicang would suddenly evoke this old tale. Li Taicang's gaze sliced through the trembling figure of Empress Yi, his voice cold as ice. The innocent laughter of children had summoned such brutal retribution. Did a 5-year-old child and his innocent mother deserve death simply because they lacked connections? Li Taicang lightly tapped Li Taiyuan's forehead, his voice unnervingly calm. 9th brother, like your 8th brother, he met his fate in a similar manner. This utterance shattered the last vestiges of Empress Yi's sanity. Your Majesty, no? She suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground as if possessed, her forehead striking the hard bluestone floor with a heavy thud. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed throughout the great hall as Empress Yi frantically battered her head, blood quickly staining her forehead and trickling down her pale cheeks. The bluestone cracked under the force of her blows, revealing the extent of her desperation. Your Majesty, I implore you. She lifted her bloodied face and trembled as she crawled forward. Punish me, for all of this is my doing. I am the one who harmed the 8th prince. I am the one who killed his mother. I would willingly endure 1,000 cuts, just to spare you honor. The Empress Yi rose, frantically slapping her own face, her voice now a hoarse whisper. I confess to everything. It is I who possess a heart as venomous as a serpent. I am the one who has harmed the heir. Your honor knows nothing. I beseech you, show mercy. He is your brother. He is only 4 years old. Li Taicang's gaze was as indifferent as eternal ice, the chilling intent of his wrath causing the temperature around him to drop. My 8th brother is only 5 years old. Chapter 18. You are very important to me. Li Taicang paid no heed to the Empress Yi's pleas, his expression devoid of warmth. He seized Li Taiyuan and lifted him high above his head. The Empress shrieked, lowering her head and covering her eyes, too fearful to witness the scene. As a mother, it was unbearably cruel to see her child in such peril while feeling utterly powerless. Li Taicang signaled, and Gao Lishur promptly understood, stepping forward to grasp the Empress's hair, forcing her to witness the fate of Li Taiyuan. Demon Empress, I want you to witness how your son meets his end. This is the first time. Li Taicang spoke coldly, then gently hurled Li Taiyuan downward. Bang! From the moment of his birth, Li Taiyuan's body had been refined by rare heavenly treasures. Thus, this first fall did not claim his life. Instead, the stone slab shattered. Struggling to rise and escape, Li Taiyuan cried out, Second brother, no, I beg you. Hearing his cries, Li Taicang's fury intensified. Who had spared his 8th brother, his beloved 8th brother? Yi Guzhou trembled, suppressing the turmoil within. The Empress's heart-wrenching screams echoed, her eyes wide with anguish. She desperately fought against Gao Lishur's grip, yearning to hold Li Taiyuan in her arms, yet he remained firmly restrained. She could only watch helplessly as Li Taiyuan's frail form was once again seized by Li Taicang. Li Taicang, with an expressionless face, lifted Li Taiyuan once more. Now, go below and properly apologize to your 8th brother. Bang. Mother, uncle, Yuan is in so much pain. The empress let out a sound that resembled a cry of despair. Her nails digging deep into her palms, blood trickling through her fingers. Yuan is innocent. He is only 4 years old and knows nothing. Why must you target a child? Ye Guizhou bit his lip fiercely until it bled, the taste of iron filling his mouth as he spoke hoarsely. Your Majesty, he is ultimately your blood relative. Li Taicang appeared not to hear their words, continuing on as if in a trance. My 8th brother is also my blood relative. According to propriety, he must likewise call you mother and address your uncle as such. The laws of the Great Qin were stringent, stipulating that even the illegitimate offspring were to refer to the head of the family and his wife as mother, even in the presence of their biological mother. These offspring could only call her aunt. The empress collapsed to the ground, tears mingling with blood, blurring her vision. She fervently bowed her head, her trembling lips unable to form words. Ye Guizhou could no longer contain his tears. Humans are not mere grass and wood. Who can be devoid of feelings? Though she has resolved to abandon the 9th prince, he is still her nephew who calls her aunt. Suddenly, the empress ceased her struggles, her gaze becoming hollow, as if her soul had departed from her body. Only her trembling hands bore witness to her continued existence. A vivid image flashed through Li Taicang's mind. Zhang had ruthlessly caused the deaths of Zhao Ji's 2 children before her eyes. Now, who among them possessed a more merciless heart than that youthful Zhang? Li Taicang exclaimed in shock. To endure 5 such trials. How many rare treasures of heaven and earth must have been utilized to nurture him? You are indeed generous. Gao Lisher lifted the constraints upon Empress Yi. In that instant of liberation, she darted towards the small body like an arrow released from its bow. Trembling, she cradled the child in her arms, gently wiping the blood from his face. Yuan, wake up. Mother is here, do not fear. Her voice was barely a whisper. Ye Guizhou lowered his head, his body shaking. Li Taicang observed the scene with a chilling calmness. Now, do you comprehend the anguish of losing a loved one? Slowly, Empress Yi raised her head, her gaze utterly vacant. Yet the corners of her mouth twisted into a strange smile. She laughed maniacally, clutching Li Taiyuan's small form tightly. Yuan is asleep. Shoo, do not wake him. Ye Guizhou watched his sister's madness, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Witnessing this tragic tableau, Li Taicang felt no stirrings of emotion within him. He was all too aware of the deeds the Yi family had committed over the years. The ordinary folk whose lives were shattered by their actions. The small families driven to desperation by their insatiable greed. The merchants who mysteriously vanished merely for obstructing the Yi family's financial interests. Was Li Taiyuan not a child? Yet, did that absolve the Yi family, from Empress Yi to Ye Guizhou, and all the complicit guests, of their blood-soaked hands? While they reveled in their luxurious lives, did they ever consider the families left in ruin because of them? When they spoke grandly, did they remember the lives destroyed by their greed? Li Taicang bore no hatred towards Li Taiyuan, but simply because he was the most cherished possession of Empress Yi, Li Taicang sought to obliterate him before her eyes. To make this heartless demoness taste the bitterness of regret. With a clang, Li Taicang unsheathed the Tai's sword, coldly regarding the already disoriented Empress Yi. Ye Guizhou, in a state of alarm, stumbled forward and knelt beside her. This former sovereign of the Yi family now humbled himself in the dust. Your Majesty, the 9th prince is dead. The Yi family poses no further threat to you. I beseech your mercy. Li Taicang remained unmoved, his gaze indifferent towards Empress Yi. Ye Guizhou implored, mirroring the earlier desperation of Empress Yi towards Li Taicang. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of the Qin, a sage. No matter how disreputable the Empress Yi may be, she is still the former emperor's consort, and, according to propriety, deserves to be addressed as Your Majesty. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. How could the sovereign of the Great Qin commit such a heinous act against his own mother? You may confine the Empress Yi to the inner palace, relegating her to obscurity. She has already lost her sanity. Spare her life. Li Taicang cast a glance at Ye Guizhou. Throughout the annals of Great Qin, while some rulers have indeed slaughtered brothers and uncles to secure their reign, none have ever committed the atrocity of matricide. Even during the most intense power struggles between mother and son in the reign of Emperor Wu, the Empress Dowager's maternal lineage was completely annihilated, and she herself was placed under house arrest. Your Majesty, within 3 years, or at most 1. The Yi family will assist you in purging the remnants of the imperial princes, ensuring the eternal stability of the great Qin. Li Taicang's gaze lingered on the deranged visage of the Empress Yi for a moment. You speak truly. Great Qin governs the world through filial piety, and I cannot bear the infamy of matricide. This proclamation resonated in Yi Guzhou's ears like celestial music, his taut body finally relaxing slightly, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Suddenly, Li Taicang raised his hand, pointing toward the side where Gao Lishur stood. Gao Lishur understood the command, drawing forth white silk from his sleeve, poised to strangle the Empress Yi. Li Taicang's lips twitched. Did you come prepared for this? However, Li Taicang shook his head. You are unfit for this. As my closest attendant, how could you be the one to execute the Empress Dowager? Gao Lishur froze in place, stunned. Li Taicang's gaze shifted to Yuan Tiangang, who had remained silently at the side. Yuan, come forth. After all, in your dark cloak, no one will recognize you. Yuan Tiangang nodded, taking the white silk from Gao Lishur's hands. Yi Guzhou watched this scene, his face turning ashen, finally realizing he had been thoroughly deceived. He immediately exclaimed, Your Majesty. Such an action will surely incite internal strife within the Yi family, making it difficult for us to assist you effectively. Li Taicang responded dismissively. I never intended to rely on your Yi family. Soon, I shall bring people to slaughter your entire clan. I will hang your and the Empress's heads at the gate of the Yi residence, forcing you to witness the annihilation of your family. Yi Guzhou felt as if struck by lightning, trembling as he spoke. You are deceiving me. Li Taicang frowned and looked at Gao Lishur. Did I promise anything to the Chancellor Yi? Gao Lishur shook his head. I did not hear anything. Li Taicang. Yi Guzhou suddenly stood up, pointing at Li Taicang and shouting in anger. Who would have thought you to be so short-sighted? Without the support of the Yi family, do you think you can control the court? With the imperial princes in hiding, can you find them? Governance does not extend beyond Chang'an, who recognizes you as emperor. Li Taicang suddenly burst into laughter, his voice laced with scorn. The great Qin has already been corroded by your noble families, riddled with wounds. Without the Yi family, can it truly worsen? How I govern the realm is of no concern to you. Just know this. To me, the absence of the Yi family is of great significance. Return my Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan Tiangang forcefully seized the child from the deranged Empress Yi, who let out a piercing scream. She lunged towards Yuan Tiangang, but was ensnared by the white silk around her neck before she could reach him. The silk suddenly tightened, and the Empress's cries abruptly ceased. Her delicate hands desperately clawed at the white silk around her neck, her nails carving crimson lines into her skin. Her legs thrashed violently against the ground, while her exquisite visage turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging ominously. The graceful curve of her neck became marred with dark hues. Yuan Tiangang's grip remained unyielding. As Yiho's struggles gradually weakened, her eyes began to roll back, and foam spilled from the corners of her mouth. Ultimately, her legs twitched a few final times before collapsing entirely. Only her bloodshot eyes remained wide open. When the white silk was released, Yiho's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, landing atop the small corpse of Li Taiyuan. Yi Guzhou bowed his head, unable to bear the sight of his sister's tragic fate. His disheveled hair obscured much of his face, and tears streamed silently down his cheeks. Behind him lay the intertwined bodies of his sister and nephew. Soon, his Yi family would face annihilation. He could already envision the impending tragedy, the flames engulfing his home. Familiar corpses strewn across a pool of blood. These haunting images lingered in his mind, transforming into an overwhelming sorrow that threatened to consume him entirely. It is my fault. All my fault. Why did I seek that position? Why did I allow it to come to this? Yi Guzhou choked on his grief, pounding the ground with fervor. He had shared a bond with Li Yutian akin to brotherhood, forged through camaraderie. Subsequently, he became one of Li Yutian's most trusted ministers, enjoying unparalleled favor. After the death of the former empress, he had even persuaded others to elevate his sister to the throne. Yet, at some point, he had transformed from a loyal confidant into a scheming patriarch of the Yi family. It was he who had nurtured his once innocent sister into a heartless schemer, and step by step, he had led the entire Yi family down this irreversible path. His fists, now bloodied and bruised, continued to strike the ground mechanically, each blow seemingly questioning his own choices. Where did it all go wrong? Was it the first time he exploited his sister's position as empress for personal gain? Was it the first time he betrayed the loyal for the family's benefit? Or was it the first time he harbored inappropriate ambitions for power? His anguished sobs echoed throughout the grand hall, his disheveled black hair gradually turning gray. Yi Guzhou's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. He was slain effortlessly by Gao Lishi's sword. This once mighty patriarch of the Yi family met such an easy demise. His heart had already perished, hence, he offered no resistance. The remaining members of the Yi family in the Tai Chi Hall were systematically eliminated by Gao Lishi and Yuan Tiangang. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Li Taicang sat expressionless, observing the slaughter unfold. The hall where Li Yutian lay in repose had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Li Yutian's coffin was left in a state of disrepair. Li Taicang chuckled softly, murmuring, "Father, you played a trick on your son before your death. Today, I shall shatter your funeral hall, and thus we are even." He still cannot fathom why Li Yutian bequeathed the throne to him, an unanchored prince, moments before his demise. At that time, he was akin to a fish upon the chopping board, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. However, now he harbors no resentment towards Li Yutian. Gao Lishi severed the heads of Yi Ho and Yi Guzhou, holding them aloft, patiently awaiting Li Taicang's command. Li Taicang furrowed his brow as he beheld Gao Lishi with the two bloodied heads in hand. "What is the meaning of this?" Gao Lishi respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, did you not wish for them to witness the fall of the Yi family with their own eyes?" Taken aback, Li Taicang soon broke into a chuckle. "Ah, well done. Truly, you live up to the reputation of a timeless sage summoned by the system. Your every action aligns perfectly with my wishes." As he contemplated the system, the notification of task completion resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and ascending the throne. Reward acquired. Talent. Innate path. Celestial star eyes. Century of cultivation. 3 summoning opportunities. Li Taicang's pupils constricted, his face betraying disbelief. Was the criterion for task completion so simplistic? He had assumed he needed to eradicate the Yi family and eliminate the other princes to fulfill the task. To his astonishment, merely slaying the 3 of Yi Ho sufficed for the system to recognize his claim to the throne. Was the system truly this hasty? He wouldn't be surprised if, one day, it preemptively granted him rewards. System, load those 2 talents onto me. The names Innate Path and Celestial Star Eyes sounded grandiose. Ding. Loading Innate Path and Celestial Star Eyes. Ding. Innate Path and Celestial Star Eyes loaded successfully. Innate Path. This constitution is inherently close to the Great Way, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth, attracting the tides of spiritual energy effortlessly. Your future cultivation shall flow as smoothly as a boat on water. Bottlenecks shall seem as fragile as paper. Celestial Star Eyes. With this gaze, the host's eyes encompass the vast cosmos, wielding the power of the stars to unleash calamities upon foes, leading them to decay and obliteration, capable of seeing through all disguises and illusions not exceeding 2 major realms. When Li Taicang regained his senses, he felt as though his entire world had transformed. Without the need to channel any techniques, he could clearly perceive the flow of spiritual energy. With every breath, countless luminous points surged into his being, and spiritual energy naturally coalesced. The complex intricacies of the human emperor's suppression technique, once obscure, now unfolded before him with effortless clarity. This was the innate path, an instinctive affinity with the cosmos. Simultaneously, his eyes shimmered with profound light, as if myriad stars danced within. He raised his gaze, piercing through the roof to behold the sky. At this moment, he could even see countless twinkling star trails in broad daylight. He could sense an ethereal connection between his eyes and the celestial bodies. Retracting his gaze, Li Taicang's eyes transformed from a deep celestial river into a pitch-black abyss. He now felt that even without wielding the Taicang sword, he could vanquish the 5 ancient royal ancestors. Embracing the monumental change within himself, Li Taicang murmured, "Innate path and celestial star eyes. Is this all there is to it?" Though such words were spoken, the smile at the corners of his mouth could not be concealed. Li Taicang continued to command, "System, channel a century of cultivation." Despite feeling an unprecedented surge of power, the trepidation from years of cautious experience instilled a persistent sense of crisis within him. Only formidable cultivation could offer him a semblance of solace. Ding! A century of cultivation begins to infuse. Ding! The innate path of heaven starts to activate. In an instant, A supreme force imbued with the laws of time and space enveloped Li Taicang. The Emperor's world suppression technique began to operate autonomously. His innate talent for the path of heaven allowed him to perceive the profound rhythms of the universe with clarity. Boom. The barrier between the realms of Master and Grandmaster crumbled like paper, easily breached by him. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared. Grandmaster first level, Grandmaster second level, Grandmaster ninth level. In the blink of an eye, Li Taicang reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. However, with his innate talent for the path of heaven, how could a century of cultivation possibly be his limit? His power surged uncontrollably, and his comprehension of martial arts deepened profoundly. Yet, just as he was about to transcend the barrier between the mortal and celestial realms, countless seals suddenly manifested within him, transforming into spiritual locks that firmly constricted his cultivation. Li Taicang's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a strange, yet familiar aura emanating from those seals. However, how could these seals hope to restrain him? The 10,000 calamities star eye erupted, and the galaxies swirled within his gaze, summoning the calamity of the stars. The seals within him began to dissolve at a visible rate. Boom. Li Taicang broke through the seals and transcended the confines of the Grandmaster realm, stepping into the celestial domain. Celestial first level, celestial second level, celestial third level. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the celestial third level did this explosive surge of power begin to stabilize. Ding! The infusion of cultivation has concluded. As the system's notification sounded once more, Li Taicang emerged from this extraordinary state. He felt the surging power within him, yet did not feel elated. Rather, his expression darkened ominously. The aura from those seals was both familiar and strange. It belonged to his late mother, Empress Zhao. Chapter 20. Unquenchable Fury. Summoning the Black Dragon Forbidden Army in stark contrast to Li Taicang's terrifyingly grim countenance, Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang wore expressions of sheer astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances that reflected their shock. What had they witnessed? Their sovereign's cultivation had soared as if propelled by a rocket. From the peak of Master to the pinnacle of Grandmaster, even Yuan Tiangang, the Grandmaster at his zenith, could not fathom it. All he could discern was that Li Taicang's spiritual energy was reined in, his essence flowing with an ethereal grace. Gao Lisher's mouth gaped in disbelief, while Yuan Tiangang, masked though he was, revealed eyes filled with terror and amazement. For a fleeting moment, they even began to question whether their sovereign was a reincarnated celestial being. After all, what other explanation could account for such an unfathomable leap in cultivation within the span of a single breath? At this moment, Li Taicang did not revel in his breakthrough to a higher realm. On the contrary, he was engulfed in a tempest of fury. His biological mother, Empress Zhao, had passed away when he was merely 3 years old. Although he had transmigrated into this realm, possessing his own soul and body, his physical form had been exceedingly frail at that time, causing his soul to lapse into intermittent slumber, which resulted in fragmented memories. Yet, amidst those scattered recollections, his mother always cradled him tenderly, exuding a comforting aura. His greatest joy had been to curl up in her embrace, inhaling the tranquil scent that lulled him to sleep. However, reality now unveiled a harrowing secret about his mother. The mysterious restraints within him, which confined his ascension to the celestial realm, bore the essence of his mother. This revelation plunged Li Taicang into an icy abyss. He even began to doubt whether his mother was truly as warm and benevolent as he remembered. The formidable restraints had evidently been planted when he was but a child. Were it not for the 10,000 calamities star eyes and a century of cultivation, he might have sustained grievous injuries during his ascent, rendering his abilities null. Such a malevolent imposition. What profound enmity could have prompted its inception? No wonder his father, Li Yutian, had persistently undermined his status as the legitimate heir, yet consistently shielded him from the lethal machinations of the Yi family. No wonder his father had uttered cryptic words before his demise, passing down the Imperial Seal to him. All the doubts coalesced into clarity in this moment. His father did not trust or value him. Rather, he harbored trepidation regarding his mother. Veins bulged on Li Taicang's forehead as he glared at Li Yutian's coffin. Throughout his transmigration, his mother had been one of the very few sources of warmth he had felt in this world. Yet, every clue he uncovered indicated that nothing was as he had believed. The image of his mother shattered in his heart. That nurturing embrace was likely a grand deceit, from the very beginning. In an instant, a tempest of rage threatened to consume him. That old wretch, even in death, carried secrets to the grave. Li Taicang forcefully shattered Li Yutian's coffin with a kick. The lifeless, pallid body of Li Yutian tumbled forth. Li Taicang gazed upon Li Yutian's countenance, which maintained its regal demeanor even in death, and his fury intensified. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he placed his foot upon Li Yutian's corpse. You, who failed as a ruler and a father, dare to confront the spirits of the emperors of yore. The power of the celestial realm erupted instantaneously. The already frigid corpse shattered beneath his foot, bones cracking with a chilling resonance throughout the hall. Yet, Li Taicang did not relent. Flames of scorching spiritual energy ignited beneath him, swiftly consuming all the corpses on the ground. Before long, be it the remnants of Li Yuqian, the remains of the royal ancestors, or the corpses of the Yi family, all were reduced to ashes under the true fire of the celestial realm. The vast Taichi hall was left with only Li Taicang and two others standing. Of course, there was also the severed heads of the Yi siblings held aloft by Gao Lisher. However, even the seasoned Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang could not help but flinch at the sight before them. His Majesty is indeed a figure of extraordinary uniqueness. This individual is not a treacherous minister like Yi Ho or Yi Guzhou, but rather the biological father of our sovereign, the previous emperor. The legitimacy of His Majesty's claim to the throne stems from his status as the legitimate eldest son of Li Yutian. Yet, in a shocking display of ruthlessness, His Majesty shattered the coffin of the late emperor. Ultimately, he reduced the remains of the former emperor and the ancestral lineage of the royal family, the Yi clan, to ashes. Such methods are truly merciless in their severity. In truth, the words of Li Taicang criticizing Li Yutian were not misplaced. He failed in his duties as a ruler and as a father. During his reign, Li Yutian allowed the Yi family to grow powerful, permitting the influence of the maternal relatives to flourish unchecked. As a father, he was profoundly negligent. The case surrounding the assassination of the 8th prince, with irrefutable evidence pointing to Yi Ho, was dismissed by him with a mere wave of his hand. That innocent 5-year-old child, that blameless consort, was thus sacrificed in vain. Moreover, he utilized Li Taicang, his legitimate eldest son, more as a tool than as a beloved child. From a young age, he deliberately undermined Li Taicang's status as the eldest son, while covertly shielding him from the Yi family's malice. These contradictory actions merely served to treat Li Taicang as a pawn. Ultimately, he even forced Li Taicang onto the throne to fulfill his own schemes. Did he not realize that in such circumstances, Li Taicang would be tormented to death by the Yi family? Perhaps this was precisely what Li Yutian wished to witness. Gazing upon the ashes that filled the hall, Li Taicang could not suppress a bitter smile. His father had exploited him, his mother had implanted restrictions within him, and his brothers sought his life. He had once hoped that traversing to this world might grant him a taste of familial affection, yet in the end, even his most cherished mother had relegated him to the status of a pawn. The emperor, indeed, is a solitary figure. Li Taicang sighed deeply. In the next moment, a glint of fierce determination shone in his eyes. Let us extinguish the Yi family. His rage did not dissipate with the destruction of Li Yutian's coffin. Rather, it intensified. Fortunately, the Yi family had long since entered his death list. He yearned to unleash his fury upon them. Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang immediately bowed in response and hastened to follow. Just as they were about to step out of the hall, Li Taicang summoned the system with a thought. Ding. The host has activated the summoning action. System summoning in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Troops. Black Dragon Forbidden Troops. The sharp edge of Imperial blades. The shadow of royal authority. All members are clad in abyssal Black Dragon scale armor, with cultivation levels ranging from the pinnacle of Xianhai to the 5th rank of Grandmaster, serving as the Empire's instruments of slaughter. Where are the Black Dragon Forbidden Troops? Li Taicang pushed open the doors of the Taiji Hall and inquired in a deep voice. In an instant, the entire palace seemed to tremble. The Black Dragon Forbidden Troops are willing to serve your majesty until death. A thunderous roar echoed from the square outside the hall. In the courtyard beyond the gates, 5,000 warriors clad in pitch-black heavy armor stood in formation. Each wore a black dragon mask, wielding long swords and heavy sabers at their waists. Iron-blooded, intimidating, cold, and domineering. We shall eradicate the traitors alongside your majesty. We shall faithfully obey your majesty's decree. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 21. The Annihilation of the Yi Family. The Yi family, the atmosphere heavy enough to suffocate. The patriarch of the Yi family sat majestically in the main hall, his face etched with deep wrinkles, shrouded in a cloud of foreboding. In his weathered eyes, an unprecedented gravity flickered. Just moments ago, while meditating in his secluded chamber, he had distinctly sensed the earth-shattering battle erupting from the direction of the Taiji Hall. The terrifying fluctuations of power sent chills through even this centuries-old Grandmaster. This force is beyond my current reach, the Yi Patriarch murmured to himself. A thought flashed through his mind. Escape. Depart at once. With his level of cultivation, there was a slim chance he could conceal his whereabouts. Yet, as he glanced at the bustling members of the Yi family outside the hall, his feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. Alas! A long sigh echoed in the vast hall as the patriarch slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps this is the destiny of one bound to the family. In youth, nurtured by the elders of the clan, in old age, akin to those predecessors, shielding the younger generation from the storms of life. When the thought of escape resurfaced, a bitter smile crept upon the patriarch's lips. He knew better than anyone that if he abandoned his family today, his heart would suffer irrevocably. Not only would his cultivation stagnate, but he might also plummet in rank. More importantly, he would forever be haunted by guilt and remorse, a fate far worse than death. This was a responsibility he could not shake off. In the face of familial peril, he must uphold the last bastion of hope for his clan. Suddenly, the Yi Patriarch opened his eyes, gazing intently at the clear sky. His voice hoarse. They have arrived. Thunder rumbled ominously, shaking the very foundations of the Yi estate. In an instant, the azure sky was engulfed by roiling dark clouds, the daylight dimming to a somber hue. The heavy clouds hung low, as if suspended above the eaves of the Yi residence, enveloping the entire estate in a stifling gloom. The members of the Yi family gathered in terror in the courtyard, looking up at the sudden celestial phenomenon. Amidst the dense clouds, fierce black dragons could be discerned, writhing and swirling, their chilling roars piercing through the clouds, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. Another crack of thunder split the air, blinding lightning tearing a vast rift in the clouds, from which emerged 5,000 formidable warriors. The three leaders surveyed the colossal Yi family with cold indifference, as though gazing upon mere ants. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard had arrived at the Yi family. The patriarch's heart sank as he recognized Li Taicang, the hooded figure, and the grisly sight of the severed heads of Yi Guzhou and his sister, held by Gao Lishur. The Yi family had suffered a complete and utter defeat. He had never anticipated that this inconspicuous second prince possessed such formidable strength and depth, withstanding the onslaught of 5 royal ancestors without faltering, rendering decades of the Yi family's efforts to naught. The Yi patriarch leaped forward, determined to make one last stand. Approaching Li Taicang, he clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. Your Majesty, I implore you to grant the Yi family a chance at survival. We pledge lifelong loyalty to your Majesty. He lowered himself to the utmost degree. It was too late. Li Taicang replied indifferently, a murderous intent permeating the air. As he cast his gaze upon the members of the Yi family, his inner fury almost erupting. The elder of the Yi family sighed deeply and spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to eradicate a noble clan? The noble families of the realm are watching closely. Do you wish to plunge the people of the Great Qin into suffering? Li Taicang scoffed derisively. It is your noble families that bring true suffering to the Great Qin. Your patriarch and the demon queen are already dead. As an elder, your continued existence is unwarranted. Yuan Qing, eliminate him. As you command. Yuan Tiangang responded, his figure darting towards the elder of the Yi family. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long blade, emanating a chilling glint. The sword flashed like a rain of light, conjuring a tempestuous storm. The elder of the Yi family's expression shifted as he evaded with agility. Impressive. He has indeed touched the realm of the celestial. This was the elder's first impression of Yuan Tiangang. Never anticipating that the Grandmaster he sensed at the second prince's residence was, in fact, at the pinnacle of Grandmasters. With his own cultivation at only the 7th level of Grandmaster, he was no match for this formidable opponent. The elder summoned his long sword, intoning a spell. In an instant, the sword became enveloped in radiant light, exuding a piercing sword intent. But that was not the end. the elder bit his tongue, and a stream of blood shot forth towards the long sword, infusing it with a vivid crimson hue. This is my most powerful strike. It is a technique I have prepared for the royal ancestors over the years. Today, I shall use it against you, declared the elder of the Yi family. With that, the long sword was unleashed, severing Yuan Tiangang's blade light. Just as the elder of the Yi family felt a surge of triumph, an unexpected shift occurred. A dense aura of celestial energy spread forth, transforming into a colossal long blade, seemingly capable of cleaving through heaven and earth, crackling with thunder. This enormous blade appeared to have brushed against the threshold of the celestial realm, inspiring awe. The elder of the Yi family was struck with terror. He could not withstand this blade. This was his most immediate realization. Yuan Tiangang murmured. This move was intended for the 5 royal ancestors. Li Taicang raised an eyebrow, sensing he had underestimated Yuan Tiangang's prowess. Even without the assistance of the Tai's sword, Yuan Tiangang could still defeat those 5 royal ancestors. He could distinctly feel that the colossal long blade, forged from celestial power, had achieved the might of the 2nd level of the celestial realm. A grandmaster shaking the heavens. Yuan Tiangang truly lived up to his reputation as the pinnacle of that world. Boom. The elder's radiant long sword collided with the celestial long blade. However, it only held for a brief moment before, crack. The long sword gradually shattered into shimmering fragments within the cosmos. You are on the verge of becoming a celestial. The elder of the Yi family bellowed, an overwhelming jealousy surging within him. In this era, where few could ascend to the celestial realm, here stood a person on the brink of such a breakthrough, and he was so remarkably young. Little did the elder know that beside Yuan Tiangang stood a 20-year-old prince, already at the 3rd level of the celestial realm. Perish. The celestial long blade continued its relentless descent. With a fierce swing aimed at the body of the ancestral figure of the Yi family, the elder felt an overwhelming dread as the blade drew nearer. His gaze flickered back to his clan, realizing that should he attempt to intercept the strike with his own flesh, he would perish. Yet the Yi family's legacy might remain intact. Conversely, should he refrain from intervening, the younger generations of the Yi family would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through his mind, yet each time, the weight of familial duty pressed heavily upon him. At the brink of life and death, he bellowed in a fit of rage, "If I must die, then so be it. I shall not be a coward." The Yi family elder charged directly towards the celestial blade. A thunderous crash ensued. The elder's body shattered, his soul extinguished. Chapter 22. The nobility of Chang'an. Observing the elder of the Yi family collide with the celestial blade, Li Taicang let out a cold snort. The Yi family, after all, possessed some backbone. The disparity in strength between the Yi elder and Yuan Tiangang was insurmountable. Yuan Tiangang's superior cultivation techniques and innate talent rendered the act of slaying the Yi elder a mere triviality. Nevertheless, a flicker of admiration arose within Yuan Tiangang for the Yi elder. Fully aware that remaining meant certain death, he nevertheless upheld his responsibilities as the family patriarch, willingly embracing his fate. Such a person deserved a grand finale. This monumental spectacle did not escape the eyes of the nobility within Chang'an. They were astonished to discover that a master of great renown served under the 2nd prince. A master who had just slain the Yi family elder. Where had the empress and the chancellor vanished? Had they already fled the city to evade disaster? Behold, widen your eyes and witness whose head that red-robed eunuch is carrying. The empress, the chancellor. Caution, the reigning empress, the treacherous chancellor. Li Taicang stood proudly in the air, surveying the vast Yi family below. This immense clan boasted at least tens of thousands, surpassing even the Liqin royal lineage, which had endured for over 2 millennia. Yet, the Liqin royal family had perpetually engaged in brutal strife among themselves, suffering countless purges. To have retained their current numbers was, in itself, a commendable feat. Li Taicang gazed indifferently at the thousands of Yi family members. Some were sorrowful, others terrified, while a few wept blood and vowed vengeance. Yet, to him, they all appeared identical. Lambs. Sacrificial lambs. Li Taicang raised his hand and waved it downwards gently. Annihilation. The black dragon forbidden army roared like a true dragon bellowing at the heavens. Kill! 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 5,000 soldiers surged into the Yi family estate, reaping all living beings before them as easily as a tiger among sheep. The Yi family's masters fell before them. And with the lowest ranks of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army being at the pinnacle of the Xianhai realm, claiming lives was as effortless as plucking a flower. No. After 10 years of hard study, having just become a son-in-law of the Yi family, I was poised to soar to greatness. How can I die here? I refuse to accept this. I share no enmity with the Yi family. My lord, I know their hiding place. Why must you slay me? My lord, my child is only 7 years old, still innocent and unknowing. Could you not spare him? Steady yourself. The elders sacrificed for the clan as descendants. How can we bring shame upon our ancestors? Today, I would rather take my own life than allow the enemy to humiliate me. Li Taicang, may you meet a most untimely demise. Open your eyes wide and behold. The clans of the world shall unite. Ha. My Yi family shall await you on the road to the underworld. Within the Yi household, myriad forms of life are laid bare. There are those who directly betray us, serving as guides for the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. Yet, the Black Dragon Forbidden Army despises such traitors. If you submit, they may grant you a swift end. But if you choose treachery, the Black Dragon will cleave you in two. Those who are bisected do not perish immediately. They will writhe in agony amidst a pool of their own blood, helplessly witnessing their life ebb away, gradually succumbing to the torment. As for the stalwart souls who choose to end their own lives, the Black Dragon Forbidden Army will not strike them down, preserving the final dignity of these proud warriors. Even the elderly, women, and children are not spared. The Black Dragon collects their lives with a chilling indifference. When they speak of extermination, it is done without hesitation. As the foremost duty of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army, each soldier meticulously cleanses the remnants of the Yi family as if they were mere vermin. Perhaps the only solace for the Yi family lies in the strict discipline of the Black Dragon, which refrains from humiliating the women before their demise. Gao Lishur has not forgotten his mission. He displays the heads of Lady Yi and Yi Guzhou upon the highest tower of the Yi residence, forcing them to witness the annihilation of their clan. An hour later, the Yi family, comprising 37,000 souls, has been utterly exterminated. Not a single survivor remains. The grand estate has transformed into a hellish battlefield, with corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing. The air is thick with the nauseating stench of blood, and the horror of the scene would send even the fiercest demons of hell quaking in fear. The 18 layers of hell pale in comparison. Indeed, the Yi family has been completely obliterated. This was once a preeminent clan. Even grandmasters could not safeguard themselves. How swiftly the tides of fate have turned. How could one have foreseen the brutality of the second prince, as he slaughtered tens of thousands in cold blood? After being suppressed for so long, teetering on the brink of life and death, your psyche cannot be too sound. What is this? Has the new sovereign just ascended the throne and already cannot restrain his loyalty? You ought to tread carefully. The new sovereign harbors animosity towards the Yi family. Pray that your connections to the Yi family do not invite his wrath. Li Taicang stood amidst the ruins of the Yi family, surveying the battlefield. Now a scene of desolation. Under the iron hooves of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army, this once illustrious residence has been reduced to ashes. He bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the entirety of Chang'an. Those who do not attend the morning court tomorrow shall face death. He then led 5,000 soldiers of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army back to the palace. The nobles of Chang'an fell silent for a moment before resuming their discourse. The new sovereign's strength is not a boon for us. What are you afraid of? No matter how formidable the new sovereign may be, he requires ministers to govern the realm. Otherwise, how will taxes be collected? Who will oversee the appointments of officials? Who will adjudicate cases and manage prisons? Can such complex affairs be resolved through murder alone? It is precisely for this reason that he could annihilate the Yi family today. Does he intend to slaughter all the ministers of the court tomorrow? Governance ultimately relies on the talents of the learned and capable. Do not worry, everyone. The new sovereign is youthful, and such rulers are often ambitious and eager for accomplishments. We merely need to indulge his temperament by presenting auspicious signs and singing his praises. Meanwhile, the powerful elites of Chang'an are already contemplating how to deceive Li Taicang. Are they blind to the countless bloody heads of the Yi family? Do they not fear that Li Taicang's blade may someday descend upon them? They are fully aware. These high-ranking officials and heads of noble families are among the shrewdest and most cunning individuals of the Qin dynasty. The court is composed of the most astute individuals. Flattering the most exalted person, they certainly fear death. However, as the saying goes, when a trifling profit is at stake, they may trample upon the law. When 7 parts of profit are involved, they dare to deceive their sovereign. And with a full 10 parts of profit, they may even dare to commit regicide. Chapter 23. Li Fuyao returns to the capital. What I say is indeed true. Meanwhile, the 7th princess, Li Fuyao, has finally returned to Chang'an. In her mind, Li Taicang would surely be placed under house arrest by the Yi family, and once the 9th prince ascends the throne, he would be secretly executed. Her plan was meticulously crafted. She only needed to rescue Li Taicang, while the Yi family prepared for the coronation. Yet, upon entering the city of Chang'an, the overwhelming scent of blood caused her complexion to change drastically. Could the Yi family be so cruel as to bathe Chang'an in blood? However, as she followed the source of the foul odor, she found herself frozen in place. For the pungent scent of blood emanated from the very stronghold of the Yi family. The current state of the Yi family was one of ruin, with corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing, resembling a hellish realm. Li Fuyao was horrified. The Yi family had been annihilated. Not a single person, young or old, had been spared. Moreover, she spotted the heads of Yi Ho and Yi Gazu atop a high edifice. Their faces were contorted in agony, eyes wide open in death. Clearly, they had endured unspeakable torment in their final moments. Who could be so merciless? Could it be that her brothers conspired to slaughter the Yi family? The first thought that crossed Li Fuyao's mind was of the princes, aside from Li Taicang. In her eyes, those princes were subservient and would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to act. Yet, she had not anticipated their brutality in exterminating an entire clan. While Li Fuyao remained engulfed in shock, a sudden exclamation shattered her thoughts. A few rogue cultivators were stealthily rummaging through the debris for valuables, and one recognized her identity. The 7th princess. Upon realizing who she was, the rogue's eyes glinted with malice. The maternal lineage of the 7th princess is the Su family, and the current emperor harbors a deep-seated vendetta against them. Delivering the 7th princess to the emperor would surely yield a generous reward. Capture her, present her to the new emperor, and we shall prosper. With wicked intent surging within them, the rogues cackled sinisterly and unleashed their spiritual power. Seeking death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Fuyao's eyes as she lightly raised her hand, an invisible pressure suddenly descending. Bang, bang, bang. Before the approaching rogues could even close the distance of 3 zhang, they exploded in midair like balloons crushed by an unseen force, one after another. Amidst the chaos and carnage, Li Fuyao spared a life. The rogue cultivator, his legs weakening, collapsed onto the ground, his trousers thoroughly soaked. Stripped of any capacity to resist, he was effortlessly seized by Li Fuyao. The rogue was seized with terror at Li Fuyao's display of power. A grandmaster. The 7th princess is indeed a grandmaster. Are you also here to vie for the throne? Li Fuyao, now restored to her grandmaster level, found it exceedingly simple to handle these rogue cultivators. With a furrowed brow, she spoke in a grave tone. There is no time for idle chatter. Reveal everything you know. Should you utter even a single lie, your demise will be far more excruciating than theirs. The chill in her voice starkly contrasted with the usual languid charm of the 7th princess. Li Fuyao harbored no fondness for these rogues. They were all desperate fugitives, refusing to abide by the edicts of the court, engaging in perilous undertakings. Now that the Yi family had just been annihilated, they descended upon the scene like vultures drawn to carrion, scavenging through the remains for valuables. Such behavior made her nauseous. Even more infuriating was the audacity of these insects to strike at her. The rogue, gripped by sheer terror, dared not conceal a single detail and promptly divulged everything he knew. The crown prince had been executed in the streets by Li Taicang, his body left unclaimed. After exiting the palace, Li Taicang led an unknown number of Black Dragon soldiers in a bloody massacre of the entire Yi family. Each of those soldiers was a peak cultivator of the Xianhai realm. Accompanying them was a peak grandmaster who had slain the Yi family's ancestor with a single stroke. There were even rumors that Li Taicang had achieved grandmaster capabilities himself. With each revelation, the rogue's complexion grew increasingly pale. By the end, he trembled uncontrollably, fearing that the 7th princess might crush him in a fit of displeasure. Impossible. Li Fuyao's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Even at death's door. You dare fabricate such absurd lies. Speak. Whose spy are you? The more she pondered, the more suspicious she became. These individuals were not merely aimless rogues, but rather spies sent by certain factions. A typical rogue would not exhibit such stubbornness when facing death. The fact that this man, with his life on the line, still withheld the truth indicated he was indeed a death warrior. Li Fuyao unleashed her lethal technique, channeling her spiritual energy into the rogue's mind. In an instant, the rogue let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as though his very soul was being torn apart. Though in her previous life as an empress she had been carefree, she was far from a benevolent saint. She had learned numerous methods of torment. In mere moments, the rogue began to roll his eyes, frothing at the mouth, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. He even experienced a vivid hallucination, seeing the rogue on the brink of losing consciousness. Li Fuyao immediately withdrew her attack. I shall grant you one final chance. Speak. Reveal everything you know. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience pain 100-fold worse than before. Regaining some composure, the rogue wept profusely, his forehead bloodied and bruised from repeated impacts. My lady, I am wronged. Every word I have spoken is the truth. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down and my entire lineage be obliterated. Observing the pitiful expression of the wandering cultivator as he pleaded for mercy, Li Fuyao could not help but laugh contemptuously. Such remarkable acting. Had she not been aware of the situation in Chang'an, she might have been deceived by his performance. His acting skills are commendable, yet did he not pause to consider the logic of his lies? You claim that the second prince executed the first prince in public? He has always been as gentle as jade. How could he possibly act so violently? The second prince lives a secluded life, under constant surveillance. Where could he possibly have found 5,000 private soldiers? How could he command a peak grandmaster? Most importantly, he is merely 20 years old this year. Though gifted, he is hardly extraordinary. How could he possess the realm of a grandmaster? Such absurd fabrications. How can you expect me to believe them? The wandering cultivator gasped for breath, nearly fainting under the weight of his own deceit. Despite having deceived countless souls throughout his life, today he spoke nothing but the truth. He pounded his chest, wishing he could lay bare his heart for this living ancestor before him to see. Heaven above, is there no law left in this world? Who could have imagined such absurdity? The once ineffectual prince not only succeeded in slaying the Empress Yi and Yi Guzhou, but he also annihilated the Yi family. Not only did he have peak grand masters at his command, but his personal prowess also outshined all others. Li Fuyao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her deep starry eyes glimmering with the wisdom of someone who has seen through it all. I surmise that you wish to cast the blame of the Yi family's destruction upon the second prince. The wandering cultivator howled in despair, nearly collapsing. I am speaking the truth. The second prince executed the Empress Yi, wiped out the Yi family, and ascended the throne. If you merely cast a glance at the palace, who occupies the dragon throne now? Seeing that the wandering cultivator remained obstinately silent, Li Fuyao sighed, a hint of admiration flickering in her gaze. Who would have thought that such a mere spy would possess such fortitude? Very well, I shall honor your bravery and grant you a swift end. The wandering cultivator went utterly mad, unleashing a torrent of curses. Truly a foolish woman. In my lifetime of deception, I spoke the truth for the first time, only to meet my demise at the hands of such an absurdly illogical fool. Li Fuyao's eyes grew cold as she waved her hand lightly. Incorrigible. The wandering cultivator was instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 24. The general of the north betrays. Li Fuyao captured several spies lurking near the ruins of the Yi family. Surprisingly, the intelligence they provided matched exactly what the wandering cultivator had said. Li Fuyao furrowed her brow, her expression grave. Had the spies throughout Chang'an united in their narrative? It seems the city has been thoroughly infiltrated. My royal brothers do not possess such capability. Could it be that those hidden sects have intervened directly? If so, Chang'an must surely be home to several grand masters, making the rescue of my second brother increasingly arduous. Li Fuyao intended to investigate the palace. Yet the conjectures swirling in her mind halted her in her tracks. Her current cultivation was only at the 5th level of grandmaster, and the palace had undoubtedly become a den of demons. To venture forth recklessly could result in capture. Just as she weighed her options, a contingent of black-armored soldiers marched in formation from the far end of the street. Li Fuyao swiftly concealed herself, observing from the shadows. Black dragon heavy armor? When did the Qin dynasty adopt such standardized armor? Before her stood a meticulously organized squad of 12, their movements synchronized as they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, perpetually poised for combat. At the forefront was a master of the 2nd level of cultivation, while the remaining soldiers were at the pinnacle of the Xianhai realm. More alarmingly, A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped them, revealing their status as seasoned elites forged through countless battles. Li Fuyao scrutinized this formidable unit of the Black Dragon Imperial Guard, pondering the strength of such a squadron. Xianhai Pinnacle, second-level masters. Was this group truly that powerful? Their military discipline was impeccable, a veritable band of fierce warriors. The dynasty I once served did not possess such elite forces. Li Fuyao gazed at these formidable soldiers with a mixture of astonishment and contemplation, wondering what kind of monstrosity occupied the palace, for how else could they command such a powerful army? A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes as her delicate hand discreetly gathered spiritual energy, preparing to seize one of the soldiers. However, just as she was ready to act, a chilling and deep voice emerged from behind her. Does the seventh princess believe that Chang'an is devoid of inhabitants? The voice was dangerously close, and Li Fuyao could even sense the tangible aura of killing intent emanating from it. In an instant, her hair stood on end, her spine chilled, and her scalp prickled with unease. Who could it be? She swiftly turned, summoning her spiritual energy into a blade at her palm, her gaze locking onto the newcomer. From the shadows of the alley, a figure cloaked in black emerged, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura. With only a pair of ice-cold eyes visible beneath the mask, it was none other than the notorious Yuan Tiangang. Li Fuyao regarded Yuan Tiangang with a grave expression, her heart racing with a sense of urgency. This individual had managed to follow her silently. Had he not spoken, she would have remained oblivious to his presence. When had her spiritual perception become so dull? In that moment, she recognized that this figure in black was indeed the pinnacle of the Grand Master level spoken of by the spies. When did you begin to track me? Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Li Fuyao. From the moment the seventh princess crossed the gates of Chang'an, this revelation sent a shockwave through Li Fuyao's heart. Was every one of her movements under the scrutiny of this unseen observer? A sardonic smile crept across her lips, a flicker of derision crossing her gaze. Ah, how cold-blooded you are, watching me slay those spies without intervention. Are they not your comrades? Yuan Tiangang shook his head. The seventh princess is mistaken. They are not our people. In fact, I must thank the seventh princess for alleviating my burdens. Li Fuyao felt momentarily bewildered. Were those spies not in league with him? What about the information they shared regarding Li Taicang? Seventh princess, is your purpose in coming here to seize the throne? As soon as the words left his lips, alarm bells rang in Li Fuyao's mind. She sensed a suffocating wave of killing intent erupt from the figure before her. It seemed that should her response fail to please him, he would not hesitate to strike. Moreover, she was inexplicably gripped by a sense of fear. How could she feel this way? Despite her current inferiority in cultivation compared to the figure in black, she had once been the empress who ruled an entire dynasty. She possessed countless trump cards. Yet, she found herself filled with trepidation before this solitary figure in black. However, Li Fuyao quickly dispelled that surge of emotion, channeling her spiritual energy and preparing for a decisive strike. I harbor no interest in your throne. My purpose here is solely to rescue the second prince. He is merely a reclusive royal, posing no threat to you. Release him, and I shall depart at once. Li Fuyao initially anticipated a fierce battle, yet to her surprise, Yuan Tiangang instantly retracted all murderous intent upon hearing her words. Follow me, His Majesty awaits you. Li Fuyao's pupils constricted as she coldly inquired, Who is your Majesty? Your second brother. In the northern frontier of the Great Qin, amidst relentless snowstorms, within the main camp of the Northern Suppression Army, Xiao Dingbian sat alone in his command tent, several empty wine jars scattered across the table. This once formidable commander now wore a despondent expression, his eyes bloodshot. It is over, utterly over. The grand prince he invested in has perished. Henceforth, he will face oppression and suspicion from the new emperor, and further advancement will be arduous. Moreover, reports from scouts indicate that the newly ascended second prince is said to be aided by a mysterious grandmaster, known for their ruthless methods. The news of the complete annihilation of the Yi family kept him awake at night. In the future, let alone his command, even his life is precarious. A grandmaster, huh? My peak mastery as a grandmaster is but a trifling matter in their eyes. Xiao Dingbian shook his head with a bitter smile. Just as he wallowed in despair, a melodious female voice broke through the silence. Lord Xiao, are you truly willing to accept this fate? Who? Xiao Dingbian instantly sobered, drawing his long knife, its cold gleam flashing. The tent flap stirred slightly, and a figure in a black robe gracefully entered. When the newcomer lowered her hood, an enchanting face emerged. Upon seeing her visage, Xiao Dingbian's pupils constricted. The sixth princess, Li Yegong? What brings you here? How did you manage to infiltrate? Xiao Dingbian spoke in a deep voice. Li Yegong's crimson lips curled slightly as she produced a token inscribed with the words, "As if I were present." At the sight of this token, it was as if one beheld a divine countenance. With this token, there is no place I cannot go. Xiao Dingbian slowly rose, his eyes glinting with cold light. The sixth princess possesses great audacity. Now that the new emperor has ascended, the political landscape has shifted. This token from the late emperor may no longer hold sway. If I were to capture you and present you to his majesty, I might just preserve my command of the Northern Suppression Army. Li Yegong, unperturbed by his words, merely covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Why deceive yourself, Lord Xiao? Do you truly believe that offering me would secure your position? You must have heard the news of the Yi family's slaughter, yes? Do you think that individual would spare you, the Grand Prince's confidant? Xiao Dingbian's complexion paled instantly, his grip on the long knife trembling slightly. Every word spoken by Li Yegong was one he had contemplated. Indeed, given the new emperor's ruthless methods, which even led to the annihilation of the Yi family, how could he possibly spare a confidant of the Grand Prince? The tent fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Xiao Dingbian sighed deeply and sheathed his knife. Sixth princess, please articulate your intentions. He would not presume that Li Yegong had come here out of goodwill to offer him a warning. Li Yegong's lips curled upward as she softly declared, "It is quite simple. I merely ask that you allow the Zhang guards to pass through the gates." What? Xiao Dingbian rose abruptly, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a master-level warrior, causing the wine jar on the table to shatter with a resounding crash. His eyes blazed crimson, and his hair stood on end. You accuse me of treason? Yet, Li Yegao remained unperturbed, not even lifting the hem of his garment. A confident smile graced his face. Why should Lord Xiao be angered? The Zhang guard of the Tianlang dynasty merely seeks passage. Preposterous. Xiao Dingbian scoffed, his rage transforming into mockery. If the 3 northern passes fall, the Tianlang cavalry will surge straight in. What are the common folk of my Qin? Common folk? Li Yegao interrupted with a chilling laugh. Does Lord Xiao believe the tyrant who slaughtered the entire Yi family cares for their lives? As for treason? Li Yegao smirked disdainfully. I am of the bloodline of the late emperor. Should I ascend the throne, I will embody the legitimate rule of Qin. My orders cannot possibly be construed as treason. Xiao Dingbian, grasping the implications, replied with a cold smirk. So, the sixth princess harbors ambitions for that position as well. Who wouldn't? Li Yegao's gaze flickered, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. All Lord Xiao needs to do is open the gates. The rest will be handled by me. Once accomplished, one position is trivial. Even the titles of king and fiefdom are easily arranged. Xiao Dingbian inquired, is the sixth princess so certain that the Zhang guard will assist you? Does the Tianlang dynasty truly intend to cede the splendid lands of Qin to you? Li Yegao's confident smile faded, replaced by a cold tone. This matter need not trouble Lord Xiao. Will you allow it or not? Xiao Dingbian laughed heartily. Of course, I shall allow it. Li Yegao rejoiced. And after discussing several details, he departed the tent. Xiao Dingbian watched Li Yegao's retreating figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. Has she been blinded by the allure of the throne? What a fool. The Tianlang dynasty had coveted Qin for long, after conquering Chang'an. Would they truly allow her to become empress? Indeed, a fool remains a fool. Xiao Dingbian's acquiescence to Li Yegao stemmed from his desire to incite chaos within Qin. Once turmoil erupted, the new ruler would be too preoccupied to consider his own interests. In the ensuing chaos, he might very well seize the opportunity for himself. Contemplating that exalted position, Xiao Dingbian's eyes burned with fervor. That foolish woman spoke a truth. Who wouldn't desire that position? Chapter 25. The path of the 9-dragon emperor beyond the borders. At the encampment of the Zhang cavalry, the north wind howled, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Deep within the military camp, in the central tent, the young wolf King Altai drank strong liquor, skillfully carving roasted lamb legs. This man was none other than the commander of the Zhang cavalry, and also Li Yegao's maternal uncle. Altai presented the succulent meat to Li Yegao, a hearty smile illuminating his rugged face. Come, Yegao, taste the craftsmanship of our prairie folk. Li Yegao frowned slightly, glancing at the still bloody meat, and hesitantly shook his head in refusal. Altai, seeing this, burst into hearty laughter and devoured the meat himself. It's only natural that you're unaccustomed to it. Having grown up in Chang'an, he wiped the grease from his beard and gestured toward the other generals in the tent. Look at your uncles and cousins. They don't even bother to cut it, swallowing the bones whole. Laughter erupted within the tent, a cacophony of rough mirth. Several corpulent generals were gnawing on whole legs of lamb, their greasy appearances causing Li Yege to feel a surge of nausea. Forcing down his discomfort, Li Yege whispered, "Uncle, Xiao Dingbian has already agreed to our plan. When shall we cross the border?" A glint of excitement flickered in Altai's eyes as he chuckled softly. "What? Are you so eager?" The flames of greed burned brightly in Li Yege's eyes. "Indeed, I can hardly wait to trample those haughty nobles beneath my feet. I yearn to become the empress of the great Qin dynasty." Altai laughed heartily, clapping Li Yege on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Now this is the spirit of a woman from our vast steppe. We shall enter the border tonight and seize Chang'an." Li Yege could hardly contain her exhilaration. "Upon crossing the border, we shall establish the name of Clear the Usurpers. By the way, Uncle, how many troops have you brought?" 300,000. Li Yege was taken aback. "Uncle, have you brought the entire Zhang cavalry with you?" Altai replied solemnly, "Indeed. Opportunities must not be missed. If we wait for those aristocratic families to react, it will be too late." Despite the fierce infighting within Great Qin, when it comes to our Tianlang dynasty, they often unite against a common enemy. History has shown that Great Qin is not without such precedents. At one time, 3 princes were vying for power in the Central Plains, leaving the borders unattended, and allowed their ancestors from the steppe to march south. Who would have thought that those 3 mortal enemies would unite and drive their ancestors out of Great Qin? Thus, Altai learned from history, advocating for swift action to occupy the northern regions of Great Qin before gradually plotting against the south. The night winds swept up yellow sands as the iron hooves of the Zhang cavalry shattered the silence of the border. On the city walls, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions grave as they gazed at the enemy forces surging like a tide in the distance. "General Xiao, the Tianlang dynasty has deployed the Zhang cavalry." The deputy commander knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. "It is estimated there are hundreds of thousands of troops. I request to activate the city defense formation immediately." Xiao Dingbian stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the city wall. He gazed at the rising wolf smoke in the distance, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Open the city gates." "What?" The deputy commander, eyes wide in disbelief, could scarcely believe his ears. With 30,000 Zhang cavalry entering the border, Great Qin will surely face devastation. He had prepared himself for death in battle, yet the commander's first order was to open the gates. Xiao Dingbian turned, his gaze sharp as lightning. "Open the gates and allow the Zhang cavalry to enter." A clamor erupted atop the city wall. The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom what they had just heard. A few of Xiao Dingbian's staunch loyalists had already begun to prepare to carry out the command. The deputy commander drew his sword, pointing it at Xiao Dingbian. "I dare anyone to do so. You, Xiao Dingbian, are committing treason. After 18 years guarding the northern frontier, today you would become the traitor inviting wolves into the fold?" Just as uncertainty loomed among the crowd, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from below the city. A small squad of black-clad figures had somehow ascended the city tower, encircling everyone present. Xiao Dingbian coldly declared, "I am not a traitor." The handsome commander, adorned with the imperial decree of the 6th princess, marched alongside his allies to confront the treacherous court. After years of unwavering loyalty, he found himself still serving as a mere deputy. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that a significant portion of the guards had silently aligned themselves behind Xiao Dingbian. How despicable! A traitor remains a traitor. No words can alter the fact of your treachery. It is laughable that I have followed such a scoundrel for over a decade. With a bitter smile, he swung his sword towards Xiao Dingbian, proclaiming, "The Great Qin shall never yield." In the heart of the Great Qin's capital, Chang'an, deep within the imperial palace. As the hour of the rat passed, a notification from the system promptly appeared. "Ding. Sign-in attempts have reset. Would the host like to sign in immediately?" Li Taicang gazed expectantly at the luminous screen. Ever since he had bound himself to this system, each sign-in had yielded unexpected rewards. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what treasures this sign-in might unveil. "Let us proceed with the sign-in." Ding. "Congratulations, the host has acquired the Dragon Emperor's Way." Dragon Emperor's Way, a supreme imperial cultivation technique, founded upon the destiny of the dynasty, It forges the dragon aura of the human emperor through the faith of all beings. As national fortune grows, the supreme celestial dragon may be formed. When the 9 dragons are perfected, they shall embody the heavenly mandate, and their words shall manifest the law. The human path shall dominate the heavenly path. A new cultivation technique? Its name alone suggests its exceptional nature. Li Taicang murmured to himself. Particularly striking was the final clause of the technique's description. The human path shall dominate the heavenly path. How audacious! To contend against the ethereal heavenly mandate with the dignity of a mortal emperor. Throughout history, which emperor has not dared to proclaim himself the son of heaven? Which sovereign has not revered the heavenly path? Yet this technique asserts that the supremacy of humanity can indeed suppress the supremacy of heaven. This transcends mere cultivation. It embodies a spirit that gazes down upon the cosmos. If one aspires to be the human emperor, why not subdue even the lofty heavenly path? Oh, such thoughts may be too ambitious for now. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly grant me a significant enhancement. Currently, he was already a transcendent being and did not require the arduous process of rebuilding his foundations as before. System, initiate the cultivation technique loading. Ding. Loading technique. Ding. Technique loading successful. At the moment the system's notification resonated, a golden dragon manifested within Li Taicang's being. This golden dragon, though small, exuded an air of inviolable majesty. Simultaneously, Li Taicang's perception shifted. He could now perceive the elusive national fortune. Yet, the national fortune of the Great Qin appeared as insubstantial as smoke, wavering in the void. As if it could dissipate at any moment, the golden dragon began to autonomously consume this meager national fortune. With each ounce absorbed, its form grew larger, and Li Taicang could feel his own strength gradually augmenting. However, before he could revel in this newfound power, an unforeseen calamity struck. The already thin national fortune began to tremble violently, then surged northward at an astonishing speed. Li Taicang sprang to his feet, his countenance dark as water. His gaze fixed fiercely upon the north, glinting with cold resolve. There was trouble from the north. Just then, Gao Lishur entered and whispered, "Your Majesty, the 7th princess. Li Fuyao has arrived." Chapter 26. What have you done to my 7th sister? Let her in, Li Taicang replied with indifference. His voice, though soft, seemed to lower the temperature within the grand hall. The unusual decline in the fortunes of the northern realm ignited a flicker of anger within him, infusing his tone with a piercing chill. He had begun to suspect that the scheming of General Xiaodingbian was at play. Furthermore, he instructed Yuan Tiangang to investigate the disturbances at the borders. Additionally, seal off the city of Chang'an. Allow not a single noble to escape, should calamity befall the north. It is undoubtedly these Chang'an aristocrats who will be the first to receive word. As you command. Gao Lishur, adept at reading the room, adopted a posture of utmost humility. Once he exited the hall, he resumed his customary genial smile, announcing Princess Li Fuyao. Outside the hall, Li Fuyao's gaze was fixated intently on Gao Lishur. This seemingly gentle eunuch was, in fact, a young master at the pinnacle of his power. With such exceptional talent, what could compel him to serve as a mere slave in the palace? Gao Lishur turned slightly, bowing his head with a light chuckle. Princess, please proceed. Li Fuyao furrowed her brow. Despite Gao Lishur's respectful demeanor, she could discern that he regarded her with indifference. He held no regard for her royal status, nor did he fear her mastery. Such arrogance, willingly donned by a servant, made her ponder the nature of the person to whom he pledged his loyalty. Is this truly the Qin she knew? A black-clad figure, whom even she dared not confront. And such a promising eunuch. What sort of individual occupies that throne? As her thoughts swirled with uncertainty, Li Fuyao stepped toward the grand hall. With each stride she took, the surrounding Black Dragon Imperial Guard halted, their cold gazes fixed upon her. Not far off, Yuan Tiangang's sinister and domineering aura also bore down on him. The glint of danger flickered in Gao Lishur's slightly squinted eyes, while Li Fuyao felt no trepidation toward these guards or the crimson-robed eunuch. The sensation of being encircled weighed heavily upon her. The air was thick with a suffocating pressure, as if a tempest were poised to erupt at any moment. In an instant, she was transported back to her previous life, recalling her ascension as empress. The ministers of the court had scrutinized her with such piercing gazes. Just as she was about to cross the threshold into the palace, a thunderous wave of invisible pressure surged forth. Her breath caught, as if she had been thrust into an entirely different realm. Each inch of the hall resonated with a daunting majesty that compelled her body to tense involuntarily. I was once an empress in my past life. How can I be intimidated by mere mortals? Li Fuyao shook her head, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and pressed onward. Yet, with each step, that intangible weight grew heavier, nearly suffocating her. This hall she had traversed countless times before now felt imbued with an intensity of oppression she had never before experienced. The source of it all emanated from the figure upon the throne. Merely his presence enveloped the entire hall, indeed the entire palace, in an oppressive imperial grandeur that rendered the air nearly unbreathable. This sensation evoked memories of a certain divine cave she had stumbled upon in her past life, a mere transient abode of the human emperor. Yet, due to its lingering essence, it exuded a formidable aura even after the passage of millennia. As she approached the golden steps, Li Fuyao halted, and Li Taicang observed her cautious demeanor, finally realizing that in his earlier fury, he had involuntarily begun to channel the human emperor's world-binding technique in the nine-dragon human emperor path. His cultivation far surpassed that of Li Fuyao, and combined with the suppression of these extraordinary techniques, it left her, the former empress, trembling with trepidation. Upon retracting the techniques, the oppressive force within the hall dissipated, allowing Li Fuyao to visibly relax, her taut body easing slightly. He turned his gaze towards the high-ranking officer outside the hall, pondering why this master remained unaffected while she, a grandmaster, reacted so acutely. The officer contemplated, how can I serve the emperor if I am to be perpetually paralyzed by fear? Sister, do you not bow before me? A familiar voice resonated in Li Fuyao's ears. She abruptly lifted her gaze, disbelief flooding her expression as she beheld the figure upon the dragon throne. Brother, she exclaimed in astonishment. It truly is you. I was skeptical when that masked figure mentioned your name. A faint smile graced Li Taicang's lips. Did you not also doubt the words of the spies you captured? Embarrassment washed over Li Fuyao's face as she recalled the confessions extracted under duress from those who had been covertly surveilling her, realizing she had unjustly accused them. However, in the next moment, a chill coursed through her. She suddenly comprehended that the Li Taicang before her was the very one who had annihilated the Yi clan, the masked figure and the crimson-clad eunuch who pledged fealty to the emperor, the one who had personally slain the first and ninth princes. Gazing upon Li Taicang's familiar visage, the gentle and refined gentleman she once knew had vanished, replaced by an imperious majesty that was daunting to behold. Li Fuyao could scarcely believe that such power was acquired overnight. This implied that for the past 2 decades, Li Taicang had been surreptitiously amassing strength under the very noses of those around him. The depth of his restraint and cunning sent a shiver down her spine. Anyone who discovers that their mild-mannered brother of many years is, in fact, a ruthless and decisive hero would feel as though they had a thorn lodged in their throat. Instinctively, Li Fuyao took a half-step back. What is the matter? Did you not desire to meet me, sister? Now that you have, you hesitate to acknowledge me? Li Taicang's tone remained serene. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuyao forced herself to regain her composure. After all, she was the reincarnated empress. And she quickly readjusted her mindset, reassessing the figure of her brother who was both familiar and unfamiliar. I simply did not anticipate that you had concealed yourself so deeply. Li Taicang smiled noncommittally. And you are no different, are you? Your cultivation has recovered quite rapidly. This realm can scarcely contain you. Li Fuyao felt as though struck by lightning. The revelation of her greatest secret, her rebirth, had been uncovered before someone more powerful than herself. And she was momentarily engulfed in panic. What are you saying, brother? I do not comprehend. My prowess stems from an encounter with an elderly gentleman, who imparted his skills to me. Li Taicang gazed at her, a smile playing upon his lips as she attempted to feign innocence. He could not reconcile the image of his once indolent sister, the seventh maiden, with the formidable grandmaster Li Fuyao of today. As the 10,000 tribulations' starry eyes activated, her gaze reflected the ancient starry river. Before my eyes, all your facades are futile. The affairs of the state weigh heavily upon me. I have no time for games. You are granted but a single opportunity. Who are you? Where is my seventh maiden? Li Fuyao stared into those starry eyes, her heart trembling with shock. Yet, she feigned calmness, responding, Brother, I am your seventh maiden. With your exalted realm, cannot you sense my aura? Before she could finish her words, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Li Fuyao's head was severed. I have stated, you are afforded but one chance, Li Taicang remarked indifferently. However, He did not depart. Instead, he fixated on Li Fuyao's lifeless form and inquired, "Are you awaiting my complete destruction?" With that, a resonant dragon's roar echoed, and a golden dragon coiled around Li Taicang, poised to devour Li Fuyao's corpse. "Halt!" Li Fuyao's severed head commanded. In an instant, her body and head reunited, and she was revived. "Impressive skills. Can we speak now? Remember, if I sense even a hint of deceit in your words, you shall not survive." Chapter 27. This world cannot bind me. Revived, Li Fuyao gasped for breath, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear as she regarded the impassive Li Taicang. She understood that this man spoke no falsehood. If she dared to withhold any truth, he would assuredly end her life. Moreover, her clandestine abilities were no mystery to Li Taicang. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her past. She explained that she hailed from another realm, a sovereign of an empire. In a catastrophic war, she perished and was reborn as Li Fuyao. Only recently had she awakened her former memories. Her cultivation barely restored to the grandmaster level. Li Fuyao divulged everything she knew, including her perilous journey to Chang'an to rescue Li Taicang. As she spoke, a tinge of grievance welled up within her. She had traversed great distances from Jiangnan to save Li Taicang, yet he remained so unyielding. Tears of frustration began to shimmer in her eyes. Li Taicang's starry gaze flickered. Empowered by the 10,000 tribulation starry eyes, he discerned that Li Fuyao was indeed truthful. Despite the absurdity of her reasons for traveling to Chang'an, her belief that a man of integrity like himself should not meet a dire fate, his expression gradually softened. However, as he listened to her past experiences and her motivations for saving him, a thoughtful look crossed his face. Noticing the glimmer in Li Taicang's eyes, Li Fuyao felt a surge of indignation. "I have laid bare all that I know. Will you still humiliate me?" Li Taicang chuckled softly, shaking his head, his demeanor imbued with a brotherly patience. He had always exhibited great forbearance towards those he considered kin, especially when she learned that this foolish younger sister had ventured to Chang'an for some absurd reason to save herself. Had she not possessed a system, she might indeed have been rescued by Li Fuyao, ending up as a wealthy gentleman in a corner of the great Qin. "Seventh sister, you are truly unfit to be a sovereign. Who would willingly imprison themselves for such trivial reasons? Your downfall in your previous life was also a result of your impulsive fervor. As a ruler, one cannot constantly yearn to charge into battle. What then would be the purpose of the generals?" Li Fuyao was momentarily stunned. In a daze, it felt as if she had returned to her past life. The old ministers left by her father had similarly advised her. At that time, she believed these elders sought to control her, but in retrospect, their words were merely earnest guidance. She instinctively lowered her head, a flush of shame adorning her face. Li Taicang's voice continued, infused with the unique authority of an emperor and the concern of an elder brother. "As a sovereign, one must cherish their own life. It is permissible to lead troops into battle, but one must never place oneself in peril. Such recklessness not only fails to assist the army, but can also result in the entire force being thrown into disarray. Moreover, without a will before your demise, your nation may descend into chaos over succession issues, leading to the loss of countless innocent lives and widespread suffering across the land." Following Li Taicang's words, Li Fuyao's complexion turned pale. She finally recognized that her momentary impulse could lead to such grave consequences. Her recklessness could cost the lives of many subjects. She felt she had betrayed her father's trust. What would become of her people? Tears glistened in Li Fuyao's eyes, and soon, crystalline droplets rolled down her porcelain-white cheeks. This once empress now sobbed like a child who had erred. Li Taicang looked at her with a sense of helplessness. "So you still consider yourself an empress? Yet you weep at a few words. It seems your father had no choice but to name you his successor." Despite this thought, he instinctively reached out, gently patting the top of Li Fuyao's head, just as he had done in her childhood. The warmth of his broad hand gradually soothed her cries. Li Taicang rubbed her head affectionately. His voice softened, transforming back into that of the gentle second brother. "Seventh sister, do not cry. By next year at the latest, your second brother, will take you to your world." At this, he suddenly chuckled lightly. "However, by then, your dynasty shall be renamed the Great Qin, ha." Li Fuyao wiped her tears, raising her head with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. "Second brother, crossing realms requires transcending the heavens." Li Taicang's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating an air of dominion over the world. "Rest assured, this realm cannot bind me." His voice was soft, yet it seemed to contain an undeniable power. The sunlight outside the palace filtered through the windows, casting a golden aura around him. In that moment, Li Fuyao glimpsed the true visage of an emperor. Outside the hall, Gao Lishir cast a sidelong glance at the two siblings within. Since he began serving the emperor, he had witnessed nothing but the treachery of the royal family, with kin turning against each other. Each noble seemed eager to see the emperor meet his demise, and the emperor never showed mercy towards the traitors. Kill if one can. This was the first time he had observed such warmth emanating from his majesty. As Gao Lishir lost himself in thought, Yuan Tiangang descended from the skies. He was cloaked in an aura of blood and fury, his eyes reflecting an indescribable rage. A sense of dread washed over Gao Lishir, for he understood that something was amiss. Otherwise, Yuan Tiangang would not have displayed such a lack of composure. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report, he exclaimed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Lishir spared no time and led Yuan Tiangang directly into the grand hall. Li Taicang noticed the two men and withdrew his gentle demeanor. Li Fuyao, understanding the moment, discreetly stepped aside, feeling content in the knowledge that her second brother remained true to himself. Li Taicang observed the bloodlust surrounding Yuan Tiangang. The nefarious faction had yet to form. And in order to obtain intelligence swiftly, one must interrogate the spies among the powerful. It seemed that, not long ago, many heads had rolled in Chang'an. However, Li Taicang was unfazed. This was the power he bestowed upon Yuan Tiangang. Execute first, report later. Such was the privilege of imperial authority. Upon seeing Li Taicang, Yuan Tiangang immediately knelt. Your Majesty, General Xiao Dingbian has rebelled, allowing 300,000 Songlong cavalry to breach the gates. The leading commanders are Altai and Princess Li Yegao. They come under the pretense of purging the court, heading straight for Chang'an. With a thunderous crash, the dragon throne beneath Li Taicang shattered. The oppressive aura of imperial wrath filled the grand hall, saturating the air with tension, anger, and dominance. Gao Lishir instantly prostrated himself on the ground. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Li Taicang's voice was as cold as ice, each word causing the hall to tremble. The might of the heavens was indeed terrifying. What audacity from Xiao Dingbian! What insolence from Princess Li Yegao! The late emperor was far too indulgent with them. They dared to plunge headlong into the embrace of the wolf men. 1,000 cuts would not suffice to quell my fury. Standing nearby, Li Fuyao's countenance mirrored the frostiness of winter, her eyes ablaze with indignation. In her past life, as an empress, she despised such treachery of inviting wolves into the fold. The power struggles to seize the world could be understood. It was simply the nature of winners and losers. Yet, colluding with foreign invaders transcended the realm of power disputes. It was outright treason. Losing an internal struggle might lead to mere taunts of inferiority, but inviting invaders spelled eternal disgrace. History's pen is as iron. Regardless of the outcome, those who commit such acts are destined to be branded on the pillars of shame in history, along with their descendants who shall forever hold their heads in shame. Chapter 28, Summoning Huo Qubing. Yuan Qing. You are to immediately proceed to the border and control Xiao Dingbian. Once successful, seal the borders and trap the Songlong cavalry in the north. Upon reaching the border, you need not report back. Make your own decisions. I accept the decree. Yuan Tiangang clasped his fists in acknowledgement, his black robe billowing as he transformed into a shadow. Darting out of the grand hall, Gao Lishir summoned 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards to assemble at once. I shall lead the charge myself. Your servant obeys. Gao Lishir bowed in response. Just as he was about to retreat to deliver orders, he was halted by Li Fuyao. Second brother, do you intend to lead the charge yourself? Li Fuyao could hardly believe her ears. Good heavens. You just lectured me about the importance of a sovereign valuing their own life, urging their generals to fend off the enemy. And now you turn around and wish to lead 5,000 against 300,000. 300,000. And they are the elite Songlong cavalry. No matter how valiant the Black Dragon Imperial Army may be, they cannot possibly charge through 300,000 Songlong riders. Li Taicang sighed and replied, Seventh sister, I am not like you. I possess celestial abilities. Slaying them is akin to killing mere chickens and dogs. Li Fuyao furrowed her brow, her voice laden with gravity. Second brother, what will happen to Chang'an after you depart? What about the south? Once they see you can single-handedly confront those Songlong riders, they will undoubtedly refrain from sending reinforcements. She stepped forward, gazing intently into Li Taicang's eyes. Second brother, You already have such elite imperial troops. Is there not a single general capable of standing in for you against the Zhang riders? Li Taicang chuckled softly. My resources are limited. There is nothing more. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He remembered that he still had 2 summoning opportunities remaining. The rewards bestowed upon him by the system were always perfectly tailored to the circumstances he faced. This time should be no exception. In his mind, Li Taicang immediately summoned the system interface. System, do I still have 2 unused summoning opportunities? Yes. Use both summoning opportunities. Li Taicang commanded decisively. Beep. Initiating summoning. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 8,000 cavalry. An image of an iron-blooded army materialized on the system's display, with horses neighing and banners fluttering. Cavalry camp, the direct unit of the Han Dynasty's champion marquis, known for relentlessly pursuing the enemy across the steppes and crushing the Xiong Yu at Mount Wanju. Their troops are swift as the wind, steady as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain, elusive as shadows, and as thunderous as a storm. Splendid. With these 8,000 men, I can swiftly suppress the Zhang Liang riders within the borders. Li Taicang couldn't help but clap in admiration. However, he was smiling a bit too soon. Beep. Initiating summoning. Beep. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Huo Qubing. Li Taicang's pupils constricted suddenly, his breath catching in his throat. What on earth? His excitement was palpable, his eyes nearly bulging out. Who would understand that the 5th summoning had directly brought forth a top-tier general? Who was Huo Qubing? He was the fierce warrior who was granted the title of Wolf Jusher at the age of 22. Throughout his life, he fought in 6 major battles. On his first campaign, at the tender age of 18, Huo Qubing boldly led 800 light cavalry away from the main force, racing hundreds of miles deep into the heart of the Xiong Yu territory, directly assaulting their royal court and capturing several Xiong Yu nobles, including the Xiang Yu's uncle and the prime minister. In the second battle in Heshi, he shattered the Yinji Mountains and decisively defeated the Xiong Yu king Zhuge Liang and Lu Hou, instilling terror in the hearts of the Xiong Yu. During the third campaign, even in the face of friendly forces losing their way, he independently crossed the Chilean mountains to launch a surprise attack from the rear, achieving a resounding victory and bringing back a future trusted minister, Jin Ridi, to Emperor Wu of Han. This time, a mournful song for the Xiong Yu is sung. Losing Wanji Mountain leaves my women bereft of color. Losing Chilean Mountain causes my livestock to dwindle. In the fourth battle of the North Desert, we trampled upon the Wolf's Lair Mountain, forcing the Xiong Yu to retreat far into the northern desert, leaving no royal court in the south. At the tender age of 22, he achieved the highest honors of an ancient military commander of Huaxia. He claimed the Wolf's Lair and quenched his horses in the vast sea, the great river to the west, with counties lining the Chilean. The subsequent 2 wars further showcased the might of the Han Dynasty, expanding its territory immeasurably. This young man is nothing short of a miracle in the annals of warfare, demonstrating to the world what true military genius embodies through a series of astonishing victories. Perhaps the heavens deemed Huo Qubing too extraordinary. He passed away at the mere age of 24. Li Taicang could only wonder, had Huo Qubing lived longer, with his audacious tactics that required no rear support, would he have pierced straight through the Western Romans? And now, such a general belongs to Li Taicang. Contemplating this, all of Li Taicang's frustrations vanished, replaced by resounding laughter. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, the Celestial Wolf Dynasty, I have found you a living king of hell. He envisioned the scene of the Zhang Liang cavalry collapsing under Huo Qubing's iron cavalry. This young general excelled at overcoming the odds with fewer troops, executing long-distance strikes. With 8,000 cavalry under his command, he could unleash the power of 300,000 soldiers. Li Fuyao and Gao Lisher looked at the exuberant Li Taicang, somewhat bewildered. Yet, they found it difficult to comprehend Li Taicang's exhilaration at this moment. The Zhang Liang cavalry, the nomadic warriors of the grasslands, the cavalry battalion, Huo Qubing. It was a perfect match. Li Taicang restrained his laughter, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and commanded in a deep voice, "Where is Huo Qubing?" "Here at your service." A youthful and resonant voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. A fiery figure burst into view at the hall's entrance. A young man approximately 17 or 18 years of age, clad in a black armor adorned with a crimson robe, strikingly noticeable within the hall. As if a divine general had descended from the heavens. He walked slowly into the hall, like a blade constantly radiating brilliance. Common wisdom holds that a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. Young ones ought to conceal their brilliance. But the champion marquis requires no such modesty. He was born into nobility, destined to perpetually display his valor to the world. The moment Li Fuyao laid eyes on this youth, he thought, so young. The boy's face was still tender, with even the fuzz on his ears yet to fade. He was merely an adolescent. Yet, those eyes blazed like torches, instilling a sense of respect and caution. I am Huo Qubing, paying my respects to your majesty. The youth clasped his fists in salute, his voice clear as the ringing of a sword. Beneath his sword-like brows, his bright eyes sparkled with fervent martial spirit, as if eternally ready to charge into battle. Huo Qubing was born for the battlefield, for the vast plains. This blade was destined to pierce the hearts of the enemy. Otherwise, it would simply gather dust like a precious jewel. Li Taicang gazed at Huo Qubing, growing ever more delighted. Huo Qubing is mine. How exhilarating. Excellent. With you, my strength shall be as if wings were added to a tiger. Huo Qubing's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of pride. Being but a youth, he felt a sense of self-satisfaction from the emperor's praise. However, one should not underestimate him. Should the emperor issue a command, I shall undoubtedly plunge into the flames of battle. Chapter 29. The ministers advise against the southern expedition yet. Li Taicang gazed at Huo Qubing's attributes with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Character, Huo Qubing, Realm, Grandmaster Level 5. Skill, Breaking Army Thunder Technique. Could the system have made an error? How could the general of cavalry's realm be so low? Surely, one should attain at least the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Li Fuyao observed the youth, resplendent in his attire, and inquired, General, how old are you? Huo Qubing, somewhat abashed, scratched his head. I just turned 17 this year. What? 17? Li Fuyao exclaimed, astonished by the youth's tender age, which seemed even smaller than his current form. Is the Great Qin truly a land of hidden talents? A mere 17-year-old possesses the prowess of a grandmaster. It must be noted that grandmasters are typically individuals who have lived for centuries, with the exception of her second brother. Beholding such a young prodigy, Li Fuyao immediately addressed Li Taicang. Second brother, such a talent must be well guarded. Among that army of 300,000, there surely lurks a grandmaster. We cannot allow this young man to venture forth into danger. Therefore, allow me to undertake the task of repelling the Zhang riders. In my past life, I was a formidable force. Grant me troops, and I shall surely eradicate those 300,000 iron cavalry. Li Taicang cast a sidelong glance at the eager Li Fuyao, internally scoffing. Grant you troops? I fear I would lose my own cavalry in the process. He then turned his gaze back to the exceedingly youthful Huo Qubing, feeling a sense of uncertainty. If Huo Qubing were 20 years old, he would have no qualms, even willing to serve as Huo Qubing's vanguard. Yet, at merely 17, sending such a young man to confront the 30,000 Zhang riders seemed perilously reckless. Perhaps it would be wiser to keep him within the palace for a few years of cultivation? Huo Qubing, sensing the skepticism in Li Taicang's eyes, became anxious. His youthful visage contorted with worry as he implored, Your Majesty, please allow me to join the army. If I do not undergo trials, when shall I ever stand on my own? Huo Qubing began to voice his grievances. Li Taicang, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. All right. He recalled the original Huo Qubing, who, at the age of 17, would daily pester Emperor Wu of Han in the palace, clamoring for war. This incessant nagging greatly vexed Emperor Wu, who ultimately permitted him to accompany Wei Qing with 800 cavalry to gain some experience. The emperor's intention was to teach Huo Qubing that warfare was no trifling matter. Wei Qing, too, was overwhelmed by Huo Qubing's persistence, sending him to capture a few heads to impress upon him the cunning and ferocity of the Xiang Yu. Who could have foreseen that this audacious lad would gallop hundreds of miles, seizing the Xiang Yu's uncle and the prime minister, while also slaying the Xiang Yu's grandfather? He even claimed the lives of 2,028 enemy soldiers. The situation left both Wei Qing and Emperor Wu of Han utterly bewildered. 17 years old. Was this truly a person who had humiliated the Han dynasty for 3 generations? Consequently, Emperor Wu ceased to concern himself with Huo Qubing, neglecting the war entirely and allowing him free rein. Li Taicang sighed and shook his head, pondering to himself, I too am at leisure. Why should I challenge Huo Qubing? Just as he prepared to issue a decree for Huo Qubing to lead troops against the Zhang cavalry, he heard a commotion outside the Grand Hall. A brief intuition revealed to him that the powerful nobles of Chang'an had arrived. It was evident that after the Black Dragon Imperial Guard had sealed off the city, they had no choice but to seek him out in the palace. Observing the righteous expressions on their faces, Li Taicang momentarily contemplated eliminating them all. Beside him, Li Fuyo cast a sideways glance, having just sensed a wave of brutality emanating from her elder brother. Huo Qubing also felt it, devoid of cunning. He instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Gao Lisher narrowed his eyes, revealing a chilling talisman hidden within his sleeve. The nobles of Chang'an knelt anxiously outside the hall, with an elder statesman at the forefront, holding a memorial aloft. Your Majesty, an army of 300,000 advances directly towards Chang'an, seeking to protect the Great Qin. He implored the emperor for permission. Li Taicang's icy gaze swept over the assembly of ministers, commanding, "Present it." The memorial in the elder's hands soared into Gao Lisher's grasp. Turning, Gao Lisher respectfully presented the document before Li Taicang. As he opened it, he found it filled with convoluted rhetoric, yet saturated with righteous fervor. Even Li Taicang could not help but admire the scholarly prowess of these ministers for composing such a memorial in a short span. The essence of the document could be distilled down to 2 words: southward migration. What did this mean? It was a call for Li Taicang and his ministers to abandon the north and migrate southward. The northern aristocracy, led by the Yi family, having faced the slaughter of their clan by Li Taicang, were now unwilling to support the Great Qin. They would prefer to be captives of the Tianlang dynasty than to see Li Taicang victorious. Thus, the ministers sought to have Li Taicang relocate the capital southward, rallying the southern aristocracy to withstand the incursion of the Tianlang dynasty. Upon noticing Li Fuyo's entrance into the capital, their hopes were rekindled. Li Fuyo bore the bloodline of the Su family, a prominent clan from the south. They believed that Li Taicang had indeed contemplated a migration southward. However, they surmised that he required a pretext. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched an army to seal Chang'an. Consequently, the ministers hastily drafted a decree requesting the southward migration, extolling Li Taicang as a sage ruler of the present age. Should Li Taicang agree to relocate the capital, he would be regarded as a transcendent sovereign, capable of revitalizing the Great Qin. They watched as Li Taicang trembled in his seat, mistaking his quivering for overwhelming excitement. Who does not fear the barbarity of the Tianlang? Who does not long for the water towns of Jiangnan? They had even arranged their possessions in Chang'an, now merely awaiting Li Taicang's command to migrate southward. Good. Very well. Li Taicang's voice trembled from the dragon throne. The ministers beamed with delight. However, the tone suddenly shifted. The Qin dynasty truly deserved its downfall for harboring such a wretched lot. Li Taicang roared in fury, rising to tear apart the edict. The assembled ministers were left in shock, clearly unprepared for Li Taicang's reaction. Southward migration? Do you intend to relinquish the ancient capital of Chang'an, which has endured for over 2 millennia, to the barbaric Tianlang? To recreate the sanctity of the Great Qin? I truly hear your words, soon. The annals of history will no longer depict tyrants with the names of Jie and Zhou, but will simply refer to Li Taicang. The flames of Li Taicang's rage threatened to scorch the heavens, to cede power, humiliate the nation, relinquish territory, and retreat southward. Even if he were still the discarded prince, he would never acquiesce to such demands. Better to die in the north. Several elder ministers promptly stepped forth to speak. Your Majesty represents the legitimate authority of the realm. Should you not migrate southward, the heirs in the south will inevitably vie for legitimacy, and in due time, the Tianlang dynasty shall obliterate our Great Qin. Do you truly wish to indulge in momentary bravado at the expense of the Qin's very foundation? Furthermore, Your Majesty, this predicament is of your own making. Had you not slaughtered the entire Yi clan, the northern aristocracy would not be in such a state of trepidation, leading to our swift downfall. The south boasts numerous talented individuals. After migrating south, there is no reason we could not stage a resurgence. Your Majesty, please consider the southward migration. Your Majesty, contemplate the relocation of the capital. Your Majesty, the Tianlang cannot be opposed. Chapter 30. 8,000 Cavalry for the Champion. Li Taicang's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed upon the white-haired generals. Most of them had followed Li Yutian into battle. In the past, they had repelled the Tianlang army for 100 miles. Yet, now these same men wished to retreat southward. The civil officials urged retreat, and the military leaders echoed their sentiments. What meaning does this court hold? The generals hung their heads, speaking in somber tones. without the support of the northern clans. It is impossible to mobilize the army, logistical support cannot keep pace, and there is no way to contend with the 300,000 wolf cavalry. Your Majesty, should you insist on confrontation, the only outcome will be complete annihilation. Your Majesty, had the late emperor been alive, he would never have chosen direct confrontation. He would have first retreated southward to gather strength and train the troops before strategizing. A pack of cowards. Li Taicang gazed upon the officials and soldiers with disappointment. Previously, he had hoped to intimidate the ministers upon entering court, as he was in dire need of their support. However, he had now resolved in his heart that this malignant group was a waste of the Qin's precious air with each passing day. Even if the Qin court were to remain ungoverned, it would be preferable to have no one than to have them. You lack the courage to fight. I shall find someone who will. Huo Qubing, the young general, 17-year-old Huo Qubing was filled with a fervent desire for military glory. He was born not for the marketplace nor for Chang'an. He belonged upon the battlefield, on the vast plains. Whether at 17 or 22, I grant you 8,000 cavalry, an additional 5,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards, and 20,000 troops. Can you not contend with 300,000 wolf cavalry? Just as Huo Qubing was about to accept the edict, the elder generals below cautioned him. This youth, warfare is no trifling matter. Over 30,000 against 300,000. Even a grandmaster could not prevail unless one is a celestial being. You appear so young. Surely, your milk teeth have yet to fall? Are you the one who has incited His Majesty to go to war? Alas, he is scarcely of age. It seems His Majesty is grasping at straws by entrusting military command to him. If this continues, our remaining assets may be squandered. These individuals only recognize the Black Dragon Imperial Guard, yet they remain oblivious to the origins of the 8,000 cavalry and 20,000 troops mentioned by Li Taicang. They mistakenly believe that Li Taicang intends to withdraw their private soldiers. This is something they cannot possibly agree to. As they still rely on these troops to solidify their foothold in the south, they cannot be mere cannon fodder for this green youth. Huo Qubing, in his youthful fervor, could hardly tolerate such indignity. He swiftly turned, drew his bow, and loosed several arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Those who had just mocked him found their heads pierced by his arrows. The assembled ministers were struck with horror, suddenly realizing that this seemingly tender youth was, in fact, a grandmaster. They cast anxious glances towards Li Taicang, for to execute ministers before the emperor was a grave act of disrespect. However, upon looking at Li Taicang, their hearts sank. In that moment, Li Taicang's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as he regarded Huo Qubing. What of my cavalry general slaying a few treacherous ministers? The youth has every right to express his indignation. Huo Qubing had once dared to slay the Marquis Li Gan, and then sought an audience with Emperor Wu of Han to atone for his actions. What could the emperor do? Perhaps he would vent his fury upon Huo Qubing, but to kill him? A jest. 100 Li Gans would not equate to a single Huo Qubing. An outlandish excuse was concocted. The valiant Marquis met his demise at the hands of a deer's antlers. Once the anger subsided, he would still need the royal physician to examine the injury he had inflicted upon Huo Qubing. Li Fuyao and Gao Lishir were likewise astonished by Huo Qubing's audacity. This audacious fellow was indeed remarkable, Li Taicang remarked. If the youth is not audacious, can he truly be called young? As Li Fuyao and Gao Lishir noted Li Taicang's reaction, they were somewhat rendered speechless. The decisive emperor was unexpectedly indulgent towards Huo Qubing. Li Taicang continued, "This is Huo Qubing. If I do not favor him, whom shall I favor?" At this moment, Huo Qubing hesitantly raised his gaze to Li Taicang, and upon encountering the emperor's fervent gaze, he realized he bore no reproach. A sigh of relief washed over him. He then spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, why require 30,000 troops? Grant me 8,000. Within 10 days, I shall surely conquer their forces and slay their commander." Huo Qubing's confidence was tinged with defiance. Even after witnessing Huo Qubing's grandmaster prowess, the others remained skeptical. Did this youth truly believe that among the 300,000 troops, there were not grandmasters hidden within? In every national conflict, the battle could be divided into two fronts, one involving the fierce clash of hundreds of thousands under the grandmasters, and the other featuring several grandmasters of both nations engaging in combat amidst the clouds. The Tianlang dynasty would not dare to send 300,000 troops to invade the north without at least one grandmaster in their ranks. He was still too young. However, Li Taicang had now placed complete trust in Huo Qubing. This lad had the audacity to venture deep into the heart of the Xiang Yu with but 800 men. Grant him 8,000 cavalry. 8,000 against 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry. The advantage lies with Huo Qubing. Excellent. Huo Qubing, I hereby appoint you as the general of the cavalry. Led my 8,000 cavalrymen to confront the wolf riders. However, Taicang still reminded him. Take care of your own safety. Huo Qubing, filled with excitement, bowed and replied, I accept the decree. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he eagerly inquired, Your Majesty, where are my 8,000 cavalry? Huh, why are you so impatient? Taicang chuckled softly. Huo Qubing sheepishly scratched his head. Taicang then solemnly called out, Where is my cavalry camp? As his words echoed, the heavens erupted in a thunderous roar, reverberating like thunder, causing the clouds to churn and the mountains to tremble. The cavalry camp is here. The cavalry camp is here. The cavalry camp is here. The sound resonated like the beating of 1,000 drums, akin to a raging dragon's roar, shaking the very firmament, as if the heavens themselves were about to be torn asunder by this soaring battle spirit. Startled, everyone looked up to witness, above the sky, 8,000 iron cavalry descending from the heavens, like deities descending upon the earth. What a magnificent sight it was. 8,000 steeds, their bodies a brilliant crimson like blood, their hooves igniting flames, manes flowing like blazing fire, each a rare dragon blood steed, galloping at incredible speeds, riding the winds. Upon their backs, the 8,000 cavalrymen donned fluttering red cloaks, clad in cold black armor, with long sabers at their waists and powerful bows on their backs, each figure standing tall like a spear, their faces stern like iron. They were all young soldiers, their eyes glimmering with a burning desire for glory in battle. The 8,000 iron cavalry formed a formidable aerial formation, united as one, their dark ranks blotting out the sun. The cavalry camp is willing to serve your majesty unto death. Their voices surged like the raging sea, sweeping across the vast lands, causing the very earth to tremble. Huo Qubing gazed at these 8,000 cavalrymen, a surge of boiling blood igniting within his chest. His eyes sparkled like torches, almost unable to restrain the impulse to leap into action. Though he had never seen these individuals before, an instinctive awareness told him that this army was connected to his very bloodline. Only he could command these proud warriors to sweep across the desert, invincible in all the world. A wild smile curled at the corners of Huo Qubing's lips. I, as your humble servant, am willing to eliminate the enemies for your majesty. Chapter 31. The ministers honor the flag. Huo Qubing sets out excellent. I shall remain in Chang'an, awaiting the triumphant return of the cavalry general. Subsequently, Taicang turned his gaze toward the ministers kneeling in the square. As for you, as subjects of the realm, you think not to serve the country loyally, but engage in treacherous acts that dishonor it. What use do I have for you? Today, let your blood serve as a sacrifice for the military flag of my cavalry camp. Boom. The ministers were shaken. They were horrified. The emperor intended to execute them. A few elder ministers rose to question, Your Majesty, do you wish to slay the civil and military officials, thereby plunging the realm into chaos? Your Majesty, in this time of decay, without your minister's assistance, how do you plan to govern the kingdom? One elder spoke earnestly, his voice tinged with sorrow and reluctance. Your Majesty, if you slaughter the entire court today, who among the scholars will follow you? Tomorrow, who shall tend to the people? Who shall collect taxes? Who shall guard the four corners? Your Majesty, the Yi family's ambitions are treacherous. While we can understand your desire to annihilate them, we merely wish to preserve the integrity of the realm. What crime have we committed? Taicang coldly gazed at the gathered officials, suddenly breaking into a smile. Yet, that smile failed to reach his eyes, instead radiating a chilling aura. The very foundation of the Qin dynasty is indeed doomed with you parasitic worms among us. Why would my empire require the support of vermin? He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the heavens. I possess the cavalry camp. 8,000 iron cavalry simultaneously drew their blades, their cold gleam reflecting the sun. I have Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in agreement, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. I shall restore this fractured empire. Taicang's voice thundered like a tempest. As for you, corrupt and inept traitors, are you even worthy to discuss the realm with me? Eliminate them. Kill. The 8,000 cavalry roared in unison. They unsheathed their long swords, charging towards the officials. The ministers began to resist fiercely, unleashing their spiritual powers, conjuring storms. Those who reached the court were indeed extraordinary individuals, possessing both talent and formidable cultivation. However, how could these pampered nobles withstand the overwhelming ferocity of the 8,000 cavalry? In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and more than 30 civil officials in the front row had yet to voice their alarm before fine red lines blossomed across their necks. Their heads remained frozen in expressions of shock, clearly unprepared for such a swift demise. The officials were not fools, witnessing their inevitable defeat. They immediately began to burn their cultivation, seeking to escape the battlefield. Some even resorted to pleading for mercy. "Your Majesty, show mercy. I am willing to offer all my wealth as military funds. I am willing to go to the front lines to tend to horses. I once saved the late emperor." Yet, all their struggles proved futile. From the 8,000 cavalry, 1,000 horsemen swiftly split away, drawing their bows. "Fire!" At the command, 1,000 sturdy bows quivered in unison. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended upon the officials. Thud, thud, thud. Countless officials were pinned against the palace walls. Some renowned martial generals managed to deflect the incoming arrows. Yet, awaiting them was the next wave of arrows. If one arrow could not slay, then another shall come. The scene was too horrific to behold. "Ah, tyrant! You dare commit such an act that enrages both gods and men. Such a tyrant deserves the wrath of the world." Some composed officials shot a signal arrow from their sleeves. The piercing whistle cut through the air. Simultaneously, 30,000 elite soldiers surged forth from Chang'an. These soldiers were merciless, slaying anyone in their path while igniting spiritual flames, intending to set the entire city ablaze. These elite troops were their private forces. They had issued orders before entering the palace that if any upheaval occurred, they would destroy Chang'an. Humph, since the tyrant shows no mercy, let us not be bound by righteousness. Today, we shall perish together. Li Taicang beheld the officials, feigning strength within weakness, and laughed heartily. "Perish together? Are you even worthy?" He then bellowed towards the sky. "Black Dragon Imperial Guard, deal with those traitors." At once, no sooner had the command been given than the sound of clashing armor resonated from the city walls and within the palace. The Black Dragon soldiers inside the palace and those guarding the walls of Chang'an charged simultaneously towards the rebels. Boom! Like a black dragon roaring, the Black Dragon soldiers raised their lethal blades. The rebels, before they could discern the identity of their assailants, were severed like stalks of wheat. Among the ranks of the Black Dragon Knights, any one warrior's prowess exceeded that of the rebel leader. These insurgents were akin to mere weeds, easily trampled by the Black Dragon Knights, extinguishing their lives without exception. The voice of the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army resonated like a death knell. The rebels' anguished cries rose and fell, soon drowned out by the clashing blades. Within the city of Chang'an, rivers of blood flowed. Such was the might of the emperor's personal army, the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. In the heart of the square, the ministers faced an even more horrific fate. The iron hooves of the steeds descended upon the faces of the high-ranking officials clad in purple. Countless officials had their skulls crushed beneath the relentless cavalry. Amidst the swirling mist of blood, Huo Qubing witnessed an elderly minister struggling to crawl towards the corner of the hall. The old man trembled as he raised his ivory tablet, seemingly attempting to offer counsel. Huo Qubing struck down with his blade, severing both the tablet and the arm. Li Taicang observed this scene coldly, indifferent to their struggles and pleas for mercy. Purging the nation's parasites brought him no discomfort. Rather, it filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Li Fuyao silently beheld the unfolding carnage, occasionally delivering the coup de grace to a few who had escaped. Though her heart was passionate and fervent, she was no saint. Having once ruled as a sovereign, she harbored a deep disdain for those officials who disregarded the nation's welfare for personal gain. Regrettably, she lacked the audacity to annihilate the entire assembly. The repercussions would be too great. If she were to do so, who among the scholars would dare to serve in the court? Without officials, how could the court function? And how could the realm be governed? If Li Taicang were privy to Li Fuyao's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at her naivety. This world lacked many things, but it was certainly not short of those eager to wield power. As the final cries of despair faded, the 8,000 iron cavalry reformed their ranks. The square had transformed into a scene of carnage. Apart from the 8,000 cavalry, no official remained alive. Only tattered remnants of official robes floated amidst the pools of blood. By imperial decree, the The long steps were stained crimson. On this day, the sky over Chang'an was blindingly red. Cavalry General, I await your favorable news. Your Majesty, trust in this humble general. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the battle flags of the 8,000 cavalry flapped vigorously in the acrid wind. Huo Qubing mounted his steed. He glanced back at the still wet bloodstains in the palace hall, which bore witness to the crimson robes of countless ministers, now transformed into the finest offering for their expedition. Cavalry camp, advance. At Huo Qubing's command, the steeds exhaled frosty vapor that crystallized in the cold wind. They would not return until the rebel forces were vanquished. The 8,000 cavalry roared in unison. Their figures, clad in red and black, cast long shadows in the twilight, akin to a drawn sword pointing northward. Huo Qubing understood that this mission would either result in a river of blood from their 300,000 troops or the burial of the Qin cavalry beneath the yellow sands. Yet, at this moment, he felt only an intense fervor for battle and the crimson banner forged from the blood of ministers. Li Taicang's dragon robe billowed in the wind as he watched this iron-blooded force gradually recede, ultimately becoming a black lightning bolt on the horizon. Li Fuyao wore a look of melancholy. Brother, I too am a grandmaster. Shall I assist in the formation? I could certainly hold my ground against a few grandmasters among the Zhang Liang cavalry. Li Taicang shook his head. No, that is Huo Qubing. Chapter 32. Sudden changes at the border. At this moment, the atmosphere at the Great Qin border was tense. Altai had been on high alert against Xiao Dingbian, deliberately leaving 5,000 cavalry at the border to prevent any sudden betrayal from Xiao, which could leave the Zhang Liang cavalry vulnerable. The soldiers of the Great Qin bore an unquenchable hatred towards the Zhang Liang cavalry, and now, confronted by their arrogance, they felt their hearts would burst with rage. Brothers, are we to just stand by and let these Zhang Liang cavalry humiliate us? What can we do? The commander forbids us from resisting. We have no choice but to endure. Damn it, this is infuriating. I joined the army to slay the Tianlang bandits, and now I have become an accomplice to their invasion of Great Qin. I can't take it any longer. I refuse to live like this. I'm going to take down a few Tianlang myself. A rugged man roared, reaching for his blade to strike down the Tianlang in front of him. But before he could act, he was firmly restrained by his comrades. Biao, are you out of your mind? If you kill him, you'll be breaking military law. We'll all suffer the consequences. Biao's eyes reddened, panting heavily, his body trembling. So we are to live in such humiliation? It would be better to die. At least I wouldn't have to endure being ridiculed. The group fell silent. Indeed, they were all family men. Now, having become accomplices to the Tianlang army, should the northern borders fall, they would be branded as traitors of Great Qin, scorned in their homeland. Even in death, they would not find peace in their ancestral graves. Their names would be erased from the family tree. Damn it. Biao, I'm with you. Better to die with a great scar than to live as a coward. I will not be scolded by my ancestors. The group released their hold on Biao, cracking their knuckles, ready to ambush the Tianlang soldiers ahead. Just as they were about to act, a stern middle-aged man approached. What are you planning to do? Captain. The men immediately saluted, their faces paling. It was over. They had been discovered by the captain. The captain was known for his strict adherence to military law and showed no mercy to wrongdoers. They did not regret their decision. They simply felt that dying would be fruitless. The middle-aged man, with a cold expression, stepped closer and spoke in a low voice. Are you planning to strike? Yes. Biao shouted, drawing the gazes of his comrades. Lower your voice. The captain slapped him hard across the face. Seeing the captain reprimanding a soldier, the others quickly averted their gazes. Biao protested. If the captain wishes to strike or kill, why not let me take down a few of them first before punishing me? If I go underground, at least I can explain myself to my ancestors. The captain slapped him again. Did I not say you are not allowed to act? Can't you keep your voice down? Do you wish to ruin the commander's plans? At this moment, Biao finally sensed something was amiss. The others were also gazing intently at the captain. Taking a deep breath, the captain spoke solemnly. The commander has issued an order. All soldiers with high cultivation levels are to befriend the Zhang Liang soldiers. Awaiting the signal, the captain made a gesture across his throat. The eyes of the crowd gleamed with anticipation. Biao, filled with joy, suddenly realized how close he had come to jeopardizing everything. Captain, it was my fault. Please give me a few slaps. Get lost. Your skin is too thick. My hand is sore from slapping you. Biao chuckled heartily, then laughed as he approached several soldiers of the Celestial Wolf. Hey, Brothers, take it easy. The celestial wolf soldiers drew their blades, eyeing Air Biao warily. Air Biao produced a concealed wine pouch. I see you carry wine pouches at your waists. Are you also connoisseurs of fine spirits? The liquor from your grasslands pales in comparison to the strength of that from our great Qin. The celestial wolf soldiers sheathed their weapons. Humph. The wine from your great Qin is merely water. Our grassland spirits are fire. Laughter erupted among the men. For discussions of wine swiftly foster friendship. Air Biao stepped forward, linking arms with the celestial wolf soldiers as they strolled together. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, Air Biao had been filled with murderous intent. Now he appeared as a brother among them. Was this the same honest and simple Air Biao? It could only be said that hatred and humiliation can lead one to grow swiftly. However, at that moment, the captain's expression was frostbitten. Where did Air Biao steal that wine? There is a strict ban on alcohol in the army. Air Biao's comrades averted their gazes, pretending not to see anything. Humph. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Great Qin seemed to have undergone a transformation, mingling harmoniously with the celestial wolf cavalry, devoid of the previous animosity that had made them wish to devour each other. Initially, the celestial wolf cavalry remained vigilant, but soon succumbed to the flattery of the Great Qin soldiers. What nonsense! These sheep of Great Qin are clearly terrified of the might of the celestial wolf. Once their general Altai deals with their puppet emperor, they will have nowhere to turn but to us, the celestial wolf cavalry. Very well. Let us give these Great Qin sheep some face. Concurrently, within the military tent of Xiaodingbian, a lavish feast of fine wines and dishes had been prepared to entertain the leaders of the 30,000 celestial wolf cavalry. The leaders indulged in the feast, occasionally giving a thumbs up. The food of Great Qin is indeed splendid. No wonder the general's niece, Li Yegao, refuses to partake of their cattle and sheep. Xiaodingbian laughed heartily from his elevated seat. Generals, eat well. Later, please speak a good word for me in front of General Altai. The celestial wolf leaders looked on disdainfully, but out of courtesy, they nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiaodingbian's confidant leaned in to whisper something. Nodding in understanding, Xiaodingbian raised his cup and declared, I, Xiaodingbian, toast all of you. He then tilted his head back and drank deeply. With a crash, the cup accidentally slipped from his grasp. Clang. This seemed to be a signal. In an instant, the soldiers of Great Qin drew their blades, turning the leaders into a gruesome mash. Poor leaders, who had intended to use their skills to resist, were unaware that the food had been laced with immobilizing powder. A single spark ignited a tempest. The frontier of Great Qin erupted into chaos. At the wine-drinking spot with the celestial wolf soldiers, upon receiving the order, Air Biao burst into laughter as he seized the head of a nearby celestial wolf soldier. The celestial wolf soldiers believed this boisterous warrior was merely jesting. Yet, to their astonishment, with a sudden fierce glare, Air Biao unleashed an immense force, and with a resounding crack, the heads of two celestial wolf soldiers were crushed as if they were mere watermelons. A similar scene unfolded elsewhere, as 30,000 celestial wolves suffered devastating losses in an instant. Within the military tent of General Xiaodingbian, the report arrived. General, we have gained control over the remaining celestial wolves. Xiaodingbian nodded coldly. You have performed admirably. Now, seal the borders and ensure that Altai is trapped within our northern Qin territory. As you command. The soldiers retreated, filled with reverence. In their eyes, Xiaodingbian had become a renowned leader, bearing the weight of humiliation with dignity. However, they failed to notice the slight dullness in his gaze. In the shadows, Yuan Tiangang toyed with the head of a grandmaster, coldly observing the scene. Humph, you lack the merit to be a martyr. Once this is accomplished, I shall reveal your wolfish ambitions. With that, he vanished from sight. Indeed, it was Yuan Tiangang who had manipulated Xiaodingbian into issuing such orders. And it was he who dealt with the grandmaster hidden among the 30,000 celestial wolves. In less than a day, Yuan Tiangang had effectively secured the borders and locked Altai in the northern territory. As night fell and the air turned frigid, the 8,000 cavalry advanced at remarkable speed. Within a day, they encountered scouts from the celestial wolves. After gleaning their position from the scouts, the cavalrymen eagerly prepared for action. Chapter 33. Huo Qubing slays 3 grandmasters. Huo Qubing and his men could even detect the distinct odor of the celestial wolves. Did these fellows grow up in sheep's rear ends? I can smell that stench from so far away. I can endure the scent of blood, but this odor is simply intolerable. Some soldiers grimaced, discussing their distaste. Silence. Huo Qubing commanded, and the 8,000 cavalry fell utterly quiet. Zhao Ponu, Li gone. You two will lead the advance at a slow pace while I take care of something. General, Zhao Ponu immediately interjected. What do you intend to do alone? Huo Qubing shot him a sideways glance. I am going to confront the Grandmasters. Do you wish to accompany me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ponu chuckled awkwardly and stepped aside. Go. Huo Qubing unleashed his Grandmaster prowess and charged toward the direction of the Celestial Wolves. Every scout he encountered was ruthlessly eliminated. If you do not reveal yourselves, I shall storm your camp and sever your banner. Huh. With your esteemed status as a Grandmaster, why trouble yourself with mere juniors? The three Grandmasters of the Celestial Wolves raced towards Huo Qubing. Which sect do you belong to? Huo Qubing regarded the three Celestial Wolf Grandmasters with pride. I have no time for trivial banter. Prepare to meet your end. One of the Grandmasters was the founder of Altai. Humph. Arrogant. The other two Grandmasters wore expressions of cold disdain. They had been summoned to the army by Altai with immense incentives, precisely to guard against the Grandmasters of the Qin from taking action against the troops. Did they not comprehend the gravity of their situation, believing their status as Grandmasters would grant them impunity? In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent as the energy storm of the Grandmaster erupted, drawing the attention of many. In the central camp of the Zhang Liang cavalry, Altai gazed into the distance, where the winds swept away the remnants of clouds, and a smile creased his lips. Has the Grandmaster of the Qin finally reached his limit? Fortunately, the three ancestral masters, summoned by the interests of the northern Qin, were present. Otherwise, I would not have dared to approach. At that moment, Li Yegao spoke solemnly. Uncle, there is a band of elite cavalry, numbering less than 10,000, harassing our troops. Their movements are erratic. They only strike at our scouts, and our cavalry cannot catch up to them. Altai waved his hand dismissively. No need to concern ourselves. Let us await the return of the three ancestral masters. Seeing Altai's demeanor, Li Yegao felt a slight relaxation. Altai, noticing Li Yegao's tension, reassured him, Yegao, there is no need to be so anxious. Without the prominent families of northern Qin intervening, our Zhang Liang cavalry remains unchallenged. It is fortuitous that the three ancestral masters are engaged in battle with the Grand Master of Qin. You will have the opportunity to break through the cultivation you have been suppressing. Li Yegao exhaled deeply and nodded. Understood, uncle. I shall take my leave. Following the entry of 300,000 troops into the pass, they pressed on relentlessly toward Chang'an, with no time to pause for a breakthrough. Now, the timing was perfect for a cultivation advancement. The scene shifted back to Huo Qubing. The three Grand Masters had encircled him in a formation, blocking any route of escape. The Zhang Liang Grand Master drew his curved blade and spoke gravely. You are young and vigorous. We shall not engage you in a fair duel. They had long surpassed the age of seeking glory through combat, denying Huo Qubing the chance for a one-on-one confrontation. Enough with the empty words. Huo Qubing retorted with a cold snort. The Zhang Liang Grand Master's gaze sharpened as he swung his blade, the curved knife appearing like a crescent moon descending upon the world, closing the distance to Huo Qubing in a heartbeat. The air thickened with spiritual energy and murderous intent. The other two Grand Masters unleashed their lethal techniques, effectively sealing off Huo Qubing's every escape route. Yet, Huo Qubing remained unperturbed, his proud demeanor intact as the energy of his spear surged forth, a tide of murderous intent. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed like a clap of thunder. Huo Qubing transformed into a bolt of lightning, his spear resembling a dragon in flight. The crescent blade of the Zhang Liang Grand Master morphed into a comet, but the Grand Master's pupils constricted in horror as the impending thunder loomed large. With a deafening thud, Huo Qubing's spear pierced through the Zhang Liang Grand Master, creating a gaping wound that bled profusely. The Grand Master's gaze became unfocused, as if he wished to utter something. But before he could finish, the other two Grand Masters watched in terror as Huo Qubing's spear obliterated the Zhang Liang Grand Master's head. The lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, marking the fall of a Grand Master. The remaining two Grand Masters of the Tianlang dynasty were consumed by rage and disbelief. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet they never expected that the Grand Master of Qin would so effortlessly dispatch one of their own. Without hesitation, they turned and fled, abandoning even the 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry behind them. Regardless, it is not their tribe. If they perish, so be it. Who could have anticipated that the young man before them possessed such extraordinary prowess, slaying grandmasters as effortlessly as one might quench thirst? Observing the two figures, shimmering like flowing light, Huo Qubing furrowed his brow. There was no time for games of cat and mouse. The breaking thunder formula surged within him, and his spear radiated divine thunder. Die! With every ounce of strength, Huo Qubing hurled the spear. It transformed into a magnificent bolt of lightning, crashing down upon one of the celestial wolf grandmasters. The grandmaster had barely fled a short distance when he sensed an imminent danger approaching from behind. Before he could even turn around, boom, the spear struck him with a thunderous impact. He could not even emit a scream before being obliterated by the awe-inspiring thunder. Leaving behind only a mist of blood, no remnants of his body remained. The last grandmaster, trembling in fear, even resorted to a secret technique that would cost him his lifespan in a desperate bid to escape. In an instant, he vanished from the realm. Attempting to flee, Huo Qubing drew his bow, an arrow knocked, and instantly his spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in radiant light. Drawing the bow to its full moon shape, he released the arrow. Whoosh! The world darkened suddenly. The arrow tore through the heavens, trailing ethereal blue sparks, like a comet piercing the sun, aimed directly at the last grandmaster. Thud! The arrow struck the celestial wolf grandmaster between the eyebrows, blood splattering like a torrential rain. After dispatching the three grandmasters, Huo Qubing took a deep breath. Bang! A muffled sound resonated within him. A breakthrough in cultivation. He ascended to the 6th level of grandmaster. He was, after all, an unparalleled prodigy, born for the battlefield. With each battle, his cultivation would continuously advance. The most tedious aspect of his life was the monotonous, methodical practice in a comfortable environment. To Huo Qubing, achieving breakthroughs on the battlefield was the most exhilarating experience. He quickly caught up with the 8,000 cavalry. Zhao Penu, Ligan, Huo Qubing bellowed. This subordinate is here. At that moment, admiration shone in the eyes of Zhao Penu and the 8,000 cavalry. Not long ago, they had witnessed Huo Qubing's extraordinary figure. A true man should be like this. Only Ligan's face turned ashen, for reasons unknown. Witnessing Huo Qubing's final arrow sent a dull ache through his forehead, as if he had once been struck down in a similar manner. Huo Qubing, oblivious to Ligan's distress, solemnly commanded, "Follow my orders. Charge into the celestial wolf camp." Understood. Chapter 34, Total Annihilation. Capturing Li Yi Gu Altai noticed the disappearance of the spiritual energy storm in the distance and smiled broadly. It seemed the three ancestors had dealt with the grandmaster of the Great Qin. He issued orders to prepare for the army's departure towards Chang'an upon their return. Altai then readied himself with utmost respect to welcome the three ancestors. Boom! The oppressive aura of the grandmaster approached. Yet Altai sensed something amiss. Why was there only a single presence? And furthermore, it did not resemble any of the three ancestors. As Altai fell into contemplation, the soldiers around him fell silent. At that moment, a fierce wind swept in. The ground trembled, emitting a resounding roar. In the distance, thousands of figures appeared, dark as clouds, obscuring the sky and sun. The formidable presence of thousands of figures surpassed even that of their 30,000 Songlong cavalry, instilling a terror beyond compare. The commanding general exuded the overwhelming aura of a grand master, his fiery red figure standing out vividly against the darkened sky, akin to a flame igniting the night. The numerous Songlong soldiers in the forefront were rendered breathless by this oppressive force, their hands clutching their curved blades trembling slightly. Altai's pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of panic. That figure was none other than the Grand Master of the Great Qin. If the Grand Master of the Great Qin still existed, then what of their three revered ancestors? Altai dared not ponder further. Should anything befall the three ancestors, the Songlong cavalry would be doomed, not needing the Great Qin to intervene, for they would be utterly consumed within the Tianlang dynasty itself. It must be understood that a Grand Master is the stabilizing anchor of a tribe. Should that anchor falter, so too would his tribe. The 8,000 figures became increasingly distinct, each mounted on magnificent steeds beyond the imagination of the Tianlang dynasty. Clad in crimson robes and black armor, their youthful faces emanated an aura of lethal intent. They surged forth like an unstoppable tide, their hooves striking the air with an unparalleled force that left one breathless, resembling celestial warriors incarnate. Altai was the first to react, his voice hoarse as he cried out, "Do not be afraid. They number only in the thousands. Form ranks and charge. The Zhang cavalry quickly organized their forces, with tens of thousands of vanguard troops charging towards the 8,000 figures. 8,000 against 300,000. 8,000 filled with fervor, while 300,000 were already gripped by fear. How could this battle be fought? Kill them, roared Huo Qubing, his spear unleashing a divine thunder, casting a shadow over the land. The sky erupted with thunder, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. Huo Qubing led the charge, plunging into the dense ranks of Zhang cavalry. Thunder crashed, and in an instant, thousands of Zhang cavalry were reduced to ashes. His spear swung with an unmatched momentum, embodying an invincible force. At that moment, the Zhang cavalry facing Huo Qubing felt their hearts shatter. Once the fiercest of cavalry, they had viewed the great Qin as mere sheep. Yet now, they faced a general who appeared as if descended from the heavens, mercilessly reaping their lives. Their flesh and blood could not withstand even a moment's assault, turning to ash before they could react. They gripped their long blades tightly, fervently whispering the name of the celestial heaven. However, fear had already engulfed them, rendering them incapable of controlling their own bodies. Even their legs, clasping their steeds, trembled uncontrollably. The 8,000 elite cavalry clashed with the Zhang forces, tearing through them as scissors sliced through fabric. These 8,000 cavalrymen plunged straight into the heart of the 300,000 Zhang riders. Huo Qubing, alongside his 8,000 elite cavalry, surged towards Altai's central camp. Huo Qubing's strategy was straightforward: charge directly towards the enemy's central camp. If this spectacle were to be witnessed by Li Taicang, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Are you a champion or a tyrant? Kill!" Huo Qubing's eyes sparkled with a cold intensity, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. A grandmaster among the Zhang cavalry lunged at Huo Qubing, realizing that if they did not impede this man, their entire 300,000-strong army would be pierced through by him. As long as this individual is momentarily obstructed, the vast army of 300,000 will encircle the mere 8,000, and victory shall be theirs. Yet, how could Huo Qubing, who dispatches grandmasters as if they were mere livestock, regard these insignificant masters with any seriousness? Huo Qubing fervently activated the breaking army thunder formula, his form enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, exuding an aura of murderous intent akin to an ocean. At this moment, Huo Qubing resembled a demon lord descended from the heavens. With his spear cleaving through the air, thunderous blasts erupted. The encroaching masters were severed as easily as tofu, their bodies rendered into two charred halves under the onslaught of thunder. Advance! Advance! Though he was a grandmaster, he was still human. If we could exhaust him, victory would be ours. Altai roared, directing the relentless advance of the 30,000 troops. Grandmasters are not invincible. They too shall reach their limits. History is not devoid of grandmasters felled by the bites of mere ants. Huo Qubing had long since taken notice of Altai, roaring like thunder as he charged toward him. Kill! At this moment, the 8,000 cavalrymen bore no fear in their eyes, only the fervor of battle. They pressed on, continuously slaying their foes. Huo Qubing's helmet shattered. His raven hair danced wildly. His body was drenched in the blood of the Zhang soldiers. The spear in his hand had already succumbed to the strain, shattering into fragments. He drew forth two long blades, fervently channeling the energy within him. A terrifying display of blade light erupted. Countless Zhang cavalry were felled. In this frenzy, his energy finally neared depletion. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the Zhang cavalry. Altai could hardly contain his elation. Even without the Grandmaster, their Zhang iron cavalry could still vanquish him. He was nearing exhaustion. Kill him. If we slay him, victory is ours. From all directions, the Zhang iron cavalry surged toward Huo Qubing. Protect the general. Zhao Ponu and Li Gan fought valiantly to shield Huo Qubing. Do you dare to kill me, you wretched bastards? Huo Qubing scoffed. A muffled sound resonated within him. His realm surged once more. Grandmaster's seventh layer. Huo Qubing had returned to his zenith. His bones resonated, energy coursing through him. Huo Qubing could not help but groan in exhilaration. Stronger than before, he transformed into a thunderbolt, unstoppable. The officers beside Altai gnashed their teeth in fury, bellowing fiercely, "Stop him! Protect the general! If anything happens to the general, we shall never return to the steppes." Yet, Huo Qubing had grown even more formidable, and the ranks of the Zhang iron cavalry continued to tumble from their mounts. The 8,000 cavalrymen tore through the 300,000 Songlong iron cavalry with ferocity. Although Altai possessed grandmaster prowess, he dared not confront Huo Qubing now, turning to flee. Huo Qubing charged into the central camp, his right hand swinging a blade to slay Songlong's soldiers, while his left hand, like an iron claw, seized Altai by the hair. He yanked him back. Huo Qubing smirked and said, "Are you not here to cleanse the court? I am a martial general of the current emperor. Do you not dare to draw your blade against me?" With his hair in Huo Qubing's grasp, Altai's eyes burned red, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet fear consumed his humiliation. He pleaded, "I am General Altai of the Songlong. I concede. Can you spare my life?" "Ah, General, spare me." Amidst the harrowing wails of the Altai, Huo Qubing forcefully severed his head from his body. In a meticulously crafted military tent, Li Yegao found herself at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. To prevent any disturbances, she had sealed the tent with formations, thus remaining oblivious to the external turmoil. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, tearing open her tent. At that pivotal moment of her breakthrough, she was disrupted, causing her vital energy to surge backward. And she spat forth blood. With a face contorted in resentment, she screamed, "Who dares to interrupt this princess's breakthrough?" She lifted her gaze to behold the gallant Huo Qubing approaching on horseback, and with a fierce voice, she exclaimed, "You seek death. Do you not know I am a princess of the Great Qin? My uncle is General Altai, and he shall have you dismembered." Silence. How dare a rebel claim to be a princess of the Great Qin? Huo Qubing, perched atop his war steed, looked down upon her with disdain. "Bring forth several men and take this rebel back to Chang'an." Upon hearing Huo Qubing's command, Li Yegao finally grasped the surrounding chaos. The ground was a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Everywhere lay the lifeless bodies of the Songlong cavalry. And even the head of her most respected uncle hung from the standard of the Songlong cavalry. Li Yegao's heart trembled. With quaking fingers, she pointed at Huo Qubing and stammered, "It was Li Taicang." Before she could finish her sentence, Huo Qubing's gaze turned sharp as a blade. He thrust his sword into her dantian, mercilessly stirring it. Li Yegao gasped, clutching her dantian as she staggered back. Her cultivation had been utterly destroyed by this youth before her. "Dare you utter the name of His Majesty so freely?" Someone cut out her tongue. Chapter 35, Summoning Mao Chong. The Jinui 300,000 troops were left in disarray, their armor cast aside, slaughtered by Huo Qubing's cavalry regiment. Huo Qubing's crimson robe and black armor were drenched in the blood of the Songlong cavalry. A fierce aura radiated from him as he roared skyward. Boom. His realm broke through once more. Grandmaster 8th level. Not only he, but the entire 8,000 cavalry also howled to the heavens, experiencing their own breakthroughs. The cavalry regiment thrived on the battlefield. Remaining in a state of comfort would only bury this formidable force. Huo Qubing pointed his spear at the remaining Songlong cavalry. "Follow me, and you may yet live." The remaining Songlong cavalry, trembling in fear, gazed at Huo Qubing, who appeared as a deity descended from the heavens. They hastily discarded their weapons and dismounted to kneel in submission. "General's might is supreme. We are willing to follow you, General." "General's might is supreme. We are willing to follow you, General." "General's might is supreme. We are willing to follow you, General." From 300,000 Songlong cavalry, only a mere 20,000 remained. It could be said that they truly embodied the elite of the steppes. Having been slaughtered to such an extent, they finally crumbled. The men of the plains venerate the strong above all. In their culture, if one cannot prevail against the strong, they become the other's slave. Even their wives and children belong to the victor. Thus, at this moment, their surrender to Huo Qubing, the very one who had slaughtered them, was not difficult to accept. On the contrary, some even felt a sense of joy. As cavalrymen, what great fortune it was to follow such a general. At this juncture, Zhao Ponu stepped forward, his face alight with joy, and asked, "General, are we to return to Chang'an to receive our rewards?" Li Gan and the other cavalrymen also looked at Huo Qubing with eager anticipation. Huo Qubing scoffed, "Is this truly sufficient? Your Majesty has gone to great lengths to release me. How could I simply return? The 300,000 troops are my original mission, and I must also bring back gifts for your Majesty." With that, I turned my horse around. Fortunately, these 20,000 Songlong cavalry are here to guide us. Let us proceed to the wilderness and sweep through the realm of the Wolf King. Zhao Ponu and Li Gan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they immediately followed. The remaining 8,000 cavalry were equally fervent, roaring as they pursued Huo Qubing. Engaging in battle alongside Huo Qubing was exhilarating. There was no need to consider anything else. Just the thrill of charging forth. The exhilaration that came from pushing their bodies to the limit and breaking through their boundaries was utterly addictive. If the 30,000 Zhang cavalry felt this way, what of the Wolf dynasty, which was renowned alongside the Great Qin dynasty? Thus, Huo Qubing led nearly 30,000 troops. A magnificent force, rushing towards the border. Far away in Chang'an, Taicang was embroiled in a mountain of state affairs. He had been attending to his duties since morning, tirelessly working until deep into the night. Not even a moment to sip water. By heavens, while the initial slaughter was satisfying, who would tend to these affairs? I should have left a couple of people to handle the burdens. Taicang was responsible for managing the entire northern region of the Great Qin. The 30,000 Zhang Iron Cavalry had wreaked havoc on several towns in a short span of time, leading to a flurry of reports arriving like snowflakes. Gao Lisher, at his side, was continuously processing these reports, alleviating some of Taicang's pressure. He was a capable official with the ability of a chancellor, allowing him to deftly navigate the intricacies of state affairs. As for Li Fuyao, he was closely monitored by Taicang in the northern territories, keeping an eye on those with great masters. Once the situation stabilized, these forces could be eliminated. If you did not assist during the Wolf's invasion, then your existence is no longer warranted. Taicang pondered inwardly. System, please grant me a Zhuge Liang, and also summon the likes of Xiao He and Guanzhong. Gao Lisher timely reminded him, Your Majesty, these reports are all from the northern regions of the Great Qin. Taicang's expression grew cold. It seems the southern regions have been overly tranquil, requiring no intervention from me. The foundations of the three princes stem from the south. Now that the Yi family has been annihilated, their influence in the south has likely been devoured entirely. If not addressed, Taicang would merely be a half-hearted emperor. Ding. Sign in attempts refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations. Host has gained one summoning attempt. Another summoning attempt? Yesterday's sign-in yielded one as well. 2 summons should go to Zhang Wenqing. As he gazed at the 2 summoning attempts stored in the system, Taicang rubbed his hands together like a gambler. System, utilize the 2 summoning attempts. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations. Host has successfully summoned 3,000 Jinyue. Jinyue, the Emperor's personal guard, patrolling on behalf of heaven. Dressed in flying fish attire, wielding embroidered spring knives, their presence brightens the night as if it were day. Wherever they tread, treachery quakes in fear. They oversee the courts. Investigate officials, apprehend the unlawful, from lords to commoners. Any who defy the celestial authority shall be imprisoned, with their lives at my discretion. Their realm lies between the 5th layer of the Xianhai and the 5th layer of the Master. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations. Host has successfully summoned the commander of the Jinyue, Mao Chong. Character, Mao Chong Realm. Grandmaster's 7th level technique. Heavenly prison suppression of demons upon witnessing that the summoned individual was not a top-tier civil minister. Taicang felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon observing Mao Chong's formidable Grandmaster's 7th level cultivation, he experienced a flicker of consolation. A candidate to resolve the southern predicament had been identified. Taicang rose and called out, Where are the Imperial Guards? Where is Mao Chong? Boom. It was as if a time-space tunnel had been opened. In the vast hall, 3,000 handsome youths clad in flying fish robes appeared. The Imperial Guards, to a certain extent, represented the dignity of the emperor. Thus, every individual among them was a valiant warrior, muscular and agile. Simultaneously, the leader, adorned in a striking golden flying fish robe, stood out prominently. It was none other than Mao Chong, the commander of the Imperial Guards. In the annals of history, he was the inaugural commander of the Imperial Guards, the sharpest blade in Zhu Yuanzhang's arsenal. Clad in the flying fish robe and with a spring knife hanging at his waist, each stride he took stirred the winds of bloodshed. Each word spoken determined life and death. He was the sovereign of the interrogation chambers, a nightmare for the officials. He embodied imperial authority and served as Zhu Yuanzhang's most loyal hound. Regrettably, he ultimately became a casualty of imperial power. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. When Zhu Yuanzhang no longer required this bloodstained blade, Mao Chong's fate was already sealed. Relegated to a tool for the emperor's frustrations against the officials. Yet, even in the face of death, he stood tall, for as the commander of the Imperial Guards, he could perish but would never suffer dishonor. To be honest, serving Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed a formidable challenge. In his eyes, aside from his wife and sons, everyone else was as expendable as weeds. Mao Chang led the 3,000 Imperial Guards to pay homage to the Emperor. The golden flying fish robe bowed deeply before Li Taicang. Behind him, the 3,000 Imperial Guards knelt, prostrating themselves in the most reverent manner to greet their sovereign. Li Taicang, feeling gratified, assisted Mao Chang to rise. There is no need for such formalities. My loyal minister, I entrust you with a task. Mao Chang knelt once more, his forehead pressing against the blue stone slab. I shall serve with my life. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, as if it emanated not from his throat, but was squeezed from the very marrow of his being. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor's fierce hounds, the most loyal of his minions. With a single command, they could wield their blades against anyone. Li Taicang's gaze was piercing. Lead the 3,000 Imperial Guards southward to uncover the hiding places of the three princes. Once located, you shall decide their fate. Mao Chang raised his head, meeting Li Taicang's eyes. Upon seeing the murderous intent within, Mao Chang understood. Your Majesty, if we encounter, I have spoken, you shall decide. As you command. Mao Chang rose, preparing to depart. Shortly, information regarding the south would be delivered to him, and he would need time to unravel the threads. As Mao Chang was about to lead the 3,000 Imperial Guards away, Li Taicang's voice echoed through the hall. Exercise utmost caution. Chapter 36. Punishing the traitor Qin Yegao. Your Majesty, the rebel Li Yegao has been brought back. Do you wish to meet him? Gao Lisher inquired respectfully. Bring him forth. Li Taicang replied, his eyes fixed on the report in his hands, not lifting his gaze. As you command. Gao Lisher respectfully retreated. Before long, the haggard Li Yegao was dragged into the grand hall. At this moment, she was no longer the dignified princess of the great Qin, her dantian shattered, her tongue severed. She had become a mere shell of her former self. Li Yegao raised her gaze to the figure seated upon the throne, her eyes brimming with fury and jealousy. This position rightfully belonged to me. You should be kneeling before me in reverence. Sensing the complex emotions of hatred emanating from Li Yegao, Li Taicang looked down upon the frail young woman. Your tongue has been removed? Who is responsible for this? Gao Lisher responded respectfully, Your Majesty. General Biaoqi ordered the removal of the 6th princess's tongue. Gu Bing. Li Taicang slowly descended the jade steps, casting a condescending glance upon the prostrate Li Yegao, his eyes glinting with cold malice. You were once a beautiful maiden, yet you chose the path of treachery. Did you not seek to purify the court? Here I stand before you. What can you do? Li Yegao struggled to lift her upper body, muffled whimpers escaping her severed mouth. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on Li Taicang, filled with venomous resentment. Li Taicang snorted disdainfully, his gaze laced with indescribable loathing. I almost forgot. You are merely a wretched spawn of the grasslands. My father has grown senile to take a barbarian woman as a consort, giving birth to such a vile creature. At the insult to her mother, Li Yegao's eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying light. Ignoring her grievous wounds, she lunged forward in fury. Yet, even in her former prowess, she was no match for Li Taicang, and now, she was utterly powerless. Her movements were as sluggish as one on the brink of death. Li Taicang did not even shift his stance, merely raised his right foot and brought it down heavily upon her face. Bang! Li Yegao's head was forcefully pressed into the ground, producing a dull thud. Li Taicang's boot rested upon her tender cheek. One side of her face lay against the cold floor, while the other contorted beneath the weight of Li Taicang's boot. Li Yegao struggled to rise, but with him pressing down, she could hardly move. Li Taicang increased the pressure, watching as her face twisted beneath his boot. My father, in his weakness, spared your wretched life, yet you remain restless, daring to covet the throne. Among the princes, who is not of nobler lineage than you? Even the mother of the 8th prince hails from a respectable family, while your barbarian mother is merely a dog of Li Qin. And now you are even less than a wild dog. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed her. Li Yegao fought desperately, her hands clawing at the ground, leaving trails of blood. Anguish and humiliation intertwined. The tumult of emotions compelled her to shed tears. The tears of disgrace mingled with blood, spreading a dark crimson stain upon the ground. Do you still have the audacity to cry? When you conspired with the celestial beings to breach the borders, did you ever consider the tears of the northern folk? Your rebellion against me, I can understand. but you should never have allowed your barbaric relatives to infiltrate the gates. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick, sending Li Yegao flying. Her body collided heavily with the stone pillar in the hall. A spurt of crimson blood erupting from her mouth, staining her chest with a deep scarlet hue. Because of you, 100,000 lives in the northern territories have perished. No amount of torment could atone for your sins. Li Taicang was indeed enraged. He could understand the struggles for power and profit. But what he loathed most was the collusion with foreign tribes and the slaughter of compatriots. Such treachery, even if she were to die 100,000 times, could hardly quell the hatred in his heart. Li Yega curled beneath the stone pillar, blood continually trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze had become vacant, the desire for death surging within her. At that moment, Li Fuyao returned from the north. Elder brother, all the great masters in the north have sealed their mountains. Should we forcefully break through? Li Fuyao strode into the grand hall, but upon seeing the scene within, her steps halted abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. Li Yega also noticed her seventh sister, whom she had once looked down upon. Observing Li Fuyao, clad in splendid garments and exuding an air of elegance, contrasted sharply with her own disheveled state, intensifying the humiliation she felt. Reluctant for her sister to witness her pitiful appearance, she struggled to close her eyes and turned her head away. Li Fuyao was well aware of the heinous crime Li Yega had committed. Inviting foreign tribes into the borders had resulted in unspeakable suffering for the northern populace, countless citizens displaced. Had it not been for the numerous talents under Li Taicang's command, Chang'an might have truly fallen. The foundations of the great Qin's empire would have been obliterated. Thus, as she gazed upon her former sixth sister, Li Fuyao felt no tinge of sympathy, her expression as cold as ice. Elder brother, grant her a swift end. Li Taicang, however, let out a cold snort. Wanna die? It is not so simple. Did you not cherish your mother the most? Gao Lisher, at your service. Let her witness as you unearth her mother's grave and scatter her bones to the winds. As you command. Li Yega's eyes flew open, her pupils trembling violently, her pallid face betraying disbelief. Li Fuyao was equally shocked. It is universally acknowledged to honor the dead, and Li Yega's mother had committed no transgression in life. Aside from her origins from the steppe, a glimmer of pleading appeared in Li Yega's eyes as she turned to Li Fuyao. Li Fuyao sighed and gently urged, Elder brother, why must it be so? The dead deserve respect. Li Taicang chuckled dismissively. I have turned my own father into ashes. Do I care for such trivialities? He then turned to Gao Lisher, continuing his orders. Furthermore, after unearthing her mother, subject Li Yega to the punishment of Lingqi. 3,000 cuts, you shall administer personally. Gao Lisher bowed in compliance. As you command. He then dragged Li Yega away like a lifeless dog. Li Fuyao did not intervene, but sighed instead. Elder brother. Merely kill her. Why further humiliate her? Li Taicang's gaze was frigid. Death, for such a person, was a release. Let her endure torment, for it may offer a semblance of solace to the innocent lives lost because of her. The hall fell into a brief silence. Li Fuyao watched the retreating figure of Li Yega, a tumult of emotions stirring within her. Had Li Yega chosen to remain discreet or aided Li Taicang? Would they have arrived at such a fate? Everything that has transpired is but her own doing. She cannot blame others. Chapter 37. The comrades nearly clash. Meanwhile, the 30,000 troops led by Huo Qubing have arrived at the well-prepared border. The soldiers of the Great Qin, stationed at the frontier, gazed into the distance at the rising smoke of the signal fires, gripping their long blades tightly. How curious. Typically, they defend against enemies from the north. This is their first time fortifying against threats from the south. To ease the tension, some soldiers exchanged witty banter. The current border defenses have been fortified to resemble an iron fortress, all to prevent the 30,000 fierce wolf cavalry from escaping the Great Qin. Their goal is to completely seal off these 30,000 wolf riders within the northern territories of the Great Qin. In their hearts, they believe that should this endeavor succeed, their names will be immortalized in history. Ha. Do you think those wolf soldiers will be driven to desperation when they see the towering altars of their fallen comrades at the border? I must admit, I am somewhat eager to witness their expressions. Following the gaze of these soldiers, one could see within the border high mounds of the wolf cavalry's corpses erected into grim altars. After eliminating the wolf cavalry stationed at the border, Xiao Dingbian issued such a merciless command, aimed at shattering the morale of the enemy. Anyone who sees their fallen brethren turned into altars would surely suffer a tremendous blow to their spirit. Look, they are coming. Someone shouted, and the crowd turned their eyes to the horizon. The very earth trembled. Accompanied by the fearsome roars of the wolves, it was a sight to behold. Clearly, the wolf cavalry was on the march. Observant soldiers of the Great Qin had already caught sight of the wolf riders' distinct forms. All troops, stand ready. It is the vanguard of the wolf cavalry, estimated to be over 20,000 strong. The formation is set. The spiritual cannons are charged. All soldiers of the Great Qin stand alert. However, what unfolded next left them astounded. Those 20,000 riders paid no heed to the towering altars before them, charging straight past. They had expected the altars to shake the resolve of the wolf cavalry, yet these riders surged forward like soldiers from the depths of hell, utterly unfazed. When did the wolf cavalry become so formidable? The ones they had slain at the border did not possess such indomitable will to fight. Were only the weak and infirm left behind at the border? In response, the wolf cavalry of today had their own tale to tell. 300,000 troops had been pierced through by the 8,000 iron riders led by a single individual. The corpses of comrades piled high. Severed limbs scattered across every inch of ground, and rivers of blood flowed abundantly. Furthermore, confronted by an invincible deity, they would break through their limits and return to their peak each time they were exhausted. One man penetrated the command camp. After witnessing such a harrowing scene, what are mere few altars? Just as the soldiers at the border stood poised, a young general clad in red and black armor surged forth from behind the wolf riders. Accompanied by 8,000 elite cavalry, they erupted from the ranks. The fierce and robust aura emanating from them momentarily stunned the soldiers of the Great Qin. Who are they? The Great Qin and the Heavenly Wolves have never encountered such standardized armor before. These 8,000 are so imposing that I find the 20,000 wolf cavalry to be insignificant by comparison. Huo Qubing gazed at the several fortifications, a slight frown etching his brow as he raised his hand. In an instant, the 8,000 cavalrymen responded with unwavering discipline, stirring up a cloud of dust. The 2,000 iron cavalry of the Zhang Liang slowed their pace, able to halt in their tracks. Huo Qubing exuded the might of a grandmaster as he bellowed towards the border. Who now commands the borders of the Great Qin? Initially, Huo Qubing had intended to charge through the treasonous stronghold of the Great Qin borders, but upon observing the multiple fortifications of the Zhang Liang cavalry, he realized that the Qin had regained control over the borders. An eerie silence enveloped the Great Qin stronghold. A grandmaster. The young general clad in red and black armor was indeed a grandmaster. The soldiers at the border feigned composure. Who are you? Why do you lead the Zhang Liang cavalry to our Great Qin borders? Huo Qubing scoffed. I am the cavalry general personally bestowed by His Majesty. How dare you question my presence here? Had you not allowed 300,000 Zhang Liang cavalry to enter the borders, would I have come to this desolate place? Huo Qubing's words painted the faces of the Great Qin soldiers with shame and fury, regardless of the circumstances. It was a fact that they had permitted 300,000 troops to breach the borders. Huo Qubing merely stated the truth. Furthermore, these 2,000 Zhang Liang cavalry are my captives, now incorporated into my cavalry regiment. As for the 300,000 Zhang Liang iron cavalry, I have slain them all. Humph. Truly a bunch of cowards, expecting me to clean up your mess. Despite appearing quite obedient beside Li Taicang, Huo Qubing's true nature was fiercely unruly. He held very few individuals in high regard. The term dandy aptly described him. Faced with these beleaguered soldiers of the Great Qin border, his decision not to lead a charge against their defenses was already a concession, considering they had erected those fortifications from the Zhang Liang cavalry. However, his declaration sent ripples of shock through the Great Qin stronghold. What? Did I hear incorrectly? He claimed to have annihilated the 300,000 Zhang Liang iron cavalry. Impossible. Even if he is a grandmaster, he too must face exhaustion. The Zhang Liang cavalry are not to be trifled with. Yet, the gaze of the 2,000 Zhang Liang cavalry upon him was filled with more fear than respect. Not even the numerous fortifications could shake these Zhang Liang cavalry. Huo Qubing, growing increasingly agitated, addressed them. I care not who commands you. Open the borders at once. I have received His Majesty's command to sweep through the Tianlang royal court. Delay in the battle will cost you your heads. Upon hearing the call to open the borders, the soldiers of the Great Qin immediately assumed a serious demeanor. The earlier clamor vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence. They had already made a grave mistake by opening the borders in the past, nearly losing face before their ancestors. Now, this unknown young general in red dares to demand they open the borders? Even a grandmaster is not exempt. At this moment, even if it meant their demise, they could not allow the borders to be opened. How dare he ask me to open the borders, armed with a spirit cannon? Blast it. What does it matter if he is a grandmaster? There are already grandmaster corpses beneath this border formation. The spirit cannon was charging. Observing their defiance, Huo Qubing snorted coldly, preparing to lead a charge against the border. Damn it, you traitors dare act recklessly before me? At that moment, Xiao Dingbian commanded with authority, halt. The soldiers stationed at the borders of the Great Qin immediately sheathed their weapons. Xiao Dingbian exuded an imposing presence, particularly after he ordered the annihilation of the Zhang Iron Cavalry stationed at the Great Qin frontier. The crowd had long regarded him as a noble general who bore humiliation for the greater good. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Huo Qubing's mind. General Huo, I am the unworthy commander bestowed upon you by His Majesty. May we converse privately? Huo Qubing tightened the reins. A transmission from a grandmaster? Moreover, he claimed to be the unworthy commander granted by the emperor. It seemed that this person was the one to regain control of the Great Qin borders. Wait here. I shall return shortly, as you command. With that, Huo Qubing raced towards a particular direction, where a figure cloaked in a black robe awaited him. Chapter 38. The Southern Desert without a royal court. Upon encountering the masked figure, Huo Qubing's gaze sharpened. A formidable presence. This was not merely another grandmaster he could easily vanquish among the Zhang Iron Cavalry, but an absolute powerhouse. Despite being an 8th-level grandmaster himself, he still sensed a perilous aura emanating from this individual. Huo Qubing had unwavering confidence in his instincts. They had never misled him since the day he was born. Yuan Tiangang, upon seeing Huo Qubing, instantly recognized that this must be the emperor's man. So young and so talented. There was no one else capable of commanding such prowess but the emperor himself. Yuan Tiangang, a figure of high ambition, perceived that the young general before him was of the same ilk as himself. In this vast world, he yielded only to Li Taicang. He believed Huo Qubing felt likewise. Dismounting his steed, Huo Qubing clasped his fists and fixed his piercing gaze on the enigmatic figure donning a bronze mask. You claim to be the unworthy commander bestowed by His Majesty. Do you possess any proof? Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing beneath the bronze mask. He countered, You proclaim yourself as the general granted by His Majesty. Do you have any proof? Huo Qubing furrowed his brow, hesitating. The military situation is urgent. His Majesty has not bestowed a seal. As he spoke, Huo Qubing's right hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Observing Huo Qubing's readiness for action, Yuan Tiangang no longer concealed his intentions. His Majesty has commanded me to regain control of the borders, sealing the 30,000 Zhang Iron Cavalry entirely within the Great Qin territory. You, General, are undoubtedly His Majesty's trump card against the 30,000 Zhang Iron Cavalry. You may trust me, for if I intended harm against you, I could utilize the peril of the borders to thwart your cavalry. Do you possess the confidence to breach the defenses I command? Yuan Tiangang's unrestrained confidence was unmistakable. While Huo Qubing was indeed unruly, he was not a fool. If the borders were under Xiao Dingbian's control, he could easily conquer them with a mere flick of his hand. However, facing the individual before him, he had no guarantee of victory. Thus, he had come to trust Yuan Tiangang as a confidant of the emperor. He gradually relaxed his grip on the sword's hilt. All of this felt remarkably coincidental. Li Taicang had just dispatched Yuan Tiangang to stabilize the borders, and he had summoned Huo Qubing along with 8,000 cavalry. Moreover, Li Taicang was unaware that after Huo Qubing had annihilated the entire Zhang Iron Cavalry, he was still unsatisfied and sought to sweep through the Tianlang royal court. This led to a near confrontation between the two mightiest warriors under his command, who were strangers to one another. Is the general planning to assault the Tianlang royal court? Indeed, at present, the northern borders of the Great Qin are free from foreign threats, and I intend to seize this momentum to eradicate the stubborn existence of the Tianlang dynasty. Yuan Tiangang nodded, not underestimating Huo Qubing. Such a prodigy cannot be treated with ordinary reasoning. The general should proceed with caution. If the elder returns to the court first, please convey my regards to His Majesty. At the borders of the Great Qin, Xiao Dingbian commanded, Open the gates, allow them to pass. The crowd dared not defy Xiao Dingbian's orders, and thus opened the gates. Huo Qubing led an army of 30,000 towards the grasslands. Upon stepping onto the prairie, Huo Qubing felt an inexplicable sense of belonging to a realm that was truly his own. Zhao Ponu stepped forward and inquired, "General, where shall we head next?" "Ask the captured Zhang cavalry where the nearest tribe is," he replied. "Marching 2,000 miles in this direction, there lies a Chaoyang tribe. Though it is said they are protected by a grandmaster, that is precisely what we shall confront." Huo Qubing urged his forces onward. The Tianlang dynasty is comprised of numerous tribes, akin to the esteemed houses within the Great Qin, albeit under a different name. They occupy the most fertile pastures and possess their own private armies, such as the Zhang Iron Cavalry, which hails from the Zhang tribe. Li Taicang was reviewing official documents when he suddenly sensed something. Lifting his gaze towards the north, he beheld the national fortune of the Great Qin surging. The Jiolong Ren Huang technique was activated. The supreme heavenly dragon within him consumed and merged with the rising national fortune. As his cultivation surged forth, Li Taicang broke through the pinnacle of the third realm of the celestial being. He reached the fourth realm. Li Taicang was immensely gratified. Truly remarkable is Qubing. He initially believed that the surge in national fortune resulted from Huo Qubing's triumph over the 300,000 Zhang Iron Cavalry. Little did he know, at that very moment, Huo Qubing had already penetrated deep into the wilderness. At this juncture, Huo Qubing held the severed head of a grandmaster beneath his sword. His own cultivation had terrifyingly reached the 9th level of the grandmaster realm. In recent days, he had slaughtered at least 6 tribes with grandmasters. The number of smaller tribes he obliterated was beyond count. He had swept through the entirety of the southern region of the Tianlang dynasty. Yet, the cost was that the soldiers Huo Qubing had captured suffered tremendous casualties, leaving him with only the 7,000 cavalry he had brought from the Great Qin. The 20,000 Zhang cavalry he had initially taken was entirely wiped out. In truth, Huo Qubing had absorbed numerous cavalry from the obliterated tribes. The people of the grasslands revere the strong, particularly commanders like Huo Qubing, who possess a divine presence. They kept their unruly spirits at bay. However, Huo Qubing treated his soldiers as mere pawns, disregarding their lives, especially those of these foreign tribes. Zhao Ponu looked at Huo Qubing with delight. "General, where are we now?" Huo Qubing coldly replied, "What business is it of yours? Just follow me and charge forward. Strike down any enemy you encounter. Do not linger in battle." At this moment, the Tianlang royal court, Xiang Yu sat in the main seat, his countenance dark and foreboding. The various wolf kings below bowed their heads like quails, unable to withstand the fury of Xiang Yu. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Yu shattered the table before him. "Who can tell me what has transpired?" he demanded. "Countless corpses of our kin have appeared in the southern desert, and even the iron cavalry of Altai has lost contact. Wasn't he stationed at the borders of the Great Qin?" The Flame Wolf King spoke solemnly. "According to the scouts, a force of fewer than 10,000 Qin cavalry has swept through our Tianlang royal tribes in the southern desert. Though there are grand masters stationed within the tribes, they are considered royal. Now, 6 of the royal tribes in the southern desert have been virtually annihilated. As for the Iron Wolf King Altai, he has charged into the Great Qin territory." Xiang Yu's anger erupted like a volcanic eruption. That fool Altai, does he not realize the hidden talents of the Great Qin? The disappearance of 4 grand masters, including the ancestor of the Iron Wolves, must surely be the result of his folly. Xiang Yu was seething with rage. The Tianlang dynasty had suffered the loss of 10 grand masters and countless elite cavalry, which would grievously wound the dynasty, making recovery arduous even after centuries of rest. Drawing his sword, Xiang Yu commanded, "Return and gather the forces. I shall lead the charge. We will obliterate this tribe of 10,000 upon the plains." Chapter 39. The assault on the capital of Tianlang. Xiang Yu's face was grim, his chest heaving violently, with an indescribable fury burning in his eyes. He plunged his long knife into the ground and bellowed at the assembled wolf kings. "You are all a bunch of incompetent fools. Are you so overwhelmed by a mere force of fewer than 10,000 Qin cavalry? Perhaps we should forego battle altogether and submit to the young emperor of Qin instead, allowing him to tend to his horses. Return and rally your armies. Summon your ancestors as well. I shall personally pursue this Qin cavalry." The wolf kings bowed their heads, enduring Xiang Yu's wrath. All the wolf kings were at the pinnacle of mastery, yet Xiang Yu's prowess surpassed them, being a grand master himself. It was precisely Xiang Yu's overwhelming might that kept the proud wolf kings from revealing their fangs. A middle-aged man standing beside Xiang Yu rose, undeterred by Xiang Yu's imposing presence. Though clad in a wolf-headed felt hat and animal armor, this man did not exude the roughness typical of the steppe people. On the contrary, he possessed an elegant demeanor, resembling the scholarly figures of the great Qin. Father, please temper your anger. This army is led by a grand master and executed a lightning strike. It is understandable that the royal tribes were caught off guard and met with failure. The urgent matter is to summon the ancestors of each royal tribe and track the movements of the Qin cavalry. Once located, we shall await the encirclement by our Tianlang forces. As he spoke, the expressions of the Wolf Kings lightened considerably. The speaker was Shuo Feng, the son of Xiang Yu. Of the same generation as Liu Tian, he had also reached the pinnacle of mastery. In contrast to Xiang Yu's other sons, who were merely known for their valor and aggression, Shuo Feng was known for his steadiness, strategic insight, and virtuous reputation, earning the respect of the royal tribes. Although the Tianlang dynasty had not formally named an heir, Shuo Feng was practically recognized as the successor. Even in private, some have humorously referred to Xiang Yu as the valiant general of the Shuo Wind leading the campaign against Qin. Xiang Yu did not regard his most cherished son with favor. Glaring with fierce eyes, he spoke in a low, somber tone. At this juncture, the wolf kings of the various royal courts and tribes should take their own lives to atone. How can we, the Tianlang people, face our ancestral war god after enduring such humiliation from a mere force of less than 10,000 Qin cavalry? The ancestral war god, revered by the Tianlang people, is symbolized by a wolf totem. In their culture, the ancestral war god embodies the spirits of generations of Chanyas and warriors. After death, they return to the embrace of the ancestral war god, becoming a part of him, honored by future generations. As the wolf kings listened to Xiang Yu's scorn, their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. Shuo Feng, witnessing his father's escalating ire, hastily interjected. Father, esteemed wolf kings, Xiang Yu drew the long blade embedded in the earth, and the splattering mud struck Shuo Feng's face. He roared in fury, I am not dead yet. You have no right to instruct me. Or shall I relinquish the position of Xiang Yu to you instead? After all, I am merely the general of your heroic Shuo Feng in this campaign against Qin. Shuo Feng was taken aback, yet his expression grew increasingly respectful. His father is the son of the grasslands. How could he dare to compare himself? Xiang Yu snorted coldly and commanded, Humph, so be it. Esteemed wolf kings, return and summon your ancestors to rally the troops and launch a full-scale assault against these Qin cavalry. I shall personally lead the charge. Shuo Feng, you will remain behind to guard Long City. As you command, Shuo Feng replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. In his eyes, his father had been blinded by rage. With such a mindset, how could they prevail against formidable foes? However, unbeknownst to him was Xiang Yu's true state of mind. He had long intended to pass the mantle to Shuo Feng. The young man was both learned and martial, capable of garnering the respect of all. The royal courts and tribes of the grasslands acknowledged him. Most importantly, Xiang Yu, now aged, sought to transcend his limits and extend his lifespan. Yet, there remained one matter of utmost importance to him, his reputation. With the southern desert in ruins and the Qin cavalry advancing into the northern desert, if he did not resolve the situation himself before handing over to Shuo Feng, how would future warriors view him? A Xiang Yu who was cowed by the Qin dynasty? Thus, this battle was one that Xiang Yu felt compelled to personally engage in, and he aimed to do so with grandeur and valor. For this, he was willing to accept some sacrifices. However, as Xiang Yu led his army out of the city to confront the enemy, the meager force of Huo Qubing had already flanked Long City from behind. Zhao Ponu, his face weathered and lips cracked, could not suppress the broad smile that split his face. Haha, the general is indeed a divine being. He has arrived in the capital of the Tianlang dynasty, Long City. Huo Qubing gripped the reins, his gaze fixed intensely upon Long City. At last, I have found it. The cavalrymen of the Steed Legion dared not raise their voices. Instead, tightening their grips on their long spears and preparing their bows and crossbows, their eyes burning with fierce determination as they looked to Huo Qubing. God knows the hardships they had endured over the past few days. In the desolate wilderness, there was nothing but the howling sands. Yet now, the general had miraculously led them behind the capital of the Tianlang kingdom. General Huo was undoubtedly a celestial being, possessing an extraordinary ability to discern the path ahead. How else could one explain that while the Tianlang captives were utterly lost, the general could precisely find the correct direction? After a brief adjustment of 1 hour to regain our strength, we shall proceed to behead the enemy chieftain. Huo Qubing exhibited no trace of fatigue. Instead, he radiated vitality. His gaze fierce and unwavering. An hour later, they surged forth. Let us crush this city. Huo Qubing led over 7,000 cavalry into a furious charge towards the Dragon City. Shuo Feng, while managing affairs with ease, found his thoughts drifting far away. He was concerned for Xiang Yu. Although his father commanded a formidable army accompanied by numerous ancestors, inexplicably, he felt a lingering sense of foreboding. Perhaps I am overthinking. Such a mighty force would be hard to shake, even at the zenith of the Qin dynasty. What could a mere contingent of fewer than 10,000 cavalry accomplish? Shuo Feng furrowed his brow, rubbing his temples. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. He raised his head. The first thought crossing his mind was whether someone was practicing thunder-based martial arts. However, in the next instant, another resounding boom reverberated. It was the sound of the city wall collapsing. Shuo Feng was momentarily taken aback, immediately rising to his feet, his expression darkening ominously. My lord, Qin cavalry are attacking Dragon City. The northern wall has already fallen. A disheveled armored soldier rushed in to report. The treacherous Qin, even Shuo Feng, who typically concealed his emotions, could not suppress his fury as he slammed his fist onto the table. He could hardly believe such a coincidence. His father had just led the ancestors and the army away, and the Qin cavalry launched a surprise attack from the north of Dragon City. There must be a traitor among the Wolf Kings. How could I have failed to notice, jeopardizing such a critical matter? Shuo Feng seethed with rage. However, if Huo Qubing were to learn of his current thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock him with disdain. How absurd! Must I exert such effort to deal with you? I am born of wealth and nobility. Victory is assured regardless of the battle. Huo Qubing and his men slaughtered anyone they encountered within Dragon City. This was not a mundane conflict. Cavalry struggled in urban warfare. This was a fantastical realm, where the formidable cavalry directly trampled the homes of the Tianlang people. Countless weak Tianlang warriors were buried beneath the rubble. Li Gan, not one for eloquence, could not help but remark, is this truly the Dragon City of the Tianlang? Its defenses are inferior even to those of the tribal courts in the southern desert. Although Dragon City served as the capital of the Tianlang kingdom, its fortifications were far from exemplary. After all, who would anticipate an army attacking Dragon City? This was the heart of the Tianlang dynasty, the very capital where numerous wolf kings and ancestors resided. If a great army were truly at the gates of Dragon City, the Tianlang dynasty would have long since perished. Chapter 40. Urinating in the sacred land of Dragon City. Huo Qubing and his soldiers killed without distinction, regardless of whether they were armored warriors or the elderly, women, and children. None were spared. Those residing in Dragon City were all nobles of the Tianlang dynasty. There was not a single innocent soul among them. The 7,000 cavalry were drenched in blood, yet it was the blood of their enemies that stained their bodies. Most of the elite here have been taken away by Huyen Dan, leaving behind a mere handful who are utterly incapable of withstanding the formidable might of the cavalry legion. Although Huo Qubing is a grandmaster, he shows no discrimination. Regardless of one's cultivation or whether one is as feeble as a chick, all shall be slain by his sword. There is not a trace of the ferocity one would expect from a grandmaster in his demeanor. I shall not spare this wretched cur. The anger within Shuo Feng's chest surged, threatening to erupt. Yet, the elder beside him restrained him. My king, do not act rashly. You must retreat and seek aid from the Xiang Yu. Though furious, Shuo Feng quickly regained his composure. In the present, without a grandmaster within Longqing, they could not possibly withstand the killing intent of that general from the Qin dynasty. After much internal struggle, Shuo Feng took a deep breath and declared, "Let us depart." He was not one to act out of impulse. To knowingly trap oneself in a perilous situation when defeat was certain would be the folly of a fool. Where's that old dog Huyen? Point him out to me. Huo Qubing bellowed at a noble of the Tianlang tribe. The noble was utterly terrified, to the point of losing control of his bladder, wetting his lower garments. I do not know. The Xiang Yu has taken many generals away. Bang! Huo Qubing crushed the noble's skull with his bare hands. Damn it, what bad timing. That old dog Huyen is truly a coward, knowing I was coming to kill him. And he fled in advance. Ha ha! Huo Qubing's voice thundered, echoing throughout Longqing. Upon hearing such insults directed at his father, Shuo Feng's shoulders trembled, gritting his teeth. He silently merged into the crowd of fleeing people. General, That appears to be the palace of the Tianlang people. A fire was ignited. What audacity! To compare their palace to that of His Majesty. Shuo Feng tightly closed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, hastening his pace in silence. He internally chanted, "To accomplish great deeds, one must endure what ordinary men cannot. General, this seems to be a place of sacrifice for the Tianlang people." Shuo Feng replied indifferently. Even the venerable elders of the Tianlang tribe raised their eyes. Huo Qubing stood in a plaza, surveying the various statues of deities used in their rituals. Well, who would have thought these barbarians knew how to worship the heavens and earth? Let us take them all. Just as Huo Qubing contemplated bringing these back to Chang'an as offerings for His Majesty, he suddenly remembered that he was in the capital of the Tianlang dynasty. These statues were massive and cumbersome, impossible to transport. Never mind, let us proceed light. We cannot take these with us. But, if we cannot take them, then let us shatter them all. As you command. At Huo Qubing's order, the cavalrymen howled as they smashed the statues. The noble of the Tianlang tribe wept in humiliation. Their cries muted, fearing to attract the attention of the Qin cavalry. Shuo Feng felt as if his chest would explode from rage. He felt as though he had become a blazing inferno, his entire being radiating heat. Were these people truly of the Qin? Were they not mere bandits? Barbarians? In comparison to these individuals, Shuo Feng believed his kin to be paragons of virtue. However, in the next moment, Shuo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld Huo Qubing standing atop the head of the most magnificent ancestral war god statue. He withdrew his weapon and relieved himself. The stream flowing directly into the wolf's mouth. A moment of pure satisfaction. Indeed, this was an excellent spot for such an act, though regrettably, this canine head could not be transported back to Chang'an. Subsequently, Huo Qubing, with an audacious demeanor, crushed the ancestral war god's wolf head beneath his foot. "Ah, I shall slay you." At that moment, even the timidest of the Tianlang nobility could no longer contain themselves. They drew their long blades and charged at Huo Qubing and his companions. Observing the advancing Tianlang nobles, Huo Qubing's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, this was his intention, to provoke the Tianlang nobility. Otherwise, they would scatter in fear, and taking them down one by one would consume too much time. Even if some astute Tianlang individuals discerned Huo Qubing's scheme, it would prove futile. They would still charge recklessly forward. It is crucial to understand that the ancestral war god held an exalted position in the hearts of the Tianlang people. He was the embodiment of their illustrious chieftains and warriors, the very essence of their soul's return. Who could endure such humiliation? Imagine someone desecrating your ancestral grave and urinating upon your forebears. Who could refrain from drawing their sword? Even with the knowledge of impending defeat, one would still seek to splatter their adversary with blood. Huo Qubing laughed heartily as he reaped the lives of these Tianlang nobles. Suddenly, he froze in place. Among the surging crowd was a solitary figure heading south, starkly out of place. This individual was not one to cower in fear. Rather, he walked with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hint of panic. It was Shuo Feng. At that moment, his eyes were a fierce crimson, tears streaming down his face, teeth clenched as he resolutely advanced. Death may come easily, but to live with lofty ambitions amidst humiliation is the mark of a true man. Huo Qubing reigned in his brash demeanor, narrowing his eyes. This person was extraordinary. I cannot allow him to escape. With that, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at Shuo Feng's back. Suddenly, Shuo Feng felt a chilling dread, as if a ferocious beast were watching him from behind. In an instant, alarms blared in his mind. He turned, launching 8 Grandmaster artifacts simultaneously. His soft armor radiated an indomitable divine aura. He erupted with the power of a Grandmaster, fleeing towards the distance. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a bolt of thunder, cleaving the skies. The 8 Grandmaster artifacts emitted a sound akin to shattering porcelain. Thud! Shuo Feng exerted every ounce of strength to evade. The arrow tore through his armor, shattering half of his body. Yet, gritting his teeth, Shuo Feng dashed southward with haste. Zhao Ponu stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. "General, you have missed your mark." "Fool, how could I miss?" Huo Qubing retorted. His status in the Tianlang dynasty is undoubtedly significant. He must be seeking that old dog Huyan. I have left a traceable aura upon him despite half of his body being shattered. Eliminate these Tianlang nobles at once. We must pursue and slay that old dog Huyan. Zhao Ponu, Li Gan, and over 7,000 cavalrymen gazed at Huo Qubing with eyes gleaming with determination. At your command. Chapter 41. The fall of the Tianlang dynasty. Xiang Yu had searched the grasslands for an extended period without locating Huo Qubing's legion. At this moment, the grandmasters accompanying him were beginning to grow impatient. Are we grandmasters merely servants to you, Xiang Yu? Wandering aimlessly across the grasslands? However, constrained by the formidable might of Xiang Yu, they refrained from acting. At this moment, Xiang Yu was acutely aware of the thoughts of the esteemed masters from various tribes, and his expression grew increasingly grim. A glint of menace flickered in his gaze as he cast a casual glance at the masters. Though these revered masters held great respect and admiration, his son was merely at the pinnacle of mastery, beloved by the tribes. It was inevitable that these masters would regard Shuo Feng with disdain. This expedition also served Xiang Yu's purpose of suppressing the masters of the tribes. Should any of them dare to show disrespect, they would be left to face the Qin cavalry alone. The Wolf Kings obediently followed the masters like docile lambs. Despite their usual arrogance, they behaved submissively in the presence of the Xiang Yu and the ancestors. When the alpha wolves quarreled, what could the pack do but expose their bellies? Just as various thoughts swirled among the assembly, a formidable aura emanating from a master approached rapidly, accompanied by a tempestuous fury and an extreme killing intent. Xiang Yu and the ancestral masters raised their heads, squinting slightly as they sensed the swiftly approaching presence. Xiang Yu erupted in laughter. Ha ha, is it my son Shuo Feng? Have you broken through to become a master? The expressions of the ancestral masters grew grave, their minds racing. Shuo Feng was adept in both literature and martial arts, wise and decisive. If he were to ascend to the rank of the celestial wolf Xiang Yu, the tribes would no longer enjoy their current carefree days. However, as Shuo Feng's figure gradually came into focus, the assembly stood frozen in shock. The valiant hero of the grasslands bore no sign of his former glory. Half of his body was obliterated, and blood tears streamed from his eyes. His expression twisted with grief and rage. My son. Xiang Yu's anguished roar pierced the air as he sprang forth, cradling Shuo Feng in his arms. Who did this? Clutching the barely breathing Shuo Feng, Xiang Yu resembled a volcano long overdue for eruption. His gaze swept over the ancestral masters of the various royal tribes. Akin to a furious lion, did someone covet the position of Xiang Yu? This ferocious killing intent compelled the masters to step back in unison. They understood the implication in Xiang Yu's eyes. Heaven bear witness, although they feared Shuo Feng's ascension to mastery, they were not foolish enough to harm him. The ancestors of their royal tribes were not so reckless. Xiang Yu was still alive. Though the lion was old, its residual might remain. No one could fathom the brutal actions of a ruler who had lost his heir in his twilight years. At that moment, Shuo Feng, on the brink of death, attempted to speak, but blood choked his throat. Severely wounded, he had relied on sheer will to reach Xiang Yu. Now, upon seeing him, that resolve faltered, and he could no longer hold on. Observing this, Xiang Yu swiftly retrieved the sunset revitalizing herb from his storage pouch and placed it in Shuo Feng's mouth. A look of gratitude filled Shuo Feng's eyes. The sunset revitalizing herb was an invaluable treasure used by Xiang Yu for longevity and breakthroughs, and he possessed but a single stalk. After consuming the herb, Shuo Feng's dilated pupils began to refocus, and the flesh of his shattered half-body visibly regenerated, gradually reforming blood vessels and bones. However, the wounds suffered by Shuo Feng were grievous, after the efficacy of the medicine had waned. One of his arms had yet to regenerate. Xiang Yu placed his hand upon Shuo Feng's shoulder, his voice trembling. My son, what has transpired? In the twilight of his years, Xiang Yu cared only for three matters: the transcendence of his cultivation, his legacy, and the future heir to his name. Shuo Feng was his most exceptional son. The mere thought of passing the Xiang Yu position to his tyrannical progeny filled Xiang Yu with dread. Tears welled in Shuo Feng's fierce eyes as he recounted all that had been done by Huo Qubing. In that instant, the entire grassland trembled. Countless ancestors howled in anguish, and 1,000,000 soldiers roared. A tempest of spiritual energy swept across the remnants of the clouds. Damnable wretch! The blood of my countless clansmen must be avenged upon your scorched earth of 1,000 miles. Having insulted my ancestors and slaughtered my kin, I shall devour him alive, sparing even the women and children. Ancestors, O divine warriors, as long as a single descendant of the Ice Wolf tribe draws breath, We shall raise the cities of the great Qin. We merely seized a few resources, yet the Qin seek to annihilate our very existence. From this night forth, I vow not to rest until the heads of Qin captives adorn my tent. 1,000,000 soldiers hammered the ground. The great ancestors roared in fury, and the wolf kings of various tribes glared with crimson eyes. Huo Qubing had shattered Longqing, slaughtered their kin, and had insulted their ancestral warriors. At this moment, the once diverse thoughts of the ancestors and the royal tribes united like never before. With unwavering resolve, they vowed to eliminate Huo Qubing's army and march south to capture the dragon. What had eluded generations of Tianlang Xiang was achieved by Huo Qubing in a single day. Amid their sorrow and fury, a sudden roar echoed from afar. Its might swept through the clouds, thundering across the grassland like a bolt from the blue. At last, I have found you. Do you think I would flee with 1,000,000 soldiers in fear? Huyan Qianyu's eyes widened in rage as he bellowed, "Today, I shall feast upon your flesh and wear your skin." The great ancestors of the royal courts were ready to erupt, unleashing their power as they charged toward Huo Qubing. Huyan Qianyu gathered his killing intent, then turned to Shuo Feng with a grave warning. "Should I meet with misfortune, lead our people away." Father Shuo Feng's expression was filled with sorrow. "My son, do not act like a coward." With those words, Huyan Qianyu charged toward Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing, mounted upon a steed, regarded the approaching grandmasters with disdain. He did not lead the cavalry into the fray against the 1,000,000-strong army. That would be folly, not valor. If he could eliminate these grandmasters, the 1,000,000 soldiers would falter without a fight. Moreover, he craved a glorious battle to achieve transcendence. Huo Qubing wielded his spear, unleashing an overwhelming might that shattered the ranks of his enemies. Like a wrathful deity, he was unstoppable. It seemed as though divine thunder descended, enveloping Huo Qubing entirely. Bathed in the radiance of lightning, his murderous intent surged toward the grandmasters. "By slaying you, I shall attain transcendence." Time lost all meaning as the battlefield fell into eerie silence. The setting sun, like blood, stained the vast wasteland a somber red, littered with severed limbs and shattered armor. Some of the esteemed ancestors of the royal court bore ashen blackened heads, their eyes wide open, reflecting an overwhelming terror, as if they had glimpsed something unspeakably horrifying in their final moments. Fragments of the Grandmaster's artifacts lay scattered across the ground. A thick, suffocating stench of blood permeated the air. Huo Qubing stood aloft, gripping Huyan Qianyu's neck with a single hand, his presence radiating an aura of celestial might. At this juncture, his formidable spirit had ascended to the realm of transcendent beings. Huyan Qianyu had lost consciousness, his pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Huo Qubing's gaze remained defiant, as he let out a disdainful snort, impervious to the situation. As his eyes swept over the 1,000,000-strong army below, which had once radiated ferocity, it fell into an eerie silence, terror etched in their wide-open eyes. The sight before them was utterly appalling. Their revered ancestors of the royal court had been annihilated by this individual. The great Qianyu's fate hung precariously in his hands. Was this the manifestation of a deity? "Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be slain." Huo Qubing bellowed, his voice echoing through the ranks of the 1,000,000 soldiers. The sound of clattering weapons filled the air as several wolf kings knelt, humbly bowing their heads. "O General, we are willing to yield." Chapter 42. Orders for the dissolution of the worldly clans and sects at this moment. Shuo Feng led several trusted wolf kings and over 10,000 elite soldiers deep into the northern territories of the celestial wolves, heading towards the snowfields. Upon witnessing Huo Qubing's divine prowess, he had promptly departed from that place. He understood that neither his father nor the other ancestors stood a chance. To preserve the lineage of the celestial wolves, they had no choice but to retreat in silence. Unlike the collective sorrow of others, Shuo Feng had tempered his emotions. He appeared less refined, his expression inscrutable. "Qianyu, must we truly abandon the grasslands?" Shuo Feng tightened his grip on the reins, his gaze sharp as ice. "There is no place for us on the grasslands anymore. We must traverse the snowfields in search of a new refuge." The thought of leaving the land they had inhabited for generations brought tears to the eyes of many grassland warriors. Observing their distress, Shuo Feng sighed. "Do not despair. Lift your spirits. We shall return to the grasslands for vengeance in the future. Indeed, we must seek retribution." Yet, despite these words, Shuo Feng held little hope for revenge. Huo Qubing was far too young. Even if he miraculously ascended to the realm of transcendent beings, it was uncertain what heights his prodigious talent would reach by then. Furthermore, what kind of extraordinary figure could subdue such a formidable general as the Emperor of the Qin? Shuafeng did not harbor expectations of vengeance. He merely wished to find a sanctuary, enough to ensure the legacy of the Celestial Wolf dynasty endured. Far away in Chang'an, Li Taicang paced anxiously within his study. This Huo Qubing is audacious indeed. How dare he venture deep into the grasslands with but a few thousand men? Does he believe himself invincible? No wonder the surge in national fortune felt amiss. It was implausible that merely eliminating 300,000 cavalry could yield such an increase. Gao Lisher entered the study, respectfully bearing a report. Has there been any word from the general? Gao Lisher shook his head. It is a report from the infamous traitor, inquiring how your majesty intends to deal with the rebel, Xiao Dingbian. Li Taicang's gaze instantly turned icy. What do you imply? Gao Lisher, a man of remarkable talent and capable of serving as a chancellor, was always consulted by Li Taicang before making decisions. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Lisher spoke. I believe that Xiao Dingbian has become a totem in the hearts of the soldiers at the frontier. Should we handle this recklessly, it may incite turmoil among them. The frontier soldiers are predominantly loyal and brave. It is unwise to dampen their spirits. Li Taicang furrowed his brow. If we do not execute him, are we to allow the traitor to continue manipulating him? Gao Lisher shook his head. No, the infamous traitor possesses extraordinary talent. Your Majesty will undoubtedly find him of great use in the future. We cannot allow him to be constrained by Xiao Dingbian. I suggest we redirect this conflict. Go on. We could assassinate Xiao Dingbian and frame the northern aristocratic clans for it. Gao Lisher whispered. Simultaneously, the court should publicly posthumously honor Xiao Dingbian, exaggerating his achievements. This way, the northern clans will inevitably be despised by the frontier soldiers. At that time, the soldiers' anger will have an outlet, and the court will have eliminated a traitor while simultaneously weakening the influence of the northern clans. Li Taicang pondered for a long while before slowly shaking his head. No, let Yuan Xing awaken Xiao Dingbian, publicly expose his treason, and then execute him by slow slicing. Furthermore, have his family beheaded as well. There is no need to pursue others. Gao Lisher immediately bowed and replied, As you command. Do you not question why I do not employ your seemingly perfect strategy? Gao Lisher was momentarily taken aback, then bowed and said, Your Majesty has your own considerations. It is sufficient for me to carry out your orders. Gao Lisher is precisely such a person, clear-minded, executing the will of the sovereign without questioning the reasons. If he serves a wise ruler, he becomes an esteemed minister through the ages. If he serves a tyrant, he becomes a corrupt official in chaotic governance. He is like a mirror, reflecting the intentions of the monarch. Li Taicang coldly remarked. To elevate a scoundrel like Xiao Dingbian to the status of a hero and martyr, and for me to posthumously honor him, would not sit well with me. I am well aware that your strategy is excellent. It merely requires a semblance of honor to placate the frontier while making the northern clans the target of public scorn. However, the thought that the family of a traitor could enjoy prosperity under the guise of martyrs, while those who have suffered ruin due to Xiao Dingbian must extol his merits, is profoundly unjust. Such actions do not resonate with my principles. Gao Lisher's expression softened as he spoke quietly. Your Majesty's strength surpasses all, and the infamous traitor is unmatched in the world. Even if chaos arises among the frontier soldiers and the northern clans, your Majesty could quell it with ease. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have overthought it. Why concern ourselves with their reactions? Upon hearing this, Li Taicang's stern demeanor softened slightly. I am neither foolish nor ignorant of political schemes. Rather, I wish for all under heaven to understand that traitors must meet a dire fate. Your Majesty is wise. Gao Lisher deeply bowed. I shall convey your decree at once. Rest assured, Xiao Dingbian will be executed before thousands of soldiers to serve as a warning. As soon as Gao Lisher withdrew, Li Taicang suddenly gazed towards the north. There, he witnessed a sudden surge in the nation's fortune. The supreme celestial dragon manifested within him, devouring the burgeoning national fortune. Boom. A breakthrough in his realm. The 6th level of the celestial being. And this was not the end. After the supreme celestial dragon completely assimilated the national fortune, Li Taicang's realm ascended to the 7th level of the celestial being. Simultaneously, the supreme celestial dragon's body expanded dramatically, transforming into 100 zhang in length. The supreme celestial dragon broke through the heavens, surveying the entirety of Chang'an. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Li Taicang found it somewhat surreal. In recent days, he had relied on the cultivation gained from his sign-ins to elevate himself to the 5th level of the celestial being. Yet, before he could fully acclimate to the 5th level, he ascended to the 7th level in just a single day. Moreover, his technique, the 9 Dragons Emperor's Path, had become even more formidable. That 100-Zhang Supreme Celestial Dragon could crush everything in its path. Li Taicang soon realized why the national fortune had surged so dramatically. It was due to Huo Qubing. Undoubtedly, it was him. He must have swept through the entire Tianlang dynasty, incorporating the vast grasslands and Great Lakes into the territory of our Qin. The calamity of Tianlang that had plagued our dynasty for many years had been utterly eradicated. Truly deserving of the title of Champion Marquis, Li Taicang resolved then and there to no longer concern himself with Huo Qubing's military affairs. Let him gallivant freely. Such a prodigy cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Li Taicang laughed heartily towards the heavens. My valiant general is destined for greatness, no matter how he fights. He shall always emerge victorious. Subsequently, Li Taicang's gaze became intense as he looked into the distance, boldly striding out of the grand hall. Proclaim my edict. Order the dissolution of all noble families and sects throughout the realm, and summon the grand masters to present themselves in court. Those who dare defy this decree shall face execution without mercy. Chapter 43. Huo Qubing returns to Qin, Your Majesty. A great victory. A tremendous victory. Huo Qubing's army penetrated deep into the grasslands, shattering the capital of the Tianlang Kingdom, Longcheng, and slaughtering over 120,000 Tianlang soldiers. They absorbed a total of 96,753 of the Tianlang army, with all the ancestral leaders of the Tianlang royal tribe perishing. Furthermore, they escorted the Xiang Yu Huyan back to the capital. Li Taicang listened intently to Gao Lisher recount Huo Qubing's military exploits. At this moment, even though he was already aware that Huo Qubing had obliterated the Tianlang dynasty, he was still astounded by the detailed accounts of the achievements. Can you believe it? A commander at the 5th level of the Grand Master, leading 8,000 cavalry, managed to annihilate the neighboring kingdom's hegemony, imprisoning their emperor and absorbing nearly 1,000,000 enemy troops. We can no longer refer to him as merely at the 5th level of the Grand Master. Huo Qubing had already informed him in advance that he had advanced to the 1st level of the celestial being. How utterly absurd. To lead cavalry for a month and leap 5 levels in his realm. Li Taicang almost suspected that Huo Qubing possessed a system of his own. Your Majesty, how shall we accommodate this 1,000,000-strong army? Let Huo Qubing lead these 1,000,000 men to break open the gates of the noble families and sects in the northern borders. Additionally, instruct him to refrain from disturbing the common folk. As commanded, Gao Lisher bowed and withdrew. Since Li Taicang promulgated the decree to dissolve the noble families and sects throughout the realm, chaos erupted in the south. Various criticisms arose, branding him as the most tyrannical and foolish ruler in history. The princes united to denounce him, accusing him of patricide and matricide, usurping power and seizing the throne. Meanwhile, the noble families in the north remained despondent, retreating into seclusion, as if they had not heard the emperor's decree. Hence, Li Taicang ordered Huo Qubing to lead his 1,000,000-strong army to the gates of the major aristocratic clans. Have you not heard? He proclaimed. Then let these 1,000,000 troops forcibly open your gates and declare the edict at your heads. As for the south, Li Taicang harbored no concerns. Mao Chong and his Jinyui had infiltrated the entire southern region, rendering it as permeable as a sieve. The locations and highest combat capabilities of every hidden sect were meticulously investigated. In fact, Li Taicang was even aware of the daily routines and meal times of the 3 princes. It could be said that Mao Chong, in his past life, was indeed the foremost intelligence chief of the Ming dynasty, which explained why the old Zhu found him so adept in his service. Master Su Yuanshan of the Su family presented himself before the emperor. The head of the Su family, Su Yunhe, also paid his respects. In the grand hall, Li Taicang looked upon the 2 representatives of the Su family with satisfaction. The Su family was the maternal lineage of Li Fuyao. Her mother was a legitimate daughter of the Su clan. The current head, Su Yunhe, was Li Fuyao's maternal grandfather. When Li Taicang issued the decree, Li Fuyao returned to the southern Su family to counsel her grandfather and the patriarch to comply with the edict. Li Fuyao had anticipated fierce opposition, yet to her surprise, her grandfather and the patriarch pondered for only a moment before promptly disbanding their extensive family. Moreover, Grandmaster Su Yuanshan and Su Yunhe traveled to Chang'an to meet Li Taicang. Master Su and Lady Su may bring their kin to reside here. You shall remain in Chang'an from now on, Li Taicang commanded. We shall comply, they replied. The disbandment of the noble family was not a forced separation from loved ones, but rather the dissolution of loyal retainers, private soldiers, and extensive branches, coupled with a relocation. This move directly undermined the foundation of the noble family's local dominance. Your Su family is quite astute, Li Taicang remarked, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the two. Your Majesty's might is unparalleled. The Su family would not dare oppose you, they responded with reverence. Li Taicang nodded. But remember, Li Fuyao is the grand princess of the Qin and belongs to the Li family. He then waved his hand dismissively. Su Yuanshan and Su Yunhe bowed once more and took their leave. Once outside the grand hall, their garments were already dampened by a chill of sweat. Su Yunhe took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror. He could hardly fathom that the gentle and refined gentleman of yesteryears concealed such formidable power. Had it not been for the patriarch's support, he feared he might have been rendered speechless. Su Yuanshan was only slightly better off than Su Yunhe. Yet remnants of panic lingered in his gaze. The emperor was undoubtedly an extraordinary being, having traversed far along the path of divinity. Our choice was indeed correct. We would rather dissolve the Su family than provoke the emperor. Yunhe, instruct your descendants to remain prudent. Moreover, do not use Fuyao to provoke the emperor. He has already issued us a warning. Su Yunhe nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Su Yuanshan continued, do not lament the dissolution of our family's power. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. The fates of those noble families will not fare well, and this emperor harbors grand ambitions. We merely need to follow in his footsteps. The Su family shall not be constrained by this. Su Yunhe nodded solemnly. It is regrettable that we could not meet General Huo on this occasion. I have heard that he led over 8,000 cavalry to annihilate the 30,000-strong Songlong Iron Cavalry. He must surely be an exceptional grandmaster. The enigmatic figure in a black robe, General Huo, that child Fuyao, and the red-clad eunuch. Truly, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers surrounding the emperor. Li Taicang gazed thoughtfully at the vanishing silhouettes of the two. The Su family members are indeed astute. When Li Yutian passed away and chaos erupted in Chang'an, the Su family successfully extricated Li Fuyao and her mother from the city, bringing them to Jiangnan. Now, they are even willing to disband their vast clan, distancing themselves from their homeland to bring their kin into Chang'an. This resolute determination to sever ties is enough to make Li Taicang cast a sidelong glance. To be honest, when Li Taicang issued the decree to dissolve all noble families and sects, he never anticipated that anyone would genuinely heed the edict. Yet, the Su family has indeed done so. Their depth of strategy and patience stirred within Li Taicang a desire to eliminate them. How could he retain such individuals whose loyalty he could not ascertain? Alas, if he were to slay them, Li Fuyao could not be spared. Gao Lisher, what is your perspective? The servant humbly congratulated His Majesty, stating that the Su family members are rare talents. This talent is not merely a reflection of their cultivation, but rather their insight, rationality, and decisiveness. Moreover, upon meeting His Majesty, they have already resolved to pledge their loyalty. Oh, it is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm. They recognize that opposing His Majesty leads only to ruin. Conversely, if they wholeheartedly assist him, the Su family will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Gao Lisher's words dispelled Li Taicang's thoughts of eliminating the Su family members. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Yu was brought before the Grand Hall. Once the formidable Xiang Yu of the Tianlang, he now appeared disheveled and bloodied, akin to a stray dog. Li Taicang scrutinized him with curiosity. In his youth, he often heard Li Yutian's long sighs. With Huyan as the mighty leader and his son Shuo Feng being a prodigy of his generation, it seems that in my reign, I must bear the humiliation of the Tianlang. Xiang Yu struggled to lift his head, glaring with resentment at Li Taicang upon the throne. His cultivation had been rendered useless, and with his already grievously injured body compounded by the arduous journey, he was now on the brink of death. The Tianlang and the Great Qin are brotherly nations. Why does your Majesty seek to annihilate us? Li Taicang's countenance turned frigid. Brotherly nations? When you invaded the borders and plundered my people, did you think of brotherly nations? When your hands were stained with the blood of my Qin subjects, did you think of brotherly nations? Now, like a stray dog, you are brought before me, and suddenly you remember brotherhood? It is too late. Li Taicang then let out a cold laugh. However, I had not truly intended to extinguish your Tianlang at this time. Who could have known that you were so feeble, so easily subdued by General Jun Yuan and his 8,000 cavalry? This was the truth. Although Li Taicang harbored intentions to obliterate the Tianlang, he wished to first resolve the noble families and sects within his realm before launching an expedition against them. Who knows that Huo Qubing audaciously took matters into his own hands, swiftly leveling Tianlang. Huyan Chanyu seethed with anger, yet could only swallow his humiliation. He hoped that the great emperor would treat his subjects kindly. You need not concern yourself with that. Your subjects have become mine, and I shall treat them well. As for you, your blood shall be offered to honor the ancestral temple of my great Qin. Huyan Chanyu closed his eyes, calmly accepting his fate, his heart heavy with sorrow. In pursuit of fame, he had become a sacrificial offering to the great Qin ancestral temple, the greatest sinner of the grasslands. He felt unworthy to return to his ancestral war gods. Meanwhile, in the northern borders of the great Qin, Huo Qubing led a 1,000,000-strong army majestically marching towards the frontier. The march of such a vast army required time. So the reports of Huo Qubing's victories had already reached Chang'an by the time they arrived at the great Qin borders. Though the soldiers at the borders had received news, the sight of the colossal army still left them trembling with awe. The earth in the distance quaked. The sound of long howls mingled with the whinnying of fierce horses. The boundless wilderness was soon occupied by the densely packed Tianlang warriors. That invincible General Hua, riding his dragon blood steed, strode proudly at the forefront, his gaze piercing and regal, like a blazing fire. He radiated an intensity that dared no one to look directly upon him. At this moment, all the soldiers gazed at Huo Qubing with admiration. What man, in his youth, has not harbored lofty aspirations? A true man should wield a 3-foot sword and accomplish extraordinary feats. Yet, in the end, many succumbed to mediocrity. Huo Qubing, however, was not among them. He raised his whip and laughed heartily, brimming with vigor like the rising sun. The corners of his eyes and brows sparkled with the unique flamboyance and defiance of youth. With his 8,000 cavalry, he swept through Tianlang, returning with a 1,000,000-strong army. Such a grand feat, overwhelming as the mountains and rivers, inspired nothing but reverence. It is likely that not only the soldiers at the borders, but all the youths of Great Qin in the future would regard Huo Qubing as their idol. Though surrounded by the formidable 1,000,000-strong army, they regarded Huo Qubing as if he were a deity. Like wolves confronting a lion, they could only bare their bellies in submission. How do you fare, my elder? Huo Qubing encountered Yuan Tiangang once more. Yuan Tiangang could not help but exclaim, "General, your valor is unmatched." Chapter 44. Winds of the north and south in the northern borders of the Great Qin, at the Wang family estate of Qingyuan. The ancestral grounds had long been sealed, and the area within 100 miles was shrouded in layers of protective formations. Ordinary people approaching could only see mist-laden woods. Unable to find an entrance, Huo Qubing surrounded the Wang family's stronghold with his 1,000,000-strong legion, leaving no avenue for escape. Bang! Zhao Penu struck with his sword, clashing against the shield formed by the defensive formations, sending sparks flying. Yet that was all. Zhao Penu pressed on, the blade scraping against the shield with a jarring sound. Suddenly, the defensive shield coalesced light points, returning Zhao Penu's strength tenfold. Be careful. Zhao Penu's expression changed drastically as he swiftly dodged. The rebounding sword energy cleaved a deep trench into the ground, leaving him dusty and disheveled. He turned to Huo Qubing and bowed. "General, this formation is peculiar. A direct assault is unwise." Huo Qubing gazed indifferently at the Wang family's stronghold. The echoes of furious roars reverberated through the valley. "By the decree of His Majesty, you are commanded to disband your forces. Do you not comprehend? If you dare to feign ignorance again, do not blame me for being merciless." The mountains remained silent, save for the shimmering aura of the formation responding in kind. Huo Qubing let out a cold snort and gestured with his hand. The 1,000,000-strong army drew their blades. Longbows and crossbows aimed squarely at the Wang residence. Huo Qubing's voice was icy and penetrating. "I shall ask one final time. Will you open the gates or not?" Seeing no response, Huo Qubing waved his hand dramatically. "Attack! Kill!" The vast army descended upon the defensive formation from all sides. Loose arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows rained down like a torrential storm, each tip affixed with a formation-breaking talisman, crashing against the protective barrier with a deafening roar. The defensive formation flared brightly, retaliating with tenfold strength. The backlash struck the million-strong army, resulting in significant casualties almost instantly. Huo Qubing and his 7,000 cavalry observed the chaos with cold detachment. Huo Qubing wielded his troops like mere sand, particularly these war-hardened soldiers, showing no remorse as they were sacrificed. The effect was evident. The defensive formation finally began to crack, riddled with fissures and on the verge of collapse. Through the thick fog, an aged voice finally responded. "General Huo, why must you be so aggressive? My Wang family has guarded the northern borders for generations and has never overstepped our bounds. Old fool, why not continue to play dead?" The lack of response from the Wang family was due solely to the excessive demands of His Majesty's decree. Huo Qubing drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at the Wang family's gates. "Since you refuse to heed the royal command, allow me to personally teach you the meaning of defying the king's orders." With the cacophony of the million-strong army's assault and the thousands of arrows descending like rain, the Wang family's defensive formation could bear no more. With a thunderous roar, the entire defensive array crumbled. The thick fog enveloping the forest dissipated in an instant, revealing the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, with pavilions and towers majestically built against the mountains. "Kill!" Huo Qubing swung his long sword, and the army surged like a tidal wave into the mountain gates. The Wang family's retainers, private soldiers, and branches of the clan fought valiantly against the terrain. "How dare you!" The Wang family's grandmaster, his hair and beard bristling with fury, unleashed his spiritual energy, condensing his lethal strike as he charged towards Huo Qubing. This grandmaster, filled with wrath, unleashed his power, the air around him tearing with a deafening sonic boom. Yet Huo Qubing did not even glance back, casually waving his sword behind him. With a thunderous flash of brilliance, the blade sliced through the air. The Wang family's grandmaster froze mid-air, a vicious expression etched on his face. In the next moment, his body split cleanly in half from brow to groin, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. With a thud, both halves of the corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Only then did Huo Qubing slowly sheath his sword, not even sparing a glance. Where was your ferocity when the 300,000 troops ravaged the northern borders of Qin? This scene left the Wang family trembling with fear. Their most revered grandmaster had been dispatched with such casual ease. The scions of the Wang family, along with their private soldiers and retainers, found themselves retreating under the relentless onslaught of a million-strong army. Zhao Ponu, leading the charge, wielded his spear to dispatch several Wang family guards, making a beeline for the family's grand hall. The once formidable defensive barrier had left him in a state of disarray, fueling his desire for retribution. Over 7,000 cavalry dispersed to seal off all critical routes. The head of the Wang family, Wang Xianfeng, lamented, "I am willing to disband the Wang family. I implore you, General, to show mercy." Huo Qubing, with a disdainful snort, replied, "Those who surrender shall not be slain." His voice resonated throughout the Wang family's encampment. Some members of the Wang family, hearing his words, cast aside their weapons and knelt in supplication. Yet, stubborn elements resisted fiercely, only to be crushed by the iron steeds. In less than half an hour, this illustrious family, with a legacy spanning nearly a millennium, was utterly vanquished. Observing the Wang family's capitulation, Huo Qubing issued a command to cease hostilities. However, among the million-strong legion, some savages, blinded by rage, continued their bloodlust. They had lived in fear for far too long, and now, with the Wang family in ruins, they seized the opportunity to unleash their primal savagery. Some of these savage beings attempted to seize the women of the Wang family for unspeakable acts. With a chilling glare, Huo Qubing drew his sword, and, in an instant, all within a 5-zhang radius were cleaved asunder, including the Wang family members. He bellowed, "Do you not understand my words? Withdraw." His formidable presence roused the bloodied savages from their frenzy, causing them to step back in terror and kneel in reverence, transforming from uncontrollable beasts into loyal hounds. Huo Qubing coldly remarked, "They are still subjects of Qin. You may slay them, but you shall not degrade them. Moreover, my orders must be executed with utmost precision. Should anyone defy this, 100 shall perish alongside the offender." As he sheathed his sword and gazed at the high-ranking members of the Wang family being escorted away, he spoke sternly, "To defy the edict is an unforgivable crime. Return them to Chang'an for the emperor's judgment." He then mounted his steed, pointing in a direction. Onward. To the next target. The blood-red sun cast its light upon the devastated ancestral grounds of the Wang family. This battle not only obliterated a sect of cultivators, but also proclaimed the court's resolve to the entire northern realm. Across the vast lands, all belong to the king. By the shores, all are subjects of the king. In the south, within a secret chamber, 3 princes convened once more. The third prince, Li Taiming, spoke first. Half of the Xiantian sect in the south stands behind me, with 2 grandmasters willing to assist. The fourth prince, Li Taiheng, wore a grim expression. My maternal clan, the Zhao family, seeks a status akin to that of the Yi family before. The Zhao family's ancestral master is prepared to support me. The fifth prince, Li Tian, remained inscrutable. The Qingshao sacred land has dispatched 3 grandmasters. However, they demand half of the southern territories. The third and fourth princes exchanged glances, astonished by the profound resources of the reclusive Qingshao sacred land. Subsequently, the fifth prince presented a piece of intelligence. Additionally, a grandmaster has emerged in the south. I have entrusted my sect to conduct a thorough investigation. His identity is clean, and he can be of great use. Li Taiming and Li Taiheng scrutinized the comprehensive information regarding this individual from birth to the present, finding nothing amiss. Since the Qingshao sacred land has been thoroughly investigated, let us reinstate him. With the 7 Grand Masters, along with the armies of the 3 families and the support from the remaining clans in the south, I refuse to believe we cannot overturn this unfavorable situation. Forced to hide in the southern regions, I shall not spare Li Taicang. When the time comes, I will ensure he faces utter humiliation. The 3 princes glared with fury, their eyes almost bleeding as they fixated on the throne of Chang'an. As they continued to deliberate on the details, the door to the secret chamber swung open. A handsome middle-aged man entered. Li Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Third brother, fourth brother, this is the Grand Master I have recruited. Elder, please take a seat. Your presence is truly awe-inspiring. Mao Chang scrutinized the 3 of them carefully. It matches. With that, he drew the embroidered spring knife. His Majesty commands me to take your heads. The faces of the 3 princes turned pale with shock. Chapter 45. The Death of the 3 Princes, the Fierce Li Fuyao. Li Tian's voice was low, filled with suppressed anger and confusion. I have treated you with the respect due to a teacher. Why do you betray us? Li Taiming and Li Taiheng had been attempting to contact their own Grand Master. Mao Chang's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light, his expression devoid of emotion, as though he were gazing at 3 corpses. The embroidered spring knife emitted a humming sound. His Majesty has issued an order to bring back your 3 heads. His Majesty? The 3 princes' pupils constricted, and they were immediately engulfed by rage. It was Li Taicang again. Another Grand Master loyal to him. What charm does Li Taicang possess to sway so many Grand Masters? Why do these peak martial artists, who look down upon the world, willingly submit to him and pledge their lives? Li Taiming's voice quivered as he suppressed his fear and exclaimed, If you assist us, we shall share the world with you. No sooner had he spoken than, clang, the blade flashed like lightning, vanishing in an instant. Li Taiming felt a chill at his neck, as if a gentle breeze had brushed past. But the next moment, searing pain struck. In the next instant, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. With a splatter, blood gushed forth like a fountain. His head fell, yet his headless body maintained the posture of raising a hand, crashing to the ground. The third prince, Li Taiming, is dead. Li Tian's eyes widened in fury, and Li Taiheng felt a chilling dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Under heaven, the land belongs to the king. This realm is his Majesty's. Treacherous ministers dare to speak of sharing the world. Mao Chang flicked his wrist, the embroidered spring knife gleaming coldly once more. Li Taiheng barely had time to comprehend the glimmer of the blade before it had already sliced through his throat. The terror of death caused his pupils to shrink to the size of pinpricks. His lips trembled, as if he wished to utter something. But a bloodline had already opened at his neck. Fourth brother, Li Tian screamed in anguish, fear and rage causing his eyes to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, Li Taiheng's head tilted and fell, blood splattering like rain upon Li Tian's pale face, warm and sticky. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing to its knees. The fourth prince, Li Taiheng, is dead. Mao Chang stood with his knife sheathed, the tip dripping blood, his gaze indifferent, as if observing mere ants. Now, only you remain. Li Tian trembled all over, despair and fury surging within his chest. He understood that there was no escape. Yet he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Are you not afraid of the retribution from the Qingxiao sacred land, the Xintian sect, and the Zhao family? What has Li Taicang truly given you?" A smirk played at the corner of Mao Chang's mouth as he slowly raised his embroidered spring blade. "They will soon join you." In the next moment, the door to the secret chamber swung open. Mao Chang emerged, gripping the severed heads of 3 princes, their eyes still wide open in death. Outside the chamber stood the menacing Imperial guards. The bodies scattered on the ground were the guardians sent by the 3 great powers for the 3 princes. One of the Imperial guards stepped forward. Mao Chang presented the 3 heads to him. "Take these heads back to Chang'an for the Emperor's inspection. The rest of you, follow me to raid the Qingxiao sacred land, the Xintian sect, and the Zhao family." Given the cultivation levels of these 3, a mere handful of master-level Imperial guards could have resolved the situation. However, considering their unique identities, Mao Chang personally took charge to ensure absolute certainty. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort, especially in an organization like the Imperial Guards, where even the slightest error is intolerable. "Sir, when shall we deal with those 6 Grand Masters?" "That is no longer our concern. The 6 Grand Masters from the Qingxiao sacred land, the Xintian sect, and the Zhao family rushed toward the secret chamber. They had already received distress signals from several princes. Their chests were nearly bursting with rage. How foolish of you! Qingxiao sacred land. A Grand Master of untarnished lineage suddenly emerges in the martial world, and you do not find it suspicious? You still dare to let Li Tian approach him? Have you hidden yourselves so long that you've dulled your wits?" Aware of their fault, the Qingxiao sacred land remained sullen and silent. They had initially planned for Li Tian, whom they supported, to secretly win over that Grand Master and draw him into their ranks. Yet, they never anticipated such a blunder. The Zhao family's ancestral master attempted to play the mediator. "My fellow cultivators, let us remain calm. The immediate priority is to rescue those 3 juniors." However, ahead of them stood an elegantly poised elder blocking their path. The Zhao family's ancestral master's expression turned cold. "Su Yuanshan, have you not become the lapdog of that wretched emperor? What brings you here?" The Zhao and Su families were both prominent clans in Jiangnan, yet their differing styles often led to friction. Su Yuanshan smiled slightly. "By the emperor's decree, I am here to execute traitors. You dare. You seek death. Step aside immediately." The ancestral masters of the Qingxiao sacred land and the Xintian sect bellowed, gathering their most formidable attacks. They were in haste to save the 3 princes and had no time to waste on this Su family master. The Zhao family's ancestral master was filled with murderous intent. "Do you think you can obstruct us? What if I add my strength?" The figure of Li Fuyao gradually materialized, her eyes indifferent, as if regarding mere ants. She was, after all, the empress of a previous life, possessing countless hidden cards, and truly did not regard these Grand Masters with any significance. "Li Yutian's daughter? You are a Grand Master. Humph, you audacious little girl. How dare you boast so arrogantly? A frog in a well. How can you possibly comprehend the vastness of the world?" Despite their words, Li Fuyao's cultivation still astonished the 6 Grand Masters. How old could she be? Was she perhaps a reincarnated celestial being? Words are unnecessary. The 6 Grand Masters simultaneously directed their formidable energy towards Li Fuyao and Su Yuanshan. "Come at me." The 6 figures pierced through the void. At the forefront, the white-haired elder from the Qingxiao sacred land, with hair and beard wildly flowing, gathered blinding golden light between his palms. He was a Grand Master of the 8th rank, the strongest among the 6. Su Yuanshan's expression darkened. He was on par with the Zhao family's ancestor and was simply no match for this elder from the Qingxiao sacred land. However, this was an edict from the emperor himself, and he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, the Su family would face dire consequences in Chang'an. Li Fuyao waved her hand, and a faint sound of a phoenix's cry resonated, dissipating the elder's powerful strike entirely. With a calm demeanor, she stated, "Elder, you deal with the Zhao family's ancestor. I will handle the others." Su Yuanshan, observing Li Fuyao's confidence, nodded. He understood that she harbored a great secret and chose to place his trust in her. Summoning his killing move, he lured the Zhao family's ancestor to another part of the battlefield. How dare the inexperienced child act so boldly? 5 lethal strikes erupted simultaneously. Yet, Li Fuyao faced these terrifying attacks without a hint of panic. A brilliant crimson light erupted from her right hand, while her left hand, unbeknownst to anyone, wielded a dagger as delicate as a cicada's wing. This sent shivers down the spines of the 5 grandmasters. Boom. The 5 lethal strikes were all neutralized by that dazzling blood light. Li Fuyao moved like a wraith amidst the 5 attackers, each flash of her blade forcing a grandmaster to retreat defensively. How is this possible? How could this girl be so powerful? Her combat experience far exceeds ours. The 5 were struck with terror. First, there was Li Taicang, and now this Li Fuyao. Is the bloodline of the Li family truly so exceptional, capable of producing such prodigies? Before they could finish their thoughts, the dagger in Li Fuyao's hand transformed into a blood-red rainbow. The white-haired elder from the Qingshao sacred land wore a grave expression, blocking with his artifact, only to see the blood rainbow trace 7 indistinct afterimages in the air. Qingshao 9 turns, the elder exclaimed, and a green halo enveloped him. Yet, the 7th blood shadow suddenly solidified, and with a crisp sound, his artifact shattered. The blood rainbow continued its course, gently wrapping around the elder's neck. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The elder maintained his defensive posture, a glimmer of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. What a swift blade! Before he could finish his thought, a line of blood slowly emerged from his neck. This hidden grandmaster, who had lived in seclusion for many years, met his demise. Such a scene sent shockwaves through the hearts of the remaining 5 grandmasters. They clearly witnessed that this seemingly simple strike contained the essence of returning to the origin of the blade. Without a grandiose display, it executed the most lethal strike at the most opportune moment, following the most succinct trajectory. Su Yuanshan was equally astonished as he gazed upon this usually indolent junior. This is a descendant of my Su family? Li Fuyao's eyes were devoid of any pity. Despite her innocent demeanor before the Su family and Li Taicang, she had once been an empress ruling an entire dynasty in her past life. She wielded equally ruthless methods against her enemies. As her second brother stated, those who defy the edict shall be executed without mercy. Time passed unmeasured as Li Fuyao stood in silence, her icy visage splattered with droplets of crimson blood. Before her lay the lifeless bodies of 6 grandmasters. Master, you shall once again convey my brother's decree to the southern sections. Disband the clans of the world at once, and summon the grandmasters to the court. Those who dare defy this command shall be met with merciless execution. Su Yuanshan paused momentarily. Oh, understood. Chapter 46. The annihilation of the 3 great powers at the sacred land of Qingshao. The Xintian sect and the Zhao family simultaneously received an unwelcome visitor. On this day, the Zhao family celebrated the marriage of their legitimate heir, hosting numerous guests. However, the head of the Zhao family wore a grave expression, for reasons unknown. The departure of the family patriarch left him feeling uneasy. Just as merriment filled the air, a commanding voice rang out. The Imperial Guards are conducting an investigation. All bystanders, step aside. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the Zhao estate were forcefully kicked open. Dozens of Imperial Guards, clad in their distinctive attire and wielding embroidered spring knives, surged in, led by a stern-faced captain whose gaze sliced through the assembly of guests. The music abruptly ceased in the courtyard. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, some drunkenly chuckling. Imperial Guards? What are they? One slurred, unimpressed by their appearance. Another chimed in, downing his drink with a scoff. A junior member of the Zhao family laughed boisterously. I have no idea what these so-called Imperial Guards are up to. Come, let us continue drinking. Who cares about them? Can they truly wreak havoc on Zhao's territory? No sooner had he spoken than, thwack, the embroidered spring knife glimmered. The mocker had no time to react as the blade descended, cleaving him cleanly in two. Blood sprayed forth. An entrail spilled onto the ground, his dismembered body crashing to the floor, overturning tables and shattering cups. Screams erupted. Panic ensued as guests scattered in terror, the women covering their faces in weeping despair. The previously jovial courtyard descended into chaos. The captain of the Imperial Guard slowly sheathed his bloodied knife, his countenance as frigid as ice. He surveyed the crowd, his voice cold and deliberate. The Imperial Guards are the Emperor's personal army. We have come by imperial decree to cleanse the Zhao family. Is that sufficiently clear? The head of the Zhao family's face darkened like iron, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly igniting him from within. He slammed his hand upon the table, bellowing, "Impudent fools! You dare disregard the Zhao family?" The Master's aura surged forth, his spiritual energy swelling, his robes billowing without wind. Do you court death, you court sycophants? Do you think you can trample upon the Zhao family with such pitiful blades? Once my patriarch returns, you shall all perish. Not a single one shall escape." The imperial guards remained silent, their hands slowly drawing their embroidered spring knives. Moments later, the captain of the imperial guards stamped heavily upon the face of the Zhao family head. The imperious head of the Zhao family had his half-face thrust into the bloodied mire. With eyes filled with rage, the Zhao clan leader spilled blood from his mouth, yet could utter no more arrogant words. The captain of the Jin, Yue Fei, slowly bent down, pressing the embroidered spring knife against Zhao Yunhao's throat. His voice as frigid as ice. The Zhao family defied the emperor's decree, and thus they faced annihilation. As one surveyed the scene, the entire Zhao residence had transformed into a hellish inferno. Ruined walls and a sea of corpses and blood. The sobs of the womenfolk faintly echoed from the side courtyards, while the cries of children abruptly ceased. The captain of the Jin, Yue Fei, straightened, flicking the blood droplets from his blade. His voice was merciless. "Confiscate their property. Extinguish their lineage." With those 4 words pronounced, the last torch was hurled into the Zhao ancestral hall. A 1,000-year-old lineage was thus reduced to ashes. A similar scene unfolded at the Xiantian sect. Devoid of the protection of Grand Masters, the Xiantian sect and Zhao family were, in the eyes of the Jin Yue Fei, utterly insignificant, merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The Xiantian mountain, home to the sect, was soaked in blood. The grand and solemn gates of the sect collapsed with a thunderous crash. 1,000 Jin Yue Fei, wielding their bloodied embroidered spring knives, surged into the main hall like wolves and tigers. The sect leader of Xiantian knelt before the captain of the Jin Yue Fei, his disheveled hair cascading. As his forehead struck the ground with a heavy thud, "My lord, I am willing to disband the Xiantian sect. I will commit suicide to atone for my sins. I beseech you, my lord, to spare the lives of my family and disciples." The captain of the Jin, Yue Fei, swung his knife downward. A glint of cold light flashed. The head of the Xiantian sect leader fell to the ground. The headless corpse slowly toppled over, his face frozen in a plea for mercy. To submit now is too late. The captain of the Jin, Yue Fei, sheathed his knife, casting a glance over the trembling disciples of the Xiantian sect. "By the emperor's decree, none from the Xiantian sect shall remain alive." Amidst the piercing cries of despair, the Xiantian sect was utterly eradicated. At the Qingshao sacred land, this sect's stronghold was exceedingly concealed, and it took Mao Chang considerable effort to locate it. A blood-red blade of light cleaved down like thunder, shattering the mountain gate of the Qingshao sacred land. Mao Chang led dozens of Jin Yue Fei as they entered with measured steps. "Who dares to intrude?" Before the guarding disciples could finish their words, their throats were slit open. Wherever Mao Chang passed, blood blossomed, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies. The disciples of Qingshao scarcely had time to draw their swords before they fell into the pools of blood. Some, in panic, attempted to form a defensive formation. But as soon as the formation was established, they were severed in two by a sword energy spanning 10 zhang. The leader of the Qingshao sect rushed out of the hall upon hearing the commotion. "Who dares?" The flash of the blade illuminated the scene. The leader's head soared high, his face still bearing an expression of astonishment. Mao Chang prioritized efficiency, disinterested in engaging in discourse with these individuals. Before the scripture pavilion of the Qingshao sacred land, the leaves fell still. The hunched elder sweeping the floor suddenly straightened his back, and his murky eyes burst forth with a terrifying brilliance. His withered hand struck the broom, revealing a slender sword of deep azure. "Fellow cultivator, you have gone too far. The Qingshao sect has stood for a millennium, and today, I shall act as the will of heaven. You shall face judgment." The might of the Grand Master erupted fiercely. This was the very purpose of Mao Chang's visit, for none knew the extent of the hidden depths possessed by this reclusive sect. The embroidered spring knife rested across his chest, its blade reflecting his icy gaze. Mao Xiang spoke coldly, "Apart from His Majesty, no one has the authority to judge me." With a swift motion, the embroidered spring knife was unleashed, radiating a chilling crimson light. The clash of ethereal blue sword energy and the blood-red blade erupted with a resounding impact. The elder wielded his sword with the might of a dragon, while Mao Xiang's knife took an unconventional path. After 30 exchanges, the bloodlight pierced through the sword curtain. Time stretched into an indeterminate span as the Jinyui returned from the sacred land of Qingxiu, laden with countless tomes and medicinal pills. Behind them, the millennium-old sanctuary transformed into a towering inferno, staining the sea of clouds crimson. The sacred land of Qingxiu was vanquished. Chapter 47. Shared Experience. Summoning Zhuge Liang with the obliteration of the three major factions, the southern family sects rushed forth to submit their letters of surrender, fearful that any delay would place them in the crosshairs of Li Taicang. They had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Jinyue. Though these young warriors appeared as strikingly fit and agile as mantises, their ruthless disposition instilled fear in all. Nevertheless, Li Taicang did not extend to them the same leniency he afforded the Su family. Instead, he shackled all members of their clans and conscripted them for labor. As for the northern family sects, the situation was even graver. Those clans that had secluded themselves were annihilated by Huo Qubing's overwhelming human wave tactics. The once mighty million-man army dwindled to a mere 40,000. Upon receiving the news, Li Taicang promptly ordered Huo Qubing to cease the devastation of these werewolves. Recognizing their value as prime laborers that should not be squandered, he dispersed the 40,000 surrendered soldiers and integrated them into the Qin army. The Qin dynasty was in dire need of reconstruction. While the southern regions fared relatively well, the northern front was nearly in ruins. Not to mention the vast new territories recently incorporated into the Qin domain. The areas requiring rebuilding were numerous. At this juncture, the conscripted members of the family sects proved their worth. Surprisingly, despite their privileged upbringing, those with cultivation demonstrated efficiency far superior to that of ordinary laborers. Tasks that would take common laborers months to accomplish were completed by cultivators in mere days. Furthermore, these practitioners recovered rapidly. After exhausting their spiritual energy and stamina, they could replenish themselves with a few hours of meditation, returning to peak condition. Thus, the overseers of Qin showed no hesitation in exploiting their labor. They were relentlessly pressed into service, and under such an intense regimen, many of these individuals experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. Yes, after ascending to higher realms, they became even stronger, more capable of labor, and their efficiency surged. This cycle of improvement became a virtuous loop. Breakthroughs facilitated greater productivity, and labor expedited further breakthroughs. The most sought after were the grandmasters from several prominent families. Whenever a stubborn rock or low hill obstructed progress, the grandmasters were summoned to shatter it with their fists. When river rerouting was necessary, they would unleash their might with a single powerful strike. In no time, these venerable grandmasters became invaluable assets, with regions needing their services having to schedule appointments. These centenarians flitted across the skies of Qin, moving from the northern mountains to southern rivers, perpetually occupied and barely touching the ground. Amidst this fervent infrastructure boom, in the 10th year of the Great Qin, an astonishing feat was accomplished within a mere month. The city of Chang'an has once again regained its former splendor. The imperial palace has been magnificently restored to a grander stature. At this moment, Li Taicang is diligently reviewing memorials within the court. The Great Qin, now a realm poised for revival, has also expanded its vast territories to include an expansive grassland. The daily influx of memorials could indeed be likened to mountains and seas. Out of a full day, Li Taicang dedicates 10 hours to the review of these documents. Fortunately, as a celestial being, he requires neither sustenance nor sleep. A single hour of meditation rejuvenates him with vigor. Throughout this month, Li Taicang has longed to summon a top-tier scholar to alleviate his burdens. Yet, each day as sign-in rewards predominantly consist of rare treasures, elixirs, and troop numbers, with no emergence of a single heroic figure. Nonetheless, the plethora of treasures and elixirs amassed over the month has significantly enhanced his prowess. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard and the Cavalry Corps have each grown to 30,000 strong. The Imperial Guards now boast 10,000 members, tasked with overseeing the myriad officials of the realm. Moreover, Yuan Tiangang's band of rogues has been re-established. Their functions overlap with those of the Imperial Guards. Yet the rogues operate with greater secrecy. On the 27th day of sign-ins, Li Taicang acquired a remarkable ability, experience sharing. This feature ensures that every time he breaks through to a new level, the system automatically grants 50 experience points to his bound subordinates, all of whom have been summoned from the system. However, the extent to which his subordinates can absorb this experience is contingent upon their innate talents. Those with exceptional talents, like Huo Qubing and Yuan Tiangang, can fully absorb the 50 points. Conversely, a common soldier may only manage to absorb 5. Nevertheless, this brilliantly resolves the issue of his subordinates lagging behind in cultivation. Over the course of this month, Li Taicang himself has made a breakthrough. ascending 2 levels to reach the peak of the celestial realm. With the benefit of experience sharing, Huo Qubing and Yuan Tiangang have both advanced to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Mao Chang, though possessing slightly lesser talent, has achieved the 6th level. Gao Lishur has transcended a significant boundary, reaching the 3rd level of the celestial realm. His Black Dragon Imperial Guard, Cavalry Corps, and Imperial Guards have all attained mastery levels, with some outstanding individuals even becoming Grand Masters. The astonishing news of Li Taicang's breakthrough reverberated among the soldiers, igniting a fervor. Such miraculous occurrences, breaking through 7 or 8 significant realms overnight, seemed nothing short of a dream. I am a prodigy, ascending from the pinnacle of Xianhai to the 4th level of mastery. What do you amount to? Our 100 households have become Grand Masters. The 2 members of the Su family, observing the entirely master-level Imperial Guards and Black Dragon Imperial Guard, felt immense relief over their earlier decisions. How could one hope to combat such forces? Even the peak-era Great Qin and the Tianlang would find it challenging to resist. This situation left not only the reckless Huo Qubing astounded, but also the composed Yuan Tiangang and Mao Chang in profound shock. Even Gao Lishur, while serving Li Taicang, bore a dazed expression. Li Taicang laughed heartily towards the heavens. Ah, such trivial matters. Why should you, my loyal ministers, be concerned? I am the Emperor, the embodiment of heavenly mandate. You, my devoted officials, have toiled greatly, and I decree that the heavens grant you a modicum of enhancement in your cultivation. Li Taicang's words grew increasingly absurd. Now, with both internal and external troubles of the Great Qin dispelled, he revealed a hint of the youthful nature that accompanies his age. Your Majesty is magnificent. Huo Qubing gazed adoringly at his sovereign, evidently believing Li Taicang's grandiose claims. In his heart, he viewed Li Taicang more as an omnipotent elder brother than as a distant and awe-inspiring emperor. Yuan Tiangang, Mao Chang, and Gao Lishur exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. They understood that while the emperor's proclamations might be exaggerated, such extraordinary feats were undeniably attributable to him. After all, they had observed that whenever their emperor achieved a breakthrough in his realm, their own realms seemed to ascend in tandem. The breakthrough enveloped the entirety of Chang'an in a celebratory atmosphere. The populace rejoiced at the prospect of an impending golden age. Streets were adorned with colorful decorations, and storytellers in taverns passionately recounted tales of how the emperor eradicated corrupt officials, pacified the realm, and vanquished the celestial wolf. Yet, Li Taicang had little time for festivities, as a deluge of governmental affairs awaited his attention. He remained unperturbed, having long since acclimatized to such demands. Gao Lishur stood respectfully to the side, meticulously pouring tea and water, cautious not to disrupt the emperor's contemplation. Upon perusing a report from the Jinhui, Li Taicang set down his vermilion brush and sighed deeply. Addressing Gao Lishur, he mused, "Is it truly so easy for men to be corrupted?" The report detailed the corruption of several local officials. In the vast expanse of the Great Qin, with myriad affairs awaiting resolution, the stakes were exceedingly high, especially with the influential families providing support. Despite Li Taicang's earnest efforts to cleanse the bureaucracy and appoint a cadre of young, impassioned officials, corruption still emerged among them. Just a month prior, they had been idealistic youths, fervently denouncing corrupt officials, yet within mere weeks, they succumbed to temptation, even managing to deceive Li Taicang himself. Gao Lishur bowed his head in silence. Li Taicang rubbed his temples, a flicker of weariness crossing his eyes. I have granted them opportunities, bestowed upon them power, and provided resources for cultivation beyond the ordinary. Yet, they have ultimately transformed into the very individuals they once abhorred. He recognized the innate nature of humanity. Those scholars, during their academic pursuits, aspired to become incorruptible officials. However, when confronted with the allure of glittering spirit stones, elixirs, and rare treasures, how many could remain steadfast to their original intentions? In the past, Emperor Gao had harbored a profound disdain for corrupt officials, punishing those found guilty with the annihilation of their entire clan. Yet, countless officials devised various schemes to deceive the court. Li Taicang was an idealist. Otherwise, he would not have employed ruthless measures to purge the court of its officials and eliminate the oppressive families. Yet, the harshness of reality left him feeling somewhat helpless. Gao Lishur quietly remarked, "Your Majesty, human hearts are fickle, and desires are hard to quell." Li Taicang let out a cold laugh, his eyes shimmering with a frosty light. Indeed, the insatiable desire is difficult to extinguish. However, I shall compel them to do so. After contemplating for a moment, Li Taicang retrieved the report from the young official and inscribed a succinct 4-character phrase: "Do not forget your original intention." The vermilion ink resembled blood, and the strokes were sharp and decisive. Li Taicang set down his brush and calmly instructed, "Issue an edict to return this report to him unchanged." He was willing to grant them a chance, yet if they persisted in their corruption and exploitation of the populace, the next time would not merely be a warning from Li Taicang. It would be the embroidered spring blade of the Jinyui. The hour of the rat has passed. "Host, time to sign in." Li Taicang replied without lifting his head. He had been tirelessly reviewing reports, his peak celestial cultivation rendering him impervious to fatigue. Thus, he was always punctual for sign-ins at the stroke of midnight. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained one summoning of an extraordinary talent." Li Taicang raised his head. This was the first time he had encountered the term extraordinary talent. The character summoned by the system this time was undoubtedly remarkable. System, utilize the summoning count. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. "Congratulations, host. You have summoned the unparalleled Chancellor, Zhuge Liang." Li Taicang's pupils constricted, his form rising abruptly. His breath quickened, and he was oblivious to the brush he had dropped to the ground. "After countless anticipations, Chancellor, I have finally awaited your arrival." Chapter 48. Does His Majesty lack ambition? My Kongming has finally come. No words could encapsulate the excitement coursing through Li Taicang at this moment. In his previous life, he had grown up listening to the tales of Zhuge Liang. Each time the narrative spoke of Zhuge Liang's celestial wisdom and his triumphs over enemy forces, he could not help but cheer with joy. Whenever the tale recounted Zhuge Liang's 6 expeditions to Qishan, he would let out a deep sigh. Upon reading of Zhuge Liang's demise at Wushengyuan, he could not hold back his tears. The strategist always smiled, while the chancellor always wept. In Li Taicang's heart, Zhuge Liang was the foremost chancellor of ancient China. Neither Guanzhong nor Shao he could usurp the position Zhuge Liang held in his esteem. It was Zhuge Liang who rendered the surname Zhuge synonymous with wisdom. For Li Taicang, Zhuge Liang was the pure moonlight in his heart, irreplaceable by any other. This chancellor had already become a pillar, sustaining the nation in its time of peril. Fully aware that the northern expedition was fraught with futility, knowing that success was unattainable and death was inevitable, he nevertheless acted with generosity and resolve. Many modern-day historians, blinded by ignorance, often label this as foolishness, overreaching ambition, and a moth drawn to the flame. In their eyes, was it not better to govern Shu in peace and enjoy a long life? Why burden oneself to the point of illness and perish at Wushengyuan? Such reasoning seems illogical to them. Yet they fail to comprehend that knowing the impossibility, yet still striving for it, is the most admirable quality embodied by Zhuge Liang. In later generations, whenever the nation faced peril, there would always be those who rose to the occasion. The successful transformed into a candle in the dark, striving against the tide. The unsuccessful became kindling, igniting a spark. Through countless trials and tribulations, one phrase emerges: to dedicate oneself wholeheartedly until death. Li Taicang could hardly suppress the excitement within him, his voice trembling slightly. "Kongming, are you there?" Beyond the grand hall, a towering figure approached from afar. Li Taicang fixed his gaze upon the gradually solidifying silhouette, fearing that a mere blink might shatter this beautiful dream. The imposing figure exuded an indescribable sense of security, as if the very heavens could collapse, and all would be well as long as he remained. Zhuge Liang's form solidified in the morning light, his 8-foot frame standing tall like a pine, each step seeming to measure the expanse of the heavens and earth. With a feathered fan and a silk cap, his starry eyes sparkled with light. His lips, thin and pale, bore a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. When the warm, jade-like figure fully materialized, Li Taicang felt a surge of emotion welling in his eyes. "Your Majesty," Zhuge Liang greeted with a smile and a respectful clasp of his hands. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Taicang stepped forward briskly, grasping Zhuge Liang's hands tightly. The touch was warm and smooth, yet imbued with the strength to shape the destinies of nations. "Kongming, I entrust the great Qin to you." Zhuge Liang smiled gently, slightly bowing, his hand that held the fan lightly covering the back of Li Taicang's hand. "Should your Majesty not forsake me, I shall dedicate myself to your service." At that moment, Li Taicang also noticed Zhuge Liang's attributes panel. Character: Zhuge Liang. Realm: pinnacle of heaven and man. Technique: Taishu Wanshang Lu. With Li Taicang's growing power, the heroes he summoned also reached greater heights. He immediately appointed Zhuge Liang as chancellor, granting him oversight over national affairs, with authority akin to that of an emperor. The following day, Li Taicang announced in the court, from this day forth, the chancellor may approve all memorials and mobilize the armies of the realm without further decree. This declaration naturally caused an uproar among the ministers. It was tantamount to entrusting the entire authority of the empire to one individual, a feat no monarch had dared to undertake throughout history. Moreover, the sovereign before them was none other than the greatest sage monarch of all time, an emperor who had quelled the powerful, pacified the realm, and conquered the steppes. His achievements surpassed even those of Emperor Gao. Yet, this emperor was willing to relinquish such power to a young man. This bold move left even Yuan Tiangang, Mao Chong, and Gao Lishur in shock, all speculating on the true nature of Zhuge Liang. In matters of state, Zhuge Liang possessed the authority to make decisive judgments on any memorials or confidential reports. It could be said that Zhuge Liang's power was such that he could easily deceive Li Taicang and manipulate affairs both above and below. However, would Zhuge Liang act in such a manner? He adeptly showcased his abilities as a political leader, navigating various state affairs with finesse. Many complex matters required merely Li Taicang's approval on a single decree. Consequently, Li Taicang experienced a significant reduction in the pressures of governance. This led him to hold Zhuge Liang's hand late into the night on numerous occasions, lamenting, "With Kongming by my side, I am as a fish in water." Zhuge Liang's aspirations aligned perfectly with Li Taicang's vision. Both sought to establish a harmonious society where talents were valued, the elderly were cared for, the young were nurtured, and the rule of law prevailed. They were both idealists, albeit with differing methods. Zhuge Liang's policies subtly influenced the populace, earning respect from both admirers and detractors alike. In contrast, Li Taicang, though harboring the welfare of the common people in his heart, resorted to tyrannical measures against officials. Any reluctance to repent after warnings and attempts to deceive both above and below will be met with the swift strike of the embroidered spring blade. Zhuge Liang offered numerous wise counsel. Your Majesty's compassion for the people is deeply admirable. However, governing a nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Excessive heat will only ruin its essence. I shall heed Kongming's advice in all matters. The embroidered spring blade may cut down corrupt officials, yet it cannot extinguish the greed harbored in the hearts of men. It would be wiser to establish a supervisory agency for thorough oversight and to create an integrity office to sustain virtue through remuneration. This will clarify for officials that honesty and integrity serve not only the nation and its people, but also their own well-being. I shall heed Kongming's counsel in all matters. This is Liang's proposed merit and assessment system for officials. Those who excel shall be rewarded with elixirs and spirit stones, while those who falter will have their cultivation and salaries penalized. This approach offers a path for survival while also establishing regulations. I shall heed Kongming's counsel in all matters. Your Majesty, there are still administrative affairs to attend to. I shall indeed. Oh. Li Taicang released his grip on Zhuge Liang's hand. Since entrusting all governmental tasks to Zhuge Liang, Li Taicang has found himself considerably relieved, often left with little to do. On this day, his realm of comprehension has once again ascended. He has reached the first level of spirit marshal. From Li Fuyao, he learned this is a stage beyond that of mortals. Beyond mortals lies spirit marshal, yellow marshal, Xian marshal, earth marshal, and heaven marshal, each divided into 9 levels. At this moment, Li Taicang possesses the strength to leave this world and explore the vastness of the universe. Yet, he hesitates. Everything he holds dear resides here. If he were to leave, he must take all of Qin with him. In his elevated state, Li Taicang was in high spirits and called for Li Fuyao. Fuyao, having spent considerable time in Jiangnan, you are familiar with its beautiful landscapes. I wish to travel there. Will you guide me? Since his arrival in this realm, Li Taicang has seldom ventured beyond Chang'an. But now that peace reigns, he yearns to explore the water towns of Jiangnan. However, Li Fuyao shook her head solemnly. Second brother, I must prioritize my cultivation. Observing those around her breaking through their realms as effortlessly as quenching thirst has spurred Li Fuyao into action. Are you all reincarnated immortals? Have you conspired to break through multiple realms simultaneously? Thus, Li Fuyao cast aside her previous lethargy, diligently working to restore her own cultivation, now reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster at the 9th level. Seeing this, Li Taicang felt it unwise to press the matter. His sister's dedication to cultivation left little room for leisure. Second brother could bring along our grandfather, who possesses greater knowledge of Jiangnan. Li Taicang's eyes brightened. Indeed, Gao Lishur summoned Su Qing. Yet, before Li Taicang could take action, he was intercepted at the main hall entrance by Zhuge Liang. Just as Li Taicang was about to greet him with a smile, he noticed Zhuge Liang's furrowed brow and somber expression. Does your majesty lack ambition? The realm is only just stabilizing, with myriad tasks awaiting attention, and you wish to indulge in leisurely excursions? The northern frontier is in the midst of reconstruction. New policies for the southern borders are yet to be implemented, and trade routes across the grasslands remain unestablished. Are these not more worthy of your concern than the misty rains of Jiangnan? Li Taicang was rendered speechless by the inquiry. The head of the Su family observed the scene with trepidation. How audacious is this young chancellor? Once, the emperor executed 100 officials in a single day without so much as a blink. When courtiers stand before the emperor, they tremble, fearful of deceit. And here stands this young chancellor, boldly questioning the emperor from the outset. Little did he know, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Taicang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Kongming, I was mistaken. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment within. Who informed the chancellor? I shall surely punish him with labor. At that moment, Gao Lishur quietly entered the grand hall, cradling today's memorial. Chapter 49, Summoning Meng Tian, the Four Great Gate Gods. Time flew swiftly, and a year had passed. Under Zhuge Liang's governance, the Great Qin flourished even more. It became evident that the chancellor's ability to rule was beyond question. The roads of the Great Qin were extensive, connecting the vast central plains with the grasslands. While the ideal society had yet to be realized, the people were well-fed, warmly clothed, and each household had surplus grain. Some even possessed extra funds to allow their children to pursue education and cultivation. During his 79 sign-ins, Li Taicang had signed in at the Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion. Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion, a repository of myriad techniques, with the highest level methods determined by the host. This meant Li Taicang was now at the spirit martial realm, and the strongest techniques within could be cultivated to that level. The Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion was an ancient iron tower, not even as tall as the palace where Li Taicang resided. However, within the iron tower lay a universe. Upon entering, one would find endless shelves filled with an array of techniques. There were methods for strengthening the body in the mortal realm, as well as unparalleled techniques leading directly to the spirit martial realm. Though the Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion held little use for Li Taicang, it was undoubtedly a national treasure for his country. Li Taicang opened the Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion, allowing the techniques to be copied, establishing schools within the Qin territory to provide free education for commoners' children. Those with talent would receive special training, while even those with lesser gifts would benefit from physical enhancement. It was initially believed that the Great Qin would enter a relatively stable state, with no significant advancements. However, unexpectedly at the year's end, during his 341st sign-in, Li Taicang acquired the 5 elements returning source ascending dragon array. In the 349th sign-in, he obtained the celestial star guiding Yuan array. And during the 355th sign-in, he signed in for the 9 heavens gathering spirit array. 5 elements returning source ascending dragon array, utilizing the cyclical generation of the 5 elements to refine and purify chaotic spiritual energy, transforming it into spiraling dragon-shaped spiritual energy within the array. Celestial star guiding Yuan array, harnessing the power of the celestial stars to draw forth starlight, converting it into spiritual energy. Its effects peak at night, allowing practitioners to absorb the essence of the stars, enhancing their physique and breaking through bottlenecks. 9 heavens gathering spirit array, attracting innate spiritual energy from beyond the clouds, forming a waterfall of spiritual energy, significantly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within the array's domain, allowing practitioners to feel as if bathed in spiritual rain, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. The original arrays were all installed by Li Taicang in Chang'an. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy in Chang'an surged by more than 1,000-fold. The surrounding environment transformed into an otherworldly paradise. Ordinary flora and fauna, nourished by spiritual energy, began to exhibit sentience, with common herbs evolving into spiritual medicines. Century-old Ganoderma and millennia-old ginseng became commonplace. Rocks, washed by spiritual energy, revealed natural patterns, and occasionally, stubborn stones awakened, transforming into spiritual fetuses, giving rise to mountain spirits and stone creatures. The stream, infused with ethereal energy, flows with water as clear as exquisite nectar, allowing mortals who partake of it to dispel ailments and prolong their lives, while cultivators harness its essence to enhance the potency of their elixirs. Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang joined forces, drawing inspiration from three formidable formations to devise a simplified one. Although this formation does not possess the extraordinary power of the original three, it can amplify the surrounding spiritual energy by several folds. Implementing this formation transformed the entirety of the Qin dynasty. Coupled with the Wuxiang library, the Qin truly realized a society where every individual was akin to a dragon, each possessing cultivation abilities, as if the entire world had ascended to a higher plane. However, the descendants of the once prestigious families faced dire consequences. With the enhancement of the cultivation environment within the Qin, their realms surged dramatically. Alongside this elevation came an oppressive burden of labor. Although there was little left to build in the Qin, idleness was not an option. Zhuge Liang observed the current state of the Qin, never once wearing a frown. Even when confronted daily with the overwhelming tide of governmental affairs, the chancellor found joy in his duties. For an individual, especially one as exceptional as Chancellor Zhuge Liang, witnessing his nation inch ever closer to his ideals rendered him impervious to fatigue. Strangely, every time Zhuge Liang saw that no one in the Qin was hungry or cold, and that smiles adorned every face, tears would silently trickle down his cheeks in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, Taicang, observing the chancellor diligently managing state affairs, harbored no concerns about his health deteriorating from overwork. Periodically, Taicang would offer nourishing elixirs to the chancellor, akin to feeding him beans. Zhuge Liang, though resigned, recognized that as a cultivator at the spirit martial realm, it was impossible for him to succumb to exhaustion from merely handling state matters. Yet, these elixirs symbolized the emperor's deep affection, compelling him to consume them. Additionally, through a year of diligent cultivation, signing in, Taicang reached the pinnacle of the spirit martial ninth layer. Most of the items acquired through signing in were beneficial to the nation, but of little use to him personally. Thus, through fragmented cultivation from signing in, coupled with the nation's rising power, he attained the exalted heights of the spirit martial ninth layer. Zhuge Liang and his comrades also experienced rapid elevation in their realms due to the system's experience-sharing feature. Character: Zhuge Liang Realm, Spirit Martial 7th Layer Technique, Great Void Manifestation Record. Character: Yuan Tiangang Realm, Spirit Martial 6th Layer Technique, Heavenly Gang Formula. Character: Gao Lishir Realm, Spirit Martial 1st Layer Technique, Formless Een Symbol Classic. Character: Huo Qubing Realm, Spirit Martial 6th Layer Technique, Breaking Army Thunder Formula. Character: Maochong Realm, Spirit Martial 5th Layer Technique, Heavenly Prison Demon Suppression. Classic. Simultaneously, Li Fuyao's cultivation also returned to the Spirit Martial 1st Layer. She cultivated without bottlenecks, capable of voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. Taicang was somewhat astonished. Could this girl, without experience sharing, still keep pace with her cultivation? When he curiously inquired about her past realm, Li Fuyao mischievously blinked and declared it a secret. The Su family, the only remaining noble lineage, finally began to shine forth. The young talents of the Su family predominantly serve in the court or govern localities. The Su family maintains an exceptionally strict code of conduct during their early days in the South, amidst the moral decay of many prominent families. The Su family stood as a bastion of integrity. Today, under the rigorous guidance of the family head and the ancestral patriarch, these young individuals are all paragons of righteousness. Taicang holds the Su family in high regard. Furthermore, over the past year, the nefarious individuals of Yuan Tiangang have infiltrated the entirety of the Great Qin territory, reaching even the most remote corners. They have effectively become the eyes and ears of the emperor. The Jinyui commanded by Mao Chang are omnipresent within the court and the residences of local officials, meticulously documenting every action in the Book of Impermanence. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard has swelled to 50,000 men, while the Cavalry Corps boasts 100,000. Moreover, through the mechanism of shared experience, their realms have surged dramatically, with all personnel achieving the status of Grand Masters, and several commanders have even attained the level of celestial beings. This has thoroughly extinguished any rebellious thoughts harbored by the aristocratic families. How can they possibly resist? The enemy's forces could annihilate them with mere spittle. Meanwhile, the former Great Qin army has been retained in name by Taicang and returned to local governance for maintaining order. Presently, Great Qin requires no vast military. After all, they are invincible both internally and externally, with citizens living in peace, leaving no conflicts to be fought. However, should foreign adversaries arise, Great Qin could swiftly mobilize an army numbering in the millions. Yet, recently, Taicang has been somewhat taciturn, for the rewards from 6 consecutive sign-ins have left him sensing an impending storm. Each sign-in has yielded a summons. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned Great Qin's foremost warrior, Meng Tian. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned 300,000 wall army troops. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the Tiger Bend dual heroes. Dianwei. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the Tiger Bend dual heroes. Su Chu. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the Tang Dynasty's divine guardian, Qin Xiong. Ding. System summoning in progress. Successfully summoned the Tang Dynasty's divine guardian, Wei Qigong. These 5 generals all possess the cultivation of the 6th level of spirit martial arts. The 300,000 wall army troops are also of Grandmaster caliber. These 6 summons unequivocally enhance the military strength of Great Qin. In the past, the system, though unspoken, would always issue sign-in rewards tailored to the current circumstances. When he found himself ensnared, it would bestow cultivation resources and summon Yuan Tiangang and Gao Lishur. When he needed to subjugate the nomads, it would call forth Huo Qubing and the cavalry corps. When governance and state affairs were at hand, it would summon Zhuge Liang. Over the past year, the sign-in rewards have predominantly served to bolster national strength. Therefore, these 6 summons foretell that Great Qin is on the brink of a fierce battle. The author refrains from putting the protagonist in a position of humiliation. Grievances are addressed promptly, which results in a swift narrative pace. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 50. The conclusion of Shuo Feng. News of the birth mother. The remnant of the celestial wolf, Shuo Feng, now tightly wraps himself in a wolf pelt, his iron-gray visage etched with frost. Behind them, thousands of elite cavalry stood silent as iron. The sound of hooves shattering the accumulated snow was the sole breath of life in this desolate expanse. The exiles, having departed from the grasslands where generations had thrived, traversed the snowfields in search of a new refuge. Yet, all that lay before them was an endless stretch of snow. The howling cold wind gradually chilled the hearts of these men of the plains. To be buried in this snowfield would not lack a touch of grandeur. They had journeyed across this frozen terrain for an indeterminate number of days and nights, losing all sense of time. Since the pale sun had last dipped below the horizon, the world had succumbed to an eternal night. The onset of polar night filled them with trepidation. "My lord, the compass has failed," a wolf king reported in a hushed tone. The northern wind offered no reply, merely squinting into the distance. After a prolonged silence, cracked lips parted slightly. "Keep moving forward." In a daze, they felt as if the stars had shifted, and they soared, each step covering thousands of miles. Yet, in the next moment, they could not resist the pull of deep slumber. When the northern wind suddenly opened his eyes, the moist scent of earth assailed him. Instinctively grasping the long blade at his waist, he realized he was no longer on the biting ice and snow, but rather on soft ground blanketed with decaying leaves. Towering ancient trees rose from the earth, their branches intertwining like a vaulted ceiling. Lush vegetation surrounded them, vibrant and teeming with life. The sounds of war horses snorting echoed around them as the thousands of elite soldiers roused in the forest, bewildered by their surroundings. Astonished at their transition from the snowfield to this place, a wolf king stepped forward. "My lord, we were clearly in the snowfield. Where have we arrived?" The northern wind frowned. "Without sight of the snowfield, I too am at a loss for our location." He lightly tapped his toes, launching himself skyward for a better view. However, the scene that unfolded before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Majestic mountains rose in layers, lush and verdant. Soaring high above, he beheld countless towering peaks, resembling black dragons coiling between heaven and earth, instilling a sense of awe. On the nearest peak, 5 enormous claw marks rent the rock face, a force beyond nature's capability. Further afield, in a misty canyon, The outlines of structures faintly emerged, exuding an eerie distortion. Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, there was not a trace of the snowfield to be found. Returning to the ground, the northern wind spoke in a low voice. All troops, stand ready. In an instant, thousands of elite soldiers silently drew their curved blades, vigilantly observing their surroundings. In unfamiliar territory, caution is the best safeguard for survival. Meanwhile, deep within those mountains, a group of crimson eyes opened, reminiscent of a den of monsters. Cloaked in black fur, they crouched on all fours, drooling. They were not mere beasts, but rather the fearsome creatures of ancient tomes. The northern wind led his men away from the canyon. Along the way, he noticed vertical claw marks etched into certain tree trunks, with a few strands of black fur clinging to a height of 3 feet. Suddenly, the crisp sound of breaking branches echoed through the forest. All the warhorses perked their ears, nervously pawing at the ground. The northern wind slowly drew his blade, its edge reflecting the narrowness of his eyes. Around them, thousands of scarlet eyes ignited in succession, accompanied by the echoing sounds of heavy breaths. The biting wind staggered forth from the boundary of the vast mountains, each step leaving bloody imprints upon the parched earth. His armor lay in tatters, exposing skin marred by deep, bone-revealing claw marks, with some wounds emanating a strange, ominous darkness, as though corroded by some malevolent curse. Out of the multitude of elite soldiers and several wolf kings, he alone emerged from that infernal abyss of mountains. An old farmer, gathering firewood, widened his eyes in disbelief, as the bundle he held fell with a thud to the ground. You truly emerged from the 10,000 great mountains. He gasped, retreating a couple of steps, as if he had laid eyes upon something that should not exist in this world. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. His vision began to blur, a buzzing filled his ears, and ultimately, he collapsed amidst the villagers' terrified gazes. When he awoke once more, he found himself in a desolate village. All dead, all gone, he murmured to himself. The village chief sighed, holding a bowl of dark, brown medicinal soup, aware of the profound blow suffered by the young man. Drink this, it will temporarily suppress the malevolent energy within you. Young man, live well. A day is still a day. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards the seemingly ordinary village chief. Yet, upon sensing the profound yet restrained aura emanating from him, his pupils constricted in astonishment. A grandmaster. What shocked him even further was the crowd of onlookers outside. Though pale and ragged, each bore a formidable presence, the weakest among them being at the Xianhai realm. Such cultivation, in the Tianlang tribe or the Great Qin Empire, would be enough to command respect and admiration. Yet here, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, their eyes filled only with numbness and despair. You, he struggled to speak. We shall not survive for long. The chief chuckled bitterly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his murky eyes. When the next beast tide arrives, this village may well cease to exist. The beast tide surged forth, obliterating the impoverished village. The dark wave of beasts crashed over the settlement like a flood, drowning out the villagers' screams amidst the roars of the horde. Leaning against a half-collapsed wall, he watched helplessly as a beast with bony protrusions severed the chief's neck. The grandmaster fell in less than 3 breaths. His right leg had already been torn away, and a gaping wound marred his abdomen. Yet the monsters chose to prolong his suffering. As sharp fangs sank into his shoulder, his bloodied hand shot towards the heavens, fingers convulsing as if to grasp something. Visions of their greatest nemesis, Huo Qubing, and a name, Li Taicang, flooded his mind. He understood that the confines of that realm could not hold back such prodigies. 10,000 great mountains. The great Zhou, await your conquest. Shuafeng, perish. The Tianlang shall be utterly annihilated. Outside Chang'an in the Great Qin, an unexpected visitor had arrived. She was a woman, clad in a flowing crimson gown, her eyes sparkling with allure as she cast glances, radiating charm. Beneath the crimson veil, her snow-white skin and delicate bones appeared as if shrouded in mystery. With a figure so slender it seemed almost fragile, she glided gracefully, the sound of her jingling ornaments harmonizing with the fragrant breeze. Most strikingly, this enchanting woman possessed a celestial mastery that reached the pinnacle of her kind. Though her smile bloomed like a flower and her demeanor was as gentle as water, there lay a condescending coldness in her gaze that seemed to disdain the world. Passers-by in the outskirts halted in astonishment, some captivated by her beauty, while others furrowed their brows. A stranger? A figure of immense skill? In the Great Qin, Any practitioner of high cultivation was subject to the authority of the court. Upon stepping into the outskirts, the woman's radiant face gradually revealed a look of astonishment. The spiritual energy in this place was even more abundant than their own. As she gazed towards the distant city, she was momentarily taken aback. The spiritual energy soared like a dragon, its essence reaching the heavens. It was akin to a celestial paradise. Was this truly an ordinary realm of hidden treasures? As the woman in red approached Chang'an, she was greeted by the sight of cheerful citizens. To enter the city, one required a pass. With a slight smile, she concealed her celestial cultivation and mingled with the crowd to gain entry into Chang'an. Unbeknownst to her, the towering city walls bore witness. As the black dragon guards of the celestial realm cast furtive glances in her direction. Once inside Chang'an, the woman was further astounded. The environment for cultivation here surpassed even that of their secret realms. The palace, radiating golden light from afar, seemed truly like a palace of the immortals. The pride in her eyes softened as she made her way towards the palace. However, she remained unaware of the handsome youths clad in flying fish attire who surrounded her from all sides with smiles. The nearby citizens, some in tea houses, others in taverns, and others playing on the streets, cast subtle glances in her direction. The imperial guards of the Great Qin and unsavory characters had already set their sights on her since she descended upon the outskirts. Before the grand gates of the palace, a soldier from the Black Dragon Guards obstructed her path. "This is the royal palace. You." Before he could finish, the woman in red smiled alluringly, her toes barely touching the ground as she soared into the palace. The Black Dragon Guards watched this scene with indifference, permitting the outsider to breach the palace. Gao Lishur had been waiting for some time and greeted her with a warm smile. "My lady, what brings you here?" The woman in red offered a charming smile, exuding grace as she produced a royal seal belonging to the queen. "Might I summon the name of the Qin Emperor, Taicang? I have been sent by the Empress Dowager to pay my respects." Gao Lishur accepted the royal seal, which rightfully belonged in the tomb of Empress Zhouda. A thunderous shock echoed through the palace. The Black Dragon Guards within bowed their heads in heightened reverence. The indifferent voice of Emperor Li Taicang resonated from the hall. "Announce her." Chapter 51. My biological mother is Empress Zhouda. My lady, please proceed. Gao Lishur stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter, wearing a perfectly measured smile that concealed any warmth in his eyes. The woman in red smiled lightly, extending her hand to reclaim the queen's seal. In an instant, the professional smile on Gao Lishur's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "If you wish to regain the Phoenix Seal, please accompany me to meet His Majesty." With that, he turned and led the way, not sparing her a single glance. Noticing Gao Lishur's disregard, the expression of the woman in red turned icy. A mere eunuch dares to assert dominance in her presence? She narrowed her eyes, suppressing the surge of anger within her, and followed closely in the footsteps of Gao Lishur. Two crimson figures advanced, one in front of the other, toward the grand hall. However, with each step she took, the atmosphere around the red-clad woman thickened with an increasing number of hostile gazes directed at her. She abruptly surveyed her surroundings. The Jin Yue's stares were icy, while the Black Dragon Imperial Guard's eyes were indifferent. It seemed that in the next moment, a flurry of blades would rain down upon her. The woman in red let out a cold snort, unfazed. Yet, as she ascended the final step, her formidable presences bore down upon her with staggering weight. The Tiger Ben twins brandished their dual halberds, while Su Chu leaned on his colossal hammer. The guardian deities of the Tang dynasty, Qin Xiong wielded his golden mace, and Wei Qigong's iron whip crackled with energy. These four mighty generals stood as if they were four divine gatekeepers, their murderous intent solidifying into a palpable force, carving a 3-inch deep trench into the ground before her. This oppressive aura caused the red-clad woman to cast a sidelong glance. For this was not a matter of cultivation, but rather a manifestation of sheer will. The four generals were indeed magnificent, yet tragically confined within this small realm, destined never to transcend their limitations. She lifted her gaze toward the depths of the hall. Upon the 9-tiered jade steps, a vague silhouette sat upon the dragon throne, though the visage remained obscured. An unmistakable air of sovereign authority emanated from it. To command such formidable warriors, the son of the young palace master must indeed be remarkable. As she entered the grand hall, several scrutinizing gazes locked onto her. The red-clad woman maintained her composure, her eyes sweeping over the assembly. Besides the Qin emperor, there were 5 other figures, To her right stood a youthful boy in a red robe and black armor, alongside a resolute young swordsman clad in black. To her left, a handsome middle-aged man donned a golden flying fish robe, while a mysterious figure cloaked in black loomed nearby. Closest to the Qin Emperor was a refined scholar, elegantly wielding a feather fan, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom. As he lightly waved the fan, he lifted his gaze toward her, and in that instant, the red-clad woman felt as though her very soul was laid bare. She understood that these individuals were the elite of the empire, the pinnacle of its brilliance. A superior smile unconsciously graced her lips. With her chin slightly raised, a distinct sense of superiority blossomed within her. Even if you were the CRME de la CRME, what of it? You were still born in this confined heaven, unable to break free from your shackles. Like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, you will never glimpse the true expanse of the world. She had already ascended to the apex of her cultivation through diligent effort. While these extraordinary talents would struggle their entire lives to catch a glimpse of what lies beyond, some barriers, alas, cannot be shattered, even by talent. The bloodline left by the young palace master all those years ago. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to the imposing figure at the highest point, her expression softening with respect. However, this reverence was not directed at the Qin Emperor, but rather at the identity of the son of the young palace master. The woman in red bowed deeply, paying her respects. Lin Hongtang, third-generation disciple of Tianyi Palace, pays homage to the young master. A tremendous rumble erupted. The mere mention of young master seemed to breach some taboo. An invisible force reverberated, shaking her very soul. A weight heavier than mountains descended, forcing her bowed form down a half-inch. Her breath quickened. This is not merely a suppression of cultivation, but a tremor emanating from the depths of the bloodline. Just as a blade of grass quakes before the thunderous skies, and insects gaze in awe at the vastness of the starry river. That instinctual reverence inscribed in the essence of life causes every bone in her body to emit a lament of unbearable burden. Lin Hongtang laboriously lifted her head, cold sweat trickling down her alabaster neck into her collar. There, she beheld the visage of Emperor Qin Li Taicang obscured beneath the shadow of the 12-feathered crown. With only his eyes, seemingly capable of containing the infinite cosmos, twinkling with a sinister light. In a moment of disorientation, she perceived the manifestation of a supreme, celestial dragon looming behind Li Taicang. This was no illusion, but a true embodiment of some exalted existence. What was most terrifying was the innate indifference, akin to how humans disregard the ants beneath their feet. The dragon regarded her with a gaze so pure, it was as if observing a mere speck of dust. With Li Taicang's profound cultivation, the two royal techniques became increasingly formidable. For an ordinary person, maintaining composure in such presence would be nearly impossible. Moreover, in his furious wrath, Li Taicang had become the very epitome of majesty and dominance. With a slight parting of his lips, his tone was cold and haunting. I grant you but a single opportunity. Boom. The eruption of Li Taicang's cultivation unleashed an overwhelming spiritual pressure, crashing forth like an immense tide. Accompanied by his violent intent to kill, it assailed Lin Hongtang's very spirit. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The young master, the son of the minor palace lord, had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. Lin Hongtang was aware that the young master had broken through the celestial shackles imposed by the minor palace lord. At the time of Li Taicang's ascension, the minor palace lord had already been informed. Yet, she could hardly fathom that within a mere year, this bloodline, once abandoned in a small cave heaven, had directly attained such heights in cultivation. Simultaneously, the pure intent to kill surged around her like a relentless tide. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, only to discover that the 5 figures present were all cultivators above the 5th level of spiritual martial arts. Setting aside the martial generals, even the refined scholar with the feather fan radiated an exceedingly dangerous aura. The 4 imposing generals at the entrance were unmatched warriors of the 6th level. At this moment, their countenances were fearsome, resembling demons. Even the red-clad eunuch who had escorted her into the palace possessed the cultivation of the spiritual martial realm. Gao Lisher remained expressionless, yet the hand concealed within his sleeve was inscribed with dark, ominous talismans. Li Taicang was their sovereign, not merely the young master of Tianyi Palace. Should this woman dare to utter another word, they would undoubtedly ensure Lin Hongtang faced dire consequences. The chief of operatives, Mao Chang, would guarantee that Lin Hongtang's fate would be grim. At this moment, Lin Hongtang was struck with astonishment, her breath heavy. How could it be? This small cave heaven had birthed so many formidable spiritual martial cultivators. The fleeting sense of superiority from another realm evaporated, feeling the tumultuous intent to kill surrounding her. Lin Hongtang knelt. Lin Hongtang pays homage to His Majesty, the Qin Emperor. Bowing before the son of the minor palace lord was not an act of shame. Moreover, this young master possessed the pinnacle of the 9th level of spiritual martial arts. Such cultivation, even in their realm, would be regarded as an unparalleled prodigy. It was unfathomable to consider what might have transpired had the minor palace lord brought the young master back and nurtured him personally. Tianyi Palace would have been a sight to behold. As the murderous intent receded like the ebbing tide, the individuals within the hall regained their tranquil demeanor, as if the earlier tension had never transpired. Yet, Lin Hongtang understood that any slight movement on her part would provoke these formidable beings to strike without hesitation. Li Taicang extended his hand, and the queen's seal flew into his grasp from Gao Lishi's possession. He caressed the queen's seal. It was not the imperial seal of the nation, as each empress possessed her own distinct seal. This particular artifact was one that should have remained entombed within the resting place of Empress Zhao. Its origins and purpose were shrouded in mystery. Li Taicang maintained his usual composure, choosing his words carefully. However, Zhuge Liang and Gao Lishi, who were intimately familiar with Li Taicang, discerned the simmering wrath brewing within the emperor at this moment. Ever since the revelations regarding her enigmatic lineage, Empress Zhao had become a taboo subject within the Great Qin. None dared to utter her name. Now, the presence of Lin Hongtang, who was likely sent by Empress Zhao, ignited Li Taicang's fury to a boiling point. My mother, the empress, is the young mistress of Tianyi Palace. She has entrusted me with this letter for you, Your Majesty, Lin Hongtang stated, producing a letter from her bosom. Li Taicang opened it. The contents were succinct, indicating that Tianyi Palace would establish its presence in the Great Qin in 1 month, urging Li Taicang to prepare for their arrival. Additionally, the Great Qin was to be renamed, and this celestial realm would become the possession of Tianyi Palace. The letter bore no hint of maternal affection. Rather, it was steeped in an air of haughty superiority. Yet, instead of the anticipated explosive rage, Li Taicang merely chuckled coldly, handing the letter to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang glanced over it and immediately comprehended the situation. It was a plea for refuge, though not explicitly stated. Both he and Li Taicang could infer from the subtext that Tianyi Palace was evading something. Otherwise, why would they consider relocating their entire palace to a realm they deemed inferior? Observing the disdain in Li Taicang's eyes, Lin Hongtang furrowed her brow and cautioned, Your Majesty must not underestimate your mother. Li Taicang stifled his cold laughter, the jade beads of his crown swaying slightly, obscuring the tumultuous emotions swirling within his gaze. My mother is the Empress Zhao Dai of the Great Qin. She is not merely the young mistress of Tianyi Palace. Chapter 52, The Truth of Years Past. My mother is the Empress Zhao Dai. Li Taicang's voice was frigid, and behind him, the supreme celestial dragon roared skyward in fury. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the palace, causing it to tremble. Lin Hongtang nearly pressed herself to the ground, her forehead resting against the cold tiles, breathing cautiously. At that moment, she no longer dared to harbor any notions of contempt. The implication was clear. His mother, the Empress Zhao Dai, lay entombed. Should Lin Hongtang or Tianyi Palace dare to proclaim that the mother of the Qin Emperor was the young mistress of Tianyi Palace, they would face the wrath of the Great Qin's valiant warriors, the wrath of the Emperor. The Emperor's wrath could claim countless lives. Reveal everything you know. Lin Hongtang, trembling, dared not withhold any information and recounted all she knew. I report to Your Majesty, the realm where the Great Qin resides is actually a small celestial realm. A celestial realm? No wonder those at the spirit martial realm cannot find a path to ascend. Outside the hall, a chilling female voice suddenly echoed. Li Fuyao furrowed her brow as she entered. She was one of the few individuals permitted to meet with Li Taicang without prior announcement. Fuyao, do you understand? Li Fuyao nodded. The small cave heaven is a blessed realm formed by the efforts of powerful beings. These mighty beings establish such sanctuaries to nurture their forces and cultivate spiritual plants. However, when these great powers fall, their sacred lands become lost, and over the years, absorbing the essence of space, they gradually transform into a cave world. Yet, Cave heavens are exceedingly difficult to locate to the outside world. They appear as insignificant as a mustard seed, nearly impossible to find, yet internally, they constitute a realm of their own. Some cave heavens rival the grandest of realms. Nevertheless, cave heavens possess a fatal flaw. They cannot ascend naturally, and entry and exit require specific methods or tokens. Lin Hongtang looked up in astonishment at Li Fuyao, momentarily forgetting her fear. Who is this person? This seemingly youthful woman possesses a deeper understanding of cave heavens than even the elders of Tianyi Palace. Li Taicang addressed Lin Hongtang. Continue. Steadying herself, Lin Hongtang recounted the long-buried past. Tianyi Palace is the sect of the great Zhou dynasty. The master of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Xuanji, possesses the cultivation of the Xuanwu realm. The young palace mistress, who is also the mother of the Qin emperor, Xiao Wanrong, has achieved the Huangwu realm. Countless disciples are under their banner. In the great Zhou, the highest cultivator is the Zhou emperor, possessing the Tianwu realm, while others reach no higher than the 9th level of the Diwu realm. Thus, Tianyi Palace is regarded as a first-rate power within the great Zhou dynasty. The knowledge of the cave heaven's location is solely attributed to the efforts of the young palace mistress, Xiao Wanrong. During her journey of training, for reasons unknown, she stumbled upon a strange snowfield. After an indeterminate time, she arrived at the Tianlang dynasty, and subsequently, at the southernmost reaches of the Tianlang dynasty. She discovered the Great Qin, a realm bearing similarities to the customs of the Great Zhou. By chance, she became acquainted with the unfavored prince, Li Yutian. The ensuing tale is a cliché of epic proportions. The sect's saintess falls in love with a fallen prince who harbors ambitions for the world. At that time, Li Yutian was young and handsome, filled with strategy and concern for the common folk. It is only natural for a beauty to fall for a hero. With Xiao Wanrong's covert assistance, Li Yutian ascended the throne with ease. However, shortly after the birth of Li Taicang, Xiao Wanrong discovered that her cultivation had not progressed over the years, but had, in fact, regressed. Thus, she sought to take Li Yutian and Li Taicang away. Yet, Li Yutian, unwilling to part with the hard-earned throne, rejected Xiao Wanrong and chose to keep Li Taicang. Over the years, regret has haunted Xiao Wanrong as she searched for a way to re-enter. Suddenly, Li Taicang let out a cold laugh. Lies. Lin Hongtang, puzzled, inquired, Your Majesty, why do you say this? Li Taicang continued, My father was trapped at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, unable to break through, and ultimately succumbed to a grave illness. There exists a restriction within me that prevents me from transcending to the celestial realm. How is this explicable? Lin Hongtang lowered her head in silence. The small cave heaven causes outsiders' cultivation to regress, yet you of Tianyi Palace wish to relocate here? Have you truly exhausted all avenues in the Great Zhou? Lin Hongtang's complexion instantly turned ashen. You are utterly foolish. Do you take me for a fool to be trifled with? Mao Chong. Present, Your Majesty. In 3 hours. I demand to know the entire truth. As you command. Half an hour later, Mao Chong returned, dragging Lin Hongtang with him. This Lin Hongtang, a pampered genius of the sect, could hardly withstand the interrogation of the commander of the Imperial Guard. Once dragged into the Imperial prison and subjected to a modicum of unspeakable torture, he divulged everything. With the truth laid bare, everyone understood. The Great Zhou was encircled by 100,000 formidable mountains, each teeming with ferocious beasts and demons. Periodically, a beast tide would assault the Great Zhou. This time, the Heavenly One Palace was summoned by the court, demanding that the entire sect head to the front lines to fend off the beast tide. To confront the beast tide was tantamount to instructing the Heavenly One Palace to commit mass suicide, should they defy the order. The martial cultivators of the Earth martial realm would descend upon the Heavenly One Palace with their blades drawn. In any case, death was inevitable. Xiao Wanrong recalled that in her youth, she had ventured into a cave heaven, where she encountered a man and bore a child. Perhaps the entire Heavenly One Palace could seek refuge in the cave heaven. As for the matters concerning Li Yutian and Li Taicang, Xiao Wanrong, with her carefree disposition, loved passionately and discarded those she no longer desired like worn-out shoes. Before departing, she casually placed a restriction on Li Yutian and Li Taicang, though it was done carelessly. It was beyond the reach of Li Yutian, who was not even at the master realm. After years of deterioration, Li Yutian ultimately succumbed to his illness. Li Taicang, on the other hand, was fortunate that his 2 imperial cultivation techniques had enabled him to shatter the restriction with his formidable prowess. Otherwise, he would have been trapped at the peak of the Grand Master realm for the entirety of his life. A cold smile crept across Li Taicang's face. No wonder his father spoke cryptic words before his demise and bequeathed the throne to him. He likely feared the Heavenly One Palace's arrival, which could supplant the Great Qin and annihilate the Li Qin royal clan. With her as his progeny, there remained at least a glimmer of hope for the Li Qin lineage's existence. Upon learning the truth, the expressions of those present grew peculiar. The customs of the Great Zhou were indeed formidable. Not only did men have their beloved confidants, but women also had their cherished companions. Men could be heartless, and women could bear children only to discard them without a second thought. However, they would never dare to voice such sentiments in front of Li Taicang. Li Taicang caressed the queen's seal, his mind conjuring the gentle smile of Empress Zhouda, the figure who had vigilantly watched over him during his childhood illness. The mother who had taught him to read and write hand in hand. He sighed and murmured, "My birth mother is Empress Zhouda." He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of any turmoil. "The Heavenly One Palace has violated my mother's tomb, defiling my birth mother. Their crimes are utterly unforgivable. Send word, prepare the entire army. Any cultivator of the Heavenly One Palace who steps into the Great Qin shall be executed without mercy." At this command, a thunderous horn echoed outside the palace. Above the royal palace, the Qin banner fluttered fiercely in the wind. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, gently advising, "Your Majesty, the leader of the Heavenly One Palace is a formidable practitioner of the Xuanwu realm." "Fear not, I have my plans," Li Taicang replied, unperturbed. "With a month remaining for the system's sign-in period, after this month, just watch as I bring your demise." The Tianyi Palace is unaware that this Emperor Qin is no longer the easily discarded infant of yore. The Great Qin before us is irreplaceable. Chapter 53, The Heavenly Emperor's Scripture, A Century of Cultivation. The disappearance of Lin Hongtang has sent shockwaves through Tianyi Palace, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake. Within the council hall, the elders are embroiled in fervent debate. It is certain that the cave has been overrun by the ferocious beasts and demons of the 10,000 mountains. The girl, Hongtang, may have met with misfortune. An elder with a ruddy complexion slammed his palm on the table in agitation. In a corner, a sage in azure robes slowly opened his eyes. "I believe she may have been ensnared by the inhabitants of that small world." However, this notion was immediately met with vehement opposition from the assembly. Absurd. The young palace master herself proclaimed that the cave's peak is merely that of a grand master, and even the celestials are but a myth. How could Hongtang, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, be subdued by such insignificant creatures? Are you questioning the foundation of Tianyi Palace? The arrogance of the great realm cultivators was laid bare at this moment. In their eyes, the small cave was but a trifling land, its practitioners no different from frogs at the bottom of a well. Even the strongest grandmaster would merely be on par with an ordinary disciple of Tianyi Palace. The sage in azure merely scoffed, closing his eyes once more, disdainful of the short-sighted arguments of these individuals. What of the cave? Heroes abound across the land, like fish crossing a river. What remarkable talents could possibly emerge from such a diminutive realm? In the Great Zhou, there are countless prodigies who have ascended from the lower realms, shaking the very foundations of the martial world. These narrow-minded individuals are destined to suffer great setbacks. They dare to speak of Tianyi Palace's foundation? The palace has been forced to seek refuge within the cave. If the envoy from Great Zhou were present, they would not be so brazen. Tianyi Palace would not find itself in such a passive position. Enough. Silence. Xiao Wanrong commanded coldly. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Although the young palace master was merely at the Huangwu realm, her ruthless methods earned her immense respect within the sect. She held a translucent jade token in her palm, radiating a crimson glow. Hongtang's life token is in my possession. As long as it remains unshattered, it signifies her survival. The delay in her return likely indicates she is ensnared by the practitioners there. Upon hearing this, the elders who had previously looked down upon the cave flushed with embarrassment. It is only natural that those within the cave might possess some unconventional skills, one remarked sheepishly. A young disciple muttered, "Could it be that those natives are stronger than us?" Xiao Xian let out a cold snort, the pressure of the Xuanwu realm causing a tremor among the crowd. "Regardless, we shall proceed to enter that cave as originally planned in half a month." Understood. There were no dissenting voices. The decision to enter the cave had long been agreed upon. The atmosphere in the hall gradually lightened, and the faces of the elders bore not a trace of worry. Rather, a semblance of relief washed over them. In their view, to have captured Lin Hongtang, a peak celestial, was likely the utmost limit of that small cave. Tianyi Palace is a premier sect, bolstered by the presence of a Xuanwu realm guardian. Could it possibly undergo a radical transformation in just 2 decades? That mere cave does not merit our Tianyi Palace's utmost vigilance. The old man expressed his curiosity, wondering if the inhabitants of that place possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. An elder from the Huangwu realm, stroking his beard, chuckled. The tension in the air dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of superiority. The great Zhou had relocated them to the border to confront the beast tide. And the mere mention of the 10,000 great mountains and the ferocious beasts sent shivers down their spines, leaving them bereft of the courage even to draw their blades. Could it be that the denizens of that small cave heaven were even more terrifying than the beasts of the 10,000 great mountains? Some rebellious disciples were eager to test their mettle, yearning to catch a glimpse of the one who had once captivated the young mistress. Surely, he couldn't withstand even a single punch from me, could he? Ha! It was rumored that the young mistress had a descendant there, destined to serve as the young master in the future. But that would depend on the young mistress's wishes. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the air from behind. What are you discussing? A handsome young man with a shadowed expression approached, causing the brash disciples to lower their heads in silence. This newcomer was known as Taicang, a master of the 7th realm, whose presence intimidated even the disciples of the celestial realm. He was the son of the young mistress, originally bearing the surname Li, but having adopted the surname Xiao. With the backing of his mother, Xiao Wanrong, he wielded considerable influence within the Tianyi Palace. Brother Xiao. The disciples immediately fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Slap, slap, slap. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Taicang's eyes as he raised his hand to deliver several resounding slaps. If I hear any more idle chatter, I shall have your tongues removed. Now disperse. The disciples, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, scurried away in fear. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Qin, within the Imperial Palace System, initiate the signing process. Although Li Taicang feigned indifference towards the Tianyi Palace, the formidable strength of Xiao Xuanji in the Xuanwu realm weighed heavily on his mind. The Xuanwu realm was 2 major realms above his own. Despite possessing 2 unparalleled techniques and the protection of the 10,000 tribulation starry eyes, along with the Tai sword at his side, Li Taicang felt that he could not confront Xiao Xuanji without sustaining injuries. He was no longer the invisible prince of the past. He was now the emperor. An emperor in battle must achieve complete dominance. Any prolonged standoff would be a desecration of the emperor's majesty. Ding. Signing successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the technique Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Heavenly Emperor Sutra, an unparalleled imperial technique, said to have been created by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, embodying the supreme truth of governing myriad paths. Those who cultivate this sutra can forge a body akin to that of the Heavenly Emperor, harness the fortunes of mountains and rivers, and command the laws of the universe with a mere gesture. Upon reaching mastery, a thought can subdue the sun and moon, and a single palm can overturn the heavens and earth. Wherever the imperial might reaches, all beings shall bow in submission. Another technique, and one that rivals those 2 imperial techniques. However, as Li Taicang contemplated the profound sutra in his mind, he found himself in a quandary. Currently, he was already expending considerable resources and time to cultivate 2 techniques. Even his innate path was beginning to show signs of fatigue. If he were to embark on the cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, practicing 3 techniques simultaneously would undoubtedly prolong the time required for him to break through to the next realm. In the past, he could ascend a minor realm within 2 to 3 years, but now it might take a decade. Yet, leaving the Heavenly Emperor Sutra untouched left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. After mastering the Celestial Emperor Scriptures, Li Taicang could foresee his own magnificent future. I am the Emperor of humanity, the sovereign of heaven. He wrestled with his thoughts for a considerable time, until the following day, when a notification chimed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a century's worth of cultivation. Li Taicang promptly resolved to cultivate. Ding. Celestial Emperor Scriptures successfully loaded. Ding. A century's worth of cultivation begins to pour into him. Ding. The human emperor's world-subduing technique commences cultivation. Ding. The 9 Dragons Human Emperor Path begins cultivation. Ding. The celestial emperor scriptures commence cultivation. Ding. The innate talent of the path of proximity is activated. Ding. The innate talent of the 10,000 calamities starry eyes is activated. The power, in harmony with the laws of time and space, enveloped Li Taicang. The auras of both the human emperor and the celestial emperor manifested upon him. He radiated a profound aura, with his eyes shimmering like the light of the galaxy. His realm began to ascend. In an instant, he broke through. Yellow Marshal Level 1. Yellow Marshal Level 2. Yellow Marshal Level 9. Yellow Marshal Level 9 perfected. Only at this juncture did the century's worth of cultivation deplete. At this moment, Li Taicang resembled the embodiment of both the human emperor and the celestial emperor. The might of heaven trembled, commanding all beings. Surrounding him was a resplendent golden divine light, and above his head, the ethereal silhouette of the nine heavens palace coalesced. The supreme celestial dragon transformed into two, spiraling around him. Merely standing there, he appeared as the very center of the universe, exuding an unparalleled authority over all creation with every gesture. Simultaneously, due to his breakthrough and the sharing of experience, Zhuge Liang ascended to Yellow Marshal Level 7. Yuan Tiangang and Huo Qubing reached Yellow Marshal Level 6. Mao Xiang broke through to Yellow Marshal Level 5. Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong all attained Yellow Marshal Level 6. Gao Lishur also achieved Yellow Marshal Level 3. All three of his major legions broke through to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The leaders and commanders even ascended to the spirit martial realm. This perfectly illustrated the adage that when one ascends, all others rise with them. Moreover, the three unparalleled formations above the imperial palace simultaneously radiated unprecedented brilliance. The five elements reversion rising dragon formation transformed into five colossal dragons spiraling majestically. The celestial convergence array summoned the power of the nine heavens stars. The nine heavens spirit gathering array caused the spiritual energy concentration across the entirety of the Great Qin to surge 100-fold. The spiritual energy density of the Great Qin was elevated once more by 100 times. At the pinnacle of the myriad phenomena scripture pavilion, various yellow martial realm techniques were being generated automatically. In this moment, the strength of the Great Qin surged up several hundred tiers. Li Taicang felt the vast, unfathomable power within him. Not to mention the Xuanwu. Even the Earth Martial could be effortlessly crushed. Alas, the Celestial Martial Realm, perhaps, could not be vanquished in a single punch, needing several. However, this invincible emperor suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing at his own hands, lost in contemplation. The overjoyed Gao Lishur, rushing in to deliver good news, was taken aback by the pensive expression of his sovereign. He hastily inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Li Taicang replied gravely, "I am pondering whether it is better to strike down Xiao Xuanji with my right hand or my left." Gao Lishur was momentarily at a loss for words. "Might I suggest, Your Majesty, that you simply flick him away with a finger?" Li Taicang's eyes lit up. "Excellent. Like crushing an insignificant insect, crush him." Chapter 54. By decree of His Majesty the Qin Emperor, execute without mercy. Half a month later, in the far north of the Great Qin, on the snow-covered plains, the cold wind cut through the vast expanse of white like a blade. 300,000 armored soldiers stood resolute, their dark ranks extending from the ground to the horizon, transforming the boundless white territory into a forest of ebony. Banners hung low, heavy with frost, while the armored troops remained silent beneath the snow. Meng Tian commanded the 300,000 troops of the Great Wall stationed here. "General, 100 miles ahead lies the boundary between the snowfields and the outside world. Beyond that, one will lose all senses, and upon regaining them, find oneself in a strange forest." Meng Tian nodded slightly, his resolute countenance chiseled like stone. The foremost guardian of the Great Qin bore the weighty responsibility of guarding the entrance to the cave. Historically, he was the greatest warrior under Ing Zheng's command. Renowned for his campaigns against the Xiang Yu, his construction of the Great Wall, and his governance of the northern territories, which solidified the Qin's northern defenses. He was an exceedingly reliable general, and Li Taicang felt immense trust in entrusting the borders to him. However, do not be mistaken, he possessed formidable offensive capabilities as well. He had once led a great army northward, delivering a devastating blow to the Xiongnu, reclaiming Heshi, and driving them south of Yin Mountain. He had forced the Xiongnu chieftain, the father of Maodan, to flee in disarray, not daring to descend south for over a decade. As for why he did not station Huo Qubing here, Taicang feared that Huo Qubing would charge forth with his 10,000 cavalry, waging war against the Great Zhou and the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Great Zhou might be manageable, but the 10,000 Great Mountains were not easily conquered. According to Lin Hongtang, the entrance to the cave was at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, and should a beast tide arise, even those of the Earth Martial Realm would struggle to resist, becoming mere prey, until the situation was thoroughly assessed. Taicang was not prepared to advance into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Grandfather, I wish to be the vanguard, to ascertain the truth of the cave. The third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace shall accompany me into the cave, Xiao Taicang proclaimed, rallying the third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace. We shall heed our senior brother's command. Although he was merely at the Grand Master level, the disciples of the Celestial Realm listened intently to him, for after all, his mother was Xiao Wanrong and his grandfather was Xiao Xuanji. This lineage commanded respect from all. Xiao Xuanji stroked his beard, laughing heartily, his voice resounding like a great bell. Youth is essential. Grandson, go forth and let those cave insects witness the might of Tianyi Palace. These high-ranking cultivators would enter the cave last, as they needed to remain vigilant, keeping an eye on the movements of the Great Zhou's envoys, ensuring that the Great Zhou remained unaware of their entrance into the cave. Xiao Wanrong gracefully adjusted her son's attire, her beautiful eyes flashing with complexity, which ultimately transformed into gentle admonishment. Take care. Mother, do not worry. I shall surely return victorious. Xiao Taicang turned and waved, leading the throng of Tianyi Palace disciples into the spatial rift. Throughout it all, Xiao Wanrong never mentioned Li Yutian and his son. At the boundary of the snowfields, the figures of the third-generation disciples of Tianyi Palace gradually materialized. Yet, before their forms could fully solidify, arrogant laughter echoed through the heavens. The voice of Xiao Taicang reverberated across the boundless snowfield. Ha ha ha, insignificant ants. I, Xiao Tianqing, have arrived. A thunderous roar resonated, causing the heavens and earth to abruptly change color. By the decree of His Majesty the Qin Emperor, any who dare to descend from the heavenly palace into the realm of Great Qin shall be met with merciless slaughter. Xiao Taicang's pupils constricted as a golden streak of light pierced through the air. Meng Tian, wielding the Fong Tianhua halberd, exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to Mount Tai. With a sweeping motion of his halberd, hundreds of disciples from the heavenly palace were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, their shattered limbs raining down upon the snow, staining its pristine white with a blinding crimson hue. The disciples of the heavenly palace were gripped by terror. This was impossible. They were but mere ants within the cave. The torrential rain of blood ignited the ferocity of the Great Wall Army. Kill! 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 The roar shattered the falling snowflakes, and the atmosphere turned even more frigid with the aura of slaughter. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the Great Wall Army displayed their terrifying combat prowess. Each soldier was indeed formidable, surpassing any disciple of the heavenly palace, yet they exhibited unparalleled discipline. The shield bearers advanced in formation, compressing the panicked disciples into a tight cluster. The archers released a volley of arrows, their penetrating projectiles breaching the protective energies of the enemy. The spear wielders pressed forward like a forest, every thrust causing geysers of blood to erupt. The accompanying disciples of the spiritual martial realm, barely able to summon their treasures, found themselves besieged by 3 officers of the Qin army. Amidst the flashes of blades, their limbs were severed, and they fell, shrieking, into the snow, only to be trampled into a mushy pulp. Before this disorganized rabble, the Great Wall Army regarded any loss as a disgrace. I will not return to the cave. I want to go back. My lord, spare us. We are willing to surrender. Young Palace Master, you deceived us. You led us to our doom. Xiao Taicang, it is all your fault. Flee, quickly. Xiao Taicang sat helplessly in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably. His handsome visage was smeared with the blood of his fellow disciples. He even witnessed a female disciple, with whom he had shared a night of passion, crushed beneath iron hooves, and his close friend beheaded by the Qin sword. All around him, the disciples of the heavenly palace were being slaughtered like lambs. Mother, you deceived me. Xiao Taicang cried out in terror. This son of the esteemed young palace master, accustomed to a life of luxury, now felt the warmth of fear spreading through his trousers, as the stench of urine trickled down his thigh, forming small pits in the snow. Did you not say that the strongest in the cave were merely grandmasters? Yet these 300,000 troops are all at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, with spiritual martial practitioners among them. The commander is even a yellow martial master. Meng Tian approached, treading on the blood-soaked ground, the pressure of the yellow martial realm making it difficult for Xiao Taicang to breathe. Blood from the disciples of the heavenly palace dripped from the halberd. The usually composed commander of the Great Wall Army suddenly erupted in a furious blaze. His eyes blazed red like blood, nearly bursting with fury. How dare you? Chapter 55. His Majesty is a twin. Mao Chang received an urgent message from Meng Tian. He was originally in the northern frontier attending to matters, and thus arrived at the Great Wall Legion's camp in just an hour. Upon entering the camp, Mao Chang sheathed his embroidered spring blade and spoke to the approaching Meng Tian. I have just dealt with a corrupt official from the grasslands. Can you believe these greedy officials? They possess immense wealth, and the emperor generously rewards them, yet they remain insatiable, trampling upon the laws of the Great Qin. Take that corrupt official for instance. A wandering cultivator discovered a spirit plant beneficial for cultivation, worth merely several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet he insisted on seizing it by force, unwilling to part with even that sum. One could argue that he lacks the means, but a single hairpin belonging to his daughter is valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones. That wandering cultivator stood firm and reported him to Chang'an, inciting the emperor's wrath, which prompted me to handle the situation personally. I just finished that matter and came here. From a distance, I heard a cacophony of wails. You dogs, why do you not dare to kill me? You lowly scoundrels, do you know who I am? My mother is the young mistress of the Heavenly One Palace. When she arrives with her entourage, I will ensure each of you is flayed alive. It is not too late to kneel and apologize to me now. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I might even grant you a complete corpse. Mao Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, astonished, and said to Meng Tian, You have captured Huo Qubing? His bluster sounds remarkably akin to the notorious ruffian of Chang'an. The thought of Huo Qubing brought a frown to the face of this commander of the Jinhui. The 17-year-old general of cavalry was indeed formidable on the battlefield. Yet upon returning to Chang'an, he transformed into a reckless and spoiled youth. Even more frustrating was the emperor's indulgence towards him. No matter the gravity of Huo Qubing's misdeeds, the emperor would always dismiss it with a light-hearted remark. Qubing is still young, merely a boy at heart. Let it pass this time. Once or twice might be forgivable. But can such leniency continue indefinitely? Under such pampering, Huo Qubing grew increasingly unruly. Just last month, he led a group to vandalize the residence of the Grand Secretary, and the day before yesterday, he surrounded the Ministry of Revenue with his personal guards. Curiously, both incidents were in defense of the emperor, as those officials were overheard discussing the sovereign in a derogatory manner by Huo Qubing. Mao Chang couldn't help but privately scoff at the situation. You, a distinguished general of cavalry and a champion of the Great Qin, how do you resemble the emperor's hound more than we do as Jinhui? Upon mentioning Huo Qubing, Meng Tian's expression darkened like a stormy sea. In his eyes, Huo Qubing was a proud and arrogant individual, whose actions were marked by an ostentatious display of power, and his words were laced with insolence. When the emperor ordered him to guard the snow-covered borders of the Great Wall Legion, Huo Qubing immediately declared his intention to lead 100,000 cavalry to flatten the Heavenly One Palace's stronghold, treating Meng Tian as an incompetent fool. At least the general of cavalry possessed genuine skill. Subsequently, Meng Tian walked silently ahead, his steps heavy and slow. Mao Chang hastened to catch up, acutely sensing the peculiar atmosphere. He suppressed his smile and asked earnestly, Is something amiss? Meng Tian nodded gravely, leading Mao Xiang through layers of guards to a tightly guarded tent. Outside stood several imposing personal guards, each bearing a serious expression. Within the tent resided the source of the recent anguished cries. As Meng Tian lifted the tent flap, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Before them lay a bloodied youth ensnared within a barrier. The moment Mao Xiang beheld the young man's visage, his pupils contracted to a pinprick. Mao Xiang instantly sensed something amiss. Approaching, he rubbed the youth's face, revealing no signs of disguise. Upon further investigation of his life force, he discovered, although strikingly similar, there were subtle differences. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to His Majesty. In a moment of confusion, he truly believed His Majesty was trapped within the barrier. Yet, this person lacked the regal authority of His Majesty, instead exuding an aura of cold cruelty. Xiao Taicang observed their reactions with keen interest, a smug grin curling at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately raised his head, allowing the face strikingly similar to Li Taicang's to be fully illuminated. His eyes glinting with sinister light, he surmised that these individuals dared not act against him, or rather, against the visage he bore. What are you staring at? Release me at once. Do you wish to incur the wrath of the Tianyi Palace? Do you know who my mother is? She is your Empress Dowager. Before he could finish, Mao Xiang's fury erupted. With a flash of cold light, the blade of his embroidered spring knife was drawn in an instant. The sharp edge pressed against Xiao Taixing's throat, piercing the skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. His voice dripped with pure murderous intent. Dare to utter another word, and I shall end you. Pale-faced, Xiao Taixing wore a mocking grin, feigning bravado. Do you dare? Would you harm your own emperor? In a blink, the blade flashed, and blood gushed forth. An arm fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Ah! Xiao Taixing shrieked like a slaughtered pig, blood spurting from the severed limb. His trousers instantly soaked, warmth cascading down his thigh. This humiliating spectacle did not quell Mao Xiang's wrath. Rather, it ignited it further. The normally stoic commander of the Jianyi now had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with rage, his grip on the knife trembling slightly. All he felt was a parching thirst, his blood boiling. Focus, you fool. Should you dare to maintain such a demeanor with that face, I shall make you regret ever entering this world. Mao Xiang bellowed, pressing the embroidered spring knife against Xiao Taixing's throat. I ask you answer. Do not presume I lack the resolve to kill you. With someone of your ilk, I've slain 3 before, and when presenting their heads to His Majesty, he has never uttered a harsh word to me. Xiao Taixing was utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling and nodding in terror. He could not fathom why these seemingly emotionless individuals had suddenly spiraled into chaos. What is your name? Xiao Taixing, formerly of the Li surname. And who is your mother? She is the young master of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Wanrong. Mao Chang and Meng Tian exchanged a glance, both astonished and enraged by the revelation they perceived in each other's eyes. Their inner confusion vanished completely. The emperor was, in fact, a twin, and this brother had been taken away by their mother, leaving the emperor alone in this celestial realm. It was likely that the emperor remained unaware of the specific details from that fateful time. As this thought surfaced, a wave of sorrow surged within Mao Chang. If the emperor were to learn that his mother not only abandoned him, but also took away his brother, leaving him solitary in this place, how profoundly heartbroken would he be? Moreover, given the appearance of Xiao Taixing, with his countenance marked by weakness and arrogance, it was evident that he was a spoiled scion of the family. Unable to tolerate the resemblance between Xiao Taixing and the emperor, coupled with such despicable expressions, Mao Chang struck him into unconsciousness. He hoisted Xiao Taixing and declared, I shall return this person to Chang'an. Meng Tian nodded gravely, watching Mao Chang's departing figure with a flicker of concern in his eyes. He understood that once this news reached the emperor's ears, it would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic storm. Meanwhile, far away in Chang'an, Li Taicang stood upon the lofty platform of Weiyang Palace, gazing towards the north. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable agitation surged within him. Chapter 56. I shall send you and your son to meet Li Yutian. Xiao Taixing slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening. He realized he was no longer confined within the military camp's cage, but rather in a deep and solemn hall. Awake? A detached voice resonated from above. Startled, Xiao Taixing curled up behind a jade pillar like a frightened pup. Peeking cautiously, he beheld a hazy figure seated upon the imperial throne. Li Taicang stared intently at this brother who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Though his expression remained impassive, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his gaze. This so-called brother was weak and ineffectual, a veritable embodiment of a pampered young master. To be candid, upon first seeing Xiao Taixing, Li Taicang had thought Mao Chang had procured a substitute for him. However, after Mao Chang disclosed all he knew, Li Taicang fell into a prolonged silence. He even began to doubt the fragmented memories of his youth. In the images presented from a third-person perspective, the one cradled tenderly in their mother's embrace might never have been him. Was it possible that it was Xiao Taixing who received their mother's warmth and care? If not, how could one explain his abandonment to fend for himself while Xiao Taixing was taken away by their mother? Raising his head, Li Taicang spoke coldly. The frigid tone caused Xiao Taixing to tremble anew, and he cautiously lifted his gaze towards the figure on the throne. From his perspective, the image upon the throne was exceedingly vague, as if only that noble shade of dark gold existed in the dim hall. Xiao Taixing's legs trembled uncontrollably. He had once accompanied his maternal grandfather to meet the emperor of the Great Zhou, experiencing the oppressive force of the celestial martial realm. Yet, the aura of the emperor before him was entirely different. It was not merely the pressure of cultivation, but an innate regal demeanor. This emperor seemed to epitomize both majesty and dominance. As if the emperor of ancient legends had descended upon the world, an unfathomable divine might emanated from him. Li Taicang gradually descended the jade steps, simultaneously retracting his immense aura. It was only then that Xiao Taicang beheld the visage beneath the 12-feathered crown, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. Another offspring of his mother was a twin to him. However, upon finally discerning the face that mirrored his own, an inexplicable fear dissipated within him, replaced by a consuming jealousy that gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Which man has not dreamt of ruling the world? To recline upon the lap of beauty, to awaken wielding sovereign power, to utter a word that could become law. How magnificent it would be! Moreover, the emperor before him commanded an array of capable ministers and fierce generals who pledged their lives in unwavering loyalty. What an awe-inspiring sight! A true man should aspire to such heights. Li Taicang gazed down at the prostrate Xiao Taicang with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, having discerned the jealousy lurking within them. Just you? He mused, gripping Xiao Taicang's face with a slight pressure. You resemble me so closely, yet possess such cowardice and frailty, unworthy of great endeavors. Releasing his hold, he wiped his fingers on his dragon robe. I no longer harbor any desire to torment you. Fear and jealousy intertwined in Xiao Taicang's eyes as he suddenly erupted in a fit of hysteria. You merely bask in our mother's favoritism. Li Taicang responded with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Xiao Taicang sneered, Mother deceived me. This is not a mere small cave, but a top-tier realm that rivals the grand world. The spiritual essence here is purer and denser than that of the great Zhou by dozens of times. His excitement grew, spittle flying as he spoke. My father is the master of this realm. When Mother separated from him and took me away, was it not her intention for you to inherit this domain? Now that the entire Tianyi Palace intends to settle here, is it not to pass the sect on to you as well? At this, Li Taicang paused momentarily, then burst into uproarious laughter, his mirth shaking the very pillars of the hall. Tears nearly streamed from his eyes as he pointed at Xiao Taicang, addressing Gao Lisher. Did you hear that? This fool thinks my empire was bestowed upon me by others. Truly, a rare specimen of foolishness, worthy of a place in a museum. Li Taicang could not fathom how Xiao Taicang's mind could be so diminutive. How else could he arrive at such a conclusion? Xiao Taicang felt the sting of this laughter, his face reddening with humiliation. Is it not true? You are merely fortunate. Were our positions reversed, I too would command such majesty. Li Taicang abruptly ceased his laughter, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fortunate, am I? His voice turned as frigid as ice, the murderous intent in his eyes almost palpable. He seized Xiao Taicang by the collar, pulling the face that resembled his own closer. My father suppressed me for 20 years, casting me into the abyss just before his death. My stepmother sought to harm me. My blood brothers wished to kill me. My own sister conspired with foreign tribes to bring about my demise. His fingers nearly sank into Xiao Taicang's flesh. Even your mother chose you over me. Bang! Li Taicang fiercely threw Xiao Taicang to the ground, heavily treading upon his chest. Had she chosen me back in the day, there would have been no need for Tiangang to seek refuge. The beast tide would be of no concern, and the great Zhou would merely be a trifle. Alas, she chose you, a cowardly weakling. I shall not spare you and your mother. Soon, you will meet Li Yutian. Xiao Taicang's pupils constricted suddenly. The terror of death made him tremble, and his trousers became damp once more. Li Taicang disdainfully withdrew his foot, but then, as if struck by a thought, he sneered. I suddenly wish to see the expressions on your mother and grandfather's faces as they witness your torment. Off to the snow plains. All preparations at Tiangang were complete, ready to enter the cave realm. Xiao Wanrong wore a worried expression, sensing an ominous premonition. Are you thinking of your other offspring? Xiao Xuanji inquired. Xiao Wanrong shook her head. Father has misunderstood. I am merely concerned for Taicang. From the moment he was born, I have harbored disdain for him, or else I would not have placed a restriction within him. When I bore Li Taicang, I suffered a difficult labor and nearly perished. However, Xiao Taicang's birth was remarkably smooth, which is why I have always resented Li Taicang. Seeing her distress, Xiao Xuanji laughed heartily. Wanrong, do not fret for Taicang. He is still young. In that cave realm, he will surely have the time of his life. Moreover, with so many celestial beings accompanying him, he will be safe. Xiao Wanrong managed a faint smile. Chapter 57. The encounter between Tiangong and the Great Qin. The figures of Tiangong's members materialized above the snow plains. Xiao Xuanji inhaled deeply, laughing heartily. Haha, Wanrong, have you made a mistake? The spiritual energy here rivals that of the Great Zhou. Yet, Xiao Wanrong's brow furrowed, a sliver of unease creeping into her heart. How could the spiritual energy of this cave realm be so dense? It was entirely different from her memories of the Great Qin. As she pondered, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. Master, look over there. That seems to be our Tiangong people. Xiao Xuanji and Xiao Wanrong turned towards the sound, and what lay before them was enough to shatter their sanity. Their blood seemed to freeze in an instant. Across the snow plains, nearly 10,000 corpses clad in Tiangong attire lay scattered, the blood staining the snow a ghastly crimson. The sight of death was harrowing. Some had perished by long swords. Others had been pierced by spears, while many lay trampled into a gruesome pulp by hooves. Most abhorrent of all, the heads of the corpses were meticulously piled into a horrifying mound, the topmost head frozen in a look of terror, belonging to one of the most outstanding disciples of the third generation. The ghastly scene incited retching among several second and fourth generation disciples. They had seen death before, but the brutality of this display was otherworldly, akin to hell itself. Just days prior, they had shared drinks and discussed the Tao with their comrades, now reduced to lifeless husks. Yesterday's instructors, now merely heads staring blankly into the void. Their heads had been insultingly arranged into a mound. The members of Tiangong were instantly overcome with grief. Ah, that was my disciple. An elder collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably while cradling the headless corpse. My master, how could you have met such a tragic end? A female disciple knelt before the grand altar, her trembling hand yearning to touch the severed head of a middle-aged man. Yet she broke down into tears the moment she was about to make contact. Xiao Xuanyi trembled all over, the oppressive force of the Xuanwu realm erupting uncontrollably. His eyes burned crimson, hair standing on end, as he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar towards the heavens. Who dares to slaughter the disciples of Tianyi Palace in such a manner? Do they seek death? Xiao Wanrong, equally consumed by rage, fought to suppress her sorrow, her gaze swiftly scanning the ominous altar. Only when she confirmed the absence of Xiao Taicang's head did her taut heartstrings relax slightly. Its absence signified that he was still alive. In that moment, the sorrow of the Tianyi Palace disciples transformed into a fierce anger. The anguished wails of over 10,000 echoed through the air. We shall not rest until this vengeance is repaid. Tears streamed down the faces of the elders as they roared to the heavens, clutching the mangled remains of their beloved students. Palace Master, let us cleanse the entire cave realm with blood. The tide of fury surged, the lamentations of the multitude shaking the very snow-capped mountains. Young Palace Master, they dare to kill our Tianyi Palace brethren. We shall repay blood with blood. Let us eradicate every living being in their cave. Xiao Xuanyi, enraged to the point of laughter, felt his Xuanwu might escalate further. Very well. Today, let these insignificant ants learn the consequences of provoking the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong unsheathed her sword with a chilling resolve. Father, I shall personally carve the orders of that beast who commanded this atrocity. Just as the intent to kill surged among the members of Tianyi Palace, a black-armored member of the Dragon Forbidden Army appeared, declaring sternly, His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, has decreed that any Tianyi Palace member who steps upon Qin soil shall be killed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanrong's delicate face instantly turned icy. With a scornful laugh, her eyes brimmed with disdain and fury. The Qin Emperor? Such audacity from a disrespectful wretch. How dare he speak thus to his mother? The leader of the Dragon Forbidden Army attempted to speak further, but Xiao Wanrong raised her jade hand slightly. In an instant, a flash of cold light surged forth, severing the head from the body of the black-armored soldier. Blood gushed from the neck, painting a stark crimson line across the white snow. The headless body crashed to the ground. Kill! Roared Xiao Xuanyi, his heavy sword cleaving through the air, unleashing a sword aura that rent the snowy expanse. Today, let this cave realm serve as a grave for the disciples of Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong withdrew her bloodied hand, her murderous intent intensified. If Taicang loses even a single hair, I shall demand the lives of countless beings in the Great Qin. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from deep within the snowy plains, shaking the very heavens. As the sound wave reverberated, the swirling snow momentarily halted in midair. A resplendent golden figure descended from the skies, each step sending tremors through the surrounding snow-covered ground. Whom do you seek to kill? The simplicity of those 5 words resonated in the minds of the Tianyi Palace disciples as if they were the very edicts of the heavens. The overwhelming intent to kill that had coalesced among the thousands of Tianyi Palace members crumbled under the weight of that singular inquiry. It was as if an exalted will had infused the heavens and the earth, compelling even the howling winds to submit. It felt akin to standing before the supreme emperor of humanity, the celestial sovereign. The overwhelming celestial might is unfathomable, instilling terror within the hearts of many. The disciples of the Tianyi Palace, numbering over 10,000, found themselves ensnared like insects trapped in amber, struggling even to breathe. Xiao Xuanji furrowed his brows in deep concern. He was horrified to discover that the pressure of his Xuanwu realm was forcibly suppressed back within him, an opponent of terrifying strength, a formidable being, equal to that of the Xuanwu realm. Xiao Wanrong's complexion turned pale, her hand trembling around the hilt of her sword. A glance exchanged with her father revealed an incredulous terror reflected in their eyes. How could such a formidable presence emerge from a realm they had deemed insignificant? I ask you, whom shall I slay? The golden figure drew ever closer, and beneath the 12 ornate tassels was a familiar visage that haunted Xiao Wanrong's dreams. Yet at this moment, the icy gaze emanating from those eyes plunged her into despair. The crowd from Tianyi Palace gasped in unison, the young master of Taicang. Yet, they quickly dismissed the notion. No, the young master could not possess such imposing might. This being was utterly different. The newcomer strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, encircled by 2 supreme celestial dragons, each step resonating as if treading upon the very veins of the earth. The commanding presence he exuded starkly contrasted with Xiao Taicang's timid demeanor. How could this be? I feel the same authority comparable to that of the emperor of the great Zhou emanating from someone of this minor realm. Whispers among the disciples reached Xiao Wanrong's ears. He must be the offspring abandoned by the young master in this small realm. Who could have imagined he would grow so powerful, even formidable enough to challenge the palace master? Alas, had the young master returned with him? Silence! Xiao Xuanji barked, though the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. As a Xuanwu realm expert, he understood better than anyone that this young man's strength was absolutely on par with his own. He pointed his sword at Li Taicang. Are you the Qin Emperor? Dare you clank? Before he could finish, the sound of clashing armor erupted around them. A legion clad in black armor gradually emerged from the blizzard, numbering approximately 300,000. At the forefront stood a commander in heavy armor, his visage resolute, Meng Tian. Soon after, the sky split open as if a dark dragon tore through the heavens. Approximately 50,000 troops followed, led by the 4 divine guardians of the Qin, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong, their fierce gazes fixated upon the disciples of Tianyi Palace. Hiss! The sound of a warhorse neigh echoed. The 100,000 cavalry surged forth like celestial soldiers. Commander Huo Qubing, ablaze with fiery spirit, bore an expression of defiance and murderous intent. Following closely, Li Taicang was surrounded by the golden-clad guards of the Jinui, with Gao Lisher and Yuan Tiangang flanking him. Except for Zhuge Liang, who remained in Chang'an to manage affairs, Li Taicang summoned his entire retinue, intent on unleashing his pent-up fury. Chapter 58, Let us choose again. The faces of the Tianyi Palace disciples turned ashen. The earlier anger and sorrow were swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming fear. How on earth do we fight this? Over 500,000 are at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Among them, the spirit martial experts are densely clustered. The leading commanders exuded an aura that rivaled even that of the young master. The ranks are filled with formidable high-ranking warriors. Furthermore, their palace master of the Xuanwu realm appears to harbor significant trepidation toward the emperor, whose visage strikingly resembles that of their young master. Xiao Wanrong inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, and spoke in a grave tone. Where have you taken your brother? Li Taicang raised an eyebrow. My brother? Are you referring to Li Taiming, Li Taiheng, Li Taiyan, or Li Taiyuan? Just as Xiao Wanrong was about to erupt, she was interrupted by Li Taicang. Oh, I forgot. You may not have encountered Li Taiyuan. He is my 9th brother. In the next instant, Li Taicang's voice turned cold. They are all dead. I killed them with my own hands. Xiao Wanrong staggered back 2 steps, her gaze fixed on Li Taicang's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Taicang. As she gasped for air, the grief within her threatened to engulf her. Although Li Taicang did not explicitly mention the whereabouts of Xiao Taicang, the implication was clear. Her son, Xiao Taicang, was in grave peril. Xiao Shuangge was consumed by rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Xiao Taicang is your own brother. What has he done to provoke you? Why must you take his life? He has never seen you, nor has he offended you. Why unleash such malice? Li Taicang cast a cold glance at Xiao Shuangge, his gaze returning to Xiao Wanrong's pale visage, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Oh, so you were speaking of Xiao Taicang. This person dares to imitate my appearance. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Yet, I, with a benevolent heart, did not personally end his life, merely disfigured him. With a clap of his hands, Li Taicang summoned a figure from the ranks of his guards. The figure, emaciated and hunched, was riddled with grotesque wounds, with maggots writhing amidst the putrid flesh. A metal helmet obscured his face, with only 3 bloodied holes for his eyes and mouth. This helmet had evidently been affixed to his head after being heated in a furnace. The exposed skin around his eyes and mouth was charred. Upon seeing Xiao Wanrong and Xiao Shuangge, the figure began to thrash violently, emitting a hoarse whimper. The sound was akin to a dull knife scraping bone, clearly a remnant of the injuries inflicted by searing flames on his throat. Xiao Wanrong's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Trembling, she extended her hand, yet hesitated to touch him. Tentatively, she inquired, Taicang? Blood tears suddenly streamed from the eyes beneath the iron mask, and the wretched body nodded frantically, its burned hands gesturing wildly, seemingly attempting to convey the inhuman torment endured. Beast, unworthy of being my son. How could a member of the Xiao family produce such a brutal fiend? Xiao Shuangge's eyes widened in fury, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Li Taicang paid no heed to Xiao Shuangge's enraged outburst, merely waving his hand lightly. The guards promptly brought forth another figure, chillingly reminiscent of the previous iron-masked man, similarly adorned with a red-hot iron helmet and covered in horrific scars. This new figure also began to struggle violently, and amidst the hoarse cries, a few words could be discerned. Mother, Xiao Shuangge, and Xiao Wanrong were utterly stunned. How can there be 2 Xiao Taicang? Ha ha ha. Li Taicang suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with a twisted delight. Did you not choose him back then? I am eager to see if you can recognize him this time. Abruptly, he ceased his laughter, his gaze sharp as a blade. Choose one from these 2. The chosen one shall suffer 1,000 cuts, while the other may live. As these words echoed, a chill swept through the hearts of all present, particularly the members of Tianyi Palace, who trembled in fear, not of death itself, but of this emperor's ruthless methods. Although the fates of suffering and survival appeared similar, their implications diverged vastly. Xiao Shuangge, enraged beyond measure, brandished his heavy sword, which erupted with blinding black light. The aura of the Xuanwu realm was fully unleashed, instantly vaporizing the snow within 100 miles. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at Li Taicang with an earth-shattering force. I shall slay you, this wretched spawn. Li Taicang's eyes sparkled like a galaxy. The 10,000 calamities star pupil activated. The light of the stars and calamities made Xiao Shuangge tremble in place. Wretched spawn, today, I shall risk obliteration of my very being too. Xiao Shuangge, drenched in blood, defiantly straightened his back. You have interrupted my speech thrice. Since you desire death, I shall grant it to you. No sooner had he spoken, than the heavens and earth shifted abruptly. Li Taicang slowly raised his right hand, a colossal transparent finger condensing in the void. 2 supreme celestial dragons coiled around it, their roars shattering clouds for miles. With an overwhelming might that could crush all. Kneel. These 2 simple words caused Xiao Shuangge's bones to crack. His eyes filled with blood, he fought desperately against the overwhelming pressure. You shall not. I will ensure your body is torn to pieces today. Xiao Shuangge bellowed, undeterred as he charged forward once more. Boom. The transparent finger descended gently. Xiao Shuangge's protective aura was instantly shattered, his legs sinking heavily into the frozen ground. The once iron-hard body of the Xuanwu realm now bore cracks, blood gushing from every fissure. Palace Master. The members of Tianyi Palace were filled with terror. The invincible Palace Master now lay suppressed like an ant. Xiao Wanrong dashed forward in a frenzy. Stop. He is your I have spoken, kneel. Li Taicang's gaze turned icy, his fingertip pressing down once more. Father! Xiao Wanrong cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. Crack! Xiao Xuanji's spine broke with a resounding snap. This once mighty palace master now lay crumpled like a rag doll on the ground, yet he stubbornly supported himself with his hands, kneeling before Li Taicang. The entire snowfield fell into a deathly silence. All were rendered speechless by the staggering disparity in power. Li Taicang approached slowly, kicking Xiao Xuanji into the arms of an elder from Tianyi Palace. His cold eyes locked onto Xiao Wanrong. It seems you no longer wish to choose? Then I shall choose for you. Both shall die. Xiao Wanrong screamed. Wait. I choose. I choose. Chapter 59. His Majesty never said that. The Jin Yue forcefully dragged two figures clad in iron masks before Xiao Wanrong. Choose, and the chosen shall die. Choose death, not life. If Xiao Wanrong had chosen the true Xiao Taicang, it would be no different from personally subjecting him to 1,000 torturous deaths. Her gaze darted between the two iron-masked figures, an indescribable sense of terror rendering her throat parched and voiceless. She could feel her heart racing wildly within her chest, almost bursting through her ribs. Trembling, she raised her hand, pointing at the figure on the left. The iron-masked man suddenly began to thrash violently, a hoarse whimper escaping him. Mother! The word mother was particularly distinct. Tears, thick and murky, streamed from the eyes beneath the iron mask, mingling with blood as they cascaded down his charred skin. As a mother, Xiao Wanrong felt as though struck by lightning, her tears flowing freely. She quickly withdrew her finger and, in anguish, pointed to the iron figure on the right. Though the voice of this iron-masked man was equally hoarse, it carried a note of sorrow. His exposed eyes brimmed with sadness, seemingly questioning why his mother would choose to condemn him to death. Xiao Wanrong suddenly let out a heart-rending scream, her fingers digging deeply into her palms, blood dripping through her fingers onto the snow. How can I choose? She collapsed to the ground, her hair disheveled, appearing utterly deranged. In that moment, she truly understood the meaning of suffering worse than death. Li Taicang observed coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did you not also make a choice back then? Why the turmoil today? The two iron-masked figures simultaneously uttered mournful cries, one pleading, Mother, save me, while the other lamented, Mother, do not choose me. Xiao Wanrong slumped in the snow, her tears blurring her vision, making it impossible to distinguish which was her true Taicang. Her trembling fingers hovered between the two. Each time she caught sight of their sorrowful eyes, it felt as though she were being cut by a dull blade. Seeing her in such despair, Li Taicang furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. With a clang, he drew the embroidered spring knife from his side and tossed it before Xiao Wanrong. Stop hesitating. I've changed my mind. Choose who dies, and you shall strike the fatal blow. I shall grant you 5 breaths of time. He then commanded the guards beside him. In 1 breath, sever an arm from each of them. In 2 breaths, cut off their thighs. And if she still has not chosen after 5 breaths, then off with their heads. As you command. The 2 guards advanced, drawing their embroidered spring knives. Xiao Wanrong, trembling, picked up the knife, its blade reflecting her pale visage. 1 breath. Swish. A flash of steel. Blood erupted forth, accompanied by the shrill cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. 1 arm from each iron figure was severed. Must you be so relentless? Xiao Wanrong's voice was hoarse, her eyes wide with rage. 2 breaths. The embroidered spring knife fell again. Another 2 flashes of cold light severed the remaining arms. The iron-masked men writhed in pain, their wails chilling to the bone. The reason I spared you back then was out of necessity. Your father feared Tianyi Palace would seize control of Deqin. I kept you alive to ease his mind. 3 breaths. The knife fell mercilessly, severing the left leg at the root. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the entire expanse of snow crimson. Must you compel me to kneel and plead for your mercy? I am your mother. It has been 4 breaths. With a swift motion, the 2 iron-masked figures were utterly transformed into mere human forms, their mutilated bodies convulsing in a pool of blood. They could no longer utter a sound. Only faint whimpers escaped from beneath their iron masks, akin to 2 writhing worms. Xiao Wanrong sat helplessly in the bloodied mire, her cries piercing the air. Li Taicang gazed down upon her with cold indifference. 5 breaths had elapsed. Suddenly, Xiao Wanrong surged forth, striking down the head of the iron-masked figure to her left. I choose him. The head tumbled onto the snow, producing a dull thud. Xiao Wanrong fixed her gaze on Li Taicang's expression, and when she discerned a satisfied smile upon his lips, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Could she have chosen Xiao Taicang? In a frenzy, she lunged at the headless corpse, trembling hands lifting the iron mask. Beneath it lay an unfamiliar face, somewhat reminiscent of Xiao Taicang, yet she could unmistakably sense that this was not her flesh and blood. How wonderful! Xiao Wanrong exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to embrace the other iron figure tightly. Mother did not choose wrong. Taicang, I have saved you. However, the iron-masked figure in her arms struggled to turn its head, gazing towards Li Taicang. Your Majesty, the family of the sinner. Li Taicang nodded with a smile. They shall become commoners, living in obscurity. Should they possess talent in the future, they may enter service in the government. You need not worry. The iron figure managed a relieved smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Yet, scarcely had the words left its lips when it perished. Xiao Wanrong's eyes widened in horror as she tore away the mask. To her dismay, she beheld yet another unfamiliar visage. Like a jolt of electricity. Xiao Wanrong recoiled, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. She staggered back several steps, collapsing into the blood-soaked ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. No, this cannot be. If neither of these were Xiao Taicang, then where was her son? Xiao Wanrong trembled violently, as if all strength had been siphoned from her in an instant. Her complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to a deathly gray, leaving her frozen in place as though struck by lightning. Xiao Wanrong was on the brink of collapse. From hell to heaven, and back to hell. This tumultuous shift threatened to halt her very heart. Shaking fingers pointed accusatorily at Li Taicang. You, as a sovereign, how can you be so deceitful? Li Taicang stepped forward slowly, bending to retrieve the bloodied Xiaochun knife. He gently wiped the blade of its crimson stains and remarked nonchalantly, I merely asked you to select one to kill. I never claimed that Xiao Taicang was among them. Boom. This statement struck Xiao Wanrong like a thunderbolt. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her tears evaporating in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming wrath. You. Li Taicang turned away, tossing the Xiaochun knife back to Mao Xiang, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Did I ever say such a thing? Gao Lisher and Mao Xiang exchanged faint smiles, poised to respond, when suddenly a resounding shout emanated from the cavalry unit. His Majesty never said that. All eyes turned towards the cavalry unit in unison. Huo Qubing sat steadfastly upon his warhorse, his countenance more solemn than ever before. His eyes blazed with an intensity that was beyond description. Your Majesty, he declared, I shall remember every word you utter. And I can assure you that you have not spoken such a thing. Gao Lisher and Mao Chang's expressions darkened. Gao Lisher harbored a secret ire. As a servant of the emperor, how dare Huo Qubing attempt to speak over him? Mao Chang's gaze was equally menacing. He considered himself the emperor's loyal hound, questioning why this cavalry general could not simply focus on the battle at hand. Zhao Penu stood momentarily stunned. Before he could utter the word general, Huo Qubing struck down with a resounding clap. Huo Qubing's eyes widened in astonishment. By the heavens, are you all mute? Repeat what I just said. Zhao Penu stumbled from the blow, though he did not fully comprehend the general's intent. His time spent in Huo Qubing's presence had taught him to obey commands without question. He too roared, Your Majesty has not spoken. 100,000 cavalry echoed the sentiment in unison. Your Majesty has not spoken. This provoked a chain reaction. The Black Dragon Imperial Guards stomped their feet with a thunderous boom. The Great Wall Legion raised their long spears high, proclaiming, Your Majesty has not spoken. Your Majesty has not spoken. Your Majesty has not spoken. The entire snowy expanse reverberated with their resounding cries, while the Jinyui stood stoically, maintaining the dignity of the emperor's personal guard. Li Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind him, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting beneath the 12 tassels of jade. Mao Chang observed the chaotic scene, his lips twitching involuntarily. Meng Tian shook his head, exasperated yet amused, as he watched the soldiers of the Great Wall Legion joining the ruckus. These soldiers, known for their strict discipline, had been led astray by the mischievous Huo Qubing. At that moment, they finally understood why the emperor held such a singular affection for Huo Qubing. Chapter 60. He believed until his death that you would recognize him. Xiao Wanrong was as pale as parchment, her eyes dim as she gazed at Li Taicang. She had discerned his intent to humiliate her, shaming Xiao Taicang, dishonoring the Tianyi Palace. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. You are unlike anyone from my lineage or your father's. Abandoning you was the right decision. Bringing someone like you back to the Tianyi Palace would only spell disaster. Li Taicang's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze turning as cold as ice. I am curious. Why did you abandon your child all those years ago? Do you know that child has always regarded you as a tender mother, yearning for you relentlessly for 20 years? Do not speak to me of pacifying Li Yutian's heart. With your abilities back then, no one in the Qin could have stopped you. Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Taicang, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Want to know? I refuse to tell you. Li Taicang remained impassive, responding coolly, tell me. And I shall reveal to you Xiao Taicang's whereabouts. Despair filled Xiao Wanrong's voice. Are you going to continue to toy with me? Is it not enough to humiliate me and the Tianyi Palace? Li Taicang slowly raised his right hand, speaking with indifference. I swear by the Tao. I did not kill Xiao Taicang, nor did my subjects. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Xiao Wanrong's eyes, her heart swelling with a renewed sense of anticipation. She fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. When I gave birth to you, the delivery was fraught with peril, and I nearly perished. Yet, when I bore Taicang, all was well. Subsequently, she closed her eyes, as if expending all her strength. Li Taicang's expression remained impassive, his gaze indifferent. Is that all? Just for this reason, do you harbor animosity towards me? Indeed. The snow-covered expanse lay in utter silence, save for the howling wind. Li Taicang stood still, his eyes deeply fixed upon the mother he had long yearned for. He had anticipated feelings of rage and anguish, yet at this moment, his heart was inexplicably tranquil. Suddenly, Li Taicang recalled a tale from a bygone era, the story of Zheng Bo and Duan at Yin. Wu Jiang harbored disdain for Zhang Zhuanggong due to the difficulties she faced during his birth, even contemplating his demise at the moment of his arrival. Conversely, she doted upon her younger son, Gongshu Duan. After Zhang Zhuanggong ascended to power, she conspired to grant vital territories of Zhang to Gongshu Duan and promised half of the army to him, agreeing to collaborate in the assassination of her own son. Ultimately, after Zhang Zhuanggong dealt with Gongshu Duan, he swore an oath to his mother, Wu Jiang, vowing that they would not meet again until the afterlife. Yet, burdened by filial piety and a flicker of affection for her, he brought Wu Jiang back to provide for her in her twilight years. Alas, Li Taicang was not Zhang Zhuanggong. What could a biological mother truly achieve? Xiao Wanrong lifted her gaze to the imposing figure of Li Taicang, who outshone Xiao Taicang by unfathomable degrees. Yet, they bore the same visage, and she could not help but harbor resentment towards Li Taicang while showering affection upon Xiao Taicang. Perhaps the agony of childbirth had led her to misplace her ire upon this child. Or perhaps it was Li Taicang's precociousness that deprived him of the innocent exuberance characteristic of youth. These subtle distinctions made her instinctively favor the more ordinary child, Xiao Taicang. You promised. Where is Taicang? Xiao Wanrong's voice trembled with desperation. Li Taicang's expression remained unyielding, his tone as cold as ice. You have already encountered him. Upon your arrival in this realm, Xiao Wanrong, perplexed, inquired, when? How? Her words faltered as a realization struck her. Her pupils contracted to pinpricks, her complexion drained of color. She dashed towards the distance, where a headless corpse lay. It was the black dragon guard who had reprimanded her upon her entrance into the cave. Trembling, she cradled the severed head she had personally beheaded. With quaking hands, she attempted to lift the mask from the black dragon, as if summoning every ounce of strength. Beneath the mask, the man's eyes remained wide open, unseeing, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Qin emperor. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, seemingly questioning his mother as to why she had taken his life. Li Taicang approached with measured steps, his voice chillingly calm. I have not breached my oath. I did not slay him, nor did my subjects. It was you who wielded the blade. Xiao Wanrong trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing her grip on the head. I merely engaged him in a game. He masqueraded as a Qin soldier. If you recognized him, I would pardon your Tianyi Palace. If not, you would all meet Li Yutian in the underworld. I merely uttered a single phrase, and yet you chose to end his life. As Li Taicang spoke, a sudden smile appeared on his face, growing wider until it erupted into hearty laughter. He believed until his last breath that you would recognize him. Such a profound bond between mother and son. Do you know? When I revealed the plan to him, he was so terrified that he would himself. Yet, in the end, he agreed. He said that his mother had toiled for him for years, and that he could not allow her to fall into peril. Surely, she would recognize me. She loves me dearly. This boy, timid and lacking in courage, surprisingly displayed a semblance of the Li family's bravery in his final moments. Xiao Wanrong trembled with rage, her tears falling heavily onto the snow, forming small pits as they melted. In her fury, she lost her grip on the severed head in her arms, which rolled onto the ground. She wanted to curse, but found her throat constricted, rendering her voiceless. Li Taicang suddenly leaned down, his face, identical to Xiao Taicang's, reflected in her eyes. Ironically, even in his dying moments, he seemed to seek your help with his gaze. You cannot fathom how I nearly went mad with laughter as I watched you kill him without hesitation. Xiao Wanrong finally broke down, emitting a sound that was more beastly than human. She struggled desperately to reclaim the head, only to be kicked away by Li Taicang. He raised his hand and set numerous restrictions, rendering her unable to speak or move, yet she could see everything around her clearly. Subsequently, Li Taicang turned his back on her, entombing her in the mausoleum of Empress Zhao, sending her to meet Xiao Taicang in the underworld. Mao Chong swallowed hard, momentarily hesitating. He was no fool and understood the emperor's intent. The mausoleum of Empress Zhao was now nothing more than a grave of garments and crowns, signifying that Xiao Wanrong was to be buried alive, burying the emperor's biological mother alive. As Li Taicang's gaze fell upon the thousands of people from Tianyi Palace, several elders immediately sprang forth. The elder with a white beard, leading the group, prostrated himself, his forehead striking the snow with a resounding thud. "We surrender, Your Majesty. We surrender. The entire Tianyi Palace pledges loyalty to you, forever, as your slaves. Please spare our lives." With that, the clattering of various artifacts and weapons echoed as they frantically cast them onto the snow. Before Li Taicang could utter a word, these thousands had already knelt in unison, awaiting their fate. The spectacle left even the seasoned soldiers of the Great Qin utterly astonished. Li Taicang found himself momentarily speechless. This unprecedented act left the Great Qin troops dumbfounded. Meng Tian could not help but frown. How could such a prominent sect lack backbone? If it were him, he would rather take his own life than surrender. Yet upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. Those who could escape with their entire clan, what sort of resilience could they possess? To evade the Great Zhou's call to arms, Tianyi Palace had forsaken its millennia-old foundation to flee to Dongtian. With such a disposition, could one expect them to harbor any iron resolve? Had there been no summons from Great Zhou when Li Taicang's Great Qin reached the gates of Tianyi Palace? I fear they are merely playing a farce, with the water too cold and their scalps itching. Li Taicang waved his hand with a sense of disinterest. Let them all be conscripted for labor. The Great Qin has grand plans ahead, about to embark on an era of expeditions. Relying solely on the previous noble families to serve in labor has become increasingly strained. These thousands of individuals, with commendable cultivation, could alleviate the immediate crisis of Great Qin. Upon hearing the verdict, the members of Tianyi Palace felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. A surge of joy akin to surviving a calamity filled their hearts. A miserable life is preferable to a dead one. Moreover, the cultivation environment in this cave realm surpasses that of the Great Zhou by a considerable margin. Although they must endure hard labor, it is far better than losing their lives. Grateful for His Majesty's mercy in sparing them, the elders flattered vociferously. Fearing Li Taicang might reconsider, they had entirely forgotten how this emperor had previously destroyed their palace master and young master. The Great Qin troops advanced to bind the members of Tianyi Palace. Observing the soldiers of Great Qin approach to capture the prisoners, Li Taicang suddenly felt a profound emptiness. He gazed skyward, letting out a long sigh as snowflakes fell upon his face, chilling to the bone. He had truly become a solitary figure. His father feared him. His brothers conspired against him, and his sister betrayed him. He had thought he could at least rely on his mother's affection, only to discover that warmth had never belonged to him. Even his fragmented memories of childhood warmth were but distant observations of his twin brother and mother. At that moment, a violent fluctuation of space emanated from the snowy border. A towering figure descended from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura of the earth martial realm that sent the swirling snow flying upwards. The members of Tianyi Palace turned in fear. That aura was all too familiar to them. It was Ming Gaoi, the envoy of the Great Zhou. He was specifically tasked with hunting down deserters. Ha! You members of Tianyi Palace are truly foolish, thinking the Great Zhou is unaware of your attempts to flee to the cave realm? I must thank you. Discovering a new cave realm is a significant achievement for the Great Zhou. Following closely behind were tens of thousands of armored soldiers from the Great Zhou. clad in dark yellow armor. These soldiers bore grim expressions, their faces marred by vicious scars, and their armor bore the marks of savage beasts. They were evidently a battle-hardened force, seasoned from years of combat against ferocious creatures. Meng Gao raised a golden decree. By the emperor's command, those who evade conscription shall have their cultivation abolished and be exiled to the borders. The members of Tianyi Palace fell into utter despair. With the ferocious troops of Great Qin, the pursuing forces of Great Zhou, and the impending tide of beasts, what sins had they committed in their past lives? Only then did Meng Gao notice the situation in the field. Upon recognizing Li Taicang's visage, his pupils constricted sharply. He barked in a commanding voice. "Who are you to dare don the dragon robe? Do you intend to rebel?" The expressions of the Great Qin members shifted dramatically, their eyes gleaming with menace. To show disrespect to the emperor is to invite death. Li Taicang, filled with pent-up fury, felt a surge of cold light in his eyes. With a roar, two ethereal dragon figures soared into the sky, their resounding roars echoing through the heavens. The Tai sword was drawn with a resounding clang, its blade radiating a profound imperial aura. The human emperor's suppression technique, the nine dragons' human emperor path, and the heavenly emperor scripture were unleashed simultaneously. A brilliant golden light enveloped Li Taicang's entire being. At this moment, Li Taicang embodies the convergence of the ancient human emperor and the celestial sovereign. With a thunderous roar, the Tai sword seems to rend the heavens and the earth, striking toward the great Zhou envoy with a terrifying force. This sword encapsulates all of Li Taicang's fury and murderous intent, wielding a power that alters the very fabric of reality. The great Zhou envoy, Meng Gao, is taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he curses vehemently. What on earth is this? In a frantic attempt, he channels all his cultivation, and the spiritual energy of the earth martial realm surges wildly, erecting 18 defensive barriers before him. Crack! The Tai sword shatters everything in its path, effortlessly tearing apart all defense techniques like mere paper. The sword's brilliance, imbued with an invincible momentum, strikes Meng Gao. All defensive measures prove futile. He is propelled away like a cannonball. Boom! In the distance, a snow-capped mountain collapses violently, with Meng Gao pinned against the mountain face by the Tai sword. His bones are shattered, and blood pours forth from his 7 orifices. The robust vitality of the earth martial realm allows him to cling to life for the moment. Yet he has utterly lost the capacity to resist. Although Meng Gao possesses 2 higher realms than Li Taicang, the disparity in realms has long ceased to be a standard for measuring strength before Li Taicang. Li Taicang, bearing 3 supreme techniques, each capable of suppressing an era, along with the Tai sword, the sword of the human emperor, renders any notion of a fair fight a mere jest. He strides through the air, looking down upon the feeble Meng Gao. "Dare you wield the imperial edict of Great Zhou upon the land of Great Qin?" Meng Gao struggles to raise his head, disbelief etched across his face. Once a formidable figure in the earth martial realm, feared throughout Great Zhou, he is now grievously wounded by a mere Huang Wu realm cultivator. Unable to retaliate, coughing up blood, he exclaims, "Impossible! How can such a prodigy exist in this world?" Li Taicang gazes at him coldly. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to measure the heavens. Li Taicang is about to command Mao Xiang when he suddenly recalls that Mao Xiang is responsible for the tomb of Empress Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, he redirects his words. "Yuan Qing, I am here." The fierce general, Yuan Tiangang, instantly appears before Li Taicang. Li Taicang sheaths the Tai, a sword, and gestures toward the nearly lifeless Meng Gao. "Before returning to Chang'an, I wish to know all intelligence regarding Great Zhou." "I shall obey." Yuan Tiangang bows in response, finding no difficulty in the command. With that, he drags the earth martial realm strongman across the snowy ground like a lifeless dog, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Li Taicang has great trust in Yuan Tiangang's abilities. In his eyes, the fierce general is like a brick, moved wherever needed. Whether to gather intelligence, carry out assassinations, oversee critical matters, or interrogate prisoners, Yuan Tiangang consistently excels in his tasks. He can lead troops, collaborate with Kongming on formations, or concoct elixirs with equal proficiency. "Your Majesty, how should we deal with these great Zhou soldiers?" Meng Tian steps forward to inquire. Li Taicang turns to gaze upon the distant Great Zhou army. These battle-hardened elite soldiers now lack the courage to meet his gaze. What is there left to fight for? The commander has been captured in a single strike. Upon arrival in the Great Qin, there was no reason for them to be released. Let us deal with the person from the heavenly palace together. The Great Qin must embark on an expedition, and labor is indispensable. With a sweeping gesture, Li Taicang declared, "Return to Chang'an. I shall confer with the chancellor regarding the expedition." Gao Lishur observed the retreating figure of Li Taicang, a slight smile gracing his lips. He felt gratitude towards this envoy from the Great Zhou, for it had allowed His Majesty to vent his frustrations. On the snowy plains, the soldiers of the Great Qin began to tally their spoils of war. Huo Qubing, wielding a long spear, kicked a great Zhou standard battle blade that lay on the ground, sneering, "Such a wretched object. Does it even deserve to be called a weapon?" In the distance, the captured great Zhou soldiers trudged dejectedly in a long line. They could scarcely comprehend how, having come to pursue fugitives, they had suddenly found themselves in captivity. Chapter 62. Summoning Sun Yu in the capital of the Great Qin, Chang'an, Li Taicang summoned the civil and military officials. Yuan Tiangang knelt on one knee, recounting the details gleaned from the interrogation. "Your Majesty, the territory of the Great Zhou is thousands of times larger than that of the Great Qin. The Emperor of the Great Zhou is at the Celestial Martial Realm, and he commands 16 at the Earth Martial Realm, with countless others at the Profound Martial Realm." Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, his brow furrowing. "What is the situation regarding the sects within the Great Zhou?" In response to the chancellor, came the reply, "Though the Great Zhou is replete with sects, only 4 possess formidable warriors at the Earth Martial Realm." Li Taicang urged, "Continue. Our exit from the Great Qin's cave heavens is precisely located at the border of the 10,000 Great Mountains, making it vulnerable to the onslaught of beast tides. According to Meng Gaoi, during the most recent beast tide, the Great Zhou suffered the loss of 3 Earth Martial Realm warriors. This is why the Great Zhou has but 1 emperor at the Celestial Martial Realm. Each beast tide incurs the loss of several Earth Martial Realm experts." Moreover, the unyielding Yuan Tiangang divulged all that the Great Zhou envoy knew. As for the Earth Martial Realm warrior Meng Gaoi, he has already perished. Li Taicang's sword had rendered him incapacitated, and compounded by the unspeakable tortures inflicted by Yuan Tiangang, Meng Gaoi had become utterly worthless. The Great Qin does not sustain the sustenance of the useless, hence he was executed. Li Taicang nodded slightly, turning to Zhuge Liang. "What is your opinion, Chancellor?" Zhuge Liang silently calculated the personnel and material resources required for the expedition, as well as the circumstances upon reaching the borders of the Great Zhou. With a sigh, he replied, "Your Majesty must deliberate further. After departing from the cave heavens, we are likely to endure a dual assault from the Great Zhou army and the beast tide. Furthermore, the unyielding Yuan Tiangang has stated that the borders of the Great Zhou are fortified by towering walls capable of withstanding the beast tide of the Earth Martial Realm, which would be difficult for the Great Qin to breach." The civil and military officials fell silent. They were all young individuals chosen by Zhuge Liang and Li Taicang, brimming with ideals and a fervent ambition. Yet, they were no ignorant brutes. They possessed a prudent mindset. They understood well that embarking on an expedition against the Great Zhou was no trifling matter. After leaving the Great Qin, they would be confronted at the 10,000 Great Mountains border. They would face the pressures of the Great Zhou army, as well as the onslaught of the beast tide. How could the Great Qin withstand a beast tide capable of slaying Earth Martial Realm warriors? Would they have His Majesty personally engage in battle against the beast tide? What face would they have left to stand before the court then? If so, it would place the emperor in a perilous situation. Perhaps the officials could simply find a pillar and bring about their own demise. Li Taicang nodded in agreement. The chancellor's words hold great truth. Yet the Great Zhou must still embark on conquests. It is imperative to secure land and ensure a place for future generations. This dilemma must not be inherited by our descendants. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's eyes glimmered with approval. He was not a dogmatic traditionalist. Otherwise, history would not have recorded his 6 expeditions to Qishan. The arduous path of Shu is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. As long as Zhuge Liang remains steadfast, he can avoid the depletion of resources from a northern campaign and solidify the survival of Shu Han. Coupled with the strategy of Eastern Wu, while Shu Han may be weakened, it must not be extinguished. Should Wei seek to absorb Shu Han, it would come at a significant cost, inflicting serious wounds upon itself. Yet, Zhuge Liang understood well that waiting passively for demise is no different from pursuing it. Conquest is an absolute necessity. Inaction equates to a slow death. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. Your Majesty, I merely caution against risks, not against the expedition itself, Li Taicang continued. The Great Qin must never isolate itself. Otherwise, it shall ultimately perish within this confined realm. A month hence, the entire army of Great Qin will encamp at the borders of Great Zhou. I shall carve a path through the 10,000 great mountains and construct formidable fortifications. Centered around the exit of this realm, I will establish an impregnable city, serving as a bastion radiating outward. This matter is thus resolved. Zhuge Liang and the officials bowed in unison. We shall obey your command. Zhuge Liang advised, Your Majesty, I suggest we first dispatch elite scouts to ascertain the terrain of the 10,000 great mountains and the patterns of the beast tides. Since the decision to engage in battle has been made, Zhuge Liang has already begun contemplating strategies. Li Taicang nodded. Agreed. Bu Liang, this task is entrusted to you. Yuan Tiangang emerged from the shadows and responded hoarsely. I accept the command. Li Taicang was not one to recklessly engage in warfare. He cherished every soldier of Great Qin. The reason he dared to make the decision to embark on an expedition against Great Zhou was that he had already made thorough preparations. In a recent system check-in, he had acquired 2 unparalleled formations capable of altering the course of battle. The 9 Hell Suppression Formation, utilizing the blood of 9 ancient ferocious beasts as a conduit. It intertwines with the ley lines to create a 9-layered purgatorial barrier. Each layer harbors a unique, formidable power. The Ice Hell freezes the soul. The Flame Hell incinerates the flesh, and the Gale Hell erodes the bones and marrow. Those who attempt to breach must overcome all 9 layers, or their souls will be scattered. The indestructible Xianhuang Formation. This formation harnesses the essence of the earth, transforming it into an unyielding golden barrier, renowned for its invulnerability. Once formed, ancient runes emerge on the walls, capable of rebounding attacks tenfold. Even when struck by heavenly tribulations, it can self-repair, perpetually enduring. Li Taicang did not deploy these 2 formations in Chang'an. In his mind, should a formidable enemy truly breach the borders and assault the capital, even these defensive formations would merely serve to prolong a losing struggle. In such a scenario, he would meet his end alongside Chang'an. A monarch's demise is but a consequence of the state's fall. Thus, these 2 formations remained stored within the system's repository. Now, to establish a firm foothold in Great Zhou, he required these 2 defensive formations. The Grand Formation of Jiuyu Town, drawing upon the essence of 9 ancient ferocious beasts, is poised to effectively counter the tide of beasts. Coupled with the formidable defenses of the Xianhuang Immortal Formation, the armies of Dezhou shall not advance an inch. Thus, we shall first solidify our position at the borders, and then gradually devise our strategy. Once we ascertain the strengths and weaknesses of Dezhou, it shall be time for a full-scale assault. Ding. Sign in. Attempts refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 summoning opportunity. Which of my esteemed ministers shall arrive? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Taicang's eyes. Despite having summoned numerous talents already, the prospect of new summoning opportunities never failed to excite him. Whenever he contemplated the illustrious civil and military figures destined to become his right and left arms, jointly forging unprecedented achievements, his blood surged with fervor. The system is utilizing the summoning opportunity. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations. Host has successfully summoned a talent of unparalleled wisdom. Sun Yu. It is indeed Sun Yu. Is he not the cherished confidant of brother Mengda? Sun Yu encountered Mengda in their youth, pledging to support the Han dynasty together. Alas, Mengda betrayed Sun Yu and the Han. When Cao Cao aspired to declare himself Duke of Wei, Sun Yu resolutely chose death to express his loyalty. Since the Han's fortunes have waned, there is no longer a need for Sun Wenruo to exist in this world. Though it was Mengda who forced Sun Yu to his demise, Mengda often shed silent tears in solitude. Wenruo, my dear Wenruo, why can you no longer journey alongside me? Sun Yu possesses the talent to govern the world. Endowed with both the administrative acumen of Xiao He and the strategic vision of Zhang Liang, he could command lords on behalf of the emperor and, during the Battle of Guandu, remained in Xuchang to safeguard logistics, urging Cao Cao to persist against Yuan Shao. Moreover, he implemented the Tunshan system, revitalizing the economy of the Central Plains. Such is the caliber of a prime minister. Li Taicang called out softly, Lord Sun, where art thou? I am here. A melodious voice resonated, accompanied by the delicate fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air, as refreshing and far-reaching as the moonlight filtering through pines. Akin to a gentle breeze beneath bamboo. With measured footsteps, Taicang looked up to see a scholar clad in a moon-white robe ascending the steps. His features were clear and bright, adorned with jade at his waist, exuding an aura of warmth and grace, reminiscent of a living sage's tome. Sun Yu bowed respectfully, his voice clear and resonant. I am Sun Yu, here to pay my respects to your majesty. I wish to share your burdens and contribute to grand endeavors. Taicang did not exhibit the slightest hint of imperial arrogance. He hurried forward to assist Sun Yu, grasping his hand, his eyes brimming with delight. Wenruo, your arrival is most timely. I am about to embark on a campaign against Zhou, and I urgently require a minister of your caliber. Sun Yu smiled in silence. Taicang continued, with you by my side, I can confidently wage war against Zhou. Acquiring you is akin to a fish returning to water. Zhuge Liang. Chapter 63, Paving the Way. With Sun Yu present, the internal affairs of the Great Qin's cave heaven need not be a concern. Zhuge Liang was prepared to oversee everything at the front lines. With Zhuge Liang's presence, Taicang faced the uncertainties beyond the cave heaven without a trace of worry. For reasons unknown, the presence of the wise sage, who lightly sways his feather fan, always brings a sense of tranquility to Taicang. It seems that no challenge could ever impede him. With Kong Ming by his side, he feels invincible. Taicang often finds himself reflecting on this sentiment. At this moment, gazing at Zhuge Liang, who is meticulously strategizing at the sand table, a faint smile graces Taicang's lips. With such a loyal minister by his side, what worries could there be about achieving great ambitions? Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, he is confident in leading the soldiers of the Qin to carve out a new realm. Time passes swiftly, and a month has elapsed. Taicang has once again experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. Through the system's rewards, his prowess has ascended to the second level of Xuanwu. Under the shared experience, Zhuge Liang, Yuan Tiangang, Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, and the 4 divine generals of the Qin have all reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Huangwu. Mao Chang, though slightly less gifted, has also attained the 8th level of Huangwu. Gao Lisher and Sun Yu have reached the 6th level of Huangwu. Moreover, over 500,000 soldiers summoned by the system have all advanced to the spirit martial realm. The ranks of captain and vice-captain have broken into the high tier of spirit martial, while the commanders and 1,000-man leaders have just entered Huangwu. Such elite forces are now nearly on par with the most formidable elite guards of the Great Zhou. Taicang commands an army of 500,000. Arrayed at the snowy border, amidst the howling cold winds. In a solemn tone, he inquires, who is willing to take the lead? Just as Huo Qubing steps forward to volunteer, Taicang raises his hand to halt him. The terrain of the 10,000 mountains is complex and unsuitable for cavalry deployment. Qubing, you and the cavalry brigade shall remain on standby. Though reluctant, Huo Qubing respectfully bows and retreats to the ranks. Despite his rebellious spirit, he remains obedient to the emperor's commands. For resonant voices arise in unison. This humble soldier is willing to go. Then, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Wei Qigong, the 4 divine generals, step forward together. Each of these formidable warriors possesses an imposing physique and an awe-inspiring presence, standing like 4 iron towers that instill fear in all who behold them. Observing these 4 generals, akin to ferocious beasts, Taicang nods in approval. Each of them is a champion capable of facing 10,000 foes. Dian Wei, clad in heavy armor and wielding dual halberds, exudes an aura of ferocity. He was regarded by Meng Da as the ancient menace, and in terms of pure martial prowess, he surpasses even Guan Yu. Notably, during an intense battle, when his weapon broke, he seized 2 enemy soldiers as weapons, continuing to fight with such ferocity that it struck terror into the hearts of his foes. Regrettably, such a fierce general met his demise due to a cannon shot from Meng Da, which also claimed the lives of his eldest son, Chaoang, and his beloved nephew. Chaoang. It can be said that it was the costliest cannon shot in history. Su Chu, resembling a tiger with a robust form, wields a massive hammer, his eyes gleaming like lightning. He was dubbed the Tiger Fool by Meng Da and became one of Meng Da's most capable generals in later years. A paragon of loyalty and bravery. While others would approach Meng Da with drawn blades in the dead of night, he would assume they were assassins. Yet this tiger, charging into the inner chambers at night, would lead Mengde to suspect he had been deceived by Sun Yu. Then there is Wei Qigong, clad in black armor and brandishing a long spear, emanating an awe-inspiring authority. He is one of the revered generals of the Tang dynasty, favored by Emperor Taicang. The emperor once remarked to him, "I shall wield the bow and arrows, while you wield the spear beside me. Even against 1,000,000 men, we shall prevail." It is worth noting that this Wei Haizi personally shot and killed Li Yuanji, and fully armed, confronted Li Yuan, compelling him to transfer military power to Emperor Taizong. With these two significant acts, how could Emperor Taizong not hold him in high esteem? As for Qin Xiong, also known as Qin Shubao, he appears more handsome compared to those three formidable figures, exuding an air of a cultured general, clad in bright armor and wielding a golden mace. He possesses a scholarly demeanor. Yet, do not be deceived by his exterior. As one of the mighty guardians of the Tang dynasty, he is indeed the foremost dual-flower red staff in the empire, the most formidable under the command of Emperor Taizong. He has trampled upon the banks of the Yellow River and struck terror across 3 provinces and 6 prefectures. In terms of strength, he may indeed be the strongest among those 4 legendary generals, unmatched even by Dian Wei. Li Taicang's gaze was piercing as he solemnly issued orders. He pointed towards the direction beyond the cave. "I entrust you with 50,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards. Conquer a foothold for me and the Great Qin. I shall await your victorious tidings upon this snowy plain." Upon hearing these words, the 4 divine generals opened their fierce eyes wide and knelt on one knee in unison. "We pledge to draft a military order. We shall not return until we have breached the enemy camp." They vowed to strike terror into the hearts of the treacherous Zhou. "We are willing to serve the emperor till death." With a grand wave of his hand, Li Taicang declared, "Excellent. Go forth." The 50,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards surged forth like a black torrent, following the 4 divine generals towards the cave's exit. The sound of iron armor clanged, and the battle flags fluttered, the entire army exuding a chilling aura of impending slaughter. As he watched the grand army depart, Li Taicang turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and inquired, "Kongming, what do you think of my 4 generals?" There was a hint of boastfulness in his tone. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and responded with a smile. "Each one is a valiant general, unmatched in courage. The ferocity of Dian Wei, the loyalty of Su Chu, the bravery of Wei Qigong, and the might of Shu Bao are indeed rare in this world." "Ha ha!" Li Taicang laughed heartily, while secretly pondering when he could summon the 5 tiger generals of his royal uncle. His admiration for Guan Yu and Zhao Yun was no less than for Huo Qubing, especially Guan Yunlong, whose prowess struck terror throughout the land, slaying countless generals beneath his green dragon crescent blade, and the valiant Zhao Zilong, who, amidst the chaos of Changban Slope, entered and exited 7 times, wielding his silver spear to instill fear in the hearts of Chao's troops. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Taicang could not help but feel a surge of impatience. Alas, the temptation was overwhelming. Just a bunch of brutes," scoffed Huo Qubing, crossing his arms and disdainfully curling his lip. Though his voice was low, it was audible enough for the surrounding generals to hear. Li Taicang caught wind of it, but paid it no mind. This young general, Huo Qubing, carried an air of superiority in the annals of history. When it came to leading troops in a battle, he looked down upon everyone save for his uncle, Wei Qing. Even the renowned General Li Guang possessed formidable personal strength. Yet Huo Qubing held him in contempt. If one cannot win battles, then sharing hardships with soldiers daily is merely the mark of an incapable commander, a brute who only knows how to flaunt his raw strength. Of course, he had his reasons for such confidence. In ancient China, the commanders who could earn Huo Qubing's respect were only Han, Bai, and Li Yu. These 4 were of the same caliber as Wei Qing, legendary commanders who turned the decayed into the extraordinary. Alas, among these 5, only Li Jing and Wei Qing met a peaceful end. What is the general contemplating now? The Vice-General Zhao Ponu approached and inquired. Huo Qubing let out a cold snort. "I am pondering when I shall encounter a worthy adversary. I hope the great Zhou possesses some genuine prowess." Zhao Ponu expressed a hint of excitement. "Shall we once again follow the general to flatten the capital of Great Zhou?" Huo Qubing replied with pride. "If 100,000 cavalry cannot be unleashed, surely Great Zhou will suffice." Poor Great Zhou remains oblivious, for their magnificent capital has already caught the eye of the champion marquis. The scene shifts back to the 4 divine guardians of Qin. The quartet led the Black Dragon Forbidden Army out of their cavern, only to behold the decayed remnants surrounding them. Qin Xiong used his golden mace to pry open the clothing of a corpse, revealing a totem intertwining the crescent moon and the heavenly wolf beneath. These were the remains of the remnants of the heavenly wolves, their bodies left unattended after being ravaged by fierce beasts. The heavenly palace would not, and as scouts, Yuan Tiangang was even less likely to do so. Qin Xiong surveyed the area. The primordial forest obscured the sun, vines entwined everywhere, emanating an aura of peril. He issued a solemn command. All soldiers, heed my orders. Clear a path to create a foothold for His Majesty that can accommodate 500,000 troops. As commanded, the 50,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army sprang into action. Heavily armored infantry wielded massive axes to fell ancient trees, while archers maintained vigilance around them. And engineers began to level the ground. The four divine guardians coordinated seamlessly. Dian Wei and Su Chu were responsible for clearing the way. Wei Qigong directed the defenses, while Qin Xiong oversaw the overall strategy. Astonishingly, among these four unparalleled generals, Qin Xiong emerged as the implicit leader. Just as the four divine generals deliberated military affairs, a ghostly figure suddenly materialized before them. Who goes there? Su Chu reacted swiftly, his colossal hammer swinging with a gust of force. The figure appeared frail and flamboyant, yet its gaze was cold and piercing. It waved a black iron badge in hand, speaking in a flippant tone. A rogue, Shangwan Yunk. I come under the orders of the rogue commander to assist you generals. Qin Xiong took the badge, examined it meticulously, and nodded in affirmation. Wei Qigong sheathed his long spear and spoke in a deep voice. Yuan Tiangang has indeed considered this well. Shangwan Yunk, swaying his hips, unfurled the map he had drawn over the past month, pointing towards the northwest, his expression growing serious. Generals, the 100,000 mountains are not as simple as you presume. There lies a cavern that has been rather restless of late, not far from the Black Dragon Forbidden Army, within a deep mountain. Drip, drip. Water droplets from the cave's ceiling fell onto a viscous substance below. Upon closer inspection, the cave floor was soaked with the foul, bloody drool. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes suddenly opened, greedily gazing in the direction of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. A massive silhouette began to writhe slowly. It extended its forked tongue, tasting the air for the scent of humanity. Fresh blood and flesh. More red eyes flickered in the darkness, densely packed and innumerable. Chapter 64. Merely defending our great Zhou from the beast tide in the dead of night. By the campfire, the four generals sat huddled around the flames, each grasping pieces of the fierce beast's flesh. Dian Wei violently crushed the blood-red serpent head in his hands, its putrid blood splattering onto the fire, emitting a hissing sound. These beasts differ from the demonic creatures. They are imbued with a malevolent aura. They are utterly inedible. He disdainfully shook his hand. Su Chu stood upon a fearsome beast resembling a tiger, a creature boasting the prowess of a fifth-tier Huangwu realm, yet at that moment, it could only emit meaningless roars. Humph! Su Chu let out a cold snort, exerting force beneath his feet, causing the tiger's head to shatter with a resounding crunch. Despite its formidable cultivation, its intelligence was less than that of a 5-year-old child. The previously encountered black tortoise realm serpent could only whimper about its hunger. Qin Xiong gazed at the flickering campfire, letting out a soft sigh. If only these ferocious beasts could be tamed for labor, it would be splendid. Alas, their ferocity is difficult to subdue, aside from total annihilation. There remains no other option. Suddenly, an eerie rustling arose from the distance. Countless sharp claws scraped against the ground, and a colossal creature writhed in the shadows. The atmosphere turned frigid, the very wind carrying a foul stench. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard remained unfazed, setting aside their tasks to grasp their weapons. Su Chu seized a massive hammer from the side, his muscles taut, his eyes glinting with ferocity. He roared, "You scoundrel, how long will this continue?" Dian Wei brandished his twin halberds, exuding an aura of menace. "Brothers, let us swiftly eliminate the nearby beasts." Before his words had faded, the distant forest suddenly trembled, ancient trees crashing to the ground, causing the earth to quake violently. Following this, innumerable crimson lights ignited in the darkness, densely packed. As if the demons of hell had opened their eyes, the beast tide was upon them once more. This time, the ferocious creatures were far more formidable than before. Each one possessed at least the cultivation of the spirit martial realm, While the leaders reached the Huangwu realm, their enormous forms adorned with sharp claws. Enveloped in a violent aura, they were exponentially stronger than the previous wave led by the serpent. The Black Dragon Imperial Guard surveyed the approaching tide with a cold gaze. Unperturbed, these beasts, whether in the guise of wolves, tigers, or bears, were all covered in pitch-black scales, their crimson eyes reflecting only the desire for slaughter and consumption. They felt no pain. Even when limbs were severed or bodies torn apart, they would continue to thrash and bite, relentless in their fury. It was no wonder that the Tianyi Palace would defy the laws of the Great Zhou Kingdom to evade conscription. Only the elite of the Great Qin could remain composed. Any other sect's army would be fortunate to not flee. However, they faced 4 generals more ferocious than the beasts themselves. Dian Wei charged forth first, unleashing the full force of his peak Huangwu realm cultivation, his halberd striking like lightning. A mountain-sized black-scaled giant bear roared as it lunged at him. But he cleaved its skull in two with a single strike, then horizontally sliced, brutally dividing the beast into 3 parts. Blood gushed forth, innards spilled across the ground. Yet he did not even furrow his brow. Su Chu let out a wild laugh, raising his gigantic hammer, crashing it down with the force of 10,000 pounds. A beast resembling a fierce tiger had just leaped into the air when he struck its head, causing it to explode into a shower of flesh and bone. He strode forward, sweeping his hammer. Wherever he passed, the beasts were either pulverized into mush or had their bones shattered, collapsing with agonized cries. Yuqi Jingde wielded his spear like a dragon, every thrust precise and brutal. His movements were as swift as lightning as he plunged into the throng of beasts, thrusting, lifting, slashing, and sweeping, his actions flowing like a river. A black-scaled giant wolf leapt up only to be pierced through the throat by his spear, which he then flung, toppling several beasts in its wake. The relentless march continued, as the long spear cleaved through the air, severing the heads of ferocious beasts, blood spouting skyward. Qin Shubao, the most formidable of warriors, swung his twin hammers with a fierce gust of wind. He plunged into the heart of the beast horde, his strikes falling like torrential rain. Each blow infused with the might to shatter mountains and split stones. A black-scaled giant lizard of the yellow martial realm had barely opened its gaping maw when one hammer crushed its jaw, and with another, he pierced its chest, its innards exploding forth. Engaged in his carnage, his hammers danced in the air, the severed limbs and dismembered bodies of beasts accumulating around him like a grim mountain. From within the tide of beasts, the most powerful presence finally emerged, a black-scaled giant ape of the second tier of the Xuanwu realm, standing nearly 3 zhang tall. Its muscles rippling like iron. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. It bellowed towards the heavens, its roar shattering nearby trees. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Qin Shubao. Yet, in a mere instant, Qin Shubao's twin hammers shattered its skull. With a crack, the hardened bone akin to mysterious iron was cleaved open, and a spray of crimson and ivory erupted forth. Qin Shubao furrowed his brow, noting that the previous skull had been notably resilient. However, he paid it no mind and continued his slaughter. This spectacle left Shangwan Yunk utterly astounded. By the heavens, what does it mean to possess the courage of 1,000 men? Who among you is truly the beast? The disciplined Black Dragon Imperial Army swiftly dealt with the remaining ferocious creatures, ensuring every last one was dispatched. The battlefield soon fell silent, save for the remnants of limbs scattered across the ground and the pungent scent of blood. The 4 fierce generals stood firm, their murderous aura still palpable, as if 4 deities of death had descended upon the earth. Su Chu slammed his massive hammer into the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. Wiping the grime from his face, he grinned broadly. By the heavens, after stretching my limbs, I no longer feel fatigued. With that, he seized his colossal hammer and turned to bellow at the soldiers of the Black Dragon Imperial Army behind him. Brothers, let us exert ourselves tonight. For His Majesty, let us expand our territories. Upon receiving the command, 50,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Qin Shubao sheathed his hammers at his waist and turned his gaze towards the depths of the dense forest. Everyone, be alert. There is more lurking within these woods than what we have encountered thus far. No sooner had he spoken than deep, ominous roars echoed from afar, more ferocious than before. The 4 fierce generals exchanged knowing smiles, not in fear, but rather with an exhilarating thirst for battle. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Imperial Army tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes ablaze with combat fervor, eagerly awaiting the next clash. In the capital of the great Zhou Kingdom, Xianjing City, deep within the Imperial Palace, in the resplendent study filled with golden brilliance, candle flames flickered. The Emperor of Great Zhou, clad in a golden dragon robe, perused the latest battle reports, his expression indifferent. His gaze swept across the lines, as if everything was well within his grasp. Suddenly, a figure materialized silently behind him, kneeling on one knee, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, urgent reports from the border indicate the emergence of an unknown army engaged in battle with ferocious beasts." The Emperor of Great Zhou did not lift his head, but chuckled softly. "Ah, perhaps it has emerged from the cave of the fleeing Tianyi Palace." Behind him, a vast map hung, meticulously annotated with the positions of thousands of caves, each representing different powers and resources. Yet, without exception, all had been subdued by Great Zhou. At the edge of the map, a newly marked red dot stands out conspicuously. This location is precisely where the Great Qin's cave heaven is situated. Who would have thought that the development of that cave heaven has progressed quite well? It could certainly serve as a blessed land for our Great Zhou. A shadowy figure murmured, "Your Majesty, shall we crush those armies now?" A teasing smile curled at the corners of the Great Zhou Emperor's lips. "Why the haste? They are merely here to fend off the beast tide for us. Once they have sufficiently fed the ferocious beasts, we shall step in to claim the cave heaven, thus saving ourselves considerable effort. Your Majesty is indeed wise." The Great Zhou Emperor waved his hand, signaling for them to withdraw. As silence returned to the imperial study, his gaze fell once more upon the map, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I hope the new cave heaven's forces can hold out a little longer. Do not let me down too greatly." In a narrow alley of Xianjing City, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing an iron mask suddenly appeared. The intelligence within the capital of the Great Zhou is indeed quite comprehensive. Chapter 65, Hanga Pass. In just 3 days, the formidable generals Dian Wei, Su Chu, Wei Qigong, and Qin Shubao led 50,000 Black Dragon Imperial Guards, sweeping through the surrounding hundreds of miles with an unstoppable force. They carved paths through the mountains, flattened the primordial forests, and systematically uprooted beast lairs, effectively clearing out living space for millions. Li Taicang personally led 500,000 troops to descend upon this expanse of land. It had transformed from a wild jungle and undulating peaks into a vast plain. Li Taicang then raised his hand and waved. The 9 prisons town boundary array and the Xianhuang indestructible array descended simultaneously, unleashing 2 towering pillars of light into the sky. The moment the 9 prisons town boundary array was established, the aura of higher-level ferocious beasts caused the ordinary beasts in the distant mountains to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, the Xianhuang indestructible array began to absorb the power of the Earth's veins. The arrays might envelop hundreds of miles, gradually forming a heavy shield of light akin to the very Earth itself. "Here, I shall establish an impregnable stronghold. This fort shall be named Hanga Pass." As his words echoed, the 500,000 troops sprang into action. Each soldier performed their duties, swiftly shaping the contours of a magnificent fortress. The 4 formidable generals took their positions at the 4 corners, ensuring that the construction proceeded flawlessly. As for the specifics of the fort's construction, Li Taicang entrusted it entirely to Zhuge Liang. Li Taicang discovered that the chancellor was truly versatile. Whatever affairs he entrusted to him, the chancellor completed with excellence. Just like this time, the design of the stronghold was crafted through several sleepless nights by the chancellor. Fortunately, in this world, the chancellor possessed considerable prowess. Otherwise, he would have struggled to endure Li Taicang's demands. Li Taicang summoned Yuan. Although this rogue officer bore a rugged visage, he exhibited an exaggerated demeanor, his movements imbued with an effeminate grace. Every gesture radiated a sense of delicacy, especially his occasionally raised fingers, rendering him quite the foppish figure. This sight sent shivers down Li Taicang's spine, particularly since, in the original narrative, this lad harbored a penchant for the unconventional. Who would have thought that among our great Qin men, there would be such a unique individual as you, my dear minister? Li Taicang's tone was flat, yet it made Yuan tremble all over, kneeling on the ground in a state of fear. Although he was summoned by Li Taicang, at the very moment of his summoning, Li Taicang handed over these unsavory individuals to Yuan Tiangang. Thus, strictly speaking, it was their first meeting. Yuan felt a deep sense of unease within. He held an unwavering loyalty to the notorious leader, Yuan Tiangang, and was utterly devoted to Li Taicang. However, his understanding of the emperor's character was limited to what he had gleaned from Yuan Tiangang. The emperor was a sagacious ruler who tolerated no imperfections. This was the assessment given by the great leader. Considering his own proclivities, Yuan Tiangang now felt as if he were sitting on needles. In this era, the average person would find it difficult to accept such tendencies, let alone an exalted monarch. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I shall certainly amend my ways. I will not bring shame upon the men of our great Qin. Yuan Tianggang's voice trembled, and beads of sweat dripped to the ground. Li Taicang, observing the imposing figure before him trembling in fear, couldn't help but find it amusing. In the original text, this individual was described as someone who easily swayed with the winds, with Yuan Tiangang labeling him as a fence-sitter, lacking steadfastness. Yet, upon reflection, despite his complex personality, he was indeed a loyal and valiant man. Whether it was his almost pathological obedience to the notorious leader or his devotion to Li Xingyun, even in his final moments. Fearing that he might err due to his poisoning, he faced death with a smile. Such responsibility and resolve are not traits of an ordinary person. Though he may exhibit a softer demeanor, he acts with the valor of a true man. Li Taicang waved his hand. I do not hold any grievances against you. Raise your head. Yuan Tiangang straightened up cautiously, but still dared not meet Li Taicang's gaze. His face was etched with trepidation, fearing that his actions might tarnish the reputation of the notorious leader in the emperor's eyes. I am aware of your situation. I ask you, have you forced anyone? Have you engaged in acts with youths? Yuan Tiangang firmly shook his head. I would not dare. If any of the notorious individuals were to violate the laws of the land, the leader would expel them. Li Taicang continued, that is sufficient. Your deeds are far more honorable than many who pride themselves as great men. When I select individuals, I value their abilities and loyalty, not these trivialities. Yuan Tianggang's eyes suddenly reddened. For years, he had grown accustomed to being pointed at and ridiculed, often mocking himself. Yet at this moment, the exalted emperor bestowed upon him an unprecedented recognition. He recalled the emperor's earlier remark about being intolerant of imperfections, forgetting the subsequent praise of a wise ruler. Your Majesty, his voice choked, this time not from fear, but from emotion. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, living up to your expectations. Let me see the intelligence you have gathered. As you command, Your Majesty. Yuan Tiangang presented the meticulously prepared confidential report to Li Taicang. This report was exceedingly detailed, clearly marking the locations of all beast dens within a radius of several hundred miles, categorizing the types of fierce beasts and their population distribution. No wonder Yue Fei and his companions could sweep through this area with such momentum, clearing it in just 3 days. However, the entirety of the report contained scant intelligence regarding the Great Zhou, with only 2 sentences provided. From thousands of miles away, towering walls stand sentinel against the onslaught of beasts. There exists a sect, self-styled as the Beast King cult, which fervently disseminates the doctrines of ferocious creatures, particularly rampant along the borders. Many citizens of the Great Zhou have begun to pay homage to these malevolent beasts. He lifted his gaze towards the respectfully standing Yuan Tiangang. Have you encountered the armies of the Great Zhou? Yuan Tiangang shook his head. No, in pursuit of intelligence. The commander has already ventured to the capital of the Great Zhou. Li Taicang nodded, internally exclaiming his admiration. Truly, Yuan Tiangang is unorthodox in his methods. I assigned him the task of scouting the surroundings, and instead, he infiltrated the enemy's capital. However, he harbored no concerns for Yuan Tianggang's safety. No one in the Great Zhou could capture him, not yet born. Given that commander's cunning, he might very well have already blended into the court of the Great Zhou, quietly observing from a shadowy corner. Issue a command to expedite the construction of Hanga Pass. It must be completed before the commander's return. Additionally, instruct the 4 generals to intensify border patrols and report any anomalies immediately. I shall attend to it at once. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Li Fuyao's crisp voice. Elder brother, we have apprehended several disseminators of heretical teachings. Shall we interrogate them? No sooner had the words left her lips than Li Fuyao strode in, effortlessly carrying 3 emaciated old men. These elders were missing limbs, and the leading elder was blind in one eye. Clad in black leather garments made from ferocious beasts, they muttered incomprehensible phrases. If we do not interrogate them, I will simply kill them, Li Fuyao declared, her murderous aura palpable, her sword drawn a third of the way from its sheath. As the former empress who once ruled the realm, she harbored a deep loathing for these soul-corrupting cults. In her eyes, regardless of the banners they wave, religions ultimately threaten the very foundations of the court. Moreover, these lunatics, who call themselves the Beast King cult, revere the savage beasts. Li Taicang's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the heretics before him. All three possessed considerable cultivation. Two were at the spirit martial realm, while the one-eyed elder was at the yellow martial realm. Such prowess would elevate one to prominence in the Great Zhou, affording a comfortable existence. Yet here they stood, reduced to this pitiful state. The one-eyed elder, noticing Li Taicang's scrutiny, suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. "Child, do you fear the beast tide? Do not be afraid. Offering your flesh and blood to the sacred beasts is not demise, but a return to the eternal embrace. Their fangs are the vessels that will ferry us to a land devoid of pain and suffering. Close your eyes, and as the beast's breath caresses your hair, you will hear all your departed loved ones calling. This is not farewell, merely a different method of safeguarding the realm." Impudence. Seeking death, old man. Li Fuyao Gao Li Shi and Mao Xiang erupted in fury, all shouting in unison. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Fuyao's eyes as she raised her foot and sent the one-eyed elder sprawling to the ground. The Imperial Guards had already unsheathed their blades, poised to execute the heretics at a mere command. Li Taicang's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. With measured steps, he approached the one-eyed elder, lowering his gaze upon the man whose fervent eyes and frenzied manner betrayed his madness. "Will this charade continue? If you persist in this pretense, I shall decree the slaughter of all commoners along the borders of the Great Zhou. Do you see the army outside? Are you aware of my capabilities?" Chapter 66. The Mark of a True Man. Li Taicang observed that the three remained unperturbed, continuing their incantations. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he turned to call out harshly towards the palace exit. "Huo Qubing, assemble your cavalry and take them out for drills. Slay at will. I shall reward you for your military merits." Huo Qubing's eyes brightened. "As you command, your majesty. Just watch my actions." He promptly turned to leave. "Wait." The one-eyed elder could no longer maintain his facade, hastily interjecting. His single eye now shone with clarity, devoid of any trace of the earlier madness. "Your majesty, as a sovereign ruler, why must you trouble those impoverished souls, barely clothed?" Li Taicang scoffed, responding, "With your prowess at the yellow martial realm, you could easily become a formidable figure in the Great Zhou. Why then propagate such heretical doctrines?" The elder's expression fluctuated, hesitating to reply. "To worship those savage beasts, driven solely by hunger and devoid of reason. How could you conceive such a thing? Even more despicable is your audacity to spread this cult upon my Qin soil." The one-eyed elder's demeanor shifted again, murmuring, "Is this not the territory of the 10,000 great mountains? Shall I pluck out your other eye so you may not see how I have claimed this land and built fortifications here? From this day forth, this territory within 1,000 miles belongs entirely to the Great Qin. Thus, all mountains, rivers, flora, fauna, and the common folk, even these savage beasts, are now subjects of the Great Qin." With each declaration, Li Taicang stepped forward. "Including you, those charlatans of heresy, having entered my Great Qin's realm, you must abide by our laws." In this moment, Li Taicang bore resemblance to an unnamed emperor of ancient Huaxia, gazing over the vast expanse of land and populace, proclaiming, "All of it is mine. Every last bit belongs to me." The generals in the hall glared furiously at his words. Li Fuyao's sword gleamed coldly, poised against the elder's throat, while Gao Lishi stood grim-faced nearby, ready to intervene at any moment. Mao Chang, accompanied by the Imperial Guard, encircled the three, sealing off all avenues of escape. The one-eyed elder trembled, suddenly straightening his back, and asked in a deep voice, "Will the 50,000 troops of your esteemed dynasty stand against the beast tide here? Will the people within this 1,000-mile radius receive the protection of His Majesty the Qin Emperor?" Huo Qubing scoffed, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "If soldiers do not protect their country and their people, they might as well find a pillar to crash against." Li Taicang's expression remained indifferent, yet his tone was resolute. "I shall expand my territory, and it is essential to subdue the 10,000 great mountains. The populace residing within my lands are Qin people. Provided they obey my rule and adhere to the laws of the Great Qin, I shall surely safeguard them." Before he could finish, The one-eyed elder suddenly lunged at Li Taicang. The latter frowned, stepping back with an expression of disdain. Gao Lisher reacted with extraordinary swiftness, delivering a powerful kick that sent the old man sprawling to the ground. "You old fool, seeking death, are you?" Yet, the one-eyed elder remained unfazed, bowing deeply with tears streaming down his face. "If His Majesty the Qin Emperor is willing to protect the citizens of the Great Zhou's borders, I am willing to lead all members of the Beast King sect to pledge allegiance to Great Qin." Li Taicang furrowed his brow and replied, "It is not your Zhou subjects I seek to protect, it is my Qin citizens." The one-eyed elder wept profusely, repeatedly bowing his head, each impact resonating loudly. "It is only fitting that we, the common people, would lead all followers of the Beast King sect to submit to Great Qin." Gao Lisher sensed something amiss and immediately signaled a nearby guard to summon Zhuge Liang for a discussion. Zhuge Liang entered the grand hall with light footsteps. Li Taicang narrowed his eyes. This individual, as he presented himself now, bore no resemblance to a deceitful cultist with ulterior motives. Rather, he appeared as a venerable elder, deeply concerned for his country and its people. "You have meticulously spread your doctrine and gathered so many followers, yet you are so willing to submit to Great Qin?" The one-eyed elder let out a bitter smile, a profound weariness evident in his singular eye. "If it means the survival of the border populace, why should we deceive ourselves by establishing the Beast King sect?" Li Fuyao scoffed. "Is survival not a simple matter? The army of Great Zhou is no less formidable than that of Great Qin. Simply retracting your borders would suffice." "What your highness does not know," the elder countered, "is that those towering walls serve not only to fend off the beast tides, but also to prevent the impoverished citizens from entering the realm of Great Zhou." "What? Your own army is defending against your own destitute citizens?" Li Taicang's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why? If we are to resist the beast tides, those commoners cannot even slay ordinary ferocious beasts. Leaving them outside merely provides sustenance for the monsters." As he spoke, Li Taicang's expression shifted, his pupils narrowing. Three gaunt elders wore expressions of sorrow. The one-eyed elder said, "It seems His Majesty is already aware. Indeed, the plan is to use the border populace as fodder for the beasts, to keep them well fed. Once a portion of the ferocious beasts is sated, the violence of the beast tide diminishes, sacrificing the lives of the impoverished border folk in exchange for fewer casualties among the Great Zhou army. That is the court's calculation." With a self-deprecating smile, the one-eyed elder continued, "Even if we trade thousands of impoverished lives for a single soldier of the celestial realm, it is still a profit." The assembly was taken aback in horror. "Nonsense." Huo Qubing suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. Li Fuyao's face turned pale, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. Even the typically composed Gao Lisher displayed a look of incredulity. Zhuge Liang's countenance grew cold. Li Fuyao bit his lip and asked in a low voice, "Then how have you survived?" The one-eyed elder replied, his expression numb, "Indeed, the border populace cannot withstand the beast tides, but people will always find a way to survive. No matter the circumstances, survival is paramount. Those who endure continue to reproduce. Moreover, Great Zhou continues to drive its citizens to the borders. Initially, it was death row inmates, then the elderly nearing the end of their lives, and finally, women and children with little talent, destined to remain at lowly realms. Your Majesty must understand. The populace beyond those high walls is nearing the numbers of Great Zhou's 36 provinces. In the prosperous land of the Great Zhou, where all sing praises of the divine emperor, it is notable that not a single woman or elder is present, only the robust youth, selected as if they were livestock. How could such a realm not flourish?" The one-eyed elder weeps blood from his sightless gaze, while the grand hall descends into a heavy silence. Zhuge Liang lets out a deep sigh. Regardless of the rise and fall of dynasties, the common people suffer. Li Fuyao feels parched. As a former empress, she has encountered many tyrants, yet she cannot comprehend the atrocities of the great Zhou's sovereign. Li Taicang, with a grave expression, inquires, "And what of you? With your profound cultivation, why have you come to this wretched land? Why propagate the doctrines of the beast-worshipping cult?" The three men, though clad in the furs of ferocious beasts, straighten their clothes and perform a respectful bow. "We are the sons of the Yang family from Jinan Prefecture, students of the Great Zhou Academy. We are the sons of the Gao family from Yunzi Prefecture, students of the Great Zhou Academy. We are the sons of the Song family from Kangwu Prefecture, students of the Great Zhou Academy." Li Taicang responds, "Scions of noble families? Or scholars?" Since you are aware of the poverty of the border populace, why continue to spread this malevolent cult that brings harm? The one-eyed elder chuckles bitterly. Your Majesty, a cup of poison sweetened with honey far surpasses the agonizing sting of a lethal toxin. We are not ignorant of the Beast King's deceit, leading the Na-ve populace astray, yet it offers them a glimmer of solace. Your Majesty, observe our wounds, each a testament to our battles with the beasts. We have studied the sacred texts but are powerless to save the world. We can only delude ourselves with this heretical faith. At this, the three elders can no longer contain their grief, collapsing to the ground in heart-wrenching sobs, as if to expel the humiliation and despair of years. Li Fuyao, filled with fury, declares, the great Zhou is utterly rotten. What purpose does such a dynasty serve? With a flourish of his sword, Huo Qubing exclaims, Your Majesty, let us annihilate the great Zhou and incorporate its lands into the Qin. Allow me to lead the cavalry to crush their capital. At that moment, Li Taicang's gaze is devoid of disdain. He steps forward, gently lifting the filthy one-eyed elder, solemnly stating, This is a true man, a righteous hero. Come, serve in my Qin. These three elders indeed deserve admiration. Once scions of noble houses, they were esteemed disciples of the Grand Master of the Great Zhou. Once students of the sovereign himself, with their esteemed lineage and exceptional talents, they could have easily ascended to the court, becoming figures of envy among the powerful. Their friends and family would never find themselves on the list of those exiled to the borders. Yet they chose to forsake a life of opulence, a life adorned in silk and jewels, abandoning their illustrious prospects. They resolutely arrived at this desolate frontier, advocating for those whom the great Zhou court deemed mere fodder for beasts. For decades, their potential has been slowly drained, their bodies marred with scars, blood staining their garments. Nevertheless, they have never abandoned the impoverished, ragged populace. They would rather bear the stigma of a heretical cult than deny the desperate souls a shred of comfort. Are they fools? No. They have read the sacred texts excessively. They cannot disregard the plight of the common people. They cannot bear to witness the suffering of the populace. A true scholar must possess both magnanimity and resolve, for the road ahead is long and arduous. The streets are filled with lamentations, and the city drenched in blood, driven solely by the desire to save the suffering souls. Li Taicang harbors genuine admiration for such individuals. In contrast to those officials who speak incessantly of benevolence and morality while turning a blind eye to the hardships of the people, these three leaders of heretical sects are far more deserving of the title of disciples of the sages. You three should come to serve in the great Qin. Li Taicang gazed at them with admiration. The one-eyed elder's voice was hoarse, yet filled with a plea. Your Majesty, I seek nothing more than your protection for the common folk within your realm. Li Taicang solemnly nodded. Naturally, all who abide by the laws of the Great Qin upon my land are citizens of the Great Qin. As your sovereign, it is my duty to safeguard them. Meng Tian, Li Taicang called out to the outside of the hall. A middle-aged general clad in black armor entered, kneeling on one knee. I am at your service. I command you to lead your Great Wall Army to expand our borders against the Dezhou. Should any Dezhou soldiers obstruct you, show them no mercy. Understood. Li Fuyao interjected. Brother, I wish to join as well. Her demeanor radiated courage. Though a woman, she exhibited a boldness surpassing many men. Her spirit was free-spirited and unrestrained. Despite being a former empress, she possessed a chivalrous heart. Most importantly, she shared a trait with Li Taicang, a desire to express her emotions openly when angered. Li Taicang did not deter her, but stated gravely, Very well, but you must heed General Meng Tian's command. At this moment, Huo Qubing could no longer contain himself. Proclaiming loudly, Your Majesty, I too wish to go. Li Taicang nodded. Do not accompany them. 10,000 cavalry cannot be deployed here. Take your 800 riders and capture a few tongues. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Huo Qubing's eyes. Understood, Your Majesty. Would Huo Qubing return with mere tongues? Certainly not. He was not the champion marquis renowned for his swift raids into enemy courts. Did Li Taicang know this? Of course. He understood that Huo Qubing must not be constrained, but rather allowed to unleash his full potential. Yet, 10,000 elite troops would draw too much attention. 800 would suffice. Meng Tian led 300,000 troops, advancing towards the high walls of Dezhou with the might of a surging tide. The demeanor of this great wall army mirrored that of their commander, meticulous and disciplined. As the army advanced, they obliterated ancient forests, Mountains were moved and rivers filled in. Along the way, they encountered numerous barren villages. These villages were established by those driven from their homes. The inhabitants, numbly observing the slow advance of the Qin warriors, mechanically sought refuge. Yet, there was little fear in their eyes. For these people, who had endured hardship and constantly teetered on the brink of death, could anyone be more terrifying than the soldiers of Dezhou who had driven them away? Could any beast, bloodthirsty and cruel, instill greater fear? When they eventually realized that these soldiers bore them no ill will, they gradually lowered their guard, emerging from their dilapidated abodes, casting curious yet cautious glances at the well-equipped soldiers of the Great Qin. The soldiers of the Great Wall Legion, in turn, regarded the emaciated populace with intrigue. They were astonished to discover that these seemingly frail refugees possessed considerable prowess, with many having attained the profound realms of Xianhai and even the Master Realm, occasionally revealing a few Grand Masters among them. However, these individuals were scantily clad, draped in tattered garments made of some coarse fabric, subsisting on a mysterious, black, paste-like sustenance. Their gaunt bodies bore numerous scars, and their eyes reflected a sense of numbness and despair. The soldiers of the Qin army recognized that look, reminiscent of the livestock in pigsties and sheepfolds. They exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. In the Great Qin, the common folk were far less formidable than these individuals, yet they could at least meet their basic daily needs and occasionally enjoy a meal of meat. If a family were to have a child with a talent for cultivation, the Great Qin would even provide free support for their training. Thus, it was the first time the soldiers of the Great Wall Legion encountered such a tragic sight among masters and Grand Masters. "Is this truly a Grand Master?" murmured a young soldier, observing an elder nearby gnawing on tree bark. The old man exuded a faint aura of a Grand Master, yet stooped with age, his trembling hands barely able to secure his food. The soldiers of the Great Wall Legion, with great interest, tossed dried fruits and snacks to the people of the Great Zhou. The citizens scrambled for these treats, yet ultimately reserved the spoils for their children. Children represented their hope. The land here was soaked with the foul, blood-tainted remnants of fierce beasts, the soil hard and exuding a pungent odor, rendering it utterly unfit for cultivation. Even if a few crops could be grown, they would inevitably be destroyed by the frequent incursions of small beast waves. Thus, many of the border populace of Great Zhou had never tasted anything palatable since birth, subsisting instead on the carrion of ferocious beasts, supplemented with leaves, wild grasses, and tree roots. The children cradled the dried fruits as if they were rare treasures, savoring them with newfound wonder gleaming in their eyes. A young mother knelt on the ground, feeding the precious candied treats to her infant. As she witnessed her child's first smile, her calloused hands trembled with emotion. A centurion, observing his subordinates in such a commotion, barked sternly, "Enough of this. Quicken march." His steely gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on the village elder who approached with trepidation. This elderly man, a first-tier celestial being, now stooped and clad in mere scraps, was a pitiful sight. "Sir," the elder began to plead, but was abruptly interrupted by the centurion's harsh command. "We have no time to take you captive. Surrender to the rear units." Gazing at the emaciated elder, whose ribs were visible through his tattered garb, the centurion frowned. "Submit to the Great Qin, and proclaim long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor. The Great Qin will provide you with food and clothing." On that day, the village chief of Tianren was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy in the next instant. "General, is this truly the case? Will we receive food without any cost?" The centurion reminded. "You must submit to the Great Qin and adhere to its laws. You shall worship our esteemed Emperor of Qin." Another audacious villager timidly inquired, "This esteemed general, do we need to feed you or defend against the ferocious beasts?" The multitude of villagers anxiously gazed at the centurion. Accustomed as they were to the practices of Dezhou, which often involved the blood and flesh of the common folk to quell the beastly tides. If they could exchange their own well-being for the nourishment and warmth of their children, they would not entirely reject the notion. "Preposterous," bellowed the centurion, his eyes flaring with anger. "Fight the ferocious beasts. Do you think I would rely on you? Those beasts are my military achievements. Do you intend to usurp my glory?" The mention of military accolades instantly transformed the previously intrigued soldiers of the Great Wall Legion into figures of solemnity and iron resolve. Who would dare to infringe upon their military honors? Were they courting death? The The young cavalry brigade flaunted their prestige before them, bolstered by their illustrious military feats. Now, the Great Wall Legion yearned for their own recognition, their eyes nearly bleeding with longing. Whoever dares to covet our military accolades shall contend with the 300,000 warriors of the Great Wall Legion. The centurion's voice boomed. Listen well. Those ferocious beasts are the prey of our Great Wall Legion. Anyone who dares to encroach upon our achievements will face my wrath first. In unison, the surrounding soldiers echoed his outrage. The village chief grasped the sentiment of the Great Wall Legion. Trembling, he knelt upon the ground, his frail hands raised high before crashing down. Behind him, hundreds of villagers fell to their knees. A cloud of dust swirling as the old chief cried out with a quavering voice, "We willingly become subjects of the great Qin. For generations, we shall remain loyal to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. Long live the Qin Emperor." The heartfelt cries reverberated through the valley. Tears streamed down the old chief's weathered face as he turned to the villagers, proclaiming, "Mark this well. From this day forth, we are subjects of the great Qin. Should anyone show even a hint of disrespect towards His Majesty, I shall be the first to not forgive." Similar scenes unfolded along the path of the Great Wall Legion. In another village, when a mother received flatbreads from the Qin soldiers, she suddenly broke down, sobbing while holding her child. "My child, you are saved. You are saved." Trembling, she tore the flatbread in half, offering one piece to her child and the other reverently at an improvised altar dedicated to the Qin Emperor. A teenage boy, clutching his portion of cotton clothing tightly, suddenly dashed towards the marching troops, kneeling in the middle of the road. "Generals, I wish to enlist. I want to accompany you in slaying the ferocious beasts." Behind him, a row of young boys, their eyes red with determination, knelt in solidarity. The elite soldiers of Qin remained indifferent, their military achievements still insufficiently shared. In a distant village, upon hearing that allegiance to the great Qin would grant them land, several elderly men, with hair as white as snow, wept bitterly. They tremulously unearthed seeds they had cherished for decades, seeds that were meant to sow hope come springtime. Now preserved for many years. As Meng Tian rode atop his warhorse, he observed the common people kneeling in reverence along the path. He spoke solemnly to his deputy. "Send word down the line. Each battalion should dispatch small teams to assist these newly loyal subjects in constructing temporary encampments. Furthermore, dispatch riders at full speed to inform His Majesty, requesting additional supplies of grain and clothing." He had underestimated the number of these people, who sprang forth like wild grass from even the most inhospitable places. The deputy hesitated, saying, "General, this will slow our march. Execute the orders. Remember, His Majesty desires not a scorched earth, but the hearts of the people for the great Qin territory." As the sun dipped below the horizon, new bonfires sprang up along the marching route of the Great Wall Army. Amidst the curling smoke, the citizens held steaming bowls of millet, many elderly kneeling in gratitude towards the direction of the great Qin. Children donned fresh, coarse garments, joyfully racing about the encampment. This was their first evening free from fear. Chapter 68. Huo Qubing. His Majesty knows me, and I know His Majesty. On the towering border walls, the soldiers of the great Zhou patrolled in tight formation. They bore two responsibilities, one to fend off the onslaught of beasts, and another to prevent the common folk of Great Zhou from crossing into the walls. The absurdity of preventing their own citizens from entering their own territory was not lost on them. Yet, such orders were to be followed with unwavering diligence, with the latter taking precedence over the former. Allowing a few ferocious beasts to enter the walls could be dealt with leniency, but admitting a few commoners would incur severe penalties. Accumulating enough infractions could lead to the loss of military status and expulsion beyond the border. Initially, witnessing the carnage of their fellow citizens torn apart by beasts would incite anger and compassion in these soldiers. However, the relentless brutality of daily life had long since dulled their consciences. Now, they merely felt relief that it was not themselves being devoured, grateful for these flesh shields absorbing the brunt of the beastly onslaught. Just yesterday, 3 blood wolves had charged into the eastern sector. An old soldier, chewing on a root, remarked nonchalantly, "They only killed a dozen commoners before retreating, saving us the trouble of intervening. Once these commoners have nourished the beasts, their casualties will not be significant." The guards atop the walls had reached a consensus. Even if the gates were open now, they would never allow those commoners inside. After all, trading the lives of the common folk for their own comfort was a bargain too advantageous to resist. Their emperor of Great Zhou truly was wise, sacrificing the useless in exchange for the prosperity of their realm. Yet there remained some stubborn souls who continued to criticize the emperor's policies. Such antiquated minds deserve to be cast beyond the borders, to feed the beasts with their own flesh. Rumor had it that a new army had emerged beyond the borders to resist the beastly tide. This force had established a stronghold at the boundary of the Great Mountains, promising to harbor those commoners and audaciously proclaiming their intent to overthrow Great Zhou and eradicate the royal family. The Great Zhou army scoffed at this. Let those ignorant forces and their commoners become fodder for the beasts. Commander, the army claiming to be the Great Qin is advancing. A soldier of the Great Zhou hurriedly reported to the commander of the defense, a man of the Fong surname. The commander yawned, waved his hand dismissively, and replied nonchalantly. Did the higher-ups not issue a command? Pay no attention to those troops. They revel in subjugating the common folk. Let them do so. After all, they are destined to be devoured by the ferocious beasts. This Fong commander had reached the 4th level of the Xuanwu realm, distinguishing himself among the border commanders. It is well known that positions in this desolate region are not rewarded for merit, but rather punishments for failures. The powerful warriors of the Earth martial realm within the Great Zhou enjoy prosperity in the affluent central states, while these marginalized figures are relegated to the harsh borderlands. Commander Fong, you should ascend the city walls and take a look, the soldier urged, his voice trembling with urgency. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Commander Fong made his way to the battlements. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyelids twitched violently, and he erupted in a furious tirade. What the hell? Are they becoming brazen? Indeed, they were aware that the Great Qin army was constructing roads and fortifying their defenses while providing refuge for the displaced. However, they never anticipated that the enemy would erect their walls a mere mile from the Great Zhou's border. For cultivators of the celestial and spiritual martial realms, a mile is but a fleeting moment. Thus, the Great Qin was effectively pressing its face against that of the Great Zhou, provocatively challenging them with a bold declaration. We are this audacious. Dare to face us if you disagree. Yet, Commander Fong refrained from rash actions. He turned to issue orders. Immediately report this matter to His Majesty and seek guidance on how to respond. Furthermore, relay to all camps to bolster their defenses. No one is to act without my command. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Great Qin army was laboring to fortify their walls. Meng Tian grasped Huo Qubing's arm and urged him seriously, General Piaoqi, where are you headed? His Majesty only instructed you to capture a few scouts. What are you intending to do? Behind Huo Qubing, 800 elite cavalry stood ready for action, their youthful spirits alight with the thrill of battle. Huo Qubing held his head high, a characteristic defiant smile gracing his lips. What am I doing? Naturally, I intend to charge the walls of the Great Zhou. You have seen the highest-ranking officer among them. He is merely at the mid-level of the Xuanwu realm. Speed is of the essence. If we do not mobilize now, when shall we? The 800 cavalry cast sideways glances at the Great Zhou's wall troops, their expressions brimming with pride, unperturbed by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Do you see? Our general is leading us to earn military accolades. The soldiers of the Great Wall closed their eyes, choosing not to witness the arrogance of these youths. Out of sight, out of mind. Meng Tian shook his head, solemnly stating, His Majesty has not issued such orders. Do you even hear what you are saying? You are merely at the 9th level of the Huangwu realm. How can you dare to look down upon those at the mid-level of the Xuanwu realm? Huo Qubing burst into laughter, his voice echoing off the walls. His Majesty understands me, and I understand His Majesty. If your Majesty desires me to be docile, you would not have released me. Li Fuyao shook his head helplessly. General Meng Tian, let him go. My brother indeed harbors such intentions. Meng Tian turned back in astonishment. Your Highness, how could you? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Huo Qubing suddenly broke free from his restraints, brandishing his spear as he charged toward the towering city walls with a roar. Follow me. Strike down any enemy in sight. Kill. These youthful knights surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing after the fiery red cloak toward the majestic ramparts. Commander Fong watched in fury as Huo Qubing and the 800 cavalrymen charged forward. His anger ignited. A mere 9th level of Huangwu. How brazen. Before he could finish his words, Huo Qubing's powerful frame trembled. His cultivation had surged. 1st level of Xuanwu. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from him sent shivers through Fong, who was at the 4th level of Xuanwu. It felt as though he might become the next victim of this young general's blade. What manner of person is this? Chapter 69. Meng Tian and Huo Qubing each have their own ruthlessness. In the blink of an eye, Huo Qubing's spear had pierced through the air. Commander Fong hastily raised his blade to meet the attack, and in that instant of collision, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! A sound like thunder shook the very heavens. Dark red lightning streaked across the sky. The blinding light compelled all onlookers at the border to instinctively shut their eyes. When they looked again, Huo Qubing had pinned Commander Fong against the towering walls. Fong grasped the spear that had pierced his abdomen with both hands, coughing blood profusely. As Huo Qubing approached with measured steps, his expression was feral, and his eyes glowed crimson. Why do you attack my great Zhou? Do we have enmity with your great Qin? What grudge do I, Fong Lin, hold against you? He demanded of Huo Qubing. With a cold visage, Huo Qubing approached Fong and offered a disdainful smile. The midday sun illuminated his bloodied face, casting a chilling and terrifying smile upon him. Clang! He drew the Qin sword. A flash of cold light passed by. A head soared high into the air. Fong's final expression remained wide-eyed in death. His body slowly slid down, leaving a glaring trail of blood upon the walls. Huo Qubing flicked the blood from his sword, his tone dripping with indifference and coldness. To annihilate you. What concern is it of mine? The walls fell into a profound silence. The great Zhou defenders stood stupefied, witnessing their proud commander be slain in a mere moment. A section of the great Zhou's border had been breached. This time, not by ferocious beasts, but by a man. Poor Commander Fong, even at the end, could not comprehend what had transpired. He had not even had the chance to activate the city's defensive array or deploy his troops before Huo Qubing pierced his abdomen with a spear and beheaded him. The soldiers of Great Zhou on the walls trembled as they gazed upon this young general clad in red and black armor. Having battled ferocious beasts for so long, they had long forgotten the art of human combat. Typically, they found amusement in bullying those lesser beings who had not reached the celestial realm. Huo Qubing, exuding murderous intent, declared coldly, "Speed is of the essence in warfare. My cavalry regiment spares no captives. No mercy. Kill." The 800 cavalrymen roared in unison, brandishing their long spears. Amidst the glint of cold steel, severed heads soared into the sky. They dispatched the soldiers of the Great Zhou with merciless precision. This elite force of 800 had been meticulously selected from 100,000 cavalrymen, each one a paragon of martial prowess. Strikes from opponents of the same realm barely grazed them, akin to mere pecks. The battle swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. The morale of the Great Zhou defenders crumbled rapidly, sending them scattering in panic. Although the 800 cavalrymen pursued relentlessly, some managed to escape into the heart of Great Zhou. A young cavalry soldier spat disdainfully onto the ground. Humph! Despite their elevated realms, these individuals are only capable of battling mindless beasts. When faced with true combat against humans, they are but paper dolls. No one dared to contradict the young cavalryman's words, for they rang with truth. Zhao Ponu eagerly approached Huo Qubing, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "General, shall we continue our advance? Should we storm the capital across the way?" Huo Qubing cast a cold glance at him. "What is my cultivation level?" "The first layer of Xuanwu." "And what of the governor of Yogu Prefecture?" "The 5th layer of Difu." Zhao Ponu earnestly replied, "Before we came, the brigands had already relayed their intelligence to the cavalry. Thus, we know not only the governor's cultivation level, but also the identity and duration of his knightly consort." Huo Qubing's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe that someone at the 1st layer of Xuanwu can defeat a 5th layer of Difu?" "Certainly not." Zhao Ponu blurted out. "Then why the hell would you have me charge in? Did I offend you in some way that you would send me to my death?" Zhao Ponu found himself momentarily speechless. Confusion clouded his mind. Had it not always been thus? The general often broke through realms mid-battle. What was a mere 5th layer of Difu worth? He shrank back, cautiously asking, "Then, General, shall we retreat?" Huo Qubing raised his chin. "Send someone to inform General Meng Tian to create a significant disturbance at the border, ideally drawing the entire attention of the Yogu Prefecture governor." Zhao Ponu's expression brightened. At once, Huo Qubing's gaze sharpened as he peered toward Yogu Prefecture. Now that they were aware of the governor's residence, why not raid it? While confronting a Difu realm expert head-on was unwise, launching a surprise attack on their stronghold and plundering their kin was well within reach. Unable to defeat the governor, yet capable of capturing his wife and children, Huo Qubing let out a cold laugh, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the hilt of his sword. He harbored no concern of being encircled by the great Zhou army within Yogu Prefecture. This was the very scenario he had anticipated. His tactic was to let the enemy tire while he struck, to retreat as they advanced. Gradually devouring their strength, he would conquer them in parts. Huo Qubing threw his head back and laughed. "Brothers, charge with me." The 800 cavalrymen, far from displaying fear, ignited with fervor. They shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for the general." Huo Qubing mounted his steed, pointing his spear directly at the heart of Yogu Prefecture, a chilling smile upon his lips. "Remember our rules: avoid prolonged battles, refrain from seeking glory, and retreat swiftly after seizing what we desire. Let that esteemed governor experience the taste of ruin." The sound of hooves thundered like a tempest, as 800 iron cavalry sped forth like arrows loosed from bows, racing towards the heart of the great Zhou. Along the way, the Zhou people caught but a glimpse of a red flash, hardly able to discern the riders' identities before this cavalry vanished beyond the horizon. On the neighboring city wall, the Great Wall Legion gazed enviously at the 800 elite riders. Such a commander as Huo Qubing inspires soldiers of the same indomitable spirit. Huo Qubing himself, proud and unyielding, leads a troop equally audacious, fearless of heaven or earth. In stark contrast, the Great Wall Legion exhibits a more measured demeanor, eschewing any reckless endeavors. Montaigne, with a frosty countenance, regarded a young rider who had come to deliver news. The youth's eyes burned with fervor as he beheld his general and the backs of his 800 brothers. In Montaigne's presence, the young rider shed his usual arrogance and, with a sheepish grin, said, "General Montaigne, you wouldn't leave me behind, would you? I have too many flaws. I might lead your Great Wall Legion astray. Perhaps you should send me away?" Montaigne, maintaining his stern expression, cast a sharp glance at the young rider and coldly commanded, "Be off with you." The young rider's countenance brightened as if granted a reprieve. He bowed deeply and exclaimed, "General Montaigne, you are a kind man. I shall no longer speak ill of you to our general." No sooner had he uttered those words than the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. The young rider dared not linger. He swiftly mounted his horse and galloped back towards his 800 comrades, calling out, "General, wait for me. I haven't caught up yet. Don't leave me behind." Observing the young rider's hurried retreat, Montaigne couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Is this truly a soldier of the Great Qin? What difference is there from a bandit? Huo Qubing's military ethos is devoid of rigid constraints, adhering instead to a singular principle: rewards and punishments must be distinct. What belongs to you, he will seize for you. Dare to covet what is not yours, and you shall face dire consequences. While laxity may be tolerated in daily conduct, any defiance of his orders invites immediate execution. No minor infractions, no second chances. Thus, the cavalry regiment embodies two distinct personas. In times of peace, they mirror their commander's audacity, looking down upon other Great Qin legions. Yet, once battle commences, they metamorphose into fearless warriors, unhesitating even in self-sacrifice at Huo Qubing's command. Montaigne's deputy, his own brother Meng Yi, furrowed his brow as he watched the 800 riders fade from sight. "General, what shall we do now?" Montaigne collected himself, regaining the resolute and decisive demeanor he was known for. "The champion will certainly make significant moves within the heart of Yogu Prefecture. We must do everything possible to divert the governor's attention." After a moment of contemplation, Montaigne's eyes blazed with murderous intent, resembling a butcher. "Let us capture the nobles of Yogu Prefecture and the fleeing soldiers of the Great Zhou. We shall sever their hands and feet and display them upon their military banners, drawing fierce beasts to feast upon them from the city walls." Meng Yi bowed. "I shall obey your command." Li Fuyao, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. She envisioned the scene, realizing it resembled a mortal fishing, baiting a hook and waiting for fish to bite. However, the bait now consisted of the noble elites and soldiers of the Great Zhou, while the fish transformed into the ferocious beasts lurking in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. She gazed in disbelief at General Meng Tian, astonished that this robust and imposing figure could conceive such a brutal strategy. It seemed that beneath the calm exterior of this renowned general flowed the same iron-blooded ruthlessness characteristic of the Qin army. She even suspected that this scheme might have originated from her second brother, Li Taicang. What shocked her further was the indifference of the soldiers of the Great Wall army surrounding them. To them, this was merely an ordinary tactic. Meng Tian was known for his steady command and deep care for his soldiers, yet he was certainly no soft-hearted individual. He had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. His methods towards enemies were notoriously merciless. Otherwise, he could not have become the foremost warrior of Qin under the militaristic regime of Emperor Shi Huang. Li Fuyao could already foresee that such humiliation towards the great Zhou nobility would undoubtedly incite immense anger among the powerful within the Zhou realm. The governor of Yogu Prefecture would surely come in person. Chapter 70. Fishing for Beasts on the City Wall. A border post of the Great Zhou had been shattered by the iron hooves of Huo Qubing and his 800 cavalry. However, those border citizens who had longed to enter the gates now turned their backs, resolutely walking in the opposite direction. They stumbled, yet remained remarkably steadfast, ignoring the open city gates behind them. To be frank, they were unaware of the true strength of the Great Qin, or whether the Emperor Qin surpassed the heavenly sovereign of the Great Zhou in skill. They did not know if the Great Qin could successfully withstand the ferocious beasts. What they did know was that the Great Qin provided them with food and clothing. Most importantly, the Great Qin treated them as human beings, not as mere fodder for beasts. They would rather die as citizens of the Great Qin than be slaughtered as livestock for the Great Zhou. Let us go to the Great Qin. As long as we believe in Emperor Qin, he will provide us with sustenance, clothing, and land to cultivate. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, said to the youth beside him, I will no longer identify as a Zhou person. I am ashamed to have once been a part of Zhou. A middle-aged man fiercely tore away the tattered garments of the Zhou dynasty from his body. Let us believe in the Emperor Qin. Let us pledge our utmost loyalty to his majesty. Among the crowd, mothers clutched their children tightly, and the elderly supported one another. They would rather perish fighting as citizens of the Great Qin than continue to exist as mere livestock of the Great Zhou. The procession grew longer as new refugees continuously joined, carrying their meager belongings and assisting the elderly and children toward the newly constructed Hanggu Pass of the Great Qin. Although the future was uncertain, the spark of hope shone brightly in everyone's eyes. This was the first time in many years they felt the dignity that every human being deserves. However, as these impoverished souls made their way to the Hanggu Pass, they were suddenly halted in their tracks by a shocking scene on the Great Zhou city wall. Look, what is that? Someone trembled, pointing toward the city wall of the Great Zhou. It appeared that the esteemed lords of the Valley of Shadows were now facing a grim fate. As the onlookers gazed upward, they beheld the once mighty aristocrats of the valley, now deprived of their limbs, suspended like cured meat upon the banners of the Great Zhou. These nobles, accustomed to sumptuous living and delicate skin, had become exquisite delicacies for the ferocious beasts that surged forth from the 10,000 great mountains. Their ravenous appetites unperturbed by the presence of the terrified populace lurking in the shadows. The beasts, salivating profusely, lunged towards the delectable morsels hanging upon the city walls. On the battlements, hundreds of great Zhou dignitaries dangled from chains, stripped of their former grandeur. Their limbs were reduced to bloody stumps, and the stark whiteness of exposed bone protruded grotesquely. Specialized ground meat powder gnawed at their wounds, blood dripping incessantly and leaving long trails upon the surface of the wall. The faces of these once noble aristocrats contorted in horror. Some had bulging eyes, veins throbbing on their foreheads, while others bit their lips to the point of bleeding, froth accumulating between their teeth. The youngest among them had succumbed to madness, erupting into frantic laughter, while the elders trembled, murmuring prayers for their ancestors' protection. Fully aware of their futility, they were hoisted upon the Great Zhou's flagpole, and the troops of the Great Wall mercilessly hurled them from the walls like discarded banners. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe was the first to be devoured. 3 wolf-like beasts leaped simultaneously, biting into his shoulder, waist, and thigh. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, his body was gruesomely torn into 3 pieces. A middle-aged noble dangling at the outermost edge witnessed these horrors and was paralyzed with fear, losing control of his bladder as urine streamed down his luxurious silk trousers, mingling with blood that dripped onto the heads of the beasts, thereby inciting their ferocity. A serpent-like creature flicked its tongue and snatched away chunks of his flesh. Alas, my daughter, vengeance has come from the Qin. You may now rest. A grieving elderly woman wailed as she collapsed to the ground in tears. Mother, do you see? These vile beasts have become the prey of the monsters. A young boy, his eyes aflame with rage, shouted. Gradually, a chorus of whimpers arose among the commoners of the Great Zhou. These people were once subjects of the Valley of Shadows, having personally endured the atrocities of the aristocrats. When the resettlement orders from the Great Zhou were issued, they were gripped by terror, desperately seeking the protection of the Valley's nobles. They did not plead for their own survival, but implored the lords to safeguard their young children and aged parents. Their pleas were not in vain. They offered to serve as servants in the noble households to escape the resettlement to the borderlands. They were indeed taken in, albeit selectively, with only the fairest maidens and the most handsome youths chosen. The women became mere playthings, while the boys were turned into courtesans. The rest, who had begged in vain, were heartlessly cast out from the city walls. Did you think that was the end? No. Those beautiful women and handsome boys, after exhausting the whims of the nobles, would be discarded like refuse. With the deadline for resettlement long past, and the gates of the Great Zhou's border city barred, these people had no choice but to hurl these women and children from the towering walls into the abyss below. The ferocious beasts congregate beneath the city walls, their gaping maws wide open, resembling fledglings awaiting sustenance. Those who meet a tragic end find themselves with the most favorable outcome. Meanwhile, the nobility atop the walls revel in this spectacle. The transgressions of these individuals are utterly abhorrent. I recall a rain-soaked day when an elderly man trembled uncontrollably. They cast down several young women and children, and one girl, still clinging to life, managed to crawl a few steps amidst the beastly horde before a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the crowd. Some knelt in retching despair, while others beat their chests in grief. These memories are too agonizing, yet now, witnessing the perpetrators face their reckoning, the pent-up sorrow of years finally finds an outlet. As the nearest provincial capital to the Great Qin's celestial abode, Yogu Prefecture has been thoroughly surveyed by the nefarious. When a pile of intelligence reports cluttered General Meng Tian's desk, this usually composed commander smashed the table with a resounding blow. Initially concerned about implicating the innocent, he sought only to punish the most heinous of the elite. However, upon reviewing these documents, he realized that identifying even a single innocent soul in Yogu Prefecture was akin to reaching for the heavens. Out of 1,000 elites, it seemed improbable to find one whose hands were unstained by blood. Li Fuyao unsheathed her sword and left with a grim expression. She had once deemed Meng Tian's methods excessively brutal, yet now, she perceived them as insufficiently severe. She proceeded directly to the execution platform, observing the nobility who had been dismembered, and coldly instructed the soldiers executing the sentences. Strike here, and it will prolong his agony by 3 hours. After severing the limbs, sprinkle some pulverized flesh and bone powder. Fear not the torment of death. Such suffering will only attract more ferocious beasts. The soldiers gazed in astonishment at the usually dignified princess of Great Qin, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Remember, with these brutes, there is no need for compassion. A nobleman bound to the rack, upon hearing her words, widened his eyes in terror. Spare me, my lord. I can offer all my wealth. Li Fuyao let out a cold laugh as she took up a packet of bone powder herself. Fool, if I kill you, your wealth becomes mine. Relish this. It is the retribution you deserve. From a distance, Meng Tian observed this scene without interference. He turned to Meng Yi and instructed, dispatch orders to intensify the manhunt. Let none who participated in the persecution of the common folk escape. Chapter 71. The annihilation of the provincial governor's residence. Governor Shen Ruan of Yogu Prefecture surveyed the mounting pleas for help, his temples throbbing with agitation. These letters emanated from the prominent families within the province, as over 100 nobles had mysteriously vanished in the past fortnight. Another 3 gone missing? Shen Ruiyuan furrowed his brow. Most of the missing nobles possessed low realms, none exceeding the Xuanwu level, and the majority were elderly. This predicament instilled widespread panic across Yogu Prefecture. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that His Majesty the Emperor intended to apply the policy of purging the commoners to the nobility as well, categorizing the lower-ranked nobles as useless and sending them to the borders to feed the beasts. This theory sparked considerable uproar among the prominent families, with 3 of them dispatching representatives to the governor's residence to demand an explanation. These matters have left Shen Ruiyuan in a state of utter disarray, even reducing the time he can afford to indulge his concubine. What on earth is going on? He had initially believed that by retreating to this frigid valley state, he could evade the tumult of the court, yet the troubles of the local realm prove equally vexing. Just as Shen Ruiyuan was grappling with his mounting frustrations, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A flustered servant rushed in with a report. "My lord, a person claiming to be the personal guard of Commander Fong Lin wishes to see you. He says there is a situation at the border." Observing the servant's anxious demeanor, Shen Ruiyuan sensed he was not fabricating this tale. A situation at the border? Heaven forbid it is yet another warning of monstrous beasts encroaching upon us. Shen Ruiyuan exclaimed in fury. Fong Lin, a trusted subordinate he had personally elevated, though possessing merely the cultivation of the Xuanwu Middle Realm, had always conducted himself with prudence, seeking counsel on all matters. Shen Ruiyuan had intended to recall him for greater responsibilities in a few years, but if the threat of vicious beasts truly looms, he might have to place the entire blame upon Fong Lin's shoulders. "Bring him in at once." Shen Ruiyuan gestured irritably. Before long, a ragged figure, dressed as a commoner, was presented before Shen Ruiyuan. At first glance, a flicker of disdain crossed Shen Ruiyuan's eyes. Among the powerful of the great Zhou, instinctive contempt for the lower classes runs deep. However, this commoner was robustly built, with well-defined muscles, and, most importantly, radiated the cultivation of the celestial realm. It was evident he had intentionally disguised himself. What has transpired at the border? What folly has that fool Fong Lin committed? Shen Ruiyuan demanded sharply. The personal guard of Fong Lin, trembling with trepidation, knelt and wept. "Governor, the border has been breached by the Qin forces. General Fong has been slain by them." "What?" Shen Ruiyuan sprang to his feet, astonishment etched on his face. The oppressive aura of the earth martial realm erupted uncontrollably. "Are you jesting with me? The Qin are mere bandits emerging from the caves. How could they possess the strength to slay Fong Lin?" The personal guard recalled the scene of Huo Qubing's merciless assault on Fong Lin, trembling uncontrollably, terror reflected in his countenance. That young man, clad in red robes and black armor, dispatched General Fong with a single strike. The general's head was even displayed on the city gates. Shen Ruiyuan's complexion reddened, his narrowed eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Continue." The personal guard's voice quivered, his pupils shaking, his expression one of sheer horror. "The Qin forces have severed the limbs of the various lords, smeared them with ground flesh and bone powder, attracting ferocious beasts to feast upon them from the city walls. The border now echoes day and night with the lamentations of the lords. These beasts," Shen Ruiyuan roared in unrestrained fury, the formidable aura of the earth martial realm erupting violently, causing the study to fracture under the onslaught of his spiritual energy. Amidst the flying wood splinters, he had grasped the truth behind the recent disappearances of the nobles. It was undoubtedly that accursed Qin who had secretly abducted them. The personal guard lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Ruiyuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "The Qin have gone too far. I shall personally seek retribution." At that moment, the prostrate personal guard suddenly raised his head, terror etched upon his face. "My lord, save me." Shen Ruiyuan furrowed his brow in response. Before him stood the royal guard, his skin suddenly flushed a deep crimson, steam rising from his body as if he were being boiled alive. His lips rapidly darkened to a purplish black, and dark blood began to seep from his orifices, a clear sign of poisoning. Shen Ruiyuan immediately channeled a pure essence of spiritual energy to save him, only to discover that the toxin had already permeated his very marrow, dissolving his internal organs. With a grim expression, he could only watch helplessly as the messenger succumbed to excruciating pain, drawing his last breath. More horrifyingly, the corpse soon began to liquefy, ultimately transforming into a foul-smelling puddle of pus. Shen Ruiyuan stared at the putrid liquid on the ground, his face a mask of despair. This potent poison could only be sourced from a rare and malevolent beast, and the great Zhou had always shunned such creatures. It was inconceivable that it was one of their own who had administered the toxin. This could only be the handiwork of the Qin. It was evident that the disguise of Fong Lin's guard was riddled with flaws, and the Qin could not possibly be oblivious to it. The Qin had deliberately allowed Fong Lin's guard to relay their message. This was a blatant threat. Shen Ruiyuan perceived this as the Qin's warning against rash actions. The audacity was infuriating. Shen Ruiyuan trembled with rage, feeling as though his lungs might burst. He spun around abruptly, shouting at his attendant, "Immediately mobilize the troops and march on the Qin." "But my lord, His Majesty has ordered us not to." "That is none of my concern. You need only carry out my command." Shen Ruiyuan interrupted in a furious tone. The attendant bowed, acquiescing, yet a flicker of something unusual glinted in his eyes. Once Shen Ruiyuan stormed away in a fit of anger, The attendant swiftly summoned his confidant, instructing them to report the incident to the capital of Great Zhou. After Shen Riyuan had departed with his army for half a day, a cohort of 800 men arrived at a nearby hillside. These 800 appeared like phantoms, making not a sound. In the dim surroundings, 800 pairs of eyes glimmered like fiery torches. Huo Qubing led the 800 cavalry, arriving shortly after Shen Riyuan had vacated his residence. Along the way, they had swept through more than 10 noble estates like a tempest. Each strike was thunderous. After the iron steeds charged, they vanished, leaving chaos for the subsequent Great Wall legions to clean up. Those fortunate enough to have escaped the crushing hooves of the cavalry would soon realize that their misfortune had only just begun. Awaiting them was a fate of being hoisted upon flagpoles by the Great Wall legions, serving as live bait to lure ferocious beasts. Compared to a swift death from the lance of 800 cavalrymen, such a slow and torturous demise would be the most brutal punishment for these corrupt nobles. Throughout their journey, the 800 cavalry also witnessed the opulence of the aristocracy. It was unimaginable that the common folk beyond the borders lacked even decent sustenance. While the nobles indulged their pets with the most exquisite delicacies, the destitute citizens were barely clothed. Yet the nobles used silk made from the threads of ice silkworms to wipe their dog's drool, discarding it afterward. The beautiful women selected from among the lowly were treated as mere playthings. Yet even so, these women would kneel in gratitude, for in their eyes, being a servant in the noble houses was 100 times preferable to awaiting death beyond the borders. The opulence of the rich stinks of wine and meat, while the roads are littered with the frozen remains of the dead. Huo Qubing gazed upon the brightly lit governor's mansion, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Zhao Penu stepped forward quietly, awaiting orders in silence. Huo Qubing had commanded all to remain silent before the battle, leading many of the cavalry to sever their own tongues. After all, they would regrow with the consumption of a few medicinal pills once the conflict had concluded. A bloodthirsty killing intent flickered in Huo Qubing's fiery gaze. He slowly raised his right hand, making a decisive gesture across his throat. Instantly, the 800 cavalry trembled with excitement, silently baring their blood-stained teeth. Their fingers, tightly gripping their weapons, turned pale, their eyes glinting with a savage ferocity. No words were needed. Every soldier understood the meaning of the command. Merciless slaughter. This night, not a single soul would be spared from the governor's mansion. Boom. It resounded like thunder. The inhabitants of the Shun residence were puzzled. How could such a clear night suddenly erupt with the sound of thunder? Yet, mere moments later, their pupils dilated in horror, the color draining from their faces. Not far away, 800 figures surged forth like streaks of black and crimson lightning, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of slaughter, charging towards the Shun residence. The air was thick with a chilling dread. Before the enemy could utter a word, Zhao Penu's spear had already pierced through his throat. With a flick, the severed head soared into the air. Boom. 800 streaks of black and crimson lightning struck the Shun residence. Their momentum shattered the gates, the heavy vermilion doors splintering as if made of paper. Leading the charge, Huo Qubing swept his spear across, instantly cleaving 3 approaching guards in half, their innards splattering upon the ground. The 800 cavalry surged forth like tigers among sheep, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in their wake. As a steward attempted to ignite a warning signal, he was simultaneously impaled against the wall by 3 long spears. In a mere heartbeat, the entire Shun residence was submerged in a sea of blood. The flames reaching towards the sky illuminated the estate as if it were day, while Huo Qubing gripped the hair of the lady of the house, dragging her forward with a chilling calmness. This once regal woman was now smeared with blood, her ornate robes tattered and soiled on the ground. Huo Qubing walked on, expressionless. Whenever the woman's face shifted, her gaze flickered. He would not hesitate to unleash a swift arc of sword light. The sword energy surged forth, striking down the hidden kin of Shun Rui Yuan one by one. A youth concealed behind a rockery was bisected by the blade, his upper body crawling in terror. Several female relatives huddled within a wardrobe were also cleaved in 2 along with the furniture. Why? The lady of the Shin family cried hoarsely. What enmity do we hold against you? The 800 cavalry executed their grim task in silence, their severed tongues rendering the slaughter all the more eerie and terrifying. The only sounds echoing through the night were the dull thuds of blades meeting flesh and the explosive crackle of flames consuming the structure. Huo Qubing grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth. who decreed that one must hold a grudge to kill. What reason is needed to annihilate your entire family today? With that, he released his grip, and with a flash of the sword, cleaved the lady of the Shun family in half. Chapter 72. Shun Rui Yuan was bewildered. In the depths of the imperial city of Dezhou, within the royal palace, Emperor Zhou perused the scroll in his hands, while a confidential letter from Yogu state lay upon the table. Yet, this sovereign did not exhibit even a flicker of rage in response to the contents of that missive, nor did it capture his interest in the slightest. It appeared he was indifferent, indeed, utterly unconcerned. His expression remained as placid as water, his brows unknotted. The matters spoken of in the letter, such as the invasion by the Great Qin, the breach of the borders, and Shun Riyuan's unauthorized mobilization, seemed merely trivial gossip to him. Such occurrences transpired every few centuries. This time, however, it was intriguing. Rather than an internal rebellion, it emerged from the depths of the caverns. The emperor's gaze was profound, as if he had encountered such upheavals countless times before. Your Majesty, the elderly eunuch standing beside him hesitated to speak. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to withdraw. Alone in the grand hall, the sound of the emperor's sigh echoed. Isn't it preferable to simply serve as sustenance? Meng Tian stood upon the city walls, his gaze steady as he surveyed the newly acquired territory. He commanded his soldiers to fortify the defenses and construct fortifications, while dispatching small teams to advance gradually into the heart of Yogu state. Each step was meticulously calculated, and a defensive system was promptly established for every inch of land taken. He relayed orders to the camps. No reckless advances. Each strategic point of occupation must ensure timely support from all quarters. Those who defied this military directive would face punishment. Meng Tian instructed Meng Yi. Though proud, he was not arrogant. He understood that while the garrison of Yogu state was hardly formidable, the vastness of the territory posed a risk. If they rushed ahead out of greed, they could easily fall into the predicament of an extended front and dispersed forces. Thus, he adopted a strategy of gradual encroachment, steadily expanding his control. When the unsavory news arrived that Shun Rin was leading a grand army towards them, Meng Tian remained unflustered. He continued with his arrangements in silence. He noticed that Li Fuyao had mysteriously left the military camp but refrained from sending anyone to search for her. The crown princess had her own reasons for her actions. Li Fuyao soon returned, accompanied by another individual, which astonished Meng Tian. The following day, Shun Riyuan arrived directly beneath the city walls with his army. He galloped forth, seemingly oblivious to the cities along the way that had been seized by the Great Wall troops. In his eyes, the pressing matter was to reclaim the borders and rescue the captured nobles. As for the Qin forces that occupied those cities, they were merely fish in a barrel, easily vanquished upon his triumphant return. Upon reaching the city walls, Shun Riyuan beheld the dignitaries of the great Zhou bound to flagpoles, being taunted like fish bait by the Qin soldiers. Fury surged within him, and he unleashed his martial prowess, launching himself towards the walls. How dare the Qin scoundrels insult the great Zhou? He bellowed. Death to the Qin scoundrels. His wrath ignited the spirits of the great Zhou soldiers, who were inspired by their governor's valor, erupting into cheers. Governor, magnificent! Governor, magnificent! As Shun Riyuan drew closer to the border walls, he suddenly halted. He observed a resolute and formidable middle-aged general who stood dutifully behind a man with a stunningly beautiful woman at his side. The enchanting woman pointed at the approaching Shun Riyuan and exclaimed, "Second brother, it is he." Li Taicang raised his gaze to the formidable Shun Riyuan, who had reached the 5th level of earth martial arts, and nodded with interest. Indeed, the 5th level of earth martial arts is beyond your capabilities. Li Fuyao was acutely aware that they could not contend with such strength. Therefore, she retreated to the gates of Hangu Pass to summon their elders. Shun Riyuan's figure abruptly halted midair, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping him. For reasons unknown, despite the noble figure radiating merely the aura of the Xuanwu realm, an instinctive dread gripped his heart, warning him that taking another step would lead to his demise. He glared at Li Taicang, demanding, "Are you the Qin emperor? Why do you seek to invade my great Zhou?" Li Taicang regarded Shun Riyuan with indifference, akin to observing an insignificant insect. When he spoke, his tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The great Zhou has lost its virtue. The great Qin shall take its place. Shun Riyuan was instantly incensed. How brazen! I am burdened with state affairs and have no time for your trivialities. Prepare to die. despite Shen Ruyuan's lofty position in the air and Li Taicang standing upon the city walls. All present felt as though Li Taicang was looking down upon Shen Ruyuan from a position of superiority. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Li Taicang unsheathed his sword, and with a single stroke, the blade's light flashed like lightning, arriving in an instant. Shen Ruyuan barely had time to react before he was paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of the Emperor and the Divine. With a sudden gasp, a gaping wound erupted from his chest, blood gushing forth. This strike was executed with merely 70% of Li Taicang's strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Shen Ruyuan would have been cleaved in two. The reason for sparing Shen Ruyuan's life lay in Meng Tian's belief that the latter could prove useful. Meng Qing, I leave Shen Ruyuan in your care. I have pressing matters to attend to, Li Taicang stated calmly as he sheathed the Taya sword. Your humble servant bids farewell to your majesty, Meng Tian replied, kneeling respectfully. Li Taicang nodded slightly. He understood Meng Tian's character. This composed general would never act as casually as Huo Qubing in his presence. This was Meng Tian's nature and also his steadfast principle as a commander. Nevertheless, before departing, Li Taicang could not help but offer a word of caution. Stay vigilant. Should a formidable foe appear, notify me at once. If not for Fu Yao seeking me out, would you have intended to face the Earth Martial Realm adversaries alone? There was a clear reproach in his tone. Yet Meng Tian's expression remained resolute as he replied solemnly. Historically, only ministers have come to rescue their sovereign. Never has a sovereign come to the aid of a minister. Li Taicang furrowed his brow. In my reign, such is the case. Fu Yao, do not return yet. Remain here. Should any more Earth Martial Realm warriors arrive, seek me immediately. Understood, second brother, Li Fu Yao replied obediently. Li Taicang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He was well aware of Meng Tian's stubborn nature, rather than waste words. It was best to take his leave directly. Li Fu Yao approached Meng Tian and whispered, General, although my second brother's tone is severe, he holds you in high regard. Meng Tian's demeanor was solemn. I understand, and for that reason, I must not become overly reliant on His Majesty. To serve the ruler, one ought to alleviate his burdens. How could one add to his woes instead? After Li Taicang's departure, Shen Ruyuan was escorted before Meng Tian. This former governor of Yogu State, his powers stripped, was bound tightly with specially crafted iron chains. Two personal guards, one on each side, pressed down on his shoulders, poised to strike his knees. Kneel. One of the guards barked. Shen Ruyuan let out a cold snort, standing tall. In Yogu State, there are only governors who meet their end, never those who kneel. The guard's face darkened, ready to break his knees, but was halted by Meng Tian's raised hand. Meng Tian spoke in a deep voice, General Shen, why must you be so obstinate? Submit to our great Qin, and you shall remain the ruler of Yogu State. Shen Ruyuan scoffed repeatedly. Submit to great Qin? I would rather live as a man of Zhou and die as a ghost of Zhou. Whether you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. But be swift in your execution. Meng Tian, unhurried, continued to persuade him. By submitting to great Qin, you can still enjoy wealth and honor. Your family may continue their current way of life. You dare to threaten me with my family? A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Ruyuan's eyes, soon replaced by realization. I see, you intend to use me as a breach to attack the other states, do you not? He struggled to straighten his body, his voice hoarse yet filled with scorn. If one governor surrenders, the morale of the great Zhou army will undoubtedly waver. You of Great Qin need only control the governors of each state to conquer all of Great Zhou without shedding blood. Meng Tian's expression darkened, his silence thickening the atmosphere in the tent. Despite his capture, Shen Ruyuan's insight was indeed remarkable. He had accurately guessed Meng Tian's plan to use the governors as bait to dismantle the Great Zhou defenses. It seems I was correct, Shen Ruyuan scoffed. Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. Though I, Shen Ruyuan, may fear death, I shall never become a traitor to my nation. Meng Tian replied, and what of your son? Shen Ruyuan raised his chin defiantly, mustering strength as he spoke. Let me tell you, you will not use my family to threaten me. Yet, the flicker of panic in his eyes betrayed the fear within. Meng Tian inwardly scoffed. Shen Ruyuan was clearly a man of bluster, but fragile within. At that moment, an ominous figure quietly entered the tent, delivering a confidential report to Meng Tian before swiftly departing. Meng Tian unfurled the document, his brow furrowing deeper with each line, the fury in his eyes nearly boiling over. He lifted his gaze toward the still defiant Shen Ruyuan, a hint of pity flashing in his expression. Shen Ruiyuan was taken aback by this look. What is it? What has happened? Meng Tian, disappointment evident, waved his hand dismissively at Meng Yi beside him. Drag him out. Sever his limbs, and douse him in spices to attract the ferocious beasts of the mountains for our great Qin. At least he will have some value then. What? Shen Ruiyuan was struck with horror, unable to comprehend why Meng Tian's demeanor had shifted so drastically. A sense of foreboding surged within him. What has happened? Speak. Quickly. Is it my family that is in peril? Yet Meng Tian refused to waste further words, turning his back to him. Shen Ruiyuan was seized by the two guards and dragged outside, struggling frantically, his voice hoarse. Tell me, what has happened to my wife and children? Meng Tian, speak to me. As the echoes of Shen Ruiyuan's cries gradually faded, Meng Yi returned, his brow furrowed with confusion. General, what has transpired? He inquired. Meng Tian's face flushed with suppressed rage as he forcefully handed a confidential report to Meng Yi. Take a look for yourself. Upon receiving the report, Meng Yi's eyes widened in shock as he read the stark words. General Huo Qubing led 800 cavalry to mercilessly annihilate the Shen household. The entire family has been extinguished, their residence set ablaze, with no survivors. Meng Yi's astonishment compelled him to lift his gaze. Wasn't General Huo previously responsible solely for charging into battle, leaving the aftermath to us? How could this happen? I intended to leverage the Shun family to coerce Shen Ruiyuan into submission. Yet, who could have anticipated that Huo Qubing would display such unrestrained ferocity? Even a single child of Shen Ruiyuan would have sufficed. Meng Yi continued. Shen Ruiyuan harbors a profound enmity against our great Qin. He cannot be spared. It is prudent to eliminate him swiftly to prevent future complications. Meng Yi sought to console him, saying, There is no need for excessive concern, General. The armies of the Great Zhou in various provinces are but a feeble force. Even without Shen Ruiyuan as a lever, we can still conquer with ease. As the vice commander of the Great Wall Legion, Meng Yi possessed both confidence and capability. Meng Tian shook his head solemnly. You do not comprehend. Extracting the last vestiges of value from Shen Ruiyuan could significantly reduce the casualties among our Great Qin soldiers, even if it means saving a single life. It is worth our efforts. He rose, stepping to the entrance of the tent, gazing at Shen Ruiyuan in the distance, who was currently facing execution. We merely need to utter a few words to safeguard the lives of our comrades. Why not seize the opportunity? Meng Yi stood by, his eyes gleaming with admiration for his elder brother. In his eyes, Meng Tian was not merely an invincible general, but also the elder brother he would follow for a lifetime. Elder brother, I finally understand why His Majesty holds you in such high regard. Meng Tian turned, a rare softness gracing his resolute features. It is merely the duty of a commander. Remember this, Meng Yi. A true general does not prove his worth through slaughter. Our mission is to protect our land, safeguard our people, and above all, to defend each soldier who follows us. Chapter 74. Awaiting the outcome, Li Taicang's desk was cluttered with an overwhelming number of memorials awaiting his review. The daily influx of governmental affairs akin to an unrelenting tide. Li Taicang, along with Zhuge Liang and Sun Yu, found themselves tirelessly engaged within the confines of Great Qin's celestial realm. As the borders of the Great Zhou continued to succumb to devastation, the influx of refugees pouring into Hanggu Pass increased daily. The once magnificent Hanggu Pass had undergone 3 expansions, yet it still could not accommodate the ceaseless flow of humanity. Fortunately, after conquering Yougu Prefecture, they acquired vast tracts of land to settle the refugees. The most daunting challenge lay in the matter of sustenance. The celestial realm of Great Qin lacked sufficient provisions to sustain such a multitude of Great Zhou refugees. Li Taicang could not allow the new Qin populace to starve at the expense of the old Qin citizens. Thus, he reluctantly issued an order to capture 100,000 ferocious beasts from the mountains, utilizing their blood and flesh as the primary sustenance for the Great Zhou refugees. Simultaneously, Li Taicang decreed that priority should be given to recruiting soldiers from among these Great Zhou refugees to form a new army. The expanse of the Great Zhou was vast. Relying solely on the current soldiers of Qin, even if they succeeded in conquest, they could not hold the territory. Moreover, the lengthy border required troops to fend off the impending beast tides. Thus, the formation of a new army is imminent. The provisions of the Great Qin will not sustain the idle. Li Taicang also requires these refugees to conquer cities and seize territories. Soon, the Great Qin army commenced large-scale hunts for ferocious beasts. Elite soldiers ventured deep into the edges of the 10,000 Great Mountains, slaughtering captured beasts and returning with them as sustenance for the newly affiliated populace. Under the relentless efforts of the Great Qin's valiant warriors, the ferocious creatures near the borders were nearly eradicated. Faced with the depletion of ferocious beast resources at the mountain's edge, the Great Qin adopted more radical measures. A few influential figures from the Great Zhou were dispatched from the border garrison of Mengtian, coated in a special concoction of spices and hung at the entrances of the deep mountains. The unique aroma emitted by this mixture successfully lured forth powerful beasts from the depths of the mountains. These creatures, massive and significantly stronger than those previously encountered, still fell prey to the well-trained Great Qin army. The Great Qin even established a dedicated slaughtering team for these beasts. Most members of this team were drawn from the elite Jinyue. After all, they dealt with corpses daily, and the methods for handling both humans and ferocious beasts were strikingly similar. The precise movements of the embroidery spring blades skillfully stripped the beasts of their hides, which were then fashioned into armor for the new army. The bones of the beasts required little processing, becoming weapons for the troops. The flesh and blood were evenly divided among the newly affiliated Great Zhou citizens. Initially, Taicang worried that such distribution would incite unrest, as the meat of the ferocious beasts was notoriously sour and difficult to swallow, imbued with a malevolent aura that could harm one's vitality and accelerate decay. Yet, the reality surpassed his expectations. Long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor! Countless citizens knelt towards the highest palace at Hanggu Pass, tears welling in their eyes. To them, the flesh and blood of these beasts were a divine delicacy. Before the arrival of the Great Qin, they had subsisted on the foul blood of beasts mixed with leaves and roots, a sustenance even livestock would shun. The elders wept as they chewed, never having imagined they would taste complete meat in their lifetimes. Even more astonishing was that the malevolent aura contained within the beast's flesh did not harm them. Rather, it became an aid to their cultivation. Many experienced significant advancements in their skills after consumption, with some even breaking through their bottlenecks on the spot. These refugees, long accustomed to life on the borders of the 10,000 Great Mountains, exhibited remarkable adaptability, able to digest the malevolent aura within the beast's flesh. It is worth noting that even the elite soldiers of the Great Qin, at the spirit martial realm, required hours to dissipate the malevolent aura after consuming the ferocious meat. Yet these Great Zhou commoners, typically at the Xianhai or Grandmaster levels, experienced only brief discomfort, perhaps a momentary stomachache or a mild bout of diarrhea, before returning to normalcy. Furthermore, after digesting this malevolent aura, some even experienced breakthroughs in their realms. Even more astonishing was their cultivation speed, which accelerated by over 30% compared to ordinary individuals. No wonder these people, employing the most rudimentary techniques without any cultivation environment, could achieve the levels of grandmasters and celestials. Taicang gazed at these reports, letting out a soft sigh. The adaptability and resilience of the human race truly surpass all expectations. Yet, behind these qualities, how many truly care about the immense suffering endured by humanity? A vast quantity of beastly flesh was distributed to the New Qin people. The 10,000 Great Mountains represented a natural and boundless granary. Gradually, an unprecedented emotion began to spread among the New Qin populace. After satisfying their hunger, they spontaneously gathered, shouting their desire to follow the Qin army back to the Great Zhou. Let us storm the capital, overthrow the Zhou Emperor. We seek vengeance. We demand justice for our deceased kin. Only the Qin Emperor is the true sovereign of this world. The voices of countless individuals resonated through the skies, and the scene neared chaos. Had it not been for Taicang's timely dispatch of envoys to pacify the crowd, these fervent New Qin people might have formed an army, recklessly charging towards the borders of the Great Zhou. Your Majesty, the people's hearts can be won, Zhuge Liang said, gently waving his feathered fan, his eyes glimmering with insight. Taicang stood upon the city tower, observing the impassioned New Qin people below, a complex emotion surfacing in his brow. He turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and inquired, Chancellor, how does that Zhou Emperor govern the realm? His gaze swept over those New Qin individuals, grateful for the beastly flesh they had received, his voice low. Just providing these common folks with the most basic sustenance can inspire such loyalty. If we wisely harness their goodwill, what fear do the beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains hold? This is clearly an inexhaustible natural granary. Zhuge Liang, though his visage appeared somewhat weary, maintained a countenance bright as the stars. He smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, why test your humble servant? Have you not already discerned the truth?" Li Taicang's expression darkened suddenly. He rose and gazed at the endless, shadowy mountains in the distance. The primordial forests of the 10,000 great mountains coiled around the entire domain of the Great Zhou like a colossal serpent. Looking out, it seemed this world consisted solely of the Great Zhou and the 10,000 great mountains. Li Taicang's voice turned frigid as ice. To confine humanity as if they were livestock. This world is indeed intriguing. His fingers involuntarily clenched, knuckles turning pale. In the distance, within the shadows of the 10,000 great mountains, the crimson eyes of the beasts flickered ominously. These ferocious creatures, along with the lofty Zhou Emperor, appeared to play their respective roles within this vast prison. Boom. The Yogu Prefecture was officially incorporated into the Qin Empire. A magnificent destiny soared skyward. The supreme celestial dragon devoured and reciprocated. Li Taicang's realm ascended to the 6th level of Xuanwu. Through shared experience, the cultivation of the Qin ministers once again advanced. Just wait. Chapter 75. Who is the true harvester? Through shared experience, the soldiers of the Qin collectively broke through, their strength surging. The Qin elite transformed, becoming even more unstoppable. Huo Qubing led 800 cavalrymen, sweeping through the Great Zhou lands like a tempest. This elite cavalry, now immensely strengthened, became an unstoppable force. Huo Qubing grew ever stronger with each battle. More importantly, after each conquest, the forces led by Huo Qubing seemed to vanish from the vast territories of the Great Zhou, only to reappear with another city having succumbed to their might. They moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaving the enemy forces in disarray wherever they passed. The Great Wall Legion diligently tidied up the remnants of battle, meticulously securing the cities captured by Huo Qubing. The two regional governors of the Earth Martial Realm from the Great Zhou fell in despair under the siege of the 4 divine guardians of the Qin and Huo Qubing. The dual halberds of Dian Wei, the heavy hammer of Su Chu, the long spear of Wei Qi Jingda, and the twin maces of Qin Shubao, combined with Huo Qubing's elusive spear techniques, decisively crossed borders to annihilate the 2 regional governors of the Earth Martial Realm. In the Qin, it was not solely the emperor who could breach borders in battle. Who among them was not a prodigy? In less than a month, 2 more provinces of the Great Zhou had fallen. The Qin now occupied 3 provinces of the Great Zhou. The vast fortunes brought forth by the expansion of territory propelled Li Taicang's cultivation to new heights. Under the profound influence of the celestial dragon, Li Taicang had ascended to the 9th level of Xuanwu. He was but a hair's breadth away from the Earth Martial Realm. Meanwhile, through shared experience, Gao Lisher and Sun Yu reached the 4th level of Xuanwu, while Mao Chong advanced to the 5th level. Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, and the 4 divine guardians of the Qin attained the 6th level of Xuanwu. Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang reached the 7th level. The summoned soldiers almost universally attained the spirit martial realm, with several gifted individuals reaching the yellow martial realm. Such was the terrifying power of the experience-sharing feature. Each of Li Taicang's advancements propelled the strength of the entire Qin to new heights. The Qin grew stronger with each battle, their power expanding like a snowball. The Great Zhou comprised 36 provinces, and beyond lay the boundless expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. To what extent would the strength of the Qin grow by then? The 10,000 great mountains had also settled considerably. Even if the soldiers of the Qin adorned the influential with spices and hung them in the most conspicuous places along the borders, it would be difficult to lure out more ferocious beasts. This region, once fraught with peril, now exhibited an eerie tranquility. The numbers of the new Qin army continued to swell. Each day, thousands of new Qin people joined the ranks, driven by a deep-seated hatred for the Zhou Emperor. Training with exceptional diligence, the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts stored by the Qin were sufficient to sustain the cultivation of these new recruits. However, within the territories of the Great Zhou, the plight of the common people was alarming. Though they possessed robust physiques and handsome features, their eyes were hollow, resembling walking corpses. They moved like livestock awaiting slaughter, mechanically repeating the routines of daily life. The Great Zhou enforced a horrifying population policy. They discarded those with inferior talents, casting them beyond the borders to fend for themselves, retaining only the promising young adults. More cruelly, the remaining citizens were compelled to bear a child every 2 years. As the children grew, they would face another round of selection. This almost livestock breeding approach astonishingly fortified the national strength of the Great Zhou. Despite years of battling ferocious beasts, the population of the Great Zhou remained vast, with the physical prowess of its citizens standing out remarkably. Yet, the price of it all is the countless lives cast aside and the numbed souls of the survivors. Consequently, the Qin dynasty executed the aristocracy of these vast states, while the common people of the Zhou dynasty offered no resistance and surrendered. With each city the Qin occupied, the citizens of Zhou welcomed them with open arms. Most heart-wrenching was the moment when those within the borders recognized familiar faces among the new Qin army, parents who had been exiled, siblings long lost, and children forcibly separated. Tears glimmered in their once vacant eyes, and hope began to blossom anew in their parched hearts. "Father, it's me," a youth cried as he rushed toward a trembling elder in the Qin ranks. "Little sister, you are alive." A burly man embraced a frail girl tightly. Such scenes of reunion played out repeatedly in every liberated city. The scale of the Qin army experienced an explosive resurgence. Astonishingly, as the conflict progressed, the Qin forces not only remained unscathed but grew stronger, multiplying in numbers with each battle. Voices of welcome for the Qin royal army began to emerge from all corners of the Zhou dynasty. The suppressed hearts of the populace were rapidly shifting in favor of the Qin. Those who are righteous gather support. Those who are unjust find themselves abandoned. The tyranny of the Zhou dynasty, which had persisted for millennia, was finally facing retribution. The world had long suffered under Zhou. It seemed as if everything was progressing in a positive direction. The non-resistance of Zhou, the disappearance of the beast tide, and the citizens cheering in the streets. However, within the ancient families that had endured for millennia in Zhou, an eerie silence prevailed. These families boasted vast libraries and an ocean of cultivation resources, and their offspring received the most systematic training from a young age. Yet, strangely, not a single individual had broken through to the fourth level of Earth Martial Realm in centuries. It was not a lack of resources. Rather, whenever someone approached that threshold, the eldest ancestors of the clan would take them aside, dissuading them after a night of persuasion, halting their progress. Even those extraordinary prodigies born every few generations would not elicit joy from the clan elders. Instead, they would collaboratively employ secret techniques to sever part of their spiritual roots, transforming unparalleled geniuses into merely competent individuals. Within these ancient families, a few living fossils had experienced several great eras. They held the status of aristocracy while possessing mastery at the Xuanwu realm, thus avoiding a fate of exile. Yet, as they listened to the voices proclaiming the death of Zhou and the rise of Qin, they sighed softly, their murky eyes glistening with bitterness. Had yet another human hero emerged? Alas, everything seemed futile. These living fossils, nearing the end of their lifespans in the Xuanwu realm, began to shed tears. Despite having witnessed multiple great eras, they could not swallow their grief. In their youth, they too had followed those stirring heroes who sought to change the world. "When I followed Lord Lin, it was much the same," one murmured, recalling the past. "We broke through 72 cities, and we were on the verge of capturing the capital, only for it to end in vain," an elder with a missing right arm whispered, his solitary limb trembling unconsciously, as if he could still see that world-altering battle. "I witnessed the sword of the sword master shatter before my eyes, his own crown crushed under the weight of fate," as an elderly woman wept. 3 centuries ago, he emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains, a prodigious talent of the Lin clan. 5 centuries past, he was the sword master of the Heavenly Sword sect, dominating all with his prowess. 7 centuries ago, each attempt was met with grandiosity, yet every endeavor ended in failure. Along with these illustrious families and sects, they have vanished. Tens of millions of righteous warriors turned to ashes overnight, while billions were cast deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, the more lamentable truth remains. Humanity has never been one to accept its destiny. Every few hundred years, new champions arise, daring to alter the course of the world and reclaim their lands. The outcomes are invariably tragic. How can this not evoke their sorrow? Humanity has never learned to submit to fate. Is it truly our destiny to pursue the impossible, knowing the futility of our efforts? Outside, the jubilant cheers resonate deafeningly. Within the depths of the ancestral halls, the elders' tears fall silently. They have endured the relentless cycles of hope and despair, witnessing the rise and fall of countless heroes. Each act of defiance only exacerbates the plight of humanity, yet every few centuries, new rebels emerge. Accept your fate, at least fewer lives would be lost. They have uttered this sentiment countless times, yet never has it been heeded. Just like now, among the jubilant youths. Who would believe that this fleeting era of prosperity will ultimately dissolve into nothingness? In these prosperous times, Li Taicang stood alone atop the walls of Henge Pass, gazing intently at the endless expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. The dying rays of the sun cast a blood-red hue upon the dark peaks, an oppressive sight that stifled the breath. From the depths of the mountains came ominous growls, sending shivers down the spine. Your Majesty, the governor of Liyuan Prefecture has been slain by General Biao Qi. Soon, our Qin shall conquer the 4th prefecture of Zhou. Zhuge Liang, holding a feather fan, ascended the walls to report. Li Taicang continued to gaze into the dark mountains, his expression devoid of joy. Zhuge Liang approached him, sharing in the view of the seemingly endless range. Li Taicang broke the silence. Do you not find this peculiar, Kongming? What is it that your Majesty refers to? The territory of Zhou is vast, thousands of times greater than our Qin, yet they impose such rigorous selection upon their populace. One would expect a plethora of talents to emerge. Yet, those who break through to the earth martial realm are not, but fragile weaklings. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang's lips curled into a knowing smile. Your Majesty, common folk select the weak and infirm when slaughtering livestock. But nobles have higher standards for their feasts. They seek tender, fresh, young creatures for their tables. The nobility also celebrates the new year. Each year, they present the carefully raised livestock at their banquets, awaiting the next festive occasion. Zhuge Liang said nothing outright, yet it felt as if he had revealed everything. A glint of cold light flickered in Li Taicang's eyes, and a chilling smile graced his lips. The Son of Heaven, a shepherd of his people. How truly the Emperor of Zhou sees himself as a shepherd of ferocious beasts. No wonder the ancient families of the great Zhou would rather sever their roots than nurture genuine talents. They are not cowards. Rather, they are evading the harvest. Zhuge Liang sighed softly. Drawing upon wisdom from years past, the seasoned farmers know precisely when to sow and, more importantly, when to reap in advance. A brief silence enveloped the city walls. In the distant shadows of the 10,000 great mountains, the glimmer of ferocious beasts' crimson eyes could be faintly discerned. The truths hidden within the mists of history are gradually revealing their menacing silhouettes, akin to rocks exposed after a receding tide. The great Zhou is but a breeding ground, with the emperor serving as the shepherd of savage beasts. The cyclical repetition every few centuries is merely a means to harvest the finest blood offerings. We can no longer wait. We must firmly seize the initiative. With a sweeping gesture, a flurry of military orders was dispatched like a tempest, commanding Huo Qubing to lead 100,000 cavalry into full assault without restraint, except for the Tianqi prefecture, where he could gallop freely. Inform Meng Tian to abandon the steady strategy and swiftly conquer the 35 states of the Great Zhou, excluding Tianqi prefecture. Additionally, cease the capture of ferocious beasts and let Qin Xiong and his 3 companions lead the Black Dragon Imperial Guard to secure the Henge Pass. Li Taicang's voice was unprecedentedly grave. To sit idly by is not in his character. He requires immense national fortune. Zhuge Liang bowed in acknowledgement, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He understood that the Qin was about to face not only the great Zhou dynasty, but also an enduring cycle of a grand feast that had persisted for countless years. At the moment the iron hooves of the Qin shattered the Tianqi prefecture, what awaited them would not merely be the great Zhou, but the entire counterstrike of the 10,000 great mountains. Li Taicang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the darkening sky, murmuring to himself, "If harvesting is to be done, let us see who the true harvester is." From afar, a deep, resonant roar emanated from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, seemingly responding to the challenge posed by this emperor of humanity. Chapter 76. The sovereign's death for the state is just and right. In a complete frenzy, Huo Qubing appeared as if a divine being had descended. Leading his 100,000 cavalry, he swept through the great Zhou territory, leaving nothing unscathed. Even those at the earth martial realm found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of Huo Qubing's legion. Often, a single encounter would see foes fell beneath their mounts. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, no longer adhering to a cautious strategy, revealed his fangs. The ruthlessness of this commander of the Great Wall Legion was chilling. The Great Wall Legion no longer accepted any surrenders. Qin arrows rained down like a tempest, transforming the stubbornly resisting cities into porcupines. The iron hooves of the Qin shattered countless city gates, and the banners of the Zhou were reduced to ash in the fierce flames. One by one, the 35 states of the Great Zhou, apart from Tianqi Prefecture, fell. The territory of the Qin expanded at an astonishing pace, its national fortune surging like a torrent. Li Taicang's cultivation ascended steadily, reaching an unprecedented height under the nurturing of the supreme heavenly dragon. The mechanism of shared experience caused the strength of the Qin's elite to surge dramatically. Eventually, even those reclusive masters of the earth martial realm could not withstand a single exchange against the Qin generals. However, amidst this unstoppable momentum, the Qin also encountered stubborn resistance. In Jiannan Prefecture, Yunzhi Prefecture, and Kangwu Prefecture, the resistance is particularly fervent, reaching a point of unwavering defiance. These three regions are the ancestral homes of the three venerable elders of the Beast King sect, belonging to the prominent Yang, Gao, and Song clans, which have been firmly rooted here for a millennium. The local populace is known for their fierce spirit and indomitable character. Even the earnest entreaties of the three elders from the Beast King sect cannot sway the resolve of these clansmen. They would rather perish alongside the Great Zhou than become slaves to a fallen state. On the day the city fell, these clansmen fought valiantly to the last man, with men, women, and children choosing to take their own lives in loyalty to their nation. Li Taicang looked upon the ravaged lands of the three prefectures with a heavy heart, sighing in resignation. He ordered a grand burial for these unyielding clansmen, granting them the dignity they deserved in death. Indeed, it is only fitting that those who could raise such resolute individuals as the three elders of the Beast King sect could not be soft-bellied themselves. Observing the mournful expressions of the three elders, Li Taicang spoke solemnly, "Do not blame me." Though tears welled in their eyes, the elders' gazes remained steadfast. Their focus lay solely on the principles of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher, with no regard for the common people, accepting their demise alongside the Great Zhou as a fitting end. This cleansing has profoundly enlightened Li Taicang. On this land, there exist both subservient subjects willing to be enslaved and steadfast warriors unyielding in their resolve. It is often the latter who represent the true backbone of humanity. Alas, it is lamentable that such noble souls cannot serve his purposes. The Emperor of the Great Zhou truly deserves his fate. As the final flag of Zhou fell, the territory of the Great Qin expanded to an unprecedented scale. Li Taicang's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Earth martial realm, 9th level. Through shared experiences, Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang ascended to the 7th level, while the likes of Huo Qubing, Meng Tian, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Wei Qigong reached the 6th level. Gao Lisher and Sun Yu attained the 4th level. Nearly 500,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin all advanced to the Huangwu realm. Yuan Tiangang, now at the 7th level, remained in the Imperial Palace gathering intelligence, thoroughly investigating the Emperor of the Great Zhou. He meticulously recorded every detail, including the comprehensive map of the Great Zhou located within the Emperor's study. He even overheard conversations between the Zhou Emperor and a fearsome beast. The Zhou Emperor referred to the beast as the Mountain Lord, while the beast called the Zhou Emperor the Shepherd. The revelations during their discourse sent shivers down the spine of the experienced general, as it became clear that the so-called sovereign shepherding the people was, in the most literal sense, a herder of humanity. The ancestors of the ancient clans, unable to bear witness to the demise of heroic humanity at the jaws of the beast, secretly sent messages to Li Taicang. The contents of the letter were simple, urging His Majesty to preserve the living forces, alongside a detailed map of the 10,000 Great Mountains, indicating a hidden path to escape into the outside world. This path was forged by the blood of countless ancestors of humanity. These living relics of the clans witnessed the astonishing breakthroughs achieved by the Great Qin in a short span, recognizing it as a divine favor towards humanity. Yet, despite this, they remained skeptical that the Great Qin could withstand the terrifying beasts emerging from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. These beasts transcend the earth martial realm, capable of mercilessly devouring even the strongest of warriors. Thus, they revealed their final card for escaping to the outside world. Li Taicang silently accepted this gesture and deliberately commanded Meng Tian and Huo Qubing to pay special attention to these noble families, ensuring their territories remained untroubled. However, at the Grand Court Assembly the following day, he boldly cast that secret letter into the roaring flames before the eyes of all his soldiers. His expression impassive yet filled with a chilling intensity. The emperor's devotion to his nation was unquestionable. I shall never flee. I shall never forsake the people of Qin. I stand with you in life and death. As the flames consumed the letter, the entire Qin dynasty erupted with fervor. The soldiers, their blood surged with passion, chanted in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Huo Qubing's voice rang the loudest among them. This young general, his eyes aflame with excitement, yearned to mount his steed and charge into the fray for his sovereign without delay. Afterward, Taicang grasped Zhuge Liang's wrist, a cunning glint sparkling in his eyes. "Kongming, have you memorized that map?" Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow, concealing his face with his feather fan, and revealed a knowing smile. "Oh, did His Majesty not publicly burn that secret letter? Why now seek a map for escape? Cease your pretense." Taicang lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "That map contains exceedingly detailed records of the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. I shall conquer them, and that map is indispensable." Zhuge Liang's expression suddenly shifted, turning pale as a ghost, and the feather fan fell from his grasp with a soft thud. Stammering, he began, "Why, Your Majesty, that map?" Taicang's heart sank, regret flooding him. "It is my fault. I was too impulsive." Before he could finish, he witnessed Zhuge Liang break into a smile, unfazed, as he drew forth a specially crafted piece of sheepskin parchment from his sleeve and took up a vermilion brush to begin his artistry. With each stroke, the treacherous paths and hidden routes of the 10,000 great mountains sprang vividly to life on the parchment, matching the details of the now-consumed letter perfectly. Taicang was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. "Ah, you clever Zhuge Liang." Chapter 77. Let the feast begin. The iron cavalry of Qin loomed like a dark cloud over the city, encircling the last territories of the Zhou dynasty, Tianqi Prefecture. Yet, astonishingly, even in such dire straits, the Emperor of Zhou continued with his daily routines, attending court, issuing decrees, and managing state affairs, as if the million Qin soldiers outside did not exist at all. Taicang did not conceal the truth of the world from the new people of Qin. The Zhou dynasty was a breeding ground for ferocious beasts, and the Emperor of Zhou was merely a puppet for the beast herders. This brutal reality was printed into proclamations and posted throughout the various states and counties. The elders of the ancient noble families, upon learning of this, were left speechless in shock. They could not fathom why this paragon of humanity would reveal such a harsh truth to the populace. Did he not fear the erosion of public morale or the wavering of military resolve? Nonetheless, they respected his decision and quietly assisted in spreading the truth. Yet, even more shocking events were about to unfold. As the proclamations plastered the streets and alleys, and the truth permeated every corner, the once common folk of the Great Zhou, now the new Qin people, were momentarily taken aback, only to resume sharpening their swords and organizing their armaments. There was no panic, no chaos, nor excessive discussion. An elderly man with flowing white hair stood before the notice, gazing for a long while before suddenly breaking into laughter. What difference does it make? Outside the border, beasts devour men. Within, men devour men. His voice, though not loud, silenced those around him. He was among the first to be driven beyond the borders, and his fierce will to survive had allowed him to endure until now, having witnessed much. For them, beyond the borders, they faced the onslaught of ferocious beasts in the vast mountains, with empty stomachs and tattered clothing. Within the borders, they were mere livestock to the powerful of the Great Zhou, pigs to the court, stripped of their dignity even in survival. One cup held the sour, bitter poison, while the other contained the same poison sweetened with honey. The end was the same. What difference could there be? A young man polished his spear and remarked to his companion, "At least now, we fight for ourselves. If we die as individuals." This sentiment echoed the hearts of all present. In the Great Qin, they first tasted the dignity of being human, even if the truth were harsh. It was far better than living in a lie. The elders of ancient clans observed this scene and finally grasped Taicang's intentions. This heroic figure of humanity was not destroying the people's hearts, but awakening the inherent fierceness within them. Humanity has never been a race that resigns itself to fate. When a person fears not even death, what can truly intimidate them? The common folk of the Great Zhou had lived numbly for millennia, starved for millennia, and suffered for millennia. These once tormented souls had been herded like livestock for generations, reaped like mere weeds. Their silence was not weakness, but a gathering of strength. Their obedience was not submission, but a waiting for the opportune moment. A people who have endured for thousands of years possess a repressed fury capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. In the capital of Great Zhou, within the imperial palace, the emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the territories of humanity from the grand hall. Even within the palace, he could distinctly sense the chilling anger rising from all directions, the pent-up resentment of billions of commoners that had simmered for millennia, now ready to erupt like a volcano. A smirk curled at the corner of the emperor's mouth. A swarm of ants dares to gaze upon the heavens? This farce must come to an end. Suddenly, the emperor turned and addressed the empty hall. "Mountain Lord, are you satisfied with the banquet I have prepared for you?" The temperature in the hall plummeted. From the shadows, a vague outline began to materialize. This figure, neither fully human nor otherwise, was enveloped in an oppressive aura that warped the very space around it. The being known as the Mountain Lord spoke with an ethereal, resonant voice. "You may prepare to break through to the realm of martial prowess." The usually impassive Zhou emperor could hardly conceal his excitement at this moment. He raised his arms, solemnly bowing in reverence, his voice trembling slightly with exhilaration. "Thank you, Mountain Lord." However, before the banquet commenced, the Mountain Lord abruptly declared, "First, deal with the little mice in your palace." The emperor of the Great Zhou's pupils constricted in disbelief. "What? Is there truly someone capable of infiltrating my imperial palace?" Before his words could fully escape, the Mountain Lord's ethereal form flickered, and an invisible ripple surged forth. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters were instantaneously reduced to dust. As a fierce wind surged, a shadow darted from the corner of the hall, its black robe fluttering ominously, and the bronze mask that covered its face cracked under the force, revealing unscathed skin beneath. A Qin person? The emperor of the Great Zhou squinted, scrutinizing the figure that had fallen to the ground. The cloaked individuals swiftly rolled and sprang to their feet, wiping the blood from the corner of their mouth. Beneath the bronze mask, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. After months of concealment, he had been discovered at the last moment. This Mountain Lord was undoubtedly beyond mere celestial martial prowess. The manipulation of space was clearly above the celestial level. The Mountain Lord's spectral figure swayed slightly, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "Interesting, this mouse seems to be stronger than in previous encounters. Your human race is truly fascinating. Even under strict supervision, every few centuries, a prodigy emerges. I find myself somewhat envious of you." The emperor of the Great Zhou glared at Yuan Tiangang, unable to fathom that someone could stealthily linger so close to him. It seemed that future population policies would need to be more stringent. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. Suddenly, he swirled, transforming into dozens of afterimages that scattered in all directions. Each afterimage bore the same aura, indistinguishable from the original. "A mere trick," the Mountain Lord scoffed, and the void abruptly solidified. All the afterimages shattered simultaneously. Yuan Tiangang's true form was seized by an invisible force, lifted into the air, unable to move a single finger. The Mountain Lord's voice turned dangerously low. "Let me see, which fool dares to pry into my secrets this time? Unmask him." The emperor of Zhou, suppressing his fury, waved his hand, revealing the figure's mask. Beneath it lay a remarkably handsome visage, entirely different from Yuan Tiangang's disfigured countenance. As the emperor beheld the face before him, his pupils dilated in shock. The person bore a striking resemblance to one of his trusted martial experts. "You have betrayed me." Yet, he quickly realized something was amiss. His voice trembled with shock and distortion. "You have turned my confidant into a puppet." The emperor was alarmed to discover that, despite his confidant's formidable strength, he had been manipulated to such an extent without revealing any flaws. Yuan Tiangang's eyes suddenly radiated with brilliant golden light, a sinister smile curling his lips. His voice morphed into the distinct raspy tone of the infamous bandit leader. "Emperor Zhou, Mountain Lord, in due time, I shall personally take your lives," the emperor bellowed, gathering a terrifying celestial martial strike in his palm. However, it was too late. Yuan Tiangang's body abruptly expanded like a balloon, blinding golden light seeping through his skin. This was the ominous sign of a martial expert's lifetime of cultivation being detonated in an instant. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar of an explosive detonation, The entire Golden Dragon Hall was reduced to ashes in an instant. A ferocious shockwave swept across the expanse, leveling half of the Imperial Palace. In a shadowy alley of the great Zhou capital, the true Yuan Tiangang stood with hands clasped behind his back. He gazed towards the mushroom cloud rising above the palace, a faint smile curling beneath his bronze mask. This splendid gift, surely, would leave a lasting impression on the two esteemed individuals. Subsequently, he turned and vanished into the darkness. As the dust settled, the great Zhou emperor cast a grim glance at the vast crater left by the explosion. For the first time in his life, he felt a palpable sense of trepidation towards those once regarded as mere ants, the martial beings of the human race. The shadow of the mountain lord grew increasingly ethereal. You underestimate the prodigies of your own kin. Let the feast commence. Our clan can hardly wait. Deep within the depths of the 10,000 mountains, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed through the heavens. Countless beasts, saliva dripping with a foul stench, anxiously clawed at the ground, yet they restrained their instincts, awaiting the command of their leader. Hierarchies among the beasts were strictly enforced. In this dark forest, the suppression of bloodline was far greater than the constraints of reason. Thousands of martial kings among the beasts lay prostrate at the forefront, their crimson eyes glistening with insatiable greed. These sentient beasts exhibited a greater understanding of restraint than their ordinary counterparts, as well as an acute awareness of how to savor the impending banquet. Feet. A beast king resembling a giant tiger growled, its sharp fangs still stained with the remnants of fresh blood, evidently having devoured a weaker beast in its hunger. Concurrently, Taicang received word from Yuan Tiangang and immediately commanded an assault on Tianqi Prefecture. A cold smirk graced Taicang's lips. This harvest was about to commence. Zhuge Liang lightly fanned himself. Your Majesty, while the beasts seek to harvest the human race, our aim is to reap the very fabric of this realm. Chapter 78. What do you take humanity for? As the earth trembled and mountains shook, the martial kings of the ferocious beasts deep within the 10,000 mountains finally launched a full-scale assault. Thousands of colossal beast kings led billions of beasts rushing towards the human borders from all directions. These leading beasts boasted martial prowess of the highest order. Their roars exuded terrifying malice. As billions of beasts surged forth, the primordial forest was trampled, and hills were shattered. Before Hangapass, the Xianyuan indestructible array erupted with resplendent brilliance. The intricate patterns intertwined, ensnaring the first wave of tens of thousands of beasts, reducing them to a mist of blood. The 9 prisons town boundary array burst forth with dazzling crimson light, unleashing the fierce aura of ancient ferocious beasts, instilling dread in the face of the oncoming tide. Countless blood-red chains emerged from the void, dragging tens of thousands of beasts into the hellish array, where they were thoroughly obliterated. The flesh and blood of these beasts did not weaken the two unparalleled arrays. Instead, they continuously nourished the power of the formations. The might of both arrays could not be escaped even by the martial beasts. Several beast kings had already met their demise. However, there was only this one Hangapass. The 10,000 mountains encircled the entirety of the human realm. Other border passes, lacking the protection of two formidable arrays, were on the brink of collapse. At a border pass, a roar erupted. Devour them! Devour them! At the forefront of the earth-shattering chaos, a formidable beast resembling a demonic ape howled at the heavens, its powerful arms pounding against its chest, exuding a malevolent aura that obscured the sky. Behind it surged an endless tide of ferocious creatures, causing the earth to tremble beneath the weight of countless beastly hooves, while the air was thick with swirling dust. In another location, the tyrannical roar of a beastly king, akin to a fierce tiger, shattered the tranquility, as one claw effortlessly tore through the walls of a border city, allowing innumerable beasts to flood through. Such scenes unfolded at every border stronghold, save for Hangapass. Yet, this time, the once helpless commoners no longer awaited their fate passively. They wielded weapons crafted from the bones of ferocious beasts and donned armor fashioned from their hides. With eyes ablaze in crimson fury, they glared defiantly at the oncoming beast tide threatening their homes. No longer mere livestock awaiting slaughter, they stood as humans, leaders among all beings, the proud human race. Their hatred for the ferocious beasts, once mere commoners of the great Zhou, had reached an unspeakable intensity, yearning to devour their flesh and drink their blood, to extract every ounce of life from them. This time, they would not flee. The command from their Qin leaders was no longer a call to charge forth as ordered by Zhou generals, but an invitation to advance together. Kill. Annihilate them completely. Amidst the roars, the new Qin army formed ranks. At the forefront of the formation, a Qin general brandished a blood-red battle blade, its edge laced with fierce, surging energy. With a single step, he shattered the ground beneath him, dashing forth like lightning into the beast tide. Though merely at the Xuanwu realm, he boldly confronted the earth-shattering beasts. In the Qin, everyone possessed the courage to battle beyond their means. Kill. The clash between the new Qin army and the beast tide erupted like a cataclysm. Though their individual strengths were modest, the collision of these opposing forces evoked a sense of apocalyptic dread. The ferocious beasts brandished their sharp claws, gnashing their teeth. The humans fought back with even greater ferocity, embracing a strategy of mutual destruction. The human race is the most vengeful of all. Once they seize an opportunity and glimpse the prospect of revenge, they transform into entities even more savage than the beasts themselves. The demonic ape let out a thunderous roar, slamming its fists into the ground, causing the earth to erupt and sending dozens of elite Qin warriors flying. With a malevolent grin, it charged toward the Qin general, its colossal fists enveloped in a tempest of fury, crashing down with tremendous force. A glint of cold light flashed in the general's eyes as he swung his battle blade in a horizontal arc, the blade's energy resembling a blood moon. Colliding with the beast's fist. Boom! A shock wave erupted, hurling both beasts and Qin soldiers within 100 feet into the air. The general's armor of dark iron splintered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though his grip on the blade was torn and bleeding, his hand remained steadfast. The strain threatened to crack the corners of his eyes, yet he bore the weight of the demonic ape's might. But his spine remained unyieldingly straight. Our Qin general, unbending and resolute. Similar scenes of carnage unfolded along the entire defensive line. At each stronghold, Qin generals, armed solely with their Xuanwu realm prowess, confronted the earth-shattering beasts. Yet, none of them retreated. Just as the defenses at various strongholds teetered on the brink of collapse, for powerful presences descended, causing the heavens to change. Roars filled the air, shattering the sky with their fury. Beasts. Dian Wei charged forth, bare-chested, his bronze skin marred by fierce scars. He discarded his dual tridents, and with hands as massive as a fan, he seized the head of the demonic ape. His sinewy muscles bulged instantaneously. With a resounding rip, the formidable beast, weighing thousands of pounds, was torn asunder, its scalding blood cascading over him like a waterfall. Dai Su Chu's arms, coiling like a dragon, gripped the lower jaw of the ferocious tiger-like beast with a vice-like hold. With a thunderous roar, the head of this earth martial realm beast was brutally twisted a full 360 degrees, the sound of its vertebrae shattering sending chills down one's spine. Abominable creature. Qin Xiong's dual maces radiated a blinding cold light. Each mace struck precisely upon the crown of the beast king, and under the relentless assault, its skull, as hard as black iron, finally shattered, splattering crimson and white matter for several yards. Truly seeking death, Wei Qigong's long spear transformed into a streak of dark light, swiftly piercing through the chest of the three beast kings. In the instant the spear tip erupted from the body, a violent surge of spiritual energy detonated within the beasts, reducing their innards to a pulpy mess. Where the four generals passed, the ferocious beasts fell like waves of grain. The appearance of the four gate gods of the Great Qin instantaneously turned the precarious defense around. With the celestial martial realm not emerging, the Hanggu Pass remained impregnable. The four of them then began to rush to aid various passes. These four warriors, capable of facing 10,000 foes, slaughtered the earth martial realm beasts as one would butcher pigs and dogs. Covered in dark, foul blood, their towering figures instilled fear. Aside from Qin Xiong, the other three bore faces more terrifying than the beasts themselves, 100-fold more fearsome, in stark contrast to the brutal combat at the borders. The battles in Tianqi Prefecture initially unfolded with remarkable ease. In this vast region, where the imperial capital of the Great Zhou resided, countless cities offered mere token resistance before surrendering en masse. The might of the Great Qin army swiftly approached the capital of the Great Zhou. Yet, at that moment, the sky darkened abruptly. Heavy black clouds surged like a tide, enveloping the entire Tianqi Prefecture in an instant. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and countless renowned peaks shattered with a deafening roar. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the earth, from the crumbling mountains and rivers. The ferocious beasts that had slumbered for centuries howled to the heavens. They burst forth from the earth, their immense forms blotting out the sun, each exuding a suffocating aura. These beasts were none other than celestial martial realm creatures. The higher the realm of the beasts, the more intense their thirst for flesh and blood. To alleviate the hunger that tormented them for centuries, they had chosen to slumber within the renowned mountains and rivers of Tianqi Prefecture, awaiting a bountiful feast. And now, with the elite forces of the Great Qin at their doorstep, this was undoubtedly a meticulously prepared banquet for them. As for why they remained in Tianqi Prefecture, it was simply because only the finest of the elite could encroach upon the very feet of the great Zhou capital. For the beasts, it was a selection of exquisite delicacies. Starved for centuries, the ferocious beasts lunged madly at the Great Qin army, intent on devouring everything in their path. They sought to fill their insatiable hunger with flesh and blood. Huo Qubing's spear suddenly erupted with blinding lightning, the power of the thunder converging at its tip instantly piercing the head of a celestial martial realm beast. The rampant lightning surged within the beast, shattering its organs into fragments. The colossal beast, resembling a mountain, crashed to the ground, kicking up dust that obscured half the sky. The young commander stands proudly atop the corpse of a ferocious beast, the lightning-like energy entwined around his spear still crackling with intensity. For such an extraordinary prodigy, the act of crossing borders to slay formidable foes has long become a mere routine. What of the heavenly martial realm? To him, it is a trivial matter of a single strike. Yet, there are far too many beasts of the heavenly martial realm. Once more, Huo Qubing grins broadly, his spear darting forth like a dragon. In the capital of the great Zhou, Emperor Zhou smirks indifferently, surveying the brutal battlefield with eyes devoid of any emotion. Such scenes have long since become monotonous for him. For countless years, these so-called prodigies of humanity have consistently overestimated their own capabilities. Many valiant heroes of humanity have fallen at the foot of the imperial city. Among these heroes were undoubtedly unmatched prodigies of the heavenly martial realm. However, they too met their demise, leaving no trace but becoming mere sustenance for the beasts. The roars of beasts outside the city grow increasingly frenzied. Yet Emperor Zhou does not even flinch. These heavenly martial beasts are but appetizers. The truly terrifying entities lie ahead. Each mountain lord is a formidable existence that surpasses the heavenly martial realm. And there is no shortage of such lords within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Humanity stands no chance of victory. Submitting as mere fodder is the best outcome. Once again, the patriarchs of the ancient clans are nearly driven to madness, their bony fingers digging deeply into their own white hair. They have endured this cycle countless times, witnessing the most radiant prodigies of humanity fall beneath the fangs of the beasts. Flee. Do not confront the beasts any longer. The patriarchs tear at their garments, their voices hoarse as if wrung from their throats. Their pupils tremble violently as visions of catastrophic calamities from centuries past resurface. Each time, unmatched prodigies have led their armies to the imperial city, only to fight valiantly against the awakened beasts, ultimately having their entire forces devoured to the last bone. Another patriarch collapses to the ground, his fingers carving bloody streaks into the stone slab. Surviving is the only hope. Surviving is the only hope. This lamentation carries with it centuries of despair and helplessness. These ancient beings understand better than anyone else that every prodigy charging forward now is merely feeding the slumbering beasts with their own lives. The dark clouds above gather ever thicker, threatening to crush the entire city. The patriarchs gaze at Huo Qubing, who continues to battle valiantly in the distance. As murky tears stream down their wrinkled faces, they know yet another cycle has begun, and another batch of heroic figures from humanity is destined to become the beast's feast. Just as the heavenly martial beasts are poised to engulf the Qin, a dazzling beam of golden light suddenly rends the heavens, forcibly splitting the heavy clouds apart. In the tremors of the void, a colossal hand obscuring the sun descends, its fingers entwined with the supreme dragon, radiating an authority that suppresses the ages. The aura of the emperor and the celestial sovereign intertwines and pervades, causing the entire firmament to quiver. The overwhelming celestial might send shivers through all living beings. The once ferocious heavenly martial beasts suddenly freeze in place, the fear reflected in their crimson eyes for the first time. Even the mountain lords lurking in the shadows, awaiting their sumptuous feast, are momentarily stunned. Who can elucidate the nature of this phenomenon? A colossal hand seizes dozens of ferocious beasts, poised to devour humanity. Roars and shrieks fill the air. Despite their struggles and howls, the sharp claws leave no mark upon the golden light. In the next moment, a deafening roar transforms the heavens and the earth. What do you perceive humanity to be? Before the words could fully escape, the gigantic hand clenched fiercely. With a sickening crunch, a torrential downpour of blood rained down, as dozens of mountain-sized beasts were mercilessly crushed. Those formidable creatures, which struck terror into the hearts of countless humans, appeared as fragile as ants before this immense hand. As a token of my endeavor in crafting nearly 6,000 words today, I humbly request your encouragement for continued updates. Chapter 79, The Souls of Humanity. Not to be desecrated. A deluge of blood rain falls upon the skies of Tianqi Prefecture. The remnants of numerous heavenly beasts morph into a crimson mist, saturating the entire capital of the Great Zhou with a scarlet hue. The anguished roars that echoed moments before their demise continue to resonate in the skies of Tianqi. The emperor of the Great Zhou, drenched in the blood rain, stands aghast. His face is splattered with dark crimson droplets, yet he remains oblivious. Fixated on the dissipating phantom hand, his pupils trembling violently. How is this possible? A hoarse growl escapes his throat, his nails digging deep into his palm. A torrent of thoughts floods his mind. To crush dozens of heavenly beasts with a mere gesture is a power that surpasses his comprehension. In this realm, he is the mightiest of humanity, yet even he is merely at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Since when has humanity possessed such formidable prowess? Could it be that a mighty being from beyond the 10,000 great mountains has come to rescue humanity? A terrifying notion suddenly flickers across his mind. It is said that beyond the 10,000 great mountains, there exists an even more powerful human realm. If they have indeed crossed dimensions. In an instant, the emperor's visage contorts in horror. For years, he has made a pact with the beast lords, offering the people of Great Zhou as tribute in exchange for their assurance. If this is the case, then with his countless sins. No, it cannot be. He shakes his head frantically. Yet the fear surging within him gnaws at his reason like a venomous serpent. Given his transgressions, he fears he is neither able to live nor die. He curses inwardly. Are these beasts truly inept? I ask you, what do you consider humanity to be? Amidst the thunderous roar that shatters the heavens, a second colossal hand materializes in the void. This hand is even more magnificent and terrifying than the last, its palm etched with patterns resembling mountains and valleys. It is unfathomable that the distinct auras of the Emperor of Humanity and the Heavenly Emperor coexist within a single hand. Two supreme energies, which should repel one another, now blend harmoniously, emanating an unparalleled pressure that suppresses all eternity. An overwhelming majesty, forcefully dominant. A piercing cry of an eagle shatters the clouds. In the distance, a renowned mountain erupts. From the depths, a monstrous beast with a wingspan of 1,000 feet soars skyward. Its erect black feathers resemble divine swords, exuding a fierce aura that blankets the sky. An overwhelming malice darkens the very clouds, rendering them a deep shade of ink. Humanity, I shall consume you to aid my ascension to the celestial martial realm. The ferocious roar of the black eagle beast stirs a tempest. This black eagle has reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial martial realm. Its malevolent aura is fearsome. The mere display of its might could obliterate cultivators of the earth martial realm. The words of this beast incite the wrath of the owner of the colossal hand. The murderous intent of the hand's master erupts with total ferocity. 5 fingers suddenly blaze with blinding divine light, and the slaughtering radiance emanating from the palm resembles a falling river of stars. The tempest of malice from the black eagle beast disintegrates into nothingness upon contact with the radiant slaughtering light of the palm. Today, I shall eradicate your ferocious beasts of the celestial martial realm. This proclamation reverberates like a decree from the heavens, causing the very void to tremble. The hand descends with the force to obliterate. However, the black eagle beast at the 9th layer of the celestial martial realm emits a shrill cry. Its feathers stand on end, and its ebony wings shimmer with a metallic luster amidst the malice. How dare you, mere humans, judge me? Thousands of black feathers detach and transform into a torrential rain of black swords in the air. More terrifyingly, each black feather sword is entwined with two utterly distinct auras, the overwhelming malice of the beast and the purest essence of human sword intent. That is the sword intent of the sword master. The noble elders watching from afar suddenly tremble, and several aged patriarchs collapse to their knees, their frail fingers digging deep into the ground. That is the sword intent of the human hero sword master from centuries past. In those days, the sword master single-handedly battled the Emperor Zhou of the Celestial Martial Realm and 6 Celestial Martial Realm beasts. It was this black eagle that ambushed from behind, rending the sword master's skull with its claws. Even more infuriating, this beast shamelessly feasted on the sword master's brain in front of millions of humans. Wretched beast. It not only devoured the sword master, but also refined the sword master's sword intent into its feathers. Several white-haired elders spewed blood. They once followed the sword master, and now, hundreds of years later, witnessing the humiliation of their leader, they are consumed by rage. At this moment, the formation of the sword array composed of countless black feathers is complete. The sword tips point directly at the imposing hand. Boom, accompanied by a tremendous sound. The sword array actually holds its ground against the mighty hand. Terrifyingly, the black feathers pierce through the golden light of the hand. This marks the first time since the battle began that an attack has shaken this mysterious hand. What a bitterly ironic scene. That the unparalleled sword intent of the human hero is wielded by a beast to slaughter humanity. With your own swords, you slay your own kind. The black eagle beast cackles maniacally, and with a flap of its wings, thousands of black feather swords descend amidst a deafening shriek. The master of the colossal hand grows even angrier, his response growing colder. Your countless deaths cannot extinguish my hatred. Boom. It seems he has summoned something. For the hand is suddenly enveloped in an aura of boundless, domineering sword intent. This sword intent is not sharp, but exudes an essence of suppressive will that transcends the ages. The Teia's sword intent. Not merely the sharpness of ordinary sword intent, but a power of suppression that embodies the essence of humanity. Under the enhancement of the Teia's sword intent, the hand crushes the black feathers completely. No, this is impossible. The Black Hawk beast was gripped by a terrifying realization. No matter the ferocity of its attacks, that colossal hand imbued with sword intent advanced relentlessly. Its peak cultivation at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm seemed but child's play in the face of such overwhelming force. Desperately, it spewed forth its vital blood in a futile attempt to escape, only to find itself firmly ensnared by that great hand. Boom. Tens of thousands of black feathered swords erupted simultaneously, but instead of the anticipated destructive energy, what burst forth was a